Global broadcast. This is the second year of humans fighting against strange creatures for territory. In the past year, humanity has been at a disadvantage, losing 1/5 of its land and sacrificing 8 million soldiers. In this year, humanity has sent out 100,981 distress signals to the universe, but there has been no response. Warriors, the time left for you is running out. A new round of competition is about to begin. Please, all registered participants, get ready. If a country has fewer than 10 participants, a random selection will be made. The winners from the last round will continue into the new round. Your task is to survive in the world of strange tales, clear the invaders, and protect humanity's homeland. Good luck, brave warriors. Jiang City. On top of a tall building, a thin man with pale skin, dark circles under his eyes, and a dull gaze, looks into the distance at the dark area ahead, the place occupied by the strange creatures from the world of strange tales. The edges of the city he stands in have long been surrounded by high walls. If the country fails again, the strange creatures will descend from the sky through the world barrier, occupying this place. The walls are there to prevent the creatures from running wild once they invade the city. The residents here have already been relocated, but some people still wander the city. The man looks down at the passers-by below. After the person walks past, he lifts his head again, now gazing at the clouds in the sky, imagining that these clouds are beneath his feet, wishing to step on them. Bang! A loud noise. The passerby turns around, takes a quick glance, and then nonchalantly looks away, continuing on. At that moment, a man about to jump from the window on the 7th floor looks down, then quickly pulls his foot back. That's a really ugly way to die. A moment later, the man comes downstairs and stands in front of the body. Sigh, so young, what a waste. He pulls out a burlap sack, preparing to take the body to a place with soil to bury it, thinking he'll dig himself a hole and lie down there too. Those trapped in the city cannot cross the walls, which even the strange creatures can't cross. The only way out is to register for the competition. But entering the world of strange tales is almost the same as seeking death. At first, the country would send out all kinds of excellent and powerful soldiers to compete. But one by one, they died. Then, various Taoists, monks, and spiritualists entered the world of strange tales, trying to break the deadlock, but they all died in there. Eventually, scientists, geniuses, and madmen, various combinations replaced them one after another. Win or lose, the sacrifices were many, but so were the rewards. However, the loss of people was an irreversible cost for the country. Neighboring countries began eyeing this land with greed. The country then banned official personnel from participating. They needed to keep the valuable talents as the last card, to defend the land from being invaded by fellow humans, and to study how to break the deadlock from the outside. When no one volunteered to join the competition, the world of strange tales started randomly selecting participants. Ding! A notification sound rang out from the sky. A light screen appeared in front of everyone. The selected participants have been randomly chosen, and the competition is about to begin. Please, the selected contestants, prepare yourselves. The scene for this round is Grandma's neighborhood. As soon as this prompt appeared, the light screen was flooded with bullet comments. What's going on? Didn't we lose 3 matches in a row? Shouldn't the difficulty level be lowered? Why is there a no survival scenario now? Wasn't this scenario closed? After the lighthouse in Big Bear countries failed 10 times, this scenario was sealed. How is it back again? What's going on? Why open this scenario at this time? At this point, the lighthouse and Big Bear countries, upon hearing that the scenario was back, became tense. Many people gathered to watch. Some came to see the show, while others carried heavy hearts. User is working on a translation project that involves translating Chinese stories into emotionally engaging English versions while keeping the structure and meaning intact. After all, no one knows if their country will ever encounter this scenario again. At this moment, in front of the building, the old man was still thinking about how to pack this body into a sack after it had been smashed so badly. He studied it for a while, then managed to prop the body up. It was soft and limp, probably with every bone broken. The old man wiped the blood off the body's face with a cloth, pressed the protruding eyeballs back in, and closed the eyelids. Sigh, what a handsome face. But just then, the body suddenly opened its eyes. The old man's eyes instantly widened. 2 pairs of eyes locked on each other, staring in shock. The next second, the body disappeared. It immediately appeared on the light screen. It turned out that he was the selected contestant. Welcome to Grandma's neighborhood. Grandma will come greet you soon. At the entrance of the old neighborhood stood 10 people. Why was I chosen? Being chosen is one thing, but why this scenario? No one has ever survived this scenario. Mom, Dad, older brother, you have to save me, please, I don't want to die. They either gritted their teeth, or beat their chests and stamped their feet, or couldn't hold back their tears and started crying. However, losing control of their emotions was only a brief moment. They had to face reality, wipe away their tears, and calm themselves down. One boy started asking the others their names and special skills. Bai sat motionless on the ground, holding his head. His mind was a blur, with occasional flashes of vague images, but nothing was clear. He felt a heavy blow to the back of his head. Who was it? Who attacked me? Suddenly, someone stood in front of him and asked him. What's your name? What are you good at? Bai lowered his hands from his head, raised his face, and his brain matter spilled out. Bai. Before he could finish speaking, he saw everyone step back, eyeing him warily. You are a strange creature. The last few words were left unsaid, but it was obvious they were thinking that. Bai tilted his head, some more brain matter spilling out. Huh? He was confused. What was with the looks these people were giving him? Why were they acting so dumb? At that moment, the viewers outside all opened the contestant section. They found Bai's name. This is a contestant? Why does his head look so strange, like it's deformed? His brain matter spilled out, of course it's deformed. Anyone got a healing pill for him? Feels like this contestant must be tough. You're so good at being a nice person, why don't you give him a healing pill? A healing pill costs 3,000 contribution points. A contestant might not even get that much for winning a round. Official support team has given Bai one healing pill. A green glow radiated from Bai's body. The next second, his wounds began visibly healing. His bones cracked and popped. He looked down in surprise at his body. Oh. Am I about to transform? The contestants all breathed a sigh of relief. It's a supply. Someone's giving him a supply, that means he's a contestant. You scared me, I thought a new NPC appeared. This guy is something else. He can still live after being hurt like that. He must have some special ability. Healing pills are so expensive. Only the official team would give them out. They must think he's valuable. Several of them exchanged glances, quickly stepping forward to help Bai up. Maybe this guy is a big shot. Bai glanced at them. You guys are pretty nice. Chapter 2, I'm still a kid. Just then, an elderly woman with white hair and slow, unsteady steps came out from the neighborhood. Viewers, here she comes. This old lady is back. Every time I see this NPC, it gives me the creeps. The contestants all straightened their backs nervously. The old lady held a flyer in her hand, smiling kindly as she shuffled over. Are you looking for a place to rent? There are a few vacant apartments in the neighborhood. Hearing those words again, everyone felt their scalps go numb. It's just that this scenario has repeated too many times. Every time, the same opening line. Every time, no one survives. So after such a long time, hearing these words again, many people had a stressed reaction. The contestants looked pale and stared at the flyer. The content was still the same as before. Grandma's neighborhood. Please follow the rules if you live in Grandma's neighborhood. 1. Grandma Wu is the landlord of the neighborhood. She will protect every tenant who pays rent on time. Be sure to pay the rent on time and leave a good impression on Grandma Wu. 2. There are many people living in the neighborhood, and occasionally some noise will occur. This is normal. If you open the window, you won't hear it, but you might lose something. 3. There are many lively children in the neighborhood. They can be a bit naughty at times. If they hurt you, you can tell their parents. If the parents are easy to talk to, you will be compensated. If the parents are hard to talk to, you will be hurt again. This is more like a gamble. 4. There are also many elderly people in the neighborhood. You can be friends with them or keep your distance, but never get into conflict with them, or the consequences will be serious. 5. Every building in this neighborhood has 18 floors, but there is no 4th floor. If you see the 4th floor, you must be in the wrong place. Close your eyes and return the same way. No matter what you hear, don't open your eyes. Leave the building and go find Grandma Wu. She will help you get back to your own house. 6. The neighborhood often has gatherings. If you receive an invitation, you must attend to fit in. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the neighborhood. Recently, there is heavy mist outside the neighborhood. Once kicked out, you will have no way to survive. 7. If you attend a gathering, do not refuse to play games. Anything strange you see during the game is reasonable. Do not panic too much and draw attention. If you have already drawn everyone's attention, quickly find Grandma Wu. Only she can save you. 8. The hallway lights in the neighborhood never break. If you see the hallway light flickering, hurry back to your room and close the doors and windows. Once the lights go out, no matter what happens, never leave your room. 9. The rent for the first day of stay in the neighborhood is 10 yuan, 20 yuan on the second day, 30 yuan on the third day, 40 yuan on the fourth day, and so on, with no upper limit. You must stay for at least 7 days. If you don't have enough money, you can pay the deposit first and then quickly gather the rest of the rent. After reading the rules, mist began to rise in the street. This was the pollution from the world of strange stories. They had to quickly enter the neighborhood. Once polluted, they would become part of the mist. Everyone hurriedly searched their pockets. Each person had their initial funds. 100 yuan. They could only stay for 4 days. The minimum stay was 7 days, meaning they had to survive here for 7 days. They still needed 3 more days' rent and had to find a way to make up the difference themselves. The terrifying thing about this situation was that all the rules were true, but they were also filled with traps. Resisting would lead to a trap, and not resisting would also lead to a trap. The boy who had just asked everyone for their names was named Shirchao. He was the first to step forward and gave his money to Grandma Wu. I want to rent a house. Grandma Wu took the money. Interacting with NPC, awakening A-level talent ability, energy shield. As long as the energy is sufficient, I can hide for a lifetime. This talent has no cooldown. Can immune all strange pollution. This talent is also capable of growth. As long as there is enough energy, it can expand indefinitely. Shirchao's eyes lit up when he saw his awakened talent. It was an A-level talent. This prompt could only be seen by him, so he didn't make a sound and just moved aside. The others also stepped forward to pay their money. I also want to rent a house. One by one, they all awakened their own talent abilities, with some surprised and some disappointed. Bai, seeing this, also searched her pockets, took out 100 yuan, and handed it forward. Grandma Wu smiled kindly as she accepted the money but didn't move. She tugged at it again, but it still wouldn't move. Her gaze slowly shifted to Bai. Bai tightly gripped the 100 yuan. Her gaze was innocent and pure. Grandma, can't I stay for free? Interacting with NPC, awakening C-level talent, ignorance is bliss. As long as I don't know, I am right. This talent can be used infinitely. Including but not limited to immunity to pollution, developing hidden powers. This talent has growth potential. As long as you remain ignorant, the power of this talent will extend infinitely. Bai looked at the floating words in front of him, feeling a bit displeased. What does this mean? Is it mocking me for being stupid? Bai was about to search for some insults in his mind, but his brain went completely blank. He couldn't think of anything. He thought hard, but only vague impressions flashed through his mind, which he couldn't quite catch. Even so, his understanding was still clear. For example, he knew he had crossed over. At first, he didn't feel any pain, his whole body was numb, thinking it was a dream, so he just lay there unmoving until the man helped him up. When he opened his eyes and glanced at the man, the scene in front of him changed. As the wounds healed, his senses became clearer, and he felt a real sense of the world, knowing for sure that this was not his body. Because this body felt so weak, he thought he shouldn't be this fragile. He also didn't know where he had ended up. He had forgotten how he died. It seemed like he died from overworking? Or got hit by a car, drowned in a river, choked to death, died of anger, laughed to death, cried to death, starved to death. Bai's face showed no expression. Why did each death method seem so familiar, as if he had experienced them, but also as if they weren't his own experiences? How did he actually die? No matter how he thought, his brain was like mush. Anyway, he must have been ambushed before he died. He was certain of that, otherwise, his head wouldn't hurt so much. Grandma Wu was still trying hard to pull out the 100 yuan, but Bai firmly clenched it and wouldn't let go. The pollution was getting closer, and the other contestants quickly ran into the community, glancing at Bai and Grandma Wu, locked in a standoff. Bai slapped Grandma Wu's hand away, snatched the 100 yuan back, and stuffed it into his pocket. I'm still a kid. How can you take my money? The kindness on Grandma Wu's face instantly vanished, and she raised the flyer in her hand to show him. In this community, accommodation must pay rent. Bai raised his hand and swatted the flyer away. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Don't be so heartless, okay? Sai, forget it, it's not easy for an old lady like you. Here's the deal, I'll stay here for a trial period, and if I'm comfortable, I'll pay. If it's uncomfortable, you'll have to lower the rent for me. He finished speaking and directly bypassed Grandma Wu, walking inside. The contestants widened their eyes, looking at him in disbelief as he entered without paying. They turned to look at Grandma Wu, but she didn't stop him? Chapter 3, Dark Horse? The audience was also stunned. What the heck? Is this even possible? Is this reasonable? To be honest, the rules didn't say you must pay rent before staying, it's just that everyone assumed you should pay first, then move in. But the first rule says that Grandma Wu will protect every tenant who pays on time, so it's important to give her a good impression. And offending Grandma Wu has serious consequences. In the past, contestants who couldn't pay the rent were devoured by the pollution. But Bai Yi didn't say he wouldn't pay the rent. He said he would stay first and pay later. Logically, this doesn't seem unreasonable. If Bai Yi really manages to stay, I might consider investing in him. I think he must have some ability, or else he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Since the competition is live-streamed, the audience can send gifts, and sending gifts is like investing. But these gifts can't be bought with money. They can only be exchanged with one's own blood, fat, organs, senses, and other personal things. If the contestant they invested in clears the level, they'll get back what they put in and also receive extra contribution points. Contribution points can be used for a lottery. User is skilled at translating Chinese stories into emotionally impactful English, focusing on direct translation while using simple vocabulary to ensure understanding. They aim to maintain the tone and emotional depth of the original story. Or directly buy things, which can also be used as gifts next time. The official support team represents the national stance. Giving gifts consumes the country's fortune, and the return benefits the country. Contribution points are also used to strengthen military power in exchange for various technologies that can strengthen the nation. If a player supported by the official team fails, their investment is wasted, national fortune is consumed, and national power will decline, potentially leaving the country vulnerable to attacks from other nations. After all, everyone's land is shrinking now. To survive, if we can't drive away the strange forces, we can only rob others. If you can't protect it, you have to accept being plundered. So, the official investment is also very cautious. The first gift sent to Bai Yi is because they are impressed that his brain exploded, yet he is still alive. Now, many people are watching Bai Yi. After all, his appearance was too special, his life was tough, and his actions unpredictable. Based on past experiences, the audience judges that such a person is likely to be a dark horse. However, they will soon realize that this judgment was hasty. Grandmother Wu led the players through the community, and along the way, they met many residents. These residents were sizing up the new players, like looking at a new toy. The players tried their best not to look sideways and followed Grandmother Wu into the deepest building of the community. Now, only the 5th floor of this building has 5 vacant rooms. You can decide how to distribute them. After saying this, Grandmother Wu took out 5 keys. Shi Chao stepped forward and took the keys. If you need anything, you can come to my office on the 1st floor. If you're missing any daily necessities, you can buy them at the convenience store on the 1st floor. After giving the instructions, Grandmother Wu glanced at Bai Yi and left. Shi Chao turned and scanned everyone. Their faces were pale, with fear of death in their eyes, but each person was pretending to stay calm. Only Bai Yi, covered in blood, remained calm, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. Shi Chao spread his hands and held the keys out to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, who do you want to share a room with? Bai Yi was stunned. Share a room? He looked around at the people present. Not one of them was familiar, and the keys were in Shi Chao's hands. He pointed at Shi Chao. You. He looked like a hard worker. Shi Chao nodded, left a key, and then spread his hands again, offering the remaining keys for everyone to choose. The thinnest girl, named Qiu Yi, was the first to take a key. She turned to the tallest man, Fang Gaojie. Can I share a room with you? Fang Gaojie frowned, slightly looking down on Qiu Yi's weak frame. In this place, survival is the most important thing, and everyone wants to stay with the strong. Qiu Yi was so skinny, she looked like a gust of wind could blow her away. But directly rejecting her wouldn't be good, and who knows, she might have a useful ability. Fang Gaojie thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay. The second to choose was Zhuang Xueqing. She wasn't as thin as Qiu Yi, but her skin was delicate, and she clearly hadn't endured much hardship. She chose the key and looked at the not-so-muscular but still strong Xiang Ma. Can we share a room? Xiang Ma scanned Zhuang Xueqing from top to bottom and nodded. Okay. The remaining Jian Yu followed behind. Finally, only Xia Tuo and Zhou Zipping, who seemed to be of similar age, were left, and were automatically paired together. Everyone squeezed into the elevator, but there was no button for the 4th floor. After arriving on the 5th floor, everyone found the corresponding door numbers according to the numbers on their keys. Each room had 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, just enough. As soon as Bai Yi entered the room, he went straight into the bedroom, feeling dizzy. He thought a nap would make him feel better, so he just collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Shi Chao, on the other hand, was looking for clues everywhere. Every round had a clearing key, and if he found it, he could clear the game early. They only had 4 days. If they didn't find the clearing key within those 4 days, they would have to find a way to get money to extend the lease until the 7th day. The others were also rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Although they had seen the challenges in Lighthouse Country and Great Russia, where their players also looked for the keys but never found them, maybe there were still details they missed, so they had to try again. At this moment, the official staff looked at the scene of Bai Yi and couldn't help but frown. Why isn't he looking for clues? Could he have made a wrong bet? Maybe he was just high on adrenaline before dying, so he looked fine. It can't just be adrenaline. His brain matter flowed out so much, his eyeballs were bulging, his body was deformed, and the bones in his chest were broken. Could a normal person sit up like that? Moreover, when entering the strange world, everyone else had brief emotional outbursts, but he and Xia Xinmei were expressionless. Xia Xinmei at least observed the surroundings, but he seemed like he didn't care at all. Perhaps he's one of the evolved people, so he's calm and collected. Everyone's gaze shifted to Qi Deyuan, sitting in front of the big screen. Team 1, what do you think? Qi Deyuan shook his head. We have a list of the evolved people, and there's no one named by E on it. Chapter 4, Little Devil. At this moment, the assistant of the support team, Gu Jianming, walked in with big strides. I've found it. This by E is from Jiangcheng, but his name isn't on the evacuation list from Jiangcheng. A Jiangcheng native, and he's not on the evacuation list? That sounds a bit confusing. He Hong Yuan, the captain of the second team of the support group, asked. Gu Jianming threw 10 files onto another screen. This by E was originally studying at a university in Beijing. When the strange world opened last year, he returned to Jiangcheng. His parents were also taken into the strange world and sacrificed last year. After that, he's been in Jiangcheng and never left. The strange invasion has recently been spreading toward Jiangcheng. The third team sent people in batches to evacuate Jiangcheng residents, but I checked all the lists, and there's no one named by E. He Hong Yuan looked at Chen Yuan, the captain of the third team. What's going on? Did your men fail to evacuate the residents properly? Chen Yuan furrowed his brows slightly and stood up, walking out. I'll check it out. Qi Deyuan flipped through Bai Yi's file. Then he flipped through the others' files. Strange. This Bai Yi seems weaker than Qi Yi. Gu Jianming nodded. I also think so. Our investigation found that since his parents passed away, he's been in a slump. Should we still invest in him? Qi Deyuan looked at the big screen. In all the footage, only Bai Yi was sleeping. Let's wait and see. I have a feeling this person is different from the others. He might show outstanding performance. The others sat up straight at these words. Qi Deyuan's intuition had always been accurate. The players who had successfully cleared the game before had all received heavy investment from him. His investments had never been wrong, which is why he could maintain his position as the commander of the support team with decision-making power. Ding-ling-ling. A loud bell rang in the community. It was like a school bell, followed by a series of microphone static noises. The sound was sharp enough to give people a headache and gradually became more irritating. They remembered the second rule. There are many people living in the neighborhood, and from time to time, there will be some noise. This is normal. As long as you open the window, you won't hear it, but you might also lose something. All the contestants moved away from the window. This is because they had seen previous contestants who opened the window and either had their heads sliced off by some unknown object flying in from outside, or their ears pierced through. They indeed couldn't hear anything anymore, but they were almost as good as dead. At this moment, chaotic footsteps rang out from outside, accompanied by sharp, ear-piercing laughter, as if a group of children were running through the corridor. The noise in the neighborhood grew louder and more chaotic, with the sounds of exploding wheat, gongs, drums, and even the sound of a swana, a Chinese horn. Everyone's ears were almost going to explode, even the audience couldn't help but turn down the volume. Bang! 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 The door was knocked loudly. Everyone immediately tensed up. Foreign spectators who had come to watch couldn't help but shout. They're here! That group of little demons! Our SS-level contestant Mara was killed by this group of little demons. Seeing this scene now, I can't help but clench my fists. The domestic spectators were all focused on the contestants, not participating in the discussions. At this moment, the contestants were covering their ears and quickly hiding into their rooms. Shirchao glanced at Bai Yi's room, quickly ran over to close his door, then quickly ran back to lock his own door. Bai Yi was still sleeping, but the noise from the broadcast grew louder and louder in his head, accompanied by the laughing of children, like countless screaming chickens making a ruckus in his ears. Soon, he felt countless small hands scratching his body, and then a cold dagger stabbed into his neck. Ha! Why did he die so quickly? I was about to invest in him, and now he's dead so suddenly? Damn! That was too rushed. Luckily I haven't invested yet, or I would have lost everything. Your contestants are so useless. Our contestants from Lighthouse Country held on much longer. You guys died as soon as you entered. Is Flower Country finished? Their contestants are already giving up. Why don't you just hand over your territory to us? When the audience saw these foreign spectators being so arrogant, they were grinding their teeth in anger, but with the facts right in front of them, there was nothing they could argue, which made them even more frustrated. The officials saw that the little brat had stabbed a knife into Bai Yi's neck and their faces changed drastically. Then everyone simultaneously looked towards Chi De-yuen. Wasn't this person supposed to be a good investment? Chi De-yuen's judgment had never been wrong before. Could it be that this time he had made a mistake? Even though the loss wasn't significant yet, this mistake was enough to put his position in jeopardy. The captain of the fourth team, Ji Hong, quickly flashed a look of realization. But Chi De-yuen remained unfazed, saying nothing. No one knew what he was thinking. In the world of strange tales. At this moment, the doors of the other contestants' rooms were also being pried open by the little brats. Xia Xinmei and Jiang Yu sat on the living room sofa, covering their ears, as the little brats ran in and began jumping up and down, climbing onto the coffee table and throwing things at them. Xia Xinmei easily dodged, and Jiang Yu was also quick to react. Both of them were trying their best to avoid the children. Zhuang Xueqing and Xiang Ma, on the other hand, were being chased by the children, the harsh noise already making them suffer, and now they had to face the children's pursuit, clearly struggling. Xiang Ma gritted his teeth, enduring without making a sound. Zhuang Xueqing was already crying while running. However, the more she cried, the more the children targeted her and bullied her. Ha 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 ha. This woman is crying. So ugly. So ugly. Xia Tuo and Zhou Zhiping were playing hide and seek with the children. One was hiding in the wardrobe, the other in the washing machine, covering their ears and holding their breath. There had been contestants who narrowly escaped these little brats' harassment by playing hide and seek, so they tried to imitate them. At the same time, they had chosen the best hiding spots based on their talents. Fang Gaojie and Xiuye each held a broom and a mop. It was like being chased by a dog, holding weapons to face a mad dog. Both anxious, yet forcing themselves to stay calm. Bai Yi had the most mischievous children here, while the others only had 3 or 5 together. But Bai Yi had more than a dozen, and they all rushed into Bai Yi's room, leaving the next room, Shi Chao's, unattended. Clearly, this was the consequence of offending old lady Wu. Ha 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 ha. We're killing pigs. Killing pigs. The mischievous child jumped on top of Bai Yi, bouncing up and down, cheering loudly. Shi Chao, in the next room, heard the noise and showed an expression of hesitation. It was well known how difficult these mischievous children were to handle. The key was you couldn't hit or scold them, or their parents would come running quickly. Shi Chao tightly covered his ears, thinking to himself, Bai Yi insists on sleeping at a time like this. He doesn't care, so why should I? But at that moment, in the incredulous gazes of everyone, Bai Yi sat up with his eyes closed, grabbing the head of the mischievous child who was about to urinate on him, and then, with a swift motion, pressed his head against the wall. Bang! Chapter 5, He Really Doesn't Fear Death. The wall paint peeled off, and blood began to flow down the wall, the mischievous child's head stuck in the wall, beginning to ooze fluid just like Bai Yi's head had before. The other children froze in place. The audience was stunned too. Chi De-yuen's eyes lit up again. The official staff behind him stared at the big screen in disbelief. In the next second, they saw Bai Yi, with lightning speed, yank the mischievous child who had just caused him trouble, lift him up, and slam him into the wall and then onto the ground. In no time, all the mischievous children were lying on the ground, unable to move. You dare hit me. You dare hit me. You're dead. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to eat you. Eat you. The noisy mischievous children instantly turned into pitch-black, eerie human-shaped creatures, crawling in the darkness on the ground, releasing a thick, polluted gas. Bai Yi's C-grade talent Ignorance Is Innocence was fully activated at this moment. This talent can be used infinitely, including but not limited to immunity to pollution, developing hidden powers. Bai Yi pulled the dagger from his neck, blood spurting out, but he seemed to feel nothing at all. Holding the dagger, he stomped on the eerie creatures on the ground, stabbing their necks one by one. After stabbing one, he moved to the next, stabbing them all, jumping up and stomping them with all his strength. Using their own tactics to deal with them. None of these eerie creatures managed to escape, all of them were stomped into pieces, mixed together. Bai Yi walked out of the room, left the house, ran downstairs, and entered the broadcasting room. He grabbed a chair from the room and smashed it over the heads of the noisy mischievous children by the microphone, causing them to bleed. After smashing, he threw the broken chair aside, picked up a table, and smashed all the equipment and speakers in the broadcasting room into pieces. Then he turned and left the broadcasting room, returned to his room, and collapsed onto the bed, continuing to sleep. The entire time, he never opened his eyes. The audience was completely dumbfounded, and only then did they start to react. My goodness, he really doesn't fear death. I don't know why, but this feels kind of satisfying. This is the first time I've seen someone so brave. He probably knows he can't pass this test, so he just threw himself into it. Wait, he never opened his eyes, could he be sleepwalking? Foreign viewers were also completely stunned. Then they immediately started to pour cold water on him. This is just the adrenaline rush before death. His neck has a huge hole in it, and soon he will bleed out and die anyway. The official support team gifts Bai Yi one healing pill. Bai Yi's wound quickly healed, and his pale face, due to blood loss, began to regain color. Foreigners? Aren't you all crazy? Could a player like this be saved? Has the commander of the backup team from the Flower Kingdom been changed? What kind of foolish behavior is this? A player who is so unprepared and about to die can be abandoned. Even if they don't die now, when the bear family leader arrives, they will still die. And right now, he is still sleeping, completely unaware that danger is approaching. Why save him? If the Flower Kingdom doesn't want to play anymore, they might as well give their territory to us. Ji Deyuan pushed through the objections and once again took action to help, and the atmosphere in the backup team began to feel somewhat subtle. If Bai Yi doesn't clear this level, Ji Deyuan will definitely lose his position, because the same mistake can't be made twice. He had previously sent the healing pill and could explain it as a misjudgment, but now he is sending it again, proving that he believes Bai Yi will clear the level. It is well known that this dungeon has always had no survivors, so Ji Deyuan's behavior is extremely dangerous. Some people are happy to see it, while others are deeply worried. In an instant, the entire meeting room fell into a strange silence. In the world of strange tales. After the broadcasting room was smashed, the sharp noise finally disappeared, and the players' dazed minds instantly cleared up a lot. Jiang Yu was grabbed by the bear child on the leg, a large chunk of flesh was bitten off from his leg, and Jiang Yu forcefully shook his leg, but the bear child had already turned into a strange creature, tightly entangled on his leg. Jiang Yu's leg was quickly corroded by the pollution. The other strange creatures crawling on the ground were all surrounding Xia Xinmei. Xia Xinmei's reaction was swift like the wind, dodging multiple times without allowing any of these strange creatures to touch her clothes. This scene was watched by the audience, and some viewers were just about to invest in her. Suddenly, the bear child seemed to have been summoned and turned its head to run away. Zhuang Xueqing had already received her supply gift, which was an umbrella that could briefly immune against pollution. She waved the umbrella, her trembling voice carrying a cry, "Don't come near." Xiang Ma saw that Zhuang Xueqing had received the supply, and his guess about her identity was confirmed. She was definitely the pampered daughter of a wealthy family. Her family couldn't bear to see her suffer, and would surely do everything they could to supply her. So Xiang Ma decided to take a risk. He grabbed Zhuang Xueqing, used his talent ability Gale to help her dispel the strange creature's attacks, and took her to dodge the creature's pounces together. He thought he would definitely get injured. But then, these strange creatures suddenly turned and left. The hiding Zhou Zipping and Xia Tua were quickly found by the bear child. The wardrobe door suddenly opened, and before Zhou Zipping could escape, a strange creature bit his face. His face contorted as he used his talent ability telekinesis to get a weapon and desperately struck at the strange creature. The creature was knocked away, but his hands were contaminated with the creature's pollution gas, and his hands quickly rotted away. Ah! Xia Tua hid in the washing machine, using his talent ability invisibility to avoid for a while, but the invisibility had a short duration. His intention was for the strange creatures to open the washing machine, find no one inside, and leave. But these strange creatures didn't open the washing machine. Instead, they stayed beside it, guarding. Xia Tuo's heart pounded like a drum, realizing he had done something stupid. These creatures knew he was inside the washing machine and were waiting for his invisibility to wear off. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. In a panic, he made a desperate choice to open the washing machine and crawl out, just as he was about to run. Invisibility failed. Three strange creatures lunged from three directions, and Xia Tuo's head was grabbed by the strange creature's small hands. The carotid artery was instantly bitten through, and his legs were tightly bound by two strange creatures. He desperately waved his hands, "Help me! Help me! Help!" Before he could finish his words, his head was separated from his neck, rolling on the ground for 3 turns, his eyes still wide open. The camera for his segment turned off. The audience wasn't surprised, nor did they curse. They simply calmly turned off the screen. Maybe it was when he hid in the washing machine that everyone guessed he was going to die. It's normal for people to make wrong decisions in a panic, but the consequences have to be borne by oneself. On the other side, Fang Gaojie kept waving the mop. A strange creature crawling on the ground suddenly lunged at him. He narrowly avoided it, but then felt a heavy weight on his shoulder. A strange creature hanging from the ceiling was now attached to his shoulder, its blood-red mouth opening wide to bite his neck. Fang Gaojie immediately shoved the mop into the creature's mouth and forcefully swung it away. But half of his shoulder had already been contaminated, and the flesh was rapidly corroding. Xiaoya's broom had already snapped, and her frail body was forced into a corner, with nowhere to escape. A creature lunged at her, and she quickly raised her hand. The rebound talent activated, causing the creature to slam into the ground. All the damage it had intended for Qiu Yi was now reflected back at itself, and the creature was contaminated by its own pollution. A part of its body began to dissolve. Chapter 6, You Are Too Much, Big Bad Guy. The creature instantly turned back into a mischievous child, with an expression of disbelief. It bared its teeth and claws, trying to pounce again, but suddenly froze mid-motion, as if hearing its grandmother calling it. It turned and ran away. Xiao carefully stepped out of the room and went to Bai Yi's room. He peered inside and saw that he was sleeping again. And he was covered in blood, the mattress was stained red, and there were bloody handprints, footprints, and drag marks all over the floor and walls. The child was gone, which meant the mischievous parent would arrive soon. Xiao couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. At this time, how could Bai Yi possibly be asleep? Xiao thought for a moment and decided to go in and check if he had fainted. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a floating message. Don't move Bai Yi, he has sleepwalking disorder. He just beat up the child who barged into the room and then went to the broadcast room and caused a commotion. The damage was extremely strong. Get out quickly. This message was sent using contribution points and was visible to all viewers and contestants. Xiao's pupils shrank, and he looked at Bai Yi in astonishment. Was he really that fierce? He quickly backed out of Bai Yi's room. Other contestants saw the floating message and hurried over. What's going on? The noise here is the loudest. Is everything okay? Jiang Yu hopped into the room with a stick, asking as soon as he entered. Xiao shook his head. A lot of children barged into the room just now and went to Bai Yi's room to make a mess. Then it suddenly went quiet. Bai Yi ran out and came back. He might really be sleepwalking. Xia Xinmei walked in with a cold expression and glanced into Bai Yi's room. Fang Gaojie, holding his shoulder that was mostly corroded, and Xiao Yu walked in together. Zhuang Xueqing and Xiang Ma also arrived. Zhuang Xueqing's umbrella prop had already expired and disappeared, but these two were the only pair who were uninjured. Xiao looked toward the end of the corridor. 2 people are missing. Everyone at the door turned to look. Zhuang Xueqing hoarsely asked, should we go check? Xiao looked at everyone's messy state. I'll go. You all go inside first. He said this and quickly ran toward the end of the corridor. Room 505. The door was open. Xiao stood at the doorway and called, Zhou Zhiping, Xiatuo. Bang! A muffled sound came from inside the room, as if something had fallen to the ground. Xiao hurried in to check and, as expected, found someone. Zhou Zhiping was lying in front of the wardrobe, both hands gone, and most of his face was missing. Xiao quickly picked up Zhou Zhiping, trying not to touch the wounds. He searched the room, and finally found Xiatuo in front of the washing machine, his head and torso separated, his legs were gone. This sight made Xiao's heart tighten. Although he had seen such situations many times in live broadcasts, seeing it in person was completely different. Especially when the person who had just been full of energy was now. Now it had become a broken and incomplete corpse, and this still made his heart feel a little sad. Zhou Zhiping also used his only remaining eye to see Xiatuo's miserable state, his pale face turning even paler. After the fear, there was also a trace of luck, at least he was still alive. Xiao took Zhou Zhiping back to room 501, the players either stood or sat, all with heavy faces. Xiang Ma took out the flyer stuffed in his pocket and muttered as he asked, Rule 2, the noise in the residential area, have we counted it? Everyone who heard this looked out the window. Fang Gaojie glanced at Bai Yi's room. The second rule should be passed, Bai Yi even smashed the broadcast room. The third rule about the bear children is what we must watch out for. Many players died on this rule, because almost 80% of this rule is in favor of the bear children's side. Xiang Ma looked at the flyer in his hand. Rule 3, there are many lively children in the residential area. They are sometimes a little naughty. If they hurt you, you can tell their parents. If you meet parents who are easy to talk to, they may compensate you. If you meet parents who are not easy to talk to, you may be hurt even worse. This is more like a gamble. This rule means children can hurt us. This hurt has no clear limit. Killing us also counts as hurt. The only solution is to tell the parents, but parents are also divided into easy to talk to and not easy to talk to, and we cannot hit the bear children back, otherwise easy parents will also become not easy, and then we will have no way to live. After Xiang Ma finished speaking, everyone fell silent. At this moment, a burst of rapid footsteps came. Everyone sensed danger. The players who were sitting immediately stood up. Xiao carried Zhou Zhiping and ran to the room. Get in quickly. Several people hurried in after him, closed the door, squeezed together and nervously stared at the door panel. Only Xia Xinmei stuck to the wall to listen to the movement. Before long, a group of adults brought a child with a broken head and bleeding, barging into the house in great force, but they did not go to the room with many people. Instead they directly went to Bai Yi. Seeing this scene, all the audience clenched their sweat. Bai Yi was still resting as if nothing had happened. Maybe the pressure from this group was too cold. He rubbed his arms and turned over, rolling inward once. The bear child jumped onto the bed and reached out to grab his hair. Bai Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and by instinct lifted his foot and kicked the bear child flying out. A twisted face instantly came in front of him. You dare hit my child. Bai Yi was startled. Whoosh, he jumped up at once, standing by the bed, looking at these people with a face full of fear. You, who are you? How did you break into someone else's home? He looked like a frightened little white rabbit, not only strange, but shocking. The audience was also shocked. What is going on? Wasn't this guy pretty fierce before? Mutated? Wild wolf turns into stray dog in seconds? What kind of weird mutation is this? Grandma Wu at the front stared at Bai Yi with a cold face. Residents reported that you beat a child. The security of this residential area has always been good. Your behavior seriously affected the atmosphere of the area. Hurry up, pay the rent and leave the residential area. Bai Yi looked at this Grandma Wu and shrank his neck. Who are you? This is my home. Why are you driving me away? Are you trying to steal my house? You were so bad. The cold expression on Grandma Wu's face cracked a little, clearly the first time she met such a shameless tenant. But Bai Yi did not directly violate the rules. Grandma Wu's eyes were icy. As long as she drove him out, he would still not survive. This is my house. I only rented the house to you. If I want to drive you away, I will drive you away. Hurry up and leave. I won't rent anymore. Seeing her so serious, there was a trace of doubt in Bai Yi's eyes. Really? This is your house? Seeing that he still doubted, Grandma Wu could not help grinding her teeth. Of course it's true. Not only do you have to hurry and move out, you also have to compensate these residents. Bai Yi looked toward the group of people behind Grandma Wu. And the child, with his head covered in blood, pouted and said aggrievedly. Who are you guys? I've never seen your kids. How could I possibly have hit them? If you're going to fake an incident, at least have a good reason. Are you bullying me because I don't have parents? You're going too far, big bad guys. The faces of the bear parents changed repeatedly, and some parents even started to vomit. How disgusting. Chapter 7, You're so bullying. The bear children stomped their feet angrily. It's you. It's you. It's definitely you. You hit me, and even used a chair to smash my head. You kicked me. I remember you. It's you. Bai Yi felt more and more wronged as he listened, pointing at them and asking, I hit you? I kicked you? I used a chair to smash your heads? Did I really do that? Yes. It's you. Don't try to deny it, unless you let us kill you. Get out. Bai Yi jumped off the bed, and before anyone could react, he picked up the chair in front of the desk and smashed it toward the bear child's head. Bad child, I never did it. Why are you wronging me? Lying at such a young age, I'll beat you to death. Grandma Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe that this guy dared to act violently in front of her. The bear parent's face was full of disbelief, then quickly rushed to grab him. You dare hit my child? I'll kill you. But he slipped away like an eel, easily dodging the attack. Sorry. He lifted two children to block the bear parent's punch, and the children's bodies exploded on the spot. Bai Yi rushed up and slapped the bear parent's face twice. Ah! So scary. So scary. Strange things suddenly attacked from behind. Bai Yi, terrified, grabbed the child trying to escape and threw it toward the strange thing. You're so bullying. The bear parent was so angry his body steamed, and he instantly transformed into a monster with long arms and legs, pouncing at him. Seeing that he was about to be overwhelmed by the strange things, suddenly a strong wind blew and swept all the strange things away. Xiang Ma whispered, my ability cooldown is 1 minute. Xia Xinmei stepped forward, raising her hand and summoning a spatula, rushing out to smash it onto the strange thing's head. Spicy fish head. The strange thing instantly turned into a spicy fish head. All the strange things immediately turned their weapons toward her and charged. Her body moved like a ghost, swiftly weaving through the crowd. Spicy rabbit head. Spicy snake head. Spicy duck head. Grandma Wu raised her cane and stomped it onto the ground. Stop. A powerful sonic wave attacked, and all the strange things curled up. Shi Chao quickly used his ability, Energy Shield, to envelop everyone. This ability consumed a lot of energy, and it was calculated per person. The more people protected, the greater the energy consumption, and it couldn't last long. At this moment. Bang! Grandma Wu's head was hit. She turned to look. Bai Yi picked up the spicy head from the ground and bang 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 smashed it onto her head. Seeing that she was fine, Bai Yi tilted his head in confusion. Grandma, your head is so hard, can I take it off and play with it? As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Grandma Wu's head and pulled it off with force. The entire scene fell silent. The audience was completely stunned. This damn guy is really a talent. He says the softest things but does the most wicked things, truly amazing. This is the most unique contestant I've ever seen, so unique that it makes me think he's sick. How coincidental, I think so too. +1. Bai Yi held Grandma Wu's head and threw it out of the window. Fly, fly freely. Bai Yi turned to look at the strange things on the ground. He ran toward them, and all the strange things scrambled back. Don't come. Bai Yi grabbed a strange thing wearing a pretty dress, his hands endlessly searching over its body. The contestants immediately sucked in a cold breath, leaning their heads back. Eh? Xia Xinmei also put away the spatula and took a few steps back. The audience went silent, not knowing what kind of weird comments could describe the situation now. The official staff also wore the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Han Yuan muttered softly, "This kid is playing it pretty perverted." Until, Bai Yi took out a wallet. "You guys barged into my house without any reason, making such a mess. I think it's fair for me to ask for some compensation." Sigh. The world is going downhill. You actually use a child to scam money. Why not do something with your hands and feet instead? Why resort to such immoral acts? It's only because you met me, I'm kind-hearted and easy to bully, that I'm only asking for a little compensation. What if you met someone with a bad temper? If they were scammed like this, they'd probably stab all of you with a knife. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Strange deep breaths continued, breathing in, breathing out, and then more breathing. Unable to endure any longer, there was no need to bear it anymore. "I'll fight you to the end." These strange beings instantly got up, and the polluted air flooded the room. Luckily, Xiang Ma's ability cooldown had finished. A gust of wind blew through, clearing the polluted air. Retreat! The contestants quickly backed out of the room. Zhuan Xueqing looked at the pitch-black room and whispered, "Are we not going to do anything?" Xia Xinmei listened to the noises inside and took a step forward. This contestant's strength is unclear, but his potential is huge. We must keep him alive. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Shi Chao stepped forward. "I'll cover you, go in." Xia Xinmei nodded, and Shi Chao immediately put up an energy shield to block the pollution. Without hesitation, Xia Xinmei dove into the room. As soon as she raised the spatula, she saw Bai Yi holding onto a strange neck, riding the weird being as it ran around the room. Upon closer inspection, one would see that his hands were constantly searching the strange being, pulling out money from the wallet and putting it into his own pocket. Then, with one kick, he slammed the strange being against the wall, turned, and picked the next one. He acted quickly, and in no time, he was in front of Xia Xinmei. Xia Xinmei hurriedly raised her spatula. "I have no money. You better not come any closer, or I'll turn you into a spicy pig head." Bai Yi pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. "Here, thank you for helping me just now. You're really a good person, unlike those bad guys. They wronged me and even tried to hit me. They're so evil. Don't you want to look in the mirror and see your blood-soaked face?" Dawn, a bell rang throughout the community, almost as if it was summoning something. The strange beings quickly left the room, and the pollution vanished instantly. The audience's hearts were rising and falling like a roller coaster. So impressive, so impressive. It gave me chills. How could he be so confident? Is it possible that he was sleepwalking at the time, so he really doesn't remember? Maybe he thought he was wronged and got angry? But is it okay to provoke NPCs like this? The pollution just now was huge, and he came out completely unharmed. He probably awakened a very powerful ability. He's so strong. Even S-level abilities wouldn't dare act this arrogantly, so he must be SS level. If he really is SS level, that would be amazing. The Eagles team has been winning many recent matches thanks to their SS level player. The Bears also have one SS level, and they've been advancing rapidly, eyeing our territory. If we have an SS level player, we won't have to worry anymore. Chapter 8, Chapter 08, Should I come in? The official support team was also becoming curious about Bai Yi's ability. Han Yuan, could it be SS level? It looks like an immunity-type ability. Qi De Yuan shook his head. It's not just immunity. Although his attacks are chaotic, his speed and strength are extraordinary. He might have enhanced his physical strength. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately perked up. Enhancing physical abilities wasn't that uncommon. Many people had done it. As long as your invested contestant wins, the more you invest, the greater the returns. This could include potions to enhance physical abilities, or if you contribute enough, you can directly purchase physical enhancement. Contestants who have enhanced their physique clearly have a much higher survival rate than those who haven't. This reignited hope among the crowd. At this moment, Grandma Wu's head and body were once again reunited. Outside the window, Grandma Wu looked at Bai Yi coldly, stretching her hand through the window and directly reaching out towards him. "This community doesn't welcome you, leave immediately." Once again, the sound wave pollution came, accompanied by an inescapable pressure that made it impossible to resist. All the competitors in the living room crouched down in pain, covering their heads, and Shi Chao quickly used his talent ability to create an energy shield that just fit the number of people, helping everyone resist the sound wave pollution. Bai Yi also felt uncomfortable. Ding! C-level talent, the ignorant are innocent, as long as I don't know, I'm always right, is facing a strong opponent and is upgrading. Talent upgraded to B-level, the ignorant are innocent, as long as I don't know, I'm always right, can resist all types of pollution and further unlock the body's hidden power. These two lines of text flashed before Bai Yi's eyes. The incoming sound wave pollution was instantly neutralized. Grandma Wu's hand, which had been stretched in, was also grabbed by Bai Yi. Grandma, your hand is so long, did you install a spring in it? After speaking, he broke the hand as if he really wanted to study it, but found there was nothing special about it, a trace of disappointment showing on his face. The wrinkles on Grandma Wu's face relaxed in shock, and her eyes, which were compressed to just a slit, widened more and more as she trembled, pointing at Bai Yi. You. Bai Yi looked innocent and naive. What's wrong, Grandma? Why are you outside the window? Do you want to come in? He walked toward the window. Wait for me. Grandma Wu gritted her teeth, leaving this sentence behind, then quickly turned and disappeared, her previously clumsy legs now becoming swift. Bai Yi threw Grandma Wu's hand out the window. Fly freely. Xia Xinmei's lips twitched, putting away her spatula. The competitors gathered at the door were momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Bai Yi took the money from his bag and counted, 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 30 yuan, 40 yuan, 50 yuan, 60 yuan, 70 yuan, 80 yuan, huh? Did I count 40 yuan? Audience. I don't know why, but I feel like something is off about him, but I can't put my finger on it. That's normal, I often forget where I was when counting money halfway through. No, his personality, don't you find it strange? He seemed like a normal handsome guy at first, but now he feels, pure. He's probably an actor, or a White Lotus, pretending to be simple and innocent to confuse his enemies, but actually very scheming. Just now, he spoke the most innocent words, but his actions were getting harsher with each step. But his immunity ability is really impressive, don't you think? Sure, Chao's defense can also resist pollution, but it seems to consume a lot, and he's already whiter than a dead man after such a short time. Immunity talents usually have time limits or various restrictions. Bai Yi probably has some limitations too, but maybe he knows how to control it well. Although he seems a bit strange, I really have high hopes for him. I hope he can get through this no survivor instance. Foreign audience watching immediately poured cold water on them. Stop dreaming. This contestant offended the landlord, he can't get the landlord's protection, and he angered the residents. He will die soon. Domestic audience completely ignored them, continuing to discuss their own topics. Foreign audience suddenly felt like they were being subjected to cold violence. They kept spamming to get attention, but continued to be ignored. In the world of strange tales, Bai Yi counted the money for a long time but still couldn't get it right, so he simply stuffed all the money into his pocket. Feeling a little tired, he decided to take a nap. He walked to the bed, found a clean spot, and lay down. Audience? Contestants? Zhuang Xueqing muttered softly, how can he sleep with all that blood on him? Xiang Ma, it's clear he's not pretending, he really wants to sleep. Xiao Yi, his dark circles are so obvious, it's obvious he's a night owl. Maybe he didn't sleep last night. The healing pill only heals wounds, not mental fatigue. The few of them quietly moved away. Shi Chao helped Bai Yi close the door, then turned around and leaned against the wall, his legs feeling weak. Xiang Ma grabbed his arm, draping it over his shoulder, and helped him out. Zhuang Xueqing hurried forward, let me help, you carry Zhou Ziping. Xiang Ma looked at Zhou Ziping, who was leaning on the sofa. Zhou Ziping's injuries were mainly on his face and hands, but he seemed too shocked to stand. He went over and picked Zhou Ziping up. Everyone moved to room 502, which was Zhou Yi and Fang Gaojia's room for the meeting. Zhang Yu quietly spoke up, this Bai Yi is really strong, but his personality is a bit hard to grasp. Xia Xinmei walked to the window to observe outside, not participating in the discussion. Xiang Ma placed Zhou Ziping on the sofa. Still quietly analyzing, he said, it can already be confirmed that Bai Yi has immunity, and it's not low. He might be above S level. Zhang Yu shook his head, it should be more than just immunity. When an NPC turns weird, it not only releases pollution, but their speed and power also surpass that of humans. I suspect Bai Yi has enhanced his physique. At this moment, the official personnel were looking at the big screen, feeling emotional. He Hanyuan spoke up, there are some good seeds among this round of contestants, their minds turn quickly, and their strength is not bad. Ji Hang replied, no matter how outstanding, they have to survive to the end. This statement turned the faces of those present grim. Over the past year, they had seen too many excellent contestants fade away, it would be a lie to say it didn't hurt. But the control wasn't in human hands, humans could not fight back at this time and were frequently embroiled in internal strife. No matter how bitter it was, they could only grit their teeth and endure. He Hanyuan suddenly leaned in and whispered, the higher-ups should have made progress in their research on the weird, right? Qi De Yuan shook his head, this is not something we can inquire about, we just need to focus on our own work. The support team was already under heavy criticism, frequently hinted at by various departments as being too powerful and unsafe. If they pried any further, they might suddenly find a hat placed on them without knowing who did it. He Han Yuan thought of this point as well, casually scanning the people in the meeting room, and fell silent. Gu Jianming raised his hand to point at Shi Chao, who was sitting on the sofa, trembling hands. This contestant has overexerted himself. Should we give him some supplies? Qi Deyuan considered for a moment and nodded. With a defensive talent and willing to help teammates, his performance throughout was very composed. Such a contestant can be invested in appropriately, as he can play a significant role. Chapter 9. You're not afraid he gets beaten to death by Bai Yi. The official support team gifted Shi Chao a bag of energy compression cookies. Shi Chao felt a jump in his heart as he suddenly received supplies. He quickly looked up and weakly nodded, "Thank you." Although this was mutually beneficial, to be helped was an incredibly lucky thing for a novice contestant. A piece of energy compression cookie is worth 100 contribution points. Though cheap, without contribution points, one would need to exchange 10 pounds of fat for this cookie. For fat people, it might not matter, but after so many matches, the number of overweight people back home had already dwindled, and suddenly exchanging 10 pounds of fat could also harm the body. Shi Chao tore open the packaging of the compression cookie and ate it bite by bite, feeling his exhausted energy quickly recover. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door sounded. The contestants instantly looked towards the door. Who could it be at this moment? Xiang Ma suddenly took out a flyer and pointed to the fourth rule. Rule 4, there are many elderly in the community. You can become friends with them, or avoid them, but never conflict with them, or the consequences will be serious. Naughty kids, naughty parents, the elderly. This had been the order before. If nothing unexpected happened, the one outside the door should be an elderly person. But past contestants usually met the elderly only on the second day while going out for clues. They hadn't gone out at all, and yet an elderly person sought them out on the first day? Bang bang bang. The knocking turned into pounding on the door. The contestants looked at each other. Xiang Ma quietly walked to the door, turned, and silently asked, "Should we open the door?" The rules mentioned not to conflict with the elderly. If they did not open the door, this conflict would likely arise soon. The rules could not be escaped. The contestants were all prepared for battle, with expressions on their faces that resembled those going to their deaths. Seeing this, Xiang Ma tensed his whole body, grasped the doorknob, took a deep breath, pressed down, and opened the door. Don't move. Raise your hands. Crouch down and cover your head. A figure suddenly jumped in, one hand mimicking a gun, sweeping across the contestants present. This person was indeed Bai Yi, his expression serious and stern, not joking at all. He even exuded a sharp aura, completely different from his earlier dazed appearance. His demeanor seemed to change entirely. Raise your hands, cover your head and crouch down, hurry up. He shouted, and the contestants shivered in fear, instinctively obeying and crouching down with their heads covered. Zhou Zipping, who had no hands, shrank his body, while Xia Xinmei stood by the window without moving. The other contestants only realized what a foolish thing they had done after crouching down. Fang Gaojia looked up and was about to ask what Bai Yi was doing, only to see Bai Yi seriously circling around them, his expression resembling that of a professional detective observing a criminal. Tell me, where is the body hidden? Bai Yi's sharp gaze fixed directly on Fang Gaojia. Fang Gaojia felt a tremor in his heart, frightened by Bai Yi's eyes. What body? Fang Gaojia replied in confusion. Bai Yi carefully studied the expressions of those present. There is blood everywhere in the next room. It's obvious a fierce fight occurred. Didn't you hear the noise? Wasn't that all done by you? Who are you asking? Bai Yi closely observed every subtle expression on their faces. Clearly, they knew about this matter, but why were they looking at me with such strange expressions? Bai Yi began to interrogate them one by one. You, name. Fang Gaojia. Age. 27 years old. Gender. Male. ID number. 51. Wait, do I really have to say this? Bai Yi's sharp gaze landed on his face. Stop wasting time, confess honestly. At this moment, the audience outside clearly felt something was amiss. The officials furrowed their brows tightly. He Han Yuan stood up directly. Something is wrong. Bai Yi is just a university student. Even if he improved his physique, his aura and demeanor couldn't change this dramatically. Every action, expression, and tone he has is so mature. He seems like he's been doing this for over 10 years as a detective. Qi Deyuan carefully observed Bai Yi's behavior, taking out a tablet to check the recording playback. Bai Yi's behavior had a stark contrast, and this change was not a one-time occurrence. In just a few hours, he had transformed multiple times. He pulled the playback back to the very beginning. While others were losing control of their emotions, Bai Yi sat on the ground motionless, looking down at the floor, with no expression on his face. Even his blood continued to flow down his neck. Wait. Chi Dayuan zoomed in on Bai Yi's footage. What do you say caused his initial injury? Everyone leaned in closer to observe carefully. He Hong Yuan dragged a chair and sat next to Chi Dayuan. Looking at the injury, it seems he fell. If the head is injured like this, it must have been from a height over 10 floors. The healing potion can only heal wounds, flesh and bones can regrow, but what about a concussion? Gu Jianming reminded, a concussion is also considered an injury, it should be healable too. He Hong Yuan shook his head. No, they are categorized differently, and he doesn't look like he has a simple concussion, it seems to be a psychological type of injury. Currently, we do not have the authority to purchase psychological treatment medications, we still need a few more consecutive wins. Bai Yi must have a psychological problem, most likely schizophrenia, showing symptoms like hallucinations and delusions. He now imagines himself as a police officer. After saying this, He Hong Yuan looked at Chi Dayuan, as if seeking his acknowledgement. Chi Dayuan nodded, his mind is not normal. Gu Jianming stood up, I'll go call the squad to come and take a look. At this moment, Bai Yi had already interrogated each person one by one. It seems you really are not the murderer. Thank you for your cooperation, please do not leave the city for now. I will contact you again for questioning. Saying this, Bai Yi opened the bedroom door, walked in, and fell onto the bed to continue sleeping. Fan Gaojie tilted his head to take a glance and murmured, this is my room, is it too dirty over there and uncomfortable to sleep, so you came to steal my room? Xiao Yi hesitated for a moment and said, how about you sleep in my room? Fan Gaojie repeatedly declined, no, I can switch with him, I can just sleep next door. Xiao Yi glanced at Bai Yi, who was in the room, and nodded, that works too. Although Bai Yi seemed a bit mentally unstable, his strength was clearly much greater than Fan Gaojie's. Fan Gaojie was thinking about how he was already injured, and Xiao Yi's talent could only protect herself, he needed shelter, and Shi Chao, who had the energy shield, was the best choice. Shi Chao had no objections, it was fine either way. The only one left out, Zhou Zipping, appeared a bit awkward. Room 505 still had a corpse lying there, and it was well known that a room with a corpse would be haunted at night. Moreover, Zhou Zipping's current condition clearly couldn't allow him to move alone. Sleeping on the sofa at night wasn't safe, there would be some things lurking around. Zhuang Xueqing quietly suggested, how about Zhou Zipping sleeps on the floor in Bai Yi's room? Bai Yi is very strong. Xia Xinmei leaned against the window and chuckled lightly, aren't you afraid he will be killed by Bai Yi? That guy is clearly not mentally stable. Chapter 10, it's probably just tired of living. The room was quiet for a moment. In the end, everyone looked at Zhou Zipping, giving him the choice of who to go with. Zhou Zipping looked at Shi Chao. Clearly, he was also afraid of being killed by Bai Yi. Shi Chao, as a defensive teammate, was somewhat safer. This meant Shi Chao had to take on two people, both of whom were injured. Everyone looked at Shi Chao again. After thinking for a moment, Shi Chao agreed, okay, you can share a room with me. He knew that the supplies he received before were because he united with others. As a defensive type, his biggest role was to assist, if not united, his significance would greatly diminish, making it hard to receive supplies in the future. After the arrangements were made, the sky had already darkened, and the contestants hurried back to their own rooms. They had considered squeezing together, but there had been contestants who tried it before, the more people in a room, the more dangerous it was. Everyone crammed in one room would end up being wiped out. The contestants spread apart had a much better chance of survival. Lighthouse Nation. The commander of the support team, Danny, was repeatedly reviewing the gathered information. A plain and unremarkable university student? Due to the winning streak of the flower country in the past year, many countries learned its language and idioms, so no one found it strange when Danny suddenly spoke Mandarin with an accent. Even others replied in accented Mandarin. Yes, he's an orphan with both parents dead. His mom and dad participated in the competition last year and died. Maybe both parents dying made him endure pressure. There's a problem with his game skills. If his skills are problematic but he's still this strong, his talent must be special, maybe he can survive this round. Danny listened to his companions' discussions. Although he felt they were reasonable, he disagreed. So many contestants have survived this round, this wing is no exception. Right now, it's just an appetizer, and I don't believe he'll keep being this lucky. Saying this, Danny moved the competition video of Flower Country to the corner and focused on his own competition. We also have a very promising contestant this round, Brady. Flower Country. Gu Jianming brought the captain of the 6th support team, Fang Ren, to the conference room. Fang Ren directly sat in his place, flipping through the replay video that had been prepared long ago, beginning to analyze all the contestants' performances, and finally focusing on Bai Yi. Gu Jianming walked quietly to Chi Dayuan's side and whispered in his ear. The strong countries like Lighthouse Country, Big Bear, John Bull, and Rooster of Gaul have all shown outstanding leading contestants. Baba sheep, big white elephant, and the stick and foot basin chickens from our neighboring country have also performed remarkably, but they don't seem to be in as good spirits as our contestant by E, albeit not as exaggerated. The higher-ups suspect that this may hint at the direction of the world, urging us to carefully choose our investments and not to waste our national fortune. Hearing this, Chi Dayuan's face became more serious, and he slightly nodded. Seeing this, Gu Jianming stood up and took his phone to reply. In the world of strange tales. It was already deep into the night. Except for Bai Yi, everyone else was dozing off with their eyes closed, yet their ears remained alert to the sounds outside the door. Strangely, nothing happened this night. The contestants fell asleep later in the night but woke up to find it was Christmas Eve. As soon as dawn broke, everyone hurriedly gathered together to take account. They all walked to Bai Yi's room to open the door and saw him still asleep, unsure of what to say. Everyone turned and quietly tiptoed back to the living room. Xia Xinmei still walked over to the window to observe the situation in the community. At this moment, many elderly people were already exercising in the community. The entertainment facilities were being joyfully played with by them, and there were basketball games, table tennis matches, badminton, playing on the horizontal bars, parallel bars, and dancing in the square. In short, the youthful spirits of these elders made the younger ones feel ashamed. But soon, it seemed like these people received some sort of command, instantly stopping their leisure activities and turning towards this building. Xia Xinmei turned back to look at the contestants. Are you going to look for clues? Shi Chao looked up. I was just about to say, are we going to look for clues now? If we go, we might run into the old folks, and there's a high chance we'll get tangled up. Not going also means getting tangled up. Just as Xia Xinmei finished speaking, footsteps echoed in the corridor. The contestants turned to look at the door. Knock knock knock, the knocking suddenly rang out. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Knock knock knock, the knocking continued, just as Xiang Ma was getting up to prepare psychologically. Noises began to come from inside the room. Coming, who is knocking so early in the morning? Bai Yi, half asleep and with squinted eyes, shuffled out of the room like a wandering spirit, heading straight for the front door. Wait! Xiang Ma hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. You should wash your face first, I'll open the door. His drowsy appearance was surely asking for trouble, he needed to shake off the sleep first. Bai Yi turned back to look at him. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Just yesterday he was pretending to be a police officer for population surveys, and now he didn't recognize him? Plus, what's with that tone of voice? Knock knock knock, the knocking continued. Bai Yi yawned, his eyes glistening with moisture. After blinking hard, he found his vision much clearer and turned to look at the group in the living room. You must be visiting guests, right? Just a moment, let me see who is outside, and then I'll greet you. Saying this, he pulled open the door directly. Caught off guard, the others immediately felt a chill down their spines. Bai Yi turned to face the old man who had come to visit. Is the old man also here to visit? Bai Yi stepped aside to let him in, but the old man also moved to the side, determined to block his path. Bai Yi shifted left, and the old man followed suit, moving left as well. Bai Yi walked back, yet the old man stood still. Bai Yi reached out to pull him, but to his surprise, the old man collapsed onto the floor. Oh no, he hit someone. Instantly, a group of hunched elderly people appeared in the corridor, rushing towards Bai Yi. If it weren't for the gleam of determination in their eyes, almost thought it was the zombies arriving. Xiang Ma pulled Bai Yi into the house and shut the door with a bang. Bai Yi turned to Xiang Ma and said, Do you know that old man? He's up to tricks, don't associate with people like that. Xiang Ma lifted a hand to his mouth. Shoo. Clang, a noise came from the window. Many old men crawled in through the window, climbing right up to the ceiling. They're hitting people, they're hitting people. The world is going down, young people don't respect the elderly anymore. Bullies of old people, may they not end well. This wave of strange voices was like a 3D surround sound echoing in the room. These voices had no effect on Bai Yi, but the other contestants were stepping back step by step. Who remembers how to get past this rule? Zhuang Xueqing asked while covering her head. Shi Chao curled up on the sofa, covered his ears, and shouted, It's about paying money. Previous contestants calmed it down by paying. Hearing the words pay money, Bai Yi instantly got angry. He took a running jump, kicked off the wall, and yanked the trickster old man down from the ceiling, then pinned him to the ground. You old thing, how dare you scam and rob in broad daylight, are you tired of living? Chapter 11 He's quite clean. The old man was so angry that he mutated right on the spot, his body instantly swelling to twice its size, like a giant. The other oddities also escalated again, their heads touching the ceiling, looking down at the tiny Bai Yi on the ground. Bai Yi instinctively raised his hand and spat out, Wait, let me find my state. The crowd hadn't reacted to what he meant. Then his whole demeanor changed, the sleepy expression suddenly turned arrogant. He raised his hand and called out, Sword come. The room was deathly silent. Bai looked at his hands, then raised his hand to call again, knife come. Suddenly gifting Bai a dagger. One audience member couldn't bear it any longer and painfully sent him a gift. A dagger instantly appeared in Bai's hand. He glanced at it, slightly disdainful, but still skillfully twirled the weapon in his grasp. Monster! Don't harm others. Watch me take you all down. Bai swirled like a whirlwind around the feet of all the giants. The dagger emitted flashes of light. Then came a blood-red downpour. All the giants were caught off guard, their legs severed, and then they fell down with loud thumps. The contestants. The audience. Oddities? Fang Ren instructed his assistant to note down, he has obvious cognitive issues and might have multiple personalities. Currently, each personality has a high combat power. Gu Jianming hurriedly wrote it down. After the fight, the dagger in Bai's hand disappeared. After all, it was just a temporary tool. But he didn't mind, he just started feeling tired and his head was dizzy. I want to take a short nap, won't entertain everyone, come again next time, bye-bye. Saying this, he bent over, let his hands hang down, and walked toward the room like a wandering soul. Xiang Ma quickly stopped him. Bai, do you want to take a shower? Bai was all covered in blood, his hair and clothes were dripping with blood, looking quite frightening and probably not feeling good either. Bai looked down when he heard this. Oh? I made such a mess, it's really not decent, don't mind me, I'll go wash. Saying this, he straightened his back and walked into the bathroom gracefully. As soon as Bai entered the bathroom, all the oddities shrank back to the old man, each with a grim face, crawling out while hugging their legs. This scene had a strange kind of absurdity. The contestants bit their lips hard to keep from laughing. Xiang Ma kindly opened the door to let them crawl out. Once all the oddities crawled out, he quickly shut the door. The living room fell silent again. Only the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. Shi Chao broke the strange atmosphere. Do you have any clothes to change into? Fang Gaojie looked at him speechlessly. Is that even a question? The bed sheets, pillows, and even the curtains are all missing, let alone anything else. How about giving him mine to wear? Xiang Ma took off his own coat. I happen to be wearing two today. Shi Chao glanced over, asking with a soul-searching question, only the top? Xiang Ma awkwardly held the coat. Wearing just the top seems a bit strange, right? Zhuang Xueqing immediately pulled down the zipper of her skirt, revealing a tank top inside. Let him wear my skirt, I have a base layer on, it's fine. Everyone's expressions instantly became more complicated. Fang Gaojie stood up and unbuckled his belt. He should be able to wear my pants. Click, the bathroom door opened. Bai walked out and saw Fang Gaojie with his pants halfway down, shifting his gaze to Xiang Ma who had taken off his coat, then looking at Zhuang Xueqing, who was awkward in her skirt. Wow. For some reason, even though he said nothing, it felt like he said everything. Zhuang Xueqing hurriedly zipped her skirt back up, and Xiang Ma put his coat back on. Fang Gaojie lifted his pants with one hand, turned to quietly ask for help. Can you help me buckle my belt? Shi Chao, under Bai's curious and fiery gaze, stretched out his hand to help Fang Gaojie fasten his belt. The atmosphere in the room instantly became very strange. Everyone looked around before turning to Bai. It was only then they noticed Bai was all clean, even his hair was dry, and they couldn't help but be surprised. Xiang Ma asked in confusion, weren't you taking a shower? How come you're completely dry? Bai gave him a look that said, I know you want to change the topic. I just used my inner strength to dry off. Is this such simple common sense that you still don't know? Ha! Xiang Ma couldn't help but widen his eyes. Don't panic, I didn't see anything just now, you all continue. Bai said, turning back to go into the room, and upon seeing blood all over the bed, he immediately retreated and muttered, wrong room. Then he turned and entered Zhou Yue's room, closed the door, completely ignoring the others. Zhou Yue pulled the corner of her mouth. He's quite particular about cleanliness. To say he's clean, he slept covered in blood yesterday. To say he's not clean, he also knows to choose a clean room to sleep in. Xiang Ma turned to ask, did you all hear what he just said? Inner strength? Can this be bought? Everyone shook their heads, only Xia Xinmei looked meaningfully at Bai's room. Shi Chao thought for a moment and replied, definitely not. When I watched a match earlier, I checked, the contribution value lottery and item section don't have those things at the moment. The audience also flipped through the lottery and item sections. They even checked the gift section thoroughly. Didn't find anything. Bai wouldn't just say nonsense, right? I see he's not speaking any truth. The privacy shielding in the livestream really is inconvenient. I really want to know how he finished showering so quickly, dried his clothes and hair, and his white t-shirt is so clean, with no bloodstains at all. What kind of detergent does he use? Although Bai seems a bit eccentric mentally, his strength is truly puzzling. His immunity seems limitless, able to resist strange pollution anytime, anywhere, and I haven't seen him weaken from overexertion. He's lying down again, isn't that exhausting? I get it. It's highly likely that the talent he exerts drains his mental strength, so he needs to rest to replenish it. Every time after a fight, he rests, and once he's done resting, he's full of vigor. A talent that depletes mental strength. This is standard equipment for strong people. His talent is definitely SS grade, no doubt about it. The foreign audience watching the match faintly felt a sense of crisis. They hurriedly transmitted messages back to their own countries. Originally not taking it seriously, Stanley also began to pay attention. The backup team from the lighthouse country immediately started to analyze Baiyi's every attack in detail. As long as you withstand the pollution, with enough combat power, can you just rob money directly? When Grandma Wu chases someone away, can she also just refuse to leave? They thought these two methods were very special, and no one had tried them before, so they quickly recorded them down. They began to compare and break down every step. The old man becomes a giant and possesses immense strength. Many contestants have been killed by their fists, which is quite troublesome. It turns out that as long as one can saw off their legs, they will leave. However, this action needs to be fast enough, it should not be attempted lightly. From this contestant's behavior, as long as there are no direct rule violations, they will not be consumed by Grandma Wu, so there is a chance of successful resistance. Danny shook his head and reminded. All of this has a premise, his talent ability. Perhaps his ability to do these things is directly related to his talent. We need to figure out what talent he has awakened as soon as possible. He hoped the contestants from the flower planting family could go all the way, so they could gather more information. If they encounter this instance again, they will have a new strategy to deal with it. But he also did not want the contestants from the flower planting family to clear the level, as it would make their previous 10 consecutive defeats look like a joke. The official support team of the flower planting family was also reassessing the value of Baiyi at this moment. At first, when Qi Deyuan said Baiyi was very different, everyone believed him because Qi Deyuan had never been wrong. But later, Baiyi's completely off-the-wall behavior made everyone's trust waver. They even began to doubt Qi Deyuan's vision and judgment ability at one point. But now, they had to believe that Baiyi was indeed very different. He had been foolish, but he had never been weak from start to finish. Even if he wasn't very smart, his explosive power was strong, and he could even confront the strange head-on. As long as he does not break the rules, his chances of clearing the level are very high. Everyone gathered to discuss this matter. Some people occasionally offered a compliment or two. Indeed, the first team has sharp vision and never makes mistakes. Qi Deyuan simply smiled slightly without responding. The captain of the fourth team, Ji Hong, suddenly pointed at him. Does the first team think Baiyi will continue to perform like this? After all, he seems quite unstable mentally. Qi Deyuan replied without changing his expression. We will know what happens next in due time. Ji Hong continued to ask, doesn't the first team think highly of him? There should be an estimate, right? Do you think he can clear the level? The expressions of those present changed slightly. Even Fang Ren, the captain of the sixth team who was focused on analyzing the contestants' conditions, sensed the tension and turned his head to glance over. Qi Deyuan just crossed his legs and watched the big screen. As far as I know nothing. In the world of strange tales. Baiyi woke up in the afternoon. The contestants had all gone out to find clues. Baiyi was woken up by hunger. He hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. He got up and began searching for food everywhere. He hurried down to the supermarket, where the cashier was a pretty young lady. The young lady looked at Baiyi continuously grabbing things from the shelves with a surprised expression. After all, the contestants had always been very poor. This was the first time she had seen such a lavish contestant. Baiyi brought a basket of food and drinks to the checkout. The cashier girl was skeptical about whether he could afford it. But she still totaled it for him. That will be 110 yuan. So expensive? Baiyi looked at the items on the counter and said, aren't these all just a few dollars? The young lady maintained a polite smile. One item is a few dollars, but 10 items are dozens, so the more you buy, the more expensive it gets. Baiyi took out some of the items. I won't take these. Okay, that will be 87 yuan. I won't take this either. That will be 56 yuan. I won't take this one either. That will be 35 yuan. Baiyi looked at the few items left. Bottled water, ham sausage, spicy strips, boiled eggs, instant noodles, chicken feet. Why are these so expensive? The cashier girl picked up the products and said, this spicy strip is a brand name, 6 yuan, and this instant noodle is also a brand, 6 yuan. Chicken feet are also a brand, 9 yuan. Are all brands this expensive? Is there anything that's not a brand? Brands are all expensive, this supermarket only sells brands. Baiyi rummaged through his pocket, pulled out a large handful of money, and reluctantly took out a bill to give her. The cashier's eyes widened. You have so much money and you're haggling with me here for half a day? Baiyi urged, quick, give me my change. I have a bad memory, don't forget later. Many viewers noticed this moment. Oh, the young master is awake, why not just sleep until tomorrow morning? The way you're talking sounds like my mom. Is it possible that I'm your dad? Wow. Turns out it's true. 6. You guys are just now watching? The young master woke up and immediately started looking for food. He was here picking for so long, and to save money ended up putting everything back. He doesn't lack money, he has such a big handful, the players could all sign again and still have leftovers, why be so frugal? Not sure, I noticed he values money quite a bit, maybe he was poor before. Don't say he looks quite normal now, just like a handsome guy who just entered the side quest yesterday. Bai Yi finished paying, tucked the money away, and held the noodles the cashier had made for him, turning to walk out of the store. Standing at the store entrance, he looked left and right. Ha! Where am I staying? The audience. He really acts like me, I'm directionally challenged, I also do this often. He's not that bright, are you also not bright? I don't agree with your point, I think his mental state is quite good, I admire it. That probably means you're a bit off too. Bai Yi turned back to the cashier, where did I just come from? The cashier raised a polite smile, the building at the very back of the community. Oh, thank you. Bai Yi turned and exited, looking around. He went back into the store to ask, which direction? The cashier pointed in a direction, go straight. Okay, thank you. Bai Yi carried the noodles and walked straight in the direction the cashier pointed, entering the building at the very back. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, he tilted his head to look at the elevator buttons. Which floor again? The elevator doors suddenly closed, and the buttons lit up automatically, showing a very abrupt 4, which was surprising because there hadn't been this button before. The elevator swiftly ascended. The audience's hearts raced. But Bai Yi opened the cup noodles lid and started eating. The audience. Could you please notice your situation? Ding. The elevator arrived, and the doors slowly opened. Bai Yi stood in the elevator, unmoving, continuing to eat noodles. The entire 4th floor was completely dark. And the elevator Bai Yi was in was the only light in the darkness. He looked like he was standing at the mouth of a giant beast, just a small step forward would put him inside the giant's mouth. Bai Yi found standing and eating too tiring, so he leaned against the elevator, squatting down to eat slowly. Slurp. The noodles were neither too soft nor too hard, just right. He picked up a spicy strip and chewed on it, licking the chili oil from the corner of his mouth, took a bite of the ham sausage, then slurped some more noodles. The elevator doors just stayed open, and he didn't find anything strange, eating leisurely. Damn. Now I'm hungry looking at you. My heart has been in my throat for so long, he's fine and here eating so happily, I can't help but admire. I don't think he'll get into trouble, his thought process is so strange it can't keep up, so I need to go cook some noodles too. Chapter 13 The elevator is broken, come fix it quickly. The official support team was somewhat confused at this moment. He Hanyuan browsed through how other competitors from different countries had fared in this round. Logically speaking, contestants would be directly pulled into a bizarre scene upon reaching the 4th floor. Why is Bai Yi just standing at the door without any issues? What's the reason? Could it be that the bazaar also loves watching food broadcasts? Ji Hung chuckled, why don't you say the bazaar has moral integrity and is waiting for him to finish eating? He Hanyuan shrugged, who can say? After all, this situation has never occurred before. Maybe it really is like this? Ji Hung threw a wide-eyed glance at him, this is obviously the effect of Bai Yi's talent ability. Can't you see? He always walks on the edge of the rules, it's strange but no one can do anything about it. This must be related to his talent, otherwise, you try having someone else do the same thing. He Hanyuan, oh, then what do you say his talent is? Ji Hung, how would I know? He Hanyuan, then why are you so certain? Can't there be multiple possibilities? You're such an old dog with fixed ideas. Ji Hung, you. Fongren raised his hand and knocked on the table, stop arguing, pay attention. He Hanyuan rolled his eyes and glanced back at Ji Deyuan. Ji Deyuan had been crossing his arms, staring at the big screen, oblivious to the world outside. In the world of strange tales. The sky was getting dark. Shichou and Xiang Ma, who were searching for clues outside, began to walk back, while several players who were searching for clues in the building also prepared to take the elevator down. Zhuan Xueqing was about to press the elevator button when her wrist was suddenly grabbed. Xia Xinmei tugged her back and pointed at the elevator display screen. There's no number, which floor is the elevator stopped at now? Xiao Yi answered in a low voice, there's no number. Leaving aside the elevator failure, it means the floor the elevator stops at does not exist, it's the 4th floor. Zhuan Xueqing felt a chill run down her spine and quickly stepped back. Shichou and Xiang Ma, returning from outside, saw that the elevator had no numbers and did not press for it. The two chose to take the stairs. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept past their ears. Woo! Both of them turned pale. Run! Shichou turned around and fled. But after he took a few steps down, he realized he was going up the stairs. The wall above clearly wrote, 4, floor. He abruptly halted his steps. Xiang Ma, who had followed behind, pushed him. What are you dazed for? Xiang Ma's voice suddenly choked in his throat. Looking at that large 4, his mind went completely blank. He couldn't remember how the previous players had passed through here. Or perhaps no one had ever escaped from here. Xiang Ma fumbled to take out that flyer. Rule 5, each building in this community has 18 floors, but there is no 4th floor. If you see the 4th floor, you must have taken the wrong path. Please close your eyes and return the way you came. No matter what you hear, do not open your eyes. Leave the building to find Grandma Wu, she will take you back to your room. Close your eyes and go back the way you came. No matter what you hear, do not open your eyes. Leave the building to find Grandma Wu. After saying this, Xiang Ma tucked the flyer away, closed his eyes, and turned to go back. As soon as he took the first step down, his foot missed the step completely. A sudden sensation of weightlessness made him instinctively open his eyes. Shi Chao reacted quickly and grabbed him. Why are you stepping into thin air? Xiang Ma's face turned pale, his lips trembled. I clearly calculated the distance to step down. Shi Chao thought for a moment and suggested, you close your eyes, and I'll keep my eyes open and pull you, let's try. Xiang Ma took a deep breath and nodded, okay. Xia Xinmei led Zhuang Xueqing and Xiu Yi downstairs from the hallway. From the 10th floor down to the 6th, Xia Xinmei suddenly stopped. Zhuang Xueqing clutched at Xia Xinmei's clothes, trembling. Well, what's wrong? Xiu Yi moved aside and tilted her head to look down. Why is it 4 down there? Shouldn't it be 5? Ah. Zhuang Xueqing stretched her neck to look down, and her pupils immediately shrank. She quickly clutched Xia Xinmei's arm, her body shaking uncontrollably. What should we do? Are we going to die? Xia Xinmei glanced at Zhuang Xueqing, who was teary-eyed, and then at the strong and calm-looking Xiu Yi. Xiu Yi, close your eyes and try going back. Xiu Yi swallowed, nodding. She closed her eyes, turned around, lifted her foot to step up, but stepping up felt like falling into a deep pit. A strong sense of weightlessness hit her. She hurriedly opened her eyes, her neck caught by a slender arm, otherwise her head would have definitely hit the stairs. Xia Xinmei supported her to stand upright. How does it feel? Xiu Yi's chest rose and fell. She took several deep breaths. I clearly calculated the distance to step on. The ground seemed to pull them in, making them feel like they would just drop. Xia Xinmei thought for a moment. Let's go. She led Zhuang Xueqing and Xiu Yi back. Staring fiercely. Rent, pay the rent. You've lived here for 2 days. Oh. Bai Yi realized and fished out some money from his bag. Sorry, my memory isn't very good. I've troubled you. Seeing him suddenly so understanding, Grandma Wu's smile became kind again upon seeing so much money. Not a trouble, just give the money. Bai Yi pulled out a bill and gave it to her. Is this enough? Grandma Wu's face, which had just turned kind, instantly darkened. Rent. Not a tip. Who do you think you're fooling? Reluctantly, Bai Yi pulled out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to her. 100 yuan for a month, is that enough? You think 100 yuan is enough to stay for a month? What dream are you having? Grandma Wu hurriedly grabbed the money, but didn't succeed in pulling it away. She met Bai Yi's hopeful gaze. As if she didn't say it was enough, she wouldn't get this money. Grandma Wu could only grit her teeth and say, fine, just this 100 yuan, give it to me. Just see if you can last until then. Bai Yi held the money and wouldn't let go. Give me a receipt. Grandma Wu was so angry she bared her teeth. Just for 100 yuan, would I cheat you? Who knows, if you don't give a receipt, what if you refuse to acknowledge it? Just give it to me first. First give me the receipt. Grandma Wu was left with no choice, and took him to the office to issue a receipt. Bai Yi asked again, did we sign a rental contract? Let me see the contract. By the way, is this really your property? Show me the proof. Grandma Wu. The audience couldn't help but admire. 666, this is a plot that has never appeared before. Bai Yi really keeps refreshing my understanding. I felt a strong sense of disconnection from several frames at the same time. Everyone else was in life and death adventures, and he was here living his life. Sigh, I don't even dare to look too much at what others are going through, it's too tragic, and Bai Yi is still here messing around, while over there, they're losing everything. Fang Gaojie stood in the corridor, hearing voices in the darkness but not daring to go in. Because he saw a red number, 4, marked by red spray paint on the door in front of him. He was clearly on the 5th floor. Why was the number on the door, 4? He turned and ran upstairs, but while running he realized he was going downstairs again, and still returned here. He ran down, only to find another, 4, downstairs too. Is he back here, or is 1, 4, false? Fang Gaojie panted heavily, his chest rising and falling continuously, looking at the endless darkness before him. Rules 5 and 8 constantly battled in his mind. Rule 5, every building in this community is 18 stories high, but there is no fourth floor. If you see the fourth floor, you must be mistaken. Please close your eyes and return the way you came. No matter what you hear, do not open your eyes. Go out of the building to find Grandma Wu, she will send you back to your room. This rule clearly stated the danger and the rescue method. But closing his eyes made it impossible to return the way he came, it was a trap. Rule 8, the corridor light bulbs in the community never burn out. If you see the corridor light flickering, hurry back to your room and close the doors and windows. Once the light goes out, no matter what happens, do not go outside. This rule also clearly marked the danger and the solution. But the moment the bulb flickered, the corridor plunged into darkness. How could he return to his room? This was obviously also a trap. The corridor lights flickered more and more frequently, as if the lights could go out at any second. There wasn't much time left to consider. Fang Gaojie made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and rushed into the corridor. The moment he charged in, he felt an icy grip on his ankle, something wrapped around his foot, cutting into his flesh and still squirming. A chilling touch came from his neck, followed by deep-seated pain. He wanted to lift his foot but couldn't move at all. It felt like his foot had rooted. Fang Gaojie immediately used his talent ability B-level talent, body enhancement, lasts 1 minute, cools down for 1 hour. The moment the talent was used, he broke free from the restraints binding his legs and forcefully tore away the thing around his neck. He also brought down a large piece of his own flesh. He had no time to think too much and unleashed the fastest speed of his life to rush inside, constantly groping along the corridor for rooms. As a result, this was just a bare room with no door, empty everywhere. When he ran, there was an echo. Is anyone there? Fang Gaojie's voice trembled with urgency. He knew that at this time, the other contestants should have returned to the building. Maybe they were right here. He quickly darted through the empty darkness. A minute was about to run out, and suddenly, his arm was pulled tight, dragging him into an empty room. The room suddenly lit up with candles. A makeshift door panel stood at the entrance. He quickly glanced around to see that everyone in the room was one of his own, feeling relieved, but then noticed the absence of Jiang Yu and Zhou Zipping. Those present were also injured. Xiaoya's half-body was covered in blood, as if something had brutally skinned her, and he could almost see her beating heart. She leaned quietly against the corner. Xiang Ma's back was a bloody mess, he must have been ambushed. Shi Chao had several claw marks on his chest, with flesh turned inside out, looking truly horrifying. Only Xia Xinmei and Zhuang Xueqing were unharmed. Xia Xinmei was powerful, and Zhuang Xueqing was probably sustained by family supplies. Zhuang Xueqing held a candle and examined Fang Gaojie from top to bottom. He's alive. After she confirmed, she turned back to Xia Xinmei. What should we do now? These are all temporary props and will soon disappear. They say there is only an entrance here, no exit at all. Xia Xinmei took the candle from her hands, broke it in half, and lit the new piece. You all stay here, I'll go check the situation. Zhuang Xueqing carefully held her half-candle, gently gripping her sleeve. You must come back. Xia Xinmei walked towards the door with the candle, and Fang Gaojie quickly stepped aside. Shi Chao thought for a moment and took 2 steps forward. I'll go with you. Xia Xinmei opened the door. No need. After saying that, she stepped out and closed the door behind her. As soon as she took a step, something stuck to her foot. She looked down and met a pair of fierce eyes. Chapter 15 I am a bit angry now. The candlelight, though not bright, was just enough to see the scene in front of her. Xia Xinmei's foot was on a rotten body, a pair of dark hands gripping her foot, sharp nails digging in desperately to pierce her skin. At the same time, a shadow fell from above her head. A pair of hands, just about to claw at her neck, were dodged by her. The hand beneath her was kicked and broken as she looked up to see a disheveled figure crouched on the ceiling. The candle's flickering flame cast shadows all around, but when Xia Xinmei lifted the dancing flame above her head, she could faintly see a woman on the ceiling, her upper body twisted. Although her expression was grotesque, her features were still exquisite. However, there was a long, deep gash from her ear to her neck, nearly severing her head. At this moment, the foreign audience gasped. This is our contestant Mara. Wasn't she killed by a brat? Could it be that contestants who failed the trial are on the 4th floor? Is this hell? How could they possibly escape? It's impossible to succeed at all. It seems the Huaxia also has to repeat our failures, constantly losing territory. They might as well divide the territory for us to take care of now. The domestic audience watched them bicker, directly criticizing them. Alright, be quiet, it's not over yet. You need to learn some literature. At this moment, Xia Xinmei had already dodged several of the woman's attempts from the ceiling. After seeing the other person's face, she directly pulled out a spatula and threw it. Spicy rabbit head. A spicy rabbit head fell together with the spatula. Xia Xinmei caught the spatula while slapping the thing that was attempting to ambush her underfoot. Spicy duck heads. Ding, the elevator door opened, and all the oddities on the 4th floor surged towards the only light. Bai Yi stood in the elevator, looking up and wondering, is there a power outage? He stepped out of the elevator and into the terrifying darkness. The elevator door instantly closed, and light disappeared behind him. He was engulfed by darkness, but he did not panic. He saw someone in front holding a candle and was about to go borrow some light when he felt a pair of icy hands grab his feet. Bai Yi immediately jumped up and kicked the thing away with a double kick. I'm sorry, I have a wife, please behave yourself. In the next second, Bai Yi felt many hands reaching out to him, and this awareness suddenly raised his sense of danger. His eyes flickered and shone with a bright blue glow. In his blurry vision, a 3D map appeared, showing the entire layout of the room and what was in each position. He ducked to avoid the hands reaching for his head while pressing down on a head lying on the ground, ready to bite him. He flipped over, did a handstand, and kicked the nearest oddity away. Bang bang bang. A series of thuds echoed. Bai Yi landed, half squatting on the ground, lowering his eyes to hide the blue glow. I'm a bit angry now. His tone was obscure. The oddities completely ignored his words, polluted gas wrapped around his neck, and a hand also pressed against him. Bai Yi grabbed this hand, turned it over, and squeezed the opponent's neck, slamming them down hard. Crack, the oddity's skull shattered along with the floor. Bai Yi raised his head, his glowing blue pupils were like sapphires shining in the night, mysterious and enchanting, making him look like a cold machine with precise data. The surrounding oddities surged towards him like a tide. In the next second. Bang 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 bang. The walls around him echoed with the sound of heavy objects colliding. Bai Yi could clearly see the positions of all the oddities. Their proud speed appeared to him in slow motion, and their self-proclaimed strength was nothing in his eyes. He grasped the oddity's neck as if catching a chick, slammed it against the wall, and pressed his foot down on the oddity charging at him. Bang! The oddity's entire body flew up, its head smashing into the ground, shattering beneath his feet. I said I'm a bit angry. Anger is an emotion. With emotion comes the need to vent. Can't you understand? The players in the room heard this commotion and all gathered at the door. Zhuang Xueqing, it sounds like Bai Yi. Sure Chao, it's him, the guy finally woke up. Zhuang Xueqing, what is he doing? Xiangma, Sho, listen, he seems to be smashing something. Xiangma was right. Bai Yi spoke but received no response, and his emotions grew stronger. Unrepentant things. He was as light as a swallow, darting about, smashing at the oddities. The oddities only took a minute to move from close to far, but Bai Yi clearly bore a grudge. If you provoke him, running is useless. Now it was Bai Yi chasing the oddities. The darkness was no challenge for him, he had a built-in map and could precisely find his target. The audience outside was stunned. Why is the whole hall of martial artists silent? This is a bit, well, that's what it is. No, isn't he a bit too overpowered? Is he even human? Did you see that? His eyes are glowing. My goodness, he's even weirder than the oddities. Is there a graduate student who can explain this situation? Graduate students don't understand, ask a college student. College students don't understand, ask a high school student. Could it be glowing contact lenses? Without the skill, don't take on the challenge, don't treat people as fools. Let's lighten the mood. This question is too advanced for high school students, let's ask a middle school student. At this moment, the support team from Lighthouse Country all stood up. Is the Flower Country secretly doing human experiments on the whole world? This contestant is definitely not human, he is simply a perfect humanoid machine. Stanley kept flipping through the replay of Bai Yi's performance, as well as other contestants from different countries. There's a problem, something must be wrong. At this moment, the situation was the same for the Flower Clan. Ji Deyuan opened his personal hologram and replayed Bai Yi's performance. At the same time, he displayed the performances of contestants from other countries on an electronic screen. He filtered out all the outstanding performers and compared them together, his expression growing more serious. Others in the conference room were also analyzing the situation. He Hanyuan murmured, Bai Yi managed to completely dodge obstacles in the dark and accurately seize the target. What is in his eyes? Ji Hong looked at the big screen and said, if he can pass the level, we should investigate, his body must have been modified. In the world of strange tales. Xia Xinmei followed Bai Yi's gaze for a while, then casually withdrew her gaze. Taking advantage of the weirdness fleeing now, she held a candle and examined the surrounding walls. This place was almost completely sealed, which meant the air was thin. If this continued, everyone would soon die. Chapter 16 He seemed so naive. Xia Xinmei knocked on the wall, had an idea in her heart, and turned back to her room. The door had already disappeared and was ineffective. Everyone dispersed, very alert. But now there were no weird creatures bothering them at all. The weird creatures seemed to be in a state of self-preservation. Zhuang Xueqing held the candle high, barely able to see Bai Yi's figure chasing the weird creatures. The whole floor was shaking. That's amazing. Xia Xinmei walked in and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Don't get infatuated, can your support team send a tool to break the wall? Zhuang Xueqing looked around. Break the wall? What do we need to break it? From the corner, Xiao Yi suddenly spoke, electric chisel. After saying that, she realized something and looked down. No electricity, that's not possible. Fang Gaojie suggested, how about using a hammer? My skill cooldown is an hour, as long as we hold out for that long, I can break the wall with a hammer. No way. Xia Xinmei reminded them, the air isn't circulating here, too many of us, plus there's one running around, we can't last an hour. Zhuang Xueqing froze. Does the world of strange tales have air? This is the arena, which has the conditions we and the weird creatures need to survive. We live on air, while they thrive on polluted gas. Xia Xinmei patted Zhuang Xueqing, have your family send a hammer. Bang. As soon as Xia Xinmei finished speaking, a hammer landed in front of her. It might have been sponsored by some audience member for Xia Xinmei or provided by Zhuang Xueqing's family. Zhuang Xueqing bent down to pick it up. Oh. The hammer didn't budge. She didn't believe it and pulled harder, but only managed to lift it a little bit, her face turning red. Xia Xinmei bent down, gripped the handle, and lifted it, about 100 pounds, this is enough. She turned her head and searched for Bai Yi's trace. Bai Yi. Upon hearing someone call him, Bai Yi dragged the weird creature in his hand and walked into the small room. He walked straight to Xia Xinmei. Did you call me? Xia Xinmei handed him the hammer. I saw you struggling to run, so I wanted to give this to you. Do you want it? No money needed. Hearing this, Bai Yi immediately threw away the weird creature in his hand and took the hammer. It fell slightly and was lifted up again by him. Feeling the weight, he looked up and smiled shyly. You're really nice, thanks. After saying that, he dragged the hammer out of the small room. Zhuang Xueqing whispered, he seems so naive. The contestants all turned to look at her. Naive as you, right? At this moment, Bai Yi was showing a pure and harmless smile on his face. Let's play whack-a-mole. Weird creature. The weird creatures instantly scattered in all directions. Bai Yi dragged the hammer and happily smacked moles all over the house. The weird creatures left behind in the small room lay on the ground playing dead. I can't see, I can't see, I can't see. The contestants in the room were all nervously on guard against it. Soon, Xia Xinmei heard the sound of the wall cracking. You guys should be fine jumping from the 4th floor, right? Zhuang Xueqing lowered her head and muttered softly, if we haven't jumped, it should be a problem. As the load-bearing wall cracked, the whole building made strange noises. There was no time left. Xia Xinmei raised the nearly burned-out candle. Bai Yi, can you come here for a moment? Bai Yi dragged a hammer to the door of the room. What's up? Xia Xinmei asked the same question again. You should be fine jumping from the 4th floor, right? This place is going to collapse. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi saw the structural changes of the entire building appear on the 3D map before him. Oh, it really is going to collapse. This landlord is truly unscrupulous, taking money and cutting off power. The quality of the building is bad. I have to go find her and ask for a refund. Bai Yi dropped the hammer and turned to go find the landlord. Xia Xinmei hurriedly followed him. Can you go out? Why can't I go out? Can you bring someone? Bai Yi paused and looked in the direction she was pointing. Who are they? Why should I bring them? Well, just a day passed, and now they don't know each other. Shi Chao hurriedly ran forward to explain, we are housemates, companions, have you forgotten? Is that so? Bai Yi's gaze swept over them. The others quickly came up, all nodding seriously. Yes, we are companions. We came together, we rented the house together. Bai Yi, did you guys pay the rent? Shi Chao, yes, we each paid 100 yuan. Bai Yi suddenly realized, wow. We ran into a black landlord. I paid 100 too, this is a huge loss. Let's go, I'll take you to confront her. Bai Yi turned and walked to where the elevator used to be, while those who were still intact hid far away, not stopping him, eager for him to leave quickly. The contestants all followed him here, confused about what he was going to do. Bai Yi pressed the elevator button. Shi Chao quietly reminded, pressing the elevator on the 4th floor doesn't. Ding, the elevator door opened. Bai Yi walked in, looking puzzled at Shi Chao. What's wrong? Nothing. Shi Chao quickly walked in, and the others hurriedly squeezed in as well. Bai Yi pressed the button for the 1st floor, and the elevator began to descend. Xia Xinmei glanced at Bai Yi. The others were also watching Bai Yi. What kind of talent has this guy awakened? So incredible? It's like a dream. Not just them, everyone was thinking the same. The audience outside speculated various versions of Bai Yi's talent. Official support team. Ji Deyuan slightly leaned his body, quietly asking Feng Ren, do you think Bai Yi's mental state is normal now? Or is this his main personality? Fang Ren shook his head, uncertain, because we only hear rumors about what his personality is like, and his current mental state is not normal. Obviously, a normal person wouldn't play whack-a-mole like this. Adding to that, his ability is still to be assessed, whether he's a suddenly evolved being or has been modified through some kind of human experiment. It's all just speculation, so the mental issue is not the most critical. Because from the situation analyzed so far, no matter what his mental state, even if he's sleeping, his fighting capability has always been online. Additionally, he won't harm innocents. As long as the contestants do not anger him and show goodwill, he will reciprocate with kindness. Everyone's emotions are still relatively stable this round. No one has acted stupidly to seek their own death. If this continues, passing the level is hopeful. When he comes back, I can check in to understand what's going on. Ji Deyuan nodded slightly after listening, but felt in his heart that things were not that simple. At this moment, two screens suddenly went dark. It was Jiang Yu, who had lost a leg and was disabled, along with Zhou Zipping, who had lost both arms and was even more disabled. Fang Gaojie did not know that the voices he heard on the 5th floor were indeed Jiang Yu and Zhou Zipping. If he had entered at that moment, he could have joined them in hiding in the room. But the time for hesitation made a red number, 4, appear before him. The two injured players struggled to move. After the corridor fell into darkness, they were eerily trapped and found it even harder to enter the room. Even if they struggled desperately, they could only survive for so long. But this couldn't be blamed on Fang Gaojie. Anyone would need to think carefully in such a situation. Everyone saw those two camera feeds go dark and could only sigh, then closed the window. Chapter 17 transformed into a werewolf. Ding, the elevator arrived on the 1st floor. The elevator doors opened. Outside, the sky had not yet completely darkened. It was the kind of haziness unique to dusk. Bai Yi dashed straight to the office, with the players wildly chasing after him behind. Wait. Let's discuss this properly, don't act violently. It's bad to offend the landlord. Bang. Bai Yi had already kicked open the office door. He prioritized decisiveness and speed. Bai Yi seemed to only then hear their words. He put his foot down and said helplessly, I have a bad memory, so I must take revenge on the spot, otherwise, what if I forget? The audience, is there some truth to this? Bai Yi turned around and did not see Grandma Wu in the office. He searched around the office and could not find his money either. Damn it! She got away. The players who rushed over let out a sigh of relief. After all, Grandma Wu was the landlord. If they offended her, they would definitely have no way to survive. Attention all residents, this week's gathering is moved to tonight. All residents of the community must come downstairs to participate in this gathering. The broadcast carried Grandma Wu's voice, suppressed with anger. Bai Yi turned to find her. Xia Xinmei quickly pulled him back. If you go to her now, she will definitely run away again. At this moment, the players each received an invitation card. Bai Yi picked up the invitation card and looked at it. What is this for? Xia Xinmei explained, there's a gathering later, the landlord will definitely be there. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi nodded, then I'll find her for a reckoning later. At this time, Xiangma took out a flyer again and opened it. We are already at the 6th and 7th, no one has ever lived through this plot, we have no reference, and all risks must be guessed on our own. If nothing unexpected happens, this gathering is the main event. As long as we can hold on, we have a good chance to obtain the clearance key and pass through directly. The surviving players had mixed feelings of joy and fear on their faces. It was as if they saw the door to returning home, but also the crocodile pit before the door. To go home, they must swim through the crocodile pit. Xiang Ma unfolded the rules for everyone to see. Rule 6, there are often gatherings in the community. If you receive an invitation to the gathering, to fit in, you must attend. Otherwise, you will be kicked out of the community. Recently, the fog outside the community is very thick, and if you are thrown out, you will absolutely have no way to survive. Rule 7, if you attend the community gathering, you must not refuse to play games. Anything strange you see while playing games is reasonable. Do not panic excessively and attract everyone's attention. If you have attracted everyone's attention, quickly find Grandma Wu, she's the only one who can save you. Everyone began to ponder over the 7th rule seriously. A game, what kind of game would it be? The game that was supposed to appear on the 4th day was moved up to the 2nd day. It was clearly not a good thing, and the players felt a lingering sense of dread. However, this feeling quickly became a reality. In the blink of an eye, the gathering had begun. The public area of the community was crowded with people. Many former players who had come to challenge and died here could still be seen. Including Xia Tua, who died in room 505, and Zhou Zipping and Jiang Yu, who had just died, their broken bodies restored to completeness, squeezed among the crowd, looking at the surviving players with complicated expressions. The game is about to start, and this gathering will play werewolf killing. The voice from the broadcast was very youthful, carrying a hint of excitement. As the last ray of colorful sunset disappeared from the sky. It's dark. Werewolves, please kill. In an instant, all the old players who died here transformed into werewolf forms, with sharp fangs, long claws, and their bodies swelling 3 times larger. They raised their heads and howled at the moon. Now, the remaining players all had a civilian identity card in their hands. Xiang Ma spoke with a trembling voice, more than 200 players have come to this community to challenge and died here. We are only 6. Sure Chao, they may still retain their individual talent abilities. Fang Gaojie, and with the support of werewolf strength. No matter how they looked at it, they were all heading for a dead end. The faces of the audience outside turned gray and pale. The onlooking foreign audience was all screaming. It's over. We're doomed, the flower country has failed. This dungeon has no way out, they just want to eat people. How could anyone clear it? After the failure of the flower country, let's hope this dungeon doesn't fall on us later. The players from the flower country are so strong and still failed. If it comes to us, how could our players possibly win? The foreign audience screamed even louder than the viewers from the flower country. The officials from various countries watching this challenge clenched their fists tightly. This no-survivor dungeon had previously claimed the lives of many excellent players. No one wanted to encounter it again. But once the flower country suffered 10 consecutive defeats, this dungeon would fall on the next one, and who would that be, no one knew. At this moment, they began to hope that the flower country could turn the tide, even though they knew it was impossible. The support team of the flower country also became anxious. Team 1, are you sure this Bai Yi can clear it? This situation would be hard even for a deity to turn around. More than 200 players with battlefield experience, some are not even beginners. They have gone through several rounds of victories, leveled up, and their talent abilities are very strong. Moreover, they have transformed into werewolf form, their speed and body strength will definitely increase significantly. Enough! He Han Yuan slammed the table and stood up, interrupting Ji Heng's incessant chatter. Do you need to rush this much? What are you anxious about? The challenge isn't over yet. The quiet murmurs in the meeting room instantly stopped. Everyone's gazes drifted around. Only Qi Diyuan remained steadfast as a mountain, seemingly deaf to everything. In the world of strange tales. After the werewolves howled at the moon. Those that disappeared vanished, those that appeared, almost all in an instant before the players. Xia Xinmei sidestepped to dodge a claw, pushed off the wall with her back foot, and jumped up, pulling out a spatula to strike the werewolf on the head, Spicy Pig's head. At the moment the pig's head fell, she stepped on it, using the momentum to flip in the air, the spatula smacking another werewolf's head. Xiuyi used the talent of rebound to evade a calamity, but the next second was knocked to the ground by another wolf claw, his lower body instantly crushed, and when the pain was at its peak, he couldn't even scream. Fang Gaojie's talent cooldown hadn't yet finished. Relying on his instinct to avoid danger, he dodged one attack, but the next second, a wolf claw slammed him into the wall, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. A wolf claw swung over, and he quickly rolled and dove into the office. Xiang Ma used the talent of Gale to blow away several attacking werewolves. The cooldown of his talent took a minute, and the next second a heavy blow struck his back, tossing him to the ground. Just as he tried to get up, a wolf claw stepped on and broke his bones. Shi Chao's talent ability could only immunize pollution, and could not immunize physical damage, so he had no combat capability at all. He was pinned to the ground by the werewolf transformed from his deceased companion, Xiatuo. Why did you save Zhou Zipping, but didn't come to save me earlier? Xiatuo's voice echoed in his ears. But at that moment, the werewolf Zhou Zipping kicked Xiatuo aside. It's not like he killed you, yet you still helped the enemy hurt your own. Are you sick? The werewolf Jiang Yu also rushed over, pushing away the other werewolves who were ready to strike and began to fight with them. Fortunately, most of the werewolves were running in another direction, chasing after Bai Yi. Bai Yi was pursuing Grandma Wu. He felt a little tired and didn't want to play the game anymore, thinking it was more important to take revenge first, otherwise he would forget due to his poor memory. But at that moment, Grandma Wu seemed to be running like the wind, moving incredibly fast. The werewolves tried everything to chase Bai Yi, but as soon as they got close, they were kicked away by him. Don't block the way. Is there anyone with extra contribution points? Quickly send supplies to Bai Yi, you won't regret it. He kicked the werewolf away with one kick. Can he die? Even Xia Xinmei, who is so strong, has to dodge, while Bai Yi faces no resistance at all. Such a big werewolf, he just kicks it away. Think about that strength and hurry up and supply him. Is there anyone who can afford a gun? Send him a gun and let him take down Grandma Wu. I'm so anxious. If I had contribution points, I would send one. Love transfer gives Bai Yi one AK rifle. Bai Yi suddenly found an extra gun in his hand, not caring where it came from, skillfully loaded it, aimed at the fast-moving shadow of Grandma Wu, and fired a shot. The bullet found its mark, hitting her head directly. Grandma Wu's footsteps paused for a moment. She turned her head and glared fiercely at Bai Yi. Bai Yi, holding the gun, unleashed a flurry of shots at her. He turned her into a sieve. Black landlord, refund my money. Grandma Wu's eyes widened as she struggled to spit out a few words. You are just after money? Of course. You cheated my money, am I coming after you for anything other than money? Hurry, refund. Thinking he wanted to capture the king first, Grandma Wu. The werewolves chasing with all their might, afraid he would complete the level. The audience hoping he could clear the level. At that moment, the whole world fell silent. Grandma Wu pulled out a key and threw it at him. Get lost. Get out. In the past, which contestant didn't treat her with deep respect, both fearful and needing to please her? She had never experienced such humiliation, and with the loss of a building, keeping this troublemaker was not enough to ruin the whole community. Bai Yi looked at the key, tossed it aside. What do I need this for? Hurry up and refund. The clearance key. Oh my dear. Sister Xia, quickly go get it, the clearance key has been thrown away by that fool Bai Yi. This was displayed using contribution points and was visible to all contestants. The nearly breathless Zhou Yi saw this line and managed to hold on to the last breath. Contestants who had already died in this round also saw it. Zhou Zipping directly used his ability to retrieve the key from afar. His body was torn apart by Xia Tuo and other werewolves, but he still turned back and tossed the key to the contestants behind. Please take care of my little brother, thank you. Seeing this, Xia Tuo immediately rushed over to snatch it, crazily wanting to pull everyone down with him since he couldn't escape. Zhuang Xueqing, who had been hiding in a concealment item from the beginning, quickly jumped out and picked up the key from the ground. Go home. All the living contestants were instantly sent back to the real world. At the moment they returned to reality, their shattered bones and organs all healed. Even the hardest hit Zhou Yi, with her body shattered and bones piercing her heart, did not die immediately thanks to her strong will to survive, and just that one breath allowed her to be reborn at that moment. Congratulations to the flower planting family for clearing Grandma's community. Difficulty. Plot completion. Cleared players, Bai Yi, Xia Xinmei, Shi Chao, Xiang Ma, Zhou Yi, Zhuang Xueqing, Fang Gaojie. Rewards have been issued, please check. Due to this instance being previously categorized as and then there were none, Lighthouse Country and Big Hair have collectively lost 20 cities in the competition against this instance. Therefore, the territory lost by the Lighthouse Nation and Big Hair was assigned to the land of the flower planting family, and besides, the flower planting family could reclaim a city from this victory. The flower planting family entered a week of rest. The strange pollution in the neighboring city of Jiangcheng disappeared and was returned to humanity. At the same time, suddenly, high mountains arose in this area, expanding vast plains, as well as dense forests and canyons. This was the lost territory of the Lighthouse Nation and Big Hair, converted into specific numbers and integrated into the flower planting family's land, waiting for development and the delineation of 20 areas to withstand 20 strange invasions. At this moment, the whole country was in an uproar, with the people cheering. Only Bai Yi felt sadness in this world that had been accomplished. Bai Yi patted his pocket, not a cent to his name. He was still sitting at the spot where the original owner had jumped off the building. The bloodstains on the ground had been cleaned, and the uncle who originally wanted to die was still sitting here waiting for him. When he suddenly appeared, the uncle just kept staring at him, as if wanting to see him bloom into a flower. At this moment, a wave of official personnel rushed over in a hurry. Chen Yuan personally led the team to greet him. Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked up at the voice and saw a group of people in black uniforms with golden edges running towards him. The faces of these people gradually became blurry, and similar images flashed repeatedly in his mind. When he wanted to think carefully, he couldn't remember anything at all. He touched the back of his head. Which turtle son ambushed me? He insisted on believing that his poor memory was definitely due to being ambushed. Zhou Yi sat in a small room transformed from a storage room, looking at the rewards she had obtained. The door suddenly opened, and a lewd young man walked in front of her, rubbing his hands together. Sister, you must have gotten a lot of good stuff, right? The higher the difficulty of the challenge, the more achievement points you get. The difficulty you faced this time was 5 stars, hurry and buy me a body enhancement pill, and then take out the good stuff you got. Zhou Yi looked up and stared straight at him, not saying a word. Smack. A loud slap hit her face. Don't be disrespectful, hurry and buy it for me, or I'll have my parents deal with you. Zhou Yi tilted her head, licking the blood from the corner of her lips, and slowly smiled. You better not make me leave here. Otherwise, I will definitely make you die. Bang. The door of the Zhou family was broken open, and it didn't matter that the family had piled heavy objects in front of it. Zhou Yi's parents desperately tried to stop it, but couldn't hold back the trained armed personnel at all. Zhou Yi's brother hurriedly tried to close the door, but it was futile. Armed personnel kicked it open, along with his exhausted body. Zhou Yi stood up, picked up her backpack, stuffed her favorite books inside, along with 2 pieces of clothing, then left under the escort of armed personnel. Her eyes remained fixed on her biological father and stepmother. The two felt guilty and panicked under her gaze, instinctively turning their heads to avoid her sight. Chapter 19 Training. On the other side. Zhuang Xueqing had just returned home and threw herself into her family's arms, crying loudly. Mom! I almost didn't get to see you again. Mom was also scared to death. Fortunately, my baby came back safely. Where are Dad and my brother and sister? Mom Zhuang fell silent. Zhuang Xueqing's heart suddenly sank as she broke free from her mother's embrace. Little treasure. Sister is here. Her sister's voice came from upstairs, and soon her brother and father appeared as well. Zhuang Xueqing looked up at them, tears welling in her eyes. Why didn't you come to greet me right away? Did you do something you wouldn't want me to see? Mom Zhuang reached out to touch her head. We didn't want you to know at first, but after thinking about it, it's better to tell you. We were all very worried while you were challenging, afraid something would happen to you. There were bodyguards and servants willing to volunteer to sell themselves, but this matter concerns your safety, and we didn't dare to entrust it to others. All the props were delivered by us personally. Because there was a similar accident in the past, someone spent a lot of money to have someone invest for their child, but one of the people who promised to invest suddenly backed out at the moment of exchanging gifts, and that child, facing danger, died in the world of horror stories without timely support. Such things are not rare, because nowadays everyone's contribution value is not sufficient, and they can only make sacrifices from themselves. Every person's value is different. Healthy organs are worth more than sick organs, but those with healthy organs do not want to become disabled. An investment must be voluntary. If someone suddenly changes their mind, no one can do anything about it. Some people have also paid to keep someone under house arrest on their own turf, or threatened with family members, to make sure those who promise to invest cannot back out, but even then, there are still people who cause trouble at the last moment, giving the defenders a matchstick and saying it's retribution. There are too many examples like this. So the people from the family dare not trust others at all. This is their cherished child, and they gamble everything to ensure her survival. As long as she lives, everything they invested can be returned, and there will be no sacrifice. But if she dies without clearing the game, they do not dare to think about it, because thinking too much will lead to hesitation, and they will regret for a lifetime. Especially when they see their child frightened and terrified in danger, they cannot just watch helplessly. Zhuang Xueqing listened to her mother's words and thought of the props she had used. Her face turned pale. Functional props are so expensive, especially the camouflage props. Your total contribution value is not enough. How can you give them? The contribution value is indeed not enough. Zhuang mother looked at Zhuang Xueqing with some reluctance, but still resolutely revealed the truth to her. That umbrella is very expensive. It was exchanged for your father's leg. That door is also very expensive. It was exchanged for your brother's leg. The camouflage props are the most valuable. Your sister exchanged her drawing hands, her eyes, plus all her contribution value to get them. If this is still not enough, Mom is willing to pay for you. Zhuang Xueqing stared blankly, her heart aching, a tide of suffocation instantly engulfing her. Her eyes instantly filled with blood and tears, overflowing, and even breathing became heavy. Zhuang mother patted Zhuang Xueqing's head. Baby, I am not saying this to make you sad, but to let you know that we will always be with you, advancing and retreating together, so you must work hard to live. The outside world is not like home. No one will tolerate you. You must grow up. The three people upstairs also instantly reddened their eyes. Fan Gaojie returned and sat in the boxing gym, surrounded by a group of old friends asking about his well-being. But he felt as if he were in another world. When the person sent to pick him up arrived, he forced a smile to say goodbye to his friends. Xiangma sat in the office building. A high pile of documents that used to be on his desk was gone, replaced by many sticky notes full of blessings from colleagues. He read through them one by one, then stood up and left his workstation, leaving this place where he had worked hard for many years. All those endless late nights, unending overtime, carrying burdens, putting on smiles, and drinking with others were all thrown behind him. Shi Chao sat in his office, with a desk full of cards filled with blessings, accompanied by many little stars and origami cranes. He gathered these things together and walked out of the office, finding the principal and other teachers seeing him off in the hallway. But they were stopped at a distance by armed personnel. He nodded as a greeting, just about to go downstairs when he heard students calling out. Old class. You must live. Old class, go for it. We are waiting for you to come back. Shi Chao turned around and saw his class, the students all looking at him longingly outside the classroom. He raised his hand and waved, go back to class. After finishing speaking, he smiled at them, bowed his head, turned around, and walked down the stairs with big strides. Xia Xinmei woke up in the bathtub. The water in the tub was drenched in blood red, and there were winding trails of blood flowing on the floor, glancing at the wrist where the wound had already disappeared. She got up, wrapped herself in a bathrobe, walked into the bedroom, changed her clothes, and opened the door to see a group of well-trained warriors standing in the living room, dressed in long black coats with gold edges. She smiled and nodded, let's go. Following these people downstairs, it wasn't long before she saw Bai Yi chatting with others about everything. Bai Yi kept probing about Chen Yuan's background, otherwise he wouldn't go with him. Chen Yuan knew he had problems with his brain, and just went along with him, answering whatever he asked. His good attitude made Bai Yi feel somewhat favorable. At this moment, Xia Xinmei walked past him. Let's go, food and accommodation provided, plus 5 insurances in one fund with a high salary. Bai Yi's eyes lit up. Really, take me along. Chen Yuan. Did I say so much? Still not as good as money, huh? After the two walked far away, Chen Yuan turned back to look at the uncle squatting in place. Why aren't you leaving? Move with the troop. Although the danger here has temporarily been lifted, this place will be rezoned and can't accommodate people for now. The uncle looked up in surprise. Do I not need to pay to move? Chen Yuan frowned. Who told you it costs money to move? Isn't it always this way? The people responsible for the transfer are waiting outside the city, and they only look at the list. To get on the transfer list you have to give benefits to the registrars, otherwise, even if you fill out the form, your name won't be on the list, you can't transfer and can't leave the city. The uncle said. After hearing it, Chen Yuan's expression darkened. Go check how many people in the city haven't been transferred yet, and secretly investigate if what he said is true. Yes. Chen Yuan's assistant quickly led a team to investigate. Chen Yuan scanned around, and while observing, he noticed several figures. A surge of unnamed anger rose in his heart. Such a big issue had been kept tightly under wraps. Many people must be taking this opportunity to profit from national disaster. Player training base. All players had been brought here to begin the most basic upgrades. Each of them received rewards. Achievement points could be used to buy various weapon equipment, and also elixirs to enhance their bodies. However, after entering here, the elixirs to enhance bodies were provided by the base, which means provided by the country. They brought spoils to the country, and the country would also give them feedback. Bai Yi also received an elixir, and seeing that others were eating it, he sniffed it and ate it as well. Soon, this weak body began to make creaking sounds again. His head also felt like it was popping. He covered his head and quietly sensed the changes in his body. Many people in the shadows were observing him. Han Yuan whispered, I checked his bones and meridians. His body has not been enhanced before, this is the first enhancement. The instruments have scanned him and there are no abnormal sounds. He is a living person, not a modified human from Lighthouse Nation's experiments, and there are no evolutionary characteristics. He is not an evolver. This is too strange. Can an ordinary person be this strong? Ji Deyuan leaned against the door, quietly watching, occasionally glancing towards Xia Xinmei not far away. Does Xia Xinmei have evolutionary characteristics? Her strength is also quite abnormal. No, she is also an ordinary person. Have there been any updates on those outstanding players from other countries? Assistant Gu stepped forward and replied softly, not for now, they have kept the news tightly under wraps, our people can't access it. Ji Deyuan wasn't surprised. Given the current situation, anyone sharp enough could sense that those outstanding players were unusual. The news would certainly be sealed. Let Fongren come see Bai Yi about his mental issues. Yes. Assistant Gu turned and left. Chapter 20 I can't remember. At this moment, after the players underwent body enhancement, their speed, strength, and senses had all increased significantly. Now it's time to start all kinds of special training. Things that ordinary people might spend a lifetime learning, they need to master in the shortest time possible. To survive in the world of strange tales, they must endure the pain of special training. The more survival skills they acquire now, the greater their hope of living through the challenges ahead. Especially in this round of challenges, they clearly see the importance of strength. With strength, Xia Xinmei can fight back, even the mentally unstable Bai Yi can force back strange creatures. Without strength, they will be crushed, their bones shattered, and can die at any moment. Zhuang Xueqing, after learning that all she relies on was exchanged by her family, starts pushing herself to endure pain she couldn't previously handle. She urges herself to grow stronger. Everyone else is also fully exerting themselves to break through and become stronger. Only Bai Yi seems to be taking it easy, as if it's just a game. For example, when climbing bare-handed, he steps on the wall as if he were walking on flat ground, taking just 3 seconds to reach the top of a 10-meter tower. The competitors below have just placed their hands on the wall when they see him jump down from above, finally landing with a backflip, steady as a statue. The training standard is a round trip in 10 minutes, he surpasses it and is about to find a place to relax when he sees someone approaching him. Psychological therapy room. Fongren brings Bai Yi here to rest and chat a bit. He discovers that Bai Yi's amnesia is quite severe, he knows nothing about the past when asked. If you raise your hand and grab in the air, you can summon a light screen, which has your information, your talent abilities, and your backpack. The backpack contains rewards for this challenge. Bai Yi suspiciously raises his hand and grabs, a light screen indeed pops up. Bai Yi, 22 years old, dropped out of college in his sophomore year, both parents deceased, unmarried and single. Is this me? Yes, it is you. Can you tell me what it says in your talent column? B-level talent, ignorance is no crime, as long as I don't know, I am right. Upon hearing this, Fongren's eyes reveal understanding. He picks up a tablet and shows Bai-Yi a replay of his matches in the Strange Tale world. Do you remember any of this? Bai-Yi watches from start to finish. I don't remember the earlier parts, but I remember today. Fongren rewinds the video of the match. Do you feel strange seeing yourself in the earlier parts of the video? Do you think this is not you? No, even though I don't remember, I am certain this is me. Why are you so sure? The feeling. But your personality in these clips is quite different. That's normal, people have multiple sides. So, in your subconscious, do you believe your personality is this variable? Can you switch it at any moment? Bai-Yi tilts his head and thinks carefully. I don't know, I have no impression, but I can handle any of these personas. Personas? Fongren catches the keyword and writes it down in his notebook. Do you think all your performances fit some kind of persona? Or do you believe you often play a certain role and switch personas only under specific conditions? I don't know, I can't remember. Fongren nods. According to the investigation, you had just jumped off a building before entering the Strange Tale world, suffering a serious head injury, which may have left aftereffects. He then cautiously asks, do you mind if I use a device to check your body? Sure. Bai-Yi is very agreeable. But when Bai-Yi is brought to the testing room, at the moment the device scans his brain, a blue light suddenly appears in his eyes. Ziz. The working device immediately breaks down and emits smoke. Bai-Yi jumps up from the bed and rushes out the door. Fongren is shocked and quickly sounds the alarm, but all the guards in the entire base fail to stop Bai-Yi. Bai-Yi breaks through layers of defense like it's nothing. To him, the tall walls are as simple as hurdles. Chi De-Yuan rushes over. What's going on? Fongren, standing in front of the testing device, has a grim expression. Someone tampered with the machine. Originally, I wanted to check if Bai-Yi's brain had any trauma aftereffects, but the device automatically connected to Bai-Yi's brainwaves, trying to read his past. Bai-Yi seems easy to talk to, but he has no memory and feels very insecure. The slightest hint of threat makes him feel like he's facing a great danger. He must be under stress. Assistant Gu quickly took out his phone and called to instruct various teams to search for people, and he also notified Chen Yuan to lead a team to chase. Chi De-Yuan immediately took out his phone as well. Bai-Yi's speed is unmatched by ordinary people. We might need to request the evolutionists to track him down. We must quickly investigate the machinery. If someone can mess with it inside the base, this kind of thing probably isn't the first time. Fongren nodded. I'm also worried about this. If it were someone else being checked, they definitely wouldn't find anything. But Bai-Yi's perception is clearly different from normal people. Just now, his eyes flashed blue again, and right after that, the device broke. All the data inside turned into gibberish, and it was for this reason I discovered the device had been tampered with. Chi De-Yuan looked around, and there was no one behind him. Assistant Gu had walked far away while on the phone. Turning back, Chi De-Yuan looked at Fongren and said, let's not tell anyone else about this for now. The diagnosis must show he is an ordinary person, just with mental issues. Fongren paused at his words and then quickly understood the ramifications. He nodded and replied, I understand. Multiple personalities, cognitive disorders, changing eye color can also be a rare disease. By the way, I confirmed his talent ability is B-level. Ignorance is no excuse. Ignorance is no excuse. I remember this as a C-level talent? Chi De-Yuan searched for information about this talent on his phone. A contestant had awakened this talent long ago but died quickly. Looking through, he saw, ignorance is no excuse, C-level talent. Why is he B-level? Has he leveled up? Fongren recalled Bai-Yi's performance. It's very possible. Bai-Yi's memory is very unstable, so this talent can be infinitely displayed in him. For example, in a scenario, he doesn't know the elevator on the 4th floor can't be used. As long as he believes it can be used, then it can be. Contestants who had awakened this talent used to desperately pretend they knew nothing, but people fear the unknown. They instinctively avoid danger, and would follow what their companions do, so this talent can be quite useless. But for Bai-Yi, this talent is just right. He does things his own way, isn't afraid of anything, and this talent can explain why he has such strong skills. Because he doesn't know he can't win, he believes he can, so the talent will grant him the power to win. Reasonable and logical. Chi De-Yuan gave Fongren an affirming look. Let's write the report this way, pretending not to know the extra details for now. Okay. Fongren immediately started to write the report. Chapter 21 The years are peaceful. Next to Jiang City, Bai-Yi wandered alone across this vast land, passing through canyons and entering forests, his steps finally starting to slow down. At the moment the machine scanned his brain, a sharp pain surged into his mind, and countless fragmented memories flickered relentlessly, each one untouchable. If he tried to think carefully, his head would hurt violently, as if it might explode, and those fragments would dissolve into bubbles, making it impossible for him to grasp them. He staggered on his feet, lifted his hand to support himself against a large tree, and looked up at the green shade above. Who am I? In his bewilderment, he saw a large bird nest in the tree. He stepped onto the tree trunk and leaped onto the branch, catching a snake that was about to steal bird eggs, and picking up a palm-sized bird egg. Do you know me? Do you know who I am? The bird egg remained silent. The python, as thick as an arm, kept flicking its tongue and coiling its tail around Bai's arm. Bai frowned at the snake. Your answer makes me very unhappy. Snake. Bai jumped down from the tree, placed the bird egg by the tree, and opened his light screen backpack, which contained achievement points he earned from the competition and rewards. Achievement points, 10,000, can be used for a lottery, can be exchanged for goods in the store. Equipment slot, notebook with an attached pen. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. This notebook must be perfect for you. Bai used his achievement points to buy a small kitchen. He dragged the big snake into the kitchen to give it a little lesson. Half an hour later, Bai came out holding a large pot of snake soup. He looked at the bird egg he placed under the tree. Will you eat? The bird egg shook its head. If you don't want it, that's fine. Bai spread a tablecloth on the ground, placed a small table, and began to eat deliciously. The bird egg continued to shake, and then a crack appeared. Soon, a wet little bird tumbled out. Bai turned to take a look, quickly grabbed it, and took it into the kitchen to wash it. When he came out, it was rosy red and sizzling. He enjoyed the peaceful days here. Outside, they were searching for him almost madly. At this moment, other countries also learned of the news that Bai had gone missing, and quickly sent urgent orders for deep-cover spies to act. Either kill him or persuade him to change his nationality. Everyone believed the persuasion was very feasible. After all, the Flower Nation couldn't keep him and let him escape, so he must not want to stay in Flower Nation. So they worked even harder to find him. Flower Nation also clearly noticed this situation. After Chen Yuan reported that several groups were following the same path as them, the national leaders immediately agreed to send evolvers to find Bai. They also dispatched hundreds of helicopters and simultaneously sent people to surround all the exits. The trainees in the training base rested but found Bai absent everywhere. Their instructor had also gone out. Fang Gaojia whispered, "What's going on?" Zhuan Xueqing covered her mouth and replied softly, "I heard Bai ran away." "Huh?" Everyone looked surprised. Fang Gaojia asked, "Why?" Zhuan Xueqing shook her head, "I don't know, my mom messaged me that many roads outside are closed." Xia Xinmei suddenly shoved her hands into her pockets and walked out. "I'm going to the bathroom." She merely said it, not caring whether anyone paid attention. By the time she sneaked out of the base, no one had noticed. If anyone had noticed her at that moment, they would have seen a faint blue light in her eyes. A three-dimensional map appeared floating before her eyes. The corners of the map flashed with message alerts. As soon as she opened it, numerous messages popped up. "Boss, Prince Xingyuan's team went to the wilderness and all went missing. They say there's a mole, do you know? Boss, where have you gone? Why aren't you at home? Are you on a mission? Reply with a beep. Big trouble, the head of headquarters is missing. The new head directly parachuted in with a new team replacing Prince Xingyuan, and the royal family has sealed off information about Prince Xingyuan's disappearance. Nobody is looking for him. Damn, the newcomers have no shame, coming in and suppressing the old members. Not only are they targeting Prince Xingyuan's subordinates, but they also suppress us, kicking out most of the old crew, leaving the rest in unimportant positions. Boss, are you still alive? The royal family announced that Prince Xingyuan was experiencing a psychic crisis and was in critical condition, leading to many of his followers being detained. Damn, I really don't want to work anymore. These newcomers have no clue and are always bossing us around. Boss, if you come back, be careful. Never mind, let's not rush you back. A series of messages, the earliest from a month ago, the latest just sent today. Xia Xinmei quickly read through them, did not reply, closed the message bar, and soon arrived in the canyon. The roar of helicopters sounded in the sky. She quickly passed through the canyon and entered the forest. This place was lush with branches and leaves, making it hard for the helicopters above to see the situation below. Many drones descended from the helicopter. Xia Xinmei watched the flashing locator, quickened her pace, and finally arrived in front of a cave. She pushed aside grass taller than a person and walked in to see Bai sleeping soundly on the belly of a brown bear. The brown bear lay on the ground, paws curled up, motionless. When it sensed someone entering, it twitched its nose and turned to look at Xia Xinmei, immediately opening its mouth to roar at her. Roar! Bai flipped over, and the brown bear immediately shut its mouth, lifted its neck, and cautiously curled up its paws. Xia Xinmei stood beside Bai, gazing at his face for a long moment, then slowly reached out to touch his forehead, a faint blue light appearing on her hand. Just as the blue light was about to touch his skin, Bai suddenly tilted his head to avoid it. Xia Xinmei tilted her head to observe, seeing that he was still asleep and did not wake up. She tried again, this time the blue light was even fainter, almost invisible. Yet still, at the moment it was about to touch him, he avoided it again. Xia Xinmei withdrew her hand angrily. You won't let me heal you? You don't know a good person's intentions, you deserve the pain. It was unclear if he heard her words. Bai Yi flipped over again, now facing her. Xia Xinmei pouted, raised her hand, and once more activated her remaining energy to slowly approach him. This time he did not avoid it, and the energy seeped into his brain, barely soothing his restless and chaotic mental power. The brain no longer throbbed painfully, and Bai Yi immediately fell into a deeper sleep. Xia Xinmei withdrew her hand, looking at her palm where no more energy could be gathered, sighed, and got up to leave. Not long after she left, an evolver arrived. This evolver had a pair of black wings behind him, 3 meters long when spread out, but they folded up the moment he landed, disappearing without a trace, as if the black wings had just been an illusion. He walked into the cave and saw Bai Yi lying on the brown bear, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The key was that this brown bear was still alive, so unusual, truly interesting. He walked over, noticing Bai Yi was in deep sleep, and lifted him up along with the brown bear. Evolvers have a natural pressure over these beasts. The already timid bear did not dare to resist at all. Such a large bear was effortlessly picked up by the evolver, who exited the cave, the wings behind him appearing again, expanding and soaring into the sky. Chapter 22 Home and Family Prosperity. The spies who came were caught off guard, and before they could retreat, they were captured. Surrounded by a tight encirclement, there was no room for escape. They still wanted to perish together, and just as they drew their handguns, bullets pierced through their chests. Leave no survivors. Chen Yuan gave the command and turned to leave. His deputy immediately led people to finish them off. After Bai Yi was brought back to the base, thanks to the intake of nutrient solution, he slept for 7 days straight, waking up just as the new competition was about to begin. Global broadcast. The previous round of competitions has completely ended, and the new round is about to start. All registered participants, please get ready. If the number of registrants from each country is less than 10, a random selection will be made. The participants who won in the last round will continue into the new round. Bai Yi, wake up quickly, don't sleep anymore. The equipped contestants all surrounded Bai Yi's bed. Xia Xinmei pushed through the crowd and stepped forward, new mission, high rewards. I'll do it. Bai Yi sat up suddenly, eyes firm. The crowd. Wow, he really only cares about money. Xia Xinmei placed the combat uniform prepared by the base on the bed. This is the battlesuit, hurry up and change, we will wait for you outside. After saying this, she waved her hand and led the contestants outside. Bai Yi blinked, looking around, gradually waking up. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Oh right, on a mission. He quickly picked up the combat uniform and changed into it, and just as he opened the door. Ding, a prompt sound echoed from the air. A light curtain appeared before everyone. The contestants have been randomly selected, and the competition is about to begin. Please be prepared if you have been chosen. The title of the scene that the Flower Nation is about to enter is, Harmony Brings Prosperity. The contestants began to feel nervous. This scene has never been heard of, it's a new instance, what should we do? Quick, check if we have all the equipment ready, it's best to draw some temporary skills. As soon as the words were spoken, the contestants vanished from the corridor. In an instant, they found themselves in front of a door. Once they entered the instance, they could no longer use achievement points to buy things, nor could they draw lottery tickets, they immediately entered a state of readiness. On each door in front of them was a piece of paper with a chilling set of rules written on it. Every nation has its laws, every family has its rules. For family harmony, you must remember the following rules. 1. As a family member, you must try to make your family happy and meet their demands. 2. Mom and dad are the backbone of the family, you must listen to their arrangements for everything, do not argue with them, they cannot be wrong. If you insist on arguing, the consequences will be serious. 3. When a conflict arises with family members and their anger cannot be calmed, eating quietly can pause the conflict. If it is not mealtime, you must immediately apologize and find a way to win back their forgiveness. 4. Electronic devices have strong pollution, once you touch them for too long, your family's love for you will vanish, and you will enter hell mode. 5. After the lights go out at home, you must go to sleep right away, do not turn on the lights or make sounds, no matter what you hear, do not leave the room, and do not let anyone discover that you are still awake. 6. Mom and dad absolutely love you, no matter what they do, as long as they say it's for your good, you must accept and be grateful, this will win their favor. 7. Grandma's birthday is coming soon, and you and your family will attend her birthday party. You must remember every relative's title and greet each relative the moment you see them. 8. If you attend grandma's birthday banquet, as a younger generation, you must be obedient and sensible, actively helping the elders. As an elder, you must be mature and considerate, making room for the younger generation, this will win the love of mom and dad. 9. Your holiday is only 7 days long, on the 7th day a bus will stop at the station. If you gain the love of mom and dad and become a qualified family member, they will protect you and send you to the bus station. Never attempt to leave home on your own, it's extremely dangerous for a child without the protection of mom and dad. The contestants hurriedly memorized these rules. The audience was also taking pictures and recording videos. It seems that the main quest this time is to survive for 7 days, then you must be escorted to the bus station by mom and dad. I think the main task is to gain the love of mom and dad. As long as you handle them well, you can win their protection. Surviving for 7 days shouldn't be hard, but gaining this affection might be tough. These parents won't be some kind of weirdos, right? Who knows? Actually, from the first few rules, it's clear that these parents are not easy to please. The rules this time don't seem dangerous, but every corner is fraught with pitfalls. Just looking at it feels suffocating. Surviving 7 days in this environment while keeping the family satisfied won't be easy. Actually, it shouldn't be too hard. It looks pretty normal. As long as you obey, it should be fine. Sounds like a masochist upstairs. This isn't hard? Is your home even more suffocating than this? Not really, my family is great, there wouldn't be such a situation. Why not eat meat porridge? At that moment, after reading the rules, Xiangma chose the safest way to take down the paper, fold it neatly, and put it in his bag. Anytime I can take a look, after all, the rules are too long, it's hard to remember every word all at once. Bai also finished reading these rules, worried that he might forget. He took out his notebook and jotted down a note. The role to play in this task is, good child. After writing it down, Bai tucked the notebook into his pocket. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, instantly getting into character. The door soon opened. Opening the door was a middle-aged woman, her face emotionless, her gaze falling on Bai as if she was about to evaluate him. Bai directly stepped forward and hugged her. Mom, your baby is back from school, did you miss me? The audience was caught off guard by his act. Wow! What is he doing? By the way, has his brain healed? I really worry about his mental state. The problem shouldn't be big, he can even clear the 5-star dungeon. This dungeon doesn't seem as tough as Grandma's community. The issue is, he broke through Grandma's community purely by force. Can this dungeon be cleared by force? Don't forget, the condition to clear is that mom and dad have to take him to the station. Indeed, in this level, he can't fall out with mom and dad, and Bai woke up one day not recognizing anyone, changing his face quickly. Mainly he can't stand any grievances, there's definitely going to be a problem. Chapter 23 Entering the door. At this moment, the woman hugged by Bai was momentarily stunned. It seemed she reacted, a warm smile quickly appeared on her face, transforming into a kind and friendly mom, even patting Bai's back. You're so grown up yet still acting spoiled, come inside, dinner is waiting for you. Bai immediately got up and tilted his head to look inside. Mom, what delicious food did you make? At that moment, he was extremely obedient, simply the most well-behaved child in the world. Mom's smile instantly became more affectionate, pulling him inside and closing the door. Go wash your hands first, the food will be on the table when you come out. Okay. Bai casually glanced at the structure of the room, 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, somewhat simple, not a very large family, and there were no so-called brothers or sisters, only a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the living room. But to be able to write out such long rules, this family cannot be so simple. As Bai passed by the middle-aged man on his way to the bathroom, the man raised his hand and patted his shoulder. Dad, I'm back. The middle-aged man seemed to be an old machine that had just been started, looking up with a fatherly smile. You're back, are you hungry? I'm hungry, I'll wash my hands first. Okay, go ahead. Bai happily walked into the bathroom, feeling as at ease as if he were truly at home. But at this moment, the atmosphere with the other contestants was entirely different. Xiao Yi was directly met with a closed door, unable to get in. She knocked again, the door opened once more, revealing an impatient face. What are you knocking for? Where have you been messing around until now? Why don't you just stay outside? Xiao Yi glanced at the rules on the door. It was a 7-day holiday, and she immediately reacted. I went to school, didn't I just come back from the holiday? Are you saying I wrongly accused you? You came back so late and you still have a reason? Xiao Yi was very good at reading the mood. Seeing her mother's anger rising sharply, she immediately admitted her fault. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I was delayed on the way back, sorry for making you wait. Mom's anger didn't dissipate, but seeing her admit her fault, she opened the door and let her in. On the other side, Zhuang Xueqing was also questioned about where she had been messing around. She had never been treated so harshly, feeling a bit scared, but still mustered her courage to say, I went shopping with my friends, came back late, please don't be angry. At the same time, she took out a candy from her backpack and handed it to her mom. This is for you, I bought it for you, try it, it's very sweet. This candy could increase NPC favorability. It was originally bought as a backup, unexpectedly it was really needed. Mom looked at her for a moment. Even though Zhuang Xueqing was wearing a jacket, it was obvious that she had been raised with care. Her skin was pale and delicate, emotion showing clearly on her face, and the excuse she found was just like the usual reason she often used. After Mom took the candy, she stopped making things hard for her and opened the door. Next time, don't play outside so late, it's not safe for a girl. I understand, I won't do it again in the future. Zhuang Xueqing listened carefully, lowering her head as she walked into the house. At this time, Fang Gaojie was also scolded a lot and still hadn't gotten inside the door. Because he said he just finished practicing boxing and was scolded for not being diligent, told to reflect on himself outside. Seeing the polluted gas spreading in the corridor, if he didn't get inside soon, it would certainly be over for him. He quickly admitted his fault. I was wrong, I won't go again, Mom, I will listen to you from now on, please let me go home. After a long moment of pleading, the door finally opened again. Facing his mom's gloomy expression, he hurriedly slipped inside. Xiang Ma and Shi Chao had a much smoother time getting inside. Xiang Ma said he was late from working overtime, and his mom nagged him to change jobs, so he readily agreed and went inside. Shi Chao said school finished late today, and perhaps because being a teacher was seen as a respectable job by his mom, he got some forgiveness and was allowed straight in. However, the three new contestants in this round seemed a bit off. They were off to the point that the audience frowned in confusion. Zhuang Xiuzhen, with double ponytails and smoky makeup, relentlessly howled after being denied entry. Help me. Give me a tool or something to pry the door open, quick, do you want to see me die? Who is she threatening? Who else but her parents? Who else would spoil her? She's asking for tools this early, can her parents afford that? Maybe she's a young lady too, money can make anything happen. There have been people who sold kidneys just to buy luxury cars for rich sons. I know this contestant, Zhuang Xiaozhen, her family used to be a side branch of the Zhuang family, but they were cut off because her father gambled, and now her mom's small noodle shop supports the family. I also know her dad barely comes home, and when he does, it's for money. She dropped out of middle school and got involved with delinquents. When her mom found out and slapped her, she ran away from home, becoming just like her dad, coming home only for money. 6. What kind of curse did her mom suffer in the past? Having this pair of father and daughter is truly unlucky, let her fend for herself. Zhuang Xiaozhen seemed to be taking out her frustration on someone, starting to kick the door. The door opened again, and her mom, with a dark expression, told her to come inside. Seeing her mom's expression, she felt a bit scared, but with the polluted gas getting closer, she had no choice but to hurry inside. The other new contestant, Yu Yan, could only keep knocking on the door. But when the door opened, she shrank her neck, unable to say a word, making the audience anxious. Mom stared at her for a while, then sighed with clear disdain, come in. Yu Yan was shocked, eyes wide, come in. Is this even a challenge? Look at how Bei Yi was warmly welcomed into the house by his family, you can't really see any difficulty here. The key is that his mom and dad not only didn't give him a cold shoulder, but also showered him with love. Without comparison, there is no pain. Bei Yi's parents are so much gentler than other parents, he is really lucky. Narrow-mindedness, it's a narrow view, these parents trigger the same story, the difference in attitude changes based on the contestant's situation. Bei Yi took the initiative and didn't give the others a chance to criticize him. Do you still remember what he said when he first walked in? Chapter 24, Mom and Dad absolutely love you. Seeing this comment, a viewer glanced at the previous replay and copied Bei Yi's original words. He said, Mom, your baby is back from school. Did you miss me? Right? Look at this sentence, the first word mom has a tone to it, the character is established, he is a child who knows how to be charming. Then when he says your baby, it confirms his character, he is the cherished treasure of his parents, so he knows how to be cute. When he says back from school, he is explaining why he is home at this time. When he says, did you miss me, it's also being cute, but it reinforces his character, emphasizing his status, he is the treasure of his parents, and they surely love him. His way of greeting his dad after entering the house is also casual, showing that he has a good relationship with his dad. When his mom reaches out to hug him, and when his dad looks up at him with a loving smile, it shows that his character is no problem, he is the treasure of his mom and dad, and they certainly should be warm to him. So from the beginning, he took the initiative, and his identity was given by himself, his mom and dad were accommodating him. Wow! You can say that again, seriously. After thinking about it, it really is. Thanks to the class representative, now I understand why Bei Yi suddenly ran up to hug the NPC, I thought he was just being crazy, but it turns out my thinking wasn't on the right level? You guys just have deep stereotypes, thinking that in the rule horror stories, the NPCs lead, and contestants can only be passive, but actually, it's a game, the rules limit not just the contestants but also the bizarre elements, and if you handle the balance well, you can turn the tables. A young man typed this string of words rapidly. His username is, Love Transfer. He was the viewer who sent the AK rifle to Bei Yi at the last moment of the previous round. An AK rifle starts at 1000 contribution points, with a minimum duration of 1 minute, and the bullets are full, he bought a 3-minute duration for 3000 contribution points last round. After Bei Yi cleared the level, due to the practical value of his gift being not too high but not too low, after refunding his 3000 contribution points, he only received a feedback of 500 contribution points. This round, he kept a close eye on Bei's every move, preparing to make a big investment. He earned so many contribution points not by guessing, he generally wouldn't act without absolute certainty. In the horror story world, Bei was already eating at the dining table. He was not picky at all and kept praising the food as delicious. Mom was so flattered that her heart bloomed with joy. A hint of genuine affection couldn't help but flow from her eyes. She moved all the delicious food in front of him. Dad watched the scene in silence but still wore a loving smile. The only one with treatment similar to Bei was Xia Xinmei, who chose a character similar to Bei, a good girl. This character is also quite favored by her parents, but she established her persona as a quiet good girl, so her parents were not very enthusiastic towards her, just being warm in a simple way. Next is the relatively decent performance of Shi Chao and Xiang Ma from the last round. Both of them are respectable adults at work. Shi Chao has a slightly better treatment than Xiang Ma, and his parents still care about whether his job is hard or not. Xiang Ma, on the other hand, occasionally hears a few complaints. He quietly eats his meal and doesn't casually interrupt. The one who is struggling the most is Zhuang Xiuzhen. After she entered the house, she hid in her room, trying to find some clues. Before dinner, Mom knocked on her door. She refused to eat, saying she wanted to rest. After that, she focused on searching for something, but she didn't notice that a gap had quietly opened in the door behind her, and Mom was standing quietly behind the door, watching her. This scene made many viewers feel a chill. If every contestant's identity is self-given, then Zhuang Xiuzhen's character must be that of a rebellious girl. In reality, this image is likely to get beaten up, especially in the world of strange tales. She underestimates the NPCs too much. I feel she's done for. She's already broken Rule 1, as a family member, she should try to make her family happy and meet their demands. Has she forgotten? She actually dared to refuse dinner? I wouldn't even dare to refuse at home. At this moment, I admit she's braver than me. However, just as Mom appeared mysteriously and silently behind Zhuang Xiuzhen, Zhuang Xiuzhen suddenly found an umbrella in her hand, the same kind of umbrella that Zhuang Xueqing had received in the previous round, which could briefly block strange pollution. Before Zhuang Xiuzhen could realize why someone had given her an umbrella, her umbrella automatically opened, blocking behind her. She turned around and saw her mom, who had returned to normal, standing not far away. "It's time to eat," Mom said with a cold expression, staring at her. Just as Zhuang Xiuzhen wanted to refuse again, the words suddenly stuck in her throat. She had clearly locked the door. How did it open? Seeing her mom's icy expression and remembering the suddenly opened umbrella in her hand, in that instant, all her hair stood on end. She quickly bypassed her mom and rushed out of the room. "I'll go eat right now." The audience gasped in surprise. Needless to say, it's definitely the family who sent the umbrella. Sigh. If it were me, I would feel indifferent if that rebellious girl died. I wouldn't care at all. She's just relying on the fact that her mom can't let her go, otherwise, she wouldn't dare to act so arrogantly outside the door just now. Being a piece of roast pork would be better than her. After dinner, Bai sat on the sofa with his parents, watching TV. The audience was very confused by his behavior. Rule 4 mentioned that electronic devices have strong pollution. If someone spends a long time touching these things, the love of the family will vanish, and hell mode will begin. But Bai not only watched TV but seemed to enjoy it very much. He tilted his head against his father's shoulder, yawning. "Actually, there's something I've never told you, mainly because I was afraid you would worry. Now, I want to share it with you." His parents were stunned for a moment and paused the TV. Bai took a deep breath, stood up, and said in a very serious tone, "I've been under a lot of pressure from my studies lately. I often have headaches, my memory is poor, and my mood isn't very stable. I'm worried that if this continues, I might make mistakes. So you have to promise me, no matter what I do, you will always love me and protect me. You can do it, right? After all, you are the ones who love me the most in this world. Rule 6, Mom and Dad absolutely love you, no matter what they do, as long as they say it's for your good, you must accept and be grateful, as this can gain you their favor. But if you break this rule down and just look at the part that says Mom and Dad absolutely love you, does it still work? As long as you acknowledge the sentence, there will be room for operation later." Bai looked at them with an expectant face. His parents were stunned for a moment, and then they immediately looked at him with concern. "Of course, Mom will always love you. Dad absolutely loves you. Chapter 25 I curse you." Bai got up and hugged them tightly, feeling very moved as he said, "I always knew you loved me. You will definitely protect me. If anyone bullies me, you will stand by my side. I have a bad memory, so you must keep an eye on me and not let me get lost." Dad and Mom hugged him back, touched. "Mom loves you, this is what a mom should do. Dad loves you too, Dad will protect you." Bai narrowed his eyes and smiled, like a happy little cat. "You are truly the best mom and dad in the world. Something's not right, right? Is there a graduate student to study what he means by these words? I am not a graduate student, but I did some research. He should be aware of his bad memory and is making a foundation. It's very obvious, he still remembers the rules, but he only wrote good child in his notebook, showing he feels he will break or deviate from the rules later, and is now giving his parents a hint. Why do I feel like he is engaging in PUA? Rule 6 mentions that parents absolutely love you, so he keeps emphasizing this point to brainwash his parents, stressing that they love him and should protect him, using love as a moral trap? These rules are the real moral trap. I.e. is just countering PUA. It's not that simple, he is definitely laying groundwork for something, but it's hard to say what exactly. In the deep night, all the contestants were quietly searching for clues. Only Bai, the most well-behaved child in the world, was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, there was a bang 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 sound outside, as if someone was chopping meat in the kitchen, occasionally accompanied by the sound of doors opening and closing, and dragging something. Soon, there was a tap 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 sound, like heels walking back and forth, growing closer and farther. Those who still remembered the rules thought of rule number 5. After the lights go out at home, you must immediately enter sleep, do not turn on the lights, do not make noise, no matter what you hear, do not leave the room, and do not let anyone know you are still awake. However, at this moment, no one but Bai could sleep. The contestants, whether out of fear or curiosity, quietly approached the door. As their ears pressed against the door, they heard more sounds. It was mom and dad arguing. This would have been normal, but until they mentioned the word divorce. Their voices instantly changed tone, a sense of weirdness rushed over. The child is mine, he should belong to me. The child is also mine, I should have a share. His face looks like mine, the face belongs to me. His eyes look like mine, the eyes belong to me. No, his eyes look like mine too. Then should we just split him in half? Sure Chow's eyes widened in fear as he heard this. He held his breath tightly, not letting any sound escape. His heartbeat was pounding like a drum. When will we make a move? After his grandmother's birthday party, we can take him to the banquet, it would be impressive. Then let's go to his grandmother's house tomorrow, you check if he's asleep. Upon hearing this, Sher Chow hurriedly tiptoed back to bed, pulling the blanket over his head, his heartbeat drumming in his ears, his breath trembling. He could only hold his breath and forcefully control his breathing rhythm. Click, the door lock made a light sound. Footsteps were approaching the bedside. Even through the blanket, he could feel a cold gaze staring at him. He bit down on his teeth, trying hard to keep his body relaxed. On the other side, Zhuang Xiaojun felt nothing when she heard her parents say divorce. But after those two words appeared, the tone of her parents suddenly changed. I don't want her. I don't want her either. Then shall we just throw her out? Wait until her grandmother's birthday, she wants to see the child. With her like this, how can she meet people? I'm embarrassed just bringing her out. Why don't you just peel her skin off and have her grandmother sew a new one for her? Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xiaojun quickly covered her mouth, her chest heaving with fear, cold spreading through her body, and her legs beginning to shake. The discussion outside had not yet ended. I don't think she's obedient, peeling off her skin probably wouldn't help either. If she goes there, she'll definitely embarrass us. It's better to just kill her and send her to her grandmother in a stew pot. That's true, anyway, her grandmother just wants to see the child. I'll go boil some water. Then I'll go sharpen the knife. Two sets of footsteps, one following the other, walked into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of pots and pans clashing filled the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of a knife being sharpened. Zhuang Xiaojun trembled uncontrollably, her legs soft like mud, and she collapsed to the ground, her eyes darting around. Help me, please, help me, I don't want to die, think of a way. She whispered urgently, as if imploring someone. Perhaps her biological parents, perhaps her good friends. The audience began to advise. Don't save her, she's just starting and it's already like this. There are so many more days ahead, it's hopeless to save her. A muddy wall can't be propped up, stop making useless sacrifices for her. And she's not even begging, her tone sounds more like a command as if someone owes her. Don't indulge her. She should be trying to survive, not waiting for help. If she keeps this up, she won't last long. But at this moment, Zhuang Xiaojun was overwhelmed by fear, her voice growing more urgent, even unconsciously increasing in volume. Do you want to see me die? Don't forget, this is all because of you. You all owe me. If it weren't for you, I'd be the eldest daughter of the Zhuang family. All the suffering I've endured these years is because of you. If you don't save me, you'll all die horribly. Her face looked particularly twisted in the darkness. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from outside the door. She shuddered violently, quickly getting up and trying to return to the bed, but her legs were too weak, and she stumbled, falling to the ground. Click, the door was pushed open. Her mother stood at the door with a kitchen knife in her hand, coldly asking, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Zhuang Xiaozhen's back stiffened, and she immediately lay on the ground pretending to be asleep. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels hitting the floor grew louder behind her, getting closer. Zhuang Xiaozhen felt as if her skin had already been peeled off, sharp pain stabbing her back. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, she realized that here, she had no control over anyone. Aside from herself, no one could be relied on. She thought of the method from the last round, Bai Yi's way of passing. Retaliate, yes, retaliate, she couldn't just wait for death. Her mother's footsteps stopped in front of her. Are you asleep? The cold voice drifted into her ears, something icy pressing against her skin. Zhuang Xiaozhen suddenly opened her eyes and forcefully pushed her mother away, immediately using her innate ability. I curse you. Before Zhuang Xiaozhen could finish her sentence, the cold blade had already sliced across her neck. The Sunshine Noodle Shop gives Zhuang Xiaozhen a healing pill. In the moment of death, Zhuang Xiaozhen's wound rapidly healed, saving her life for the moment. The next second, polluted gas rushed towards her. The Sunshine Noodle Shop gives Zhuang Xiaozhen an umbrella. The polluted gas was blocked by the umbrella. Zhuang Xiaozhen was left in shock. Death had been so close, and she hadn't even had time to resist. At this moment, the audience was all silent. They watched quietly as this game played out. It felt more like a showdown between two mothers. Perhaps true love is feeling constant debt, so even when Zhuang Xiaozhen is so rebellious and infuriating, her mother still refuses to give up on her. Most of the audience didn't understand, and some were even furious, but in the end, they all chose to respect it. Zhuang Xiaozhen, hiding behind the umbrella, slowly came to her senses, staring at the now distorted figure of her mother inside the room. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at her, I curse you to die without a complete corpse. S-level talent, I curse you, this sentence has a 100% success rate for attack, cooling time lasts 1 hour. Suddenly, Mom's body began to convulse, and the knife in her hand slashed at herself, splitting her apart. In the end, her head fell on the incomplete corpse, eyes wide open, staring intensely at Zhuang Xiaozhen. The kitchen light shone in, allowing Zhuang Xiaozhen to clearly see everything. She tightly gripped the umbrella in her hand, trying to draw a bit of security, but in the next second, a tall figure walked out of the kitchen and headed straight towards her. It was Dad. Zhuang Xiaozhen's nerves instantly tensed. She suddenly climbed up, turned around, opened the window, and jumped down. It was as if she had made up her mind, jumping without hesitation. Yangguan Noodle Shop gifts Zhuang Xiaozhen one parachute. In the second before reaching the ground, Zhuang Xiaozhen's body stopped, her chest heaved as she took a deep breath, her weak legs touched the ground. She was surrounded by polluted air, her umbrella was about to fail, and she had to find a place to take refuge. She turned around and desperately ran towards another building. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking sound rang out. Xia Xini was pretending to nap, suddenly hearing the sound, her ears perked up. Mom, who was sitting at her bedside, got up and walked outside. Dad opened the door. A girl rushed in. It was Yu Yan. She saw the rules posted on the door, knowing there must be a contestant inside, which is why she knocked. The structures of the houses here were the same. She ran in and headed straight for the bedroom. Strangely, Dad and Mom did not stop her, instead, they just watched her run in. Yu Yan ran in and saw Xia Xini on the bed, immediately excitedly pouncing on her, lowering her voice to plead for help. My parents want to skin me and turn me into a doll, save me. Xia Xini acted as if she was dead asleep, showing no reaction whatsoever. Yu Yan grew anxious, repeatedly pushing her. Suddenly, two shadows fell at the door, and Yu Yan turned to see Xia Xini's parents standing at the room's entrance, her heart thumping violently. But these two people did not attack her, instead, they smiled kindly at her. Mom asked, do you want to stay? Her voice was very gentle, sounding full of goodwill. Yu Yan did not understand why her own parents were so gloomy while Xia Xini's parents were so gentle. After a tense consideration, she spoke, can I? Mom gently smiled and nodded, of course, you can stay in the same room as my daughter, it's getting late, hurry up and rest. After saying that, she kindly closed the door. Yu Yan could hardly believe that it was so simple. She sat on the edge of the bed, gasping for air. Just as she raised her hand to climb onto the bed, she met Xia Xini's indifferent gaze. The night was hazy, and it seemed like there was a knife hidden in Xia Xini's eyes, giving people the illusion that if conditions allowed, she might kill. However, Yu Yan thought that she was clearly awake. Clearly, her family was so nice, she just needed to say a good word, yet she was unwilling to help her, truly cold-hearted. At this moment, Yu Yan completely forgot what Rule 5 said. After all, such a long rule was something she had memorized temporarily, and after the shock, it had long been forgotten. She still used the temporary immunity item given by her only good friend to get through. Now, her whole head was in a mess. In the next second, she saw Xia Xini close her eyes again, as if she had fallen asleep. Immediately after, the door opened again, and Mom walked in, still with a gentle smile. I just remembered, you haven't taken a shower yet, let me take you to wash up before sleeping. Yu Yin was an orphan, usually quite solitary, never interacting with others, which made her nervous when speaking to someone. Now seeing this mom being so gentle, her face turned red as she looked down. Thank you. She glanced at Xiaosini, who seemed to have already fallen asleep, thinking that Xiaosini was sleeping so well. It doesn't seem nervous at all, it must be much safer here than at home. So she got up from the ground and followed her gentle mother to the bathroom. The next day. Knock, 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 sweetheart, get up and wash up. After breakfast, we're going to Grandma's house today. Mom's voice sounded at the door of the room. Bai Yi opened his eyes groggily, scanning the strange room, and sat up in confusion. Who am I, where am I, what am I going to do? Suddenly, something fell out of his pocket, and he picked it up to take a look. It was a notebook, with a pen attached. He flipped open the notebook and saw written on it. The role to play for this mission is, good child. He gradually began to wake up. Click, the door lock made a light sound, and the door opened. Bai Yi instantly got into the state, tilting his head to look at the door. Mom pushed the door open and looked at Bai Yi. Sweetheart, why aren't you getting up yet? This made the audience feel tense. Rule 2 says to listen to everything mom and dad say, and not to argue with them. He has lost the initiative. Also, when mom knocked on the door and called Bai Yi to get up, Bai Yi didn't respond. Does that count as breaking the rules? When Bai Yi got up earlier, his eyes were dazed and hollow. He even flipped the notebook. I have a feeling he has forgotten everything again, absolutely forgot the rules completely. Today is very precarious, unless he can go out now and check the rules again. At that moment, as the atmosphere grew increasingly strange, Bai Yi tilted his head and blinked. I have a poor memory, I can't remember many things. Pretty sister, who are you? Who am I? Mom was surprised, she didn't expect that his claim of having a poor memory was to such an extent. Hearing him call pretty sister, she immediately broke into a smile. I'm your mom, you are my precious baby. Hurry up and get up to wash up and get ready for breakfast. Mom's voice was even gentler than yesterday. Bai Yi obediently smiled, okay. After saying that, he threw off the covers and got out of bed. Mom looked at her good child with a loving smile. Audience. It's a bit strange, still unsure, let's take another look. Chapter 27 Grandma's house has arrived. I feel like Bai Yi's reverse PUA effect from yesterday worked. This mom actually admitted Bai Yi as her treasure. It seems to be because he praised mom just now. Too shallow, way too shallow. Bai Yi is definitely not that simple. Don't forget he has amnesia again. A person with amnesia being this calm, and the performance just happens to connect with yesterday's setup, is that reasonable? What's unreasonable about it? It just shows that this is his true nature. It's normal to perform in character like this. So, you mean Bai Yi was originally a good baby? Maybe so? Why don't you ask the previous round's grandma Wu if she agrees? In the last round, Bai Yi's mental state was obviously unstable, violence probably wasn't his intention. This round, aside from having a poor memory, his mental state is quite good, so this is actually his true nature, a good baby. Is this the so-called fan filter? After eating breakfast, Bai Yi obediently followed his family to Grandma's house. Upon arriving at the station, he encountered other contestants. It seemed that several families had agreed to set off together. The other contestants followed closely behind their parents, looking heavy-hearted and afraid to be contaminated by the surroundings. Their gazes subtly fell on Bai Yi. Because only Bai Yi was protected by his mom and dad, keeping the polluted gas far away from him. Sweetheart, it's a bit chilly outside this morning, put on your coat. Dad reminded. Mom immediately took a coat from the bag and draped it over Bai Yi. Bai Yi did not refuse and put it on directly. Aren't you cold? Bai Yi raised one hand and hugged one of them. Let's keep warm together. Dad and Mom affectionately patted his arm. We're not cold. Do you want to drink some hot water? Mom has some in her backpack. Bai Yi glanced at his mother's backpack and reached out to take it. Let me carry the bag. It should be pretty heavy. No, his mother refused, don't tire yourself. It's fine. A real man shouldn't lack this little strength. Bai Yi took the backpack, but it was snatched away by his dad. You're still a baby, you need to grow. Just give it to Dad. Alright Dad, you work hard. The entire platform was filled with just the sounds of Bai Yi's family. Everyone was looking at them with strange expressions. In such a heavy atmosphere, their harmony felt completely out of place, as if they were not in a world of strange tales, but in the real world. Even in the real world, such a harmonious family atmosphere is rare. The competitors who were worried that Bai Yi would act up were now stunned. Feeling completely absurd, they realized their worry for him was unnecessary, and they should worry more about themselves. Soon, the bus arrived. It was hard to tell if this bus ran every day, the platform had no sign, and no one knew where these buses were headed, so they didn't dare to sit randomly. The competitors followed their parents onto the bus, filled with thoughts. After getting on, they counted and found 2 people were missing. All the familiar competitors were there, so it could only mean that 2 new competitors had failed last night. At this moment in the real world, Zhuang Xueqing's parents arrived at a rundown alley on the outskirts of the city. After confirming multiple times, they found Sunshine Noodle House, and there were quite a few people gathered outside. Zhuang Xueqing's parents squeezed through the crowd and entered the noodle house. They saw Zhuang Xiaozhen's mother, that woman who had given everything for Zhuang Xiaozhen, now lying lifeless on the counter. Actually, everyone had long guessed this outcome. If she hadn't died, Zhuang Xiaozhen wouldn't have met her end so easily. Knocking on others' doors, thinking it was salvation, only resulted in being directly consumed, leaving no trace. It was just that this woman had nothing left to exchange. The only person who truly loved Zhuang Xiaozhen was gone, making her utterly vulnerable. Zhuang Xueqing's parents sighed and ordered someone to take care of the woman's funeral. At least she was my sister-in-law, even if she was distant, she is still family, Zhuang's mother said. Zhuang's father also felt heavy-hearted. If it weren't for Xiaozhen's father being excommunicated for gambling, Xiaozhen wouldn't have turned out so extreme. She couldn't accept living in hardship, thinking her parents owed her, so she rebelled by hurting herself. But in her rebellion, she only hurt those who truly loved her. If her father loved her, he wouldn't have been consumed by gambling. Her mother loved her, but she didn't understand. On the other side, in an office building, someone asked the woman sitting at the desk, "You've used all the contribution points you saved for so long, and she still died. Don't you feel it's a pity?" The woman shook her head. "Yu Yan only has me as a friend, let this be my last act for her." In the world of strange tales. Once the bus started, Xia Xinmei softly said to her mother, "I saw a classmate and want to say hi." Her mother smiled gently and nodded, "Go ahead." Xia Xinmei stood up and sat in Bai Yi's empty seat, causing all of Bai Yi's parents to turn and stare at her. Bai Yi looked out the window, showing no reaction until Xia Xinmei leaned in and whispered in his ear, "If we get off at the same place, let's walk together. I have something to ask you." Bai Yi turned back in confusion, "Who are you?" Xia Xinmei stared at Bai Yi's bewildered eyes, uncertain if he was pretending not to understand. Wasn't the agitated mental energy calmed? How could he still be like this? Could he have suffered some other more serious injury? Xia Xinmei lowered her gaze, suppressing her thoughts, murmuring softly, "We are partners." Bai Yi recalled the tasks recorded in his notebook and suddenly understood. So she was the teammate for completing the mission together. "Hello." Xia Xinmei nodded, "Never mind, there's no need to walk together. Later, remember to ask your parents how to address those relatives. I see they are very close to you and would help with this." After saying this, she stood up and returned to her seat. Her mother, holding an iron pot, looked at her gently, "Do you want to drink some soup to warm up?" Xia Xinmei smiled sweetly and shook her head, "I had a big breakfast, I can't eat right now." "Then lean back in your chair and rest for a bit. A nap will take you there." "Okay." Xia Xinmei glanced at the iron pot, thinking of the screams she heard from the bathroom last night and the chopping sounds from the kitchen that went on for half the night. She returned her gaze indifferently and closed her eyes to rest for a bit. The other contestants, who had been anxious all night, also fell into a deep sleep at that moment. Because everyone was together now, they dared to rest a little, saving their strength and energy to tackle the challenges ahead. Only Bai Yi had slept well last night. Now he looked out the window at the scenery, but unfortunately, everything was covered in fog, and nothing was clear. About 2 hours passed. The bus stopped at the foot of a mountain. "We're at Grandma's house." Chapter 28, All Thanks to Companions. Bai Yi heard his mother's reminder and immediately stood up, walking ahead to get off the bus, while his father reminded him from behind. "Sweetheart, when we get there, remember to greet people, okay?" "But I don't remember them." "It's okay, stay close to your mother, and she'll remind you." The audience finally began to understand the situation. "I see." Bai Yi's setup yesterday was for this moment, wise eyes. "I get it too." Yesterday, Bai Yi emphasized to his parents that he has a bad memory and will forget things. Not just to deal with this morning's emergency, but also to handle the current situation. Applause, powerful. Clever. So clever. How could he possibly remember relatives he's never met? But Bai Yi had told his parents that he has a bad memory, so it's perfectly normal for him to not remember. He can use that excuse right now to get his parents to help him. Furthermore, he specifically said yesterday, "You will definitely protect me, if I'm bullied, you will stand by my side. I have a bad memory, so you must keep an eye on me and not let me get lost." These words definitely conveyed a lot of information. I feel like he is planning something later and is giving his parents a heads up. Wow, having a bad memory is also strategic. I no longer dare to call him pure. Coward, I dare to say, I think he's quite pure. Who says purity can't be smart? At this moment, Baiyi's family had already gotten off the bus one after another. The other contestants woke up as the bus stopped, and they began to feel anxious upon hearing Baiyi's family's conversation. Rule 7 mentioned that one must remember the name of each relative and greet them upon meeting. But they don't know these relatives at all, how can they greet them? With Baiyi's parents reminding him, can they also ask their parents? How should they ask? At this moment, Xia Xinmei walked ahead and demonstrated for them again. Mom, I haven't visited Grandma in a long time, my relatives probably don't recognize me anymore, right? She actively threw out a scenario, not having come back for a long time. Her mother picked up the conversation. How could that be? My daughter is so beautiful and sensible, they will recognize you at first glance. Xia Xinmei smiled awkwardly. But I haven't seen them in so long that I can't remember who is who anymore. It would be really awkward to call the wrong person. Her mother played along with her setup, giving ample reason to explain her difficulties. As family, this situation should be followed up on. It's okay, Mom will remind you later. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinmei turned back to glance at the contestants behind her and walked away. The contestants behind began to stir, wanting to test their parents. Baiyi and Xia Xinmei clearly had a very good relationship with their parents. Their situation was different, how should this be said? Shi Chao tried to combine the templates of Baiyi and Xia Xinmei. Mom, we haven't visited Grandma for a long time, the relatives at home probably wouldn't recognize me anymore, right? No way, you are so outstanding, they often mention you. Oh, really? But I've been so busy with work lately that I'm a bit confused and can't quite remember their faces. Can you help remind me later? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll embarrass myself. Sure, I'll remind you later. You should also pay attention to resting at work and not get too tired. Got it, I'll be careful from now on. The heavy stone in Shi Chao's heart fell, he let out a forced sigh of relief and turned back to signal the other contestants. Seeing this, the other contestants started to follow suit. This request was actually very normal, their relationships with their families were too tense, making it hard to speak up, so it posed such a great challenge. When they saw Baiyi interacting with her parents, they realized that they had been misled by the rules. From the start, they viewed their parents as fearsome beings, and thus their parents became fearsome beings. At this moment, they had to do everything possible to turn this situation around and come up with enough reasons to make this request to their parents. Mom Chioye was very impatient. Mom Ize scolded her for not being embarrassed even without a daughter-in-law. But in the end, they both agreed. The audience felt a sense of absurdity at this point. To be honest, I've been focusing on Baiyi and didn't see any difficulty in this round until I suddenly woke up when I saw the nervousness of the other contestants. If they don't take the initiative to mention this to their parents like Baiyi does, how will they greet them later? At first, I thought Baiyi, being so unusual and always forgetting things, would definitely be the most dangerous one. But it turned out she became the leader. I can't imagine what would happen if Baiyi didn't take the lead. Baiyi, basic operation, all reliant on the peers contrast. After the contestants got off the car, they followed their parents for a short walk until they reached Grandma's house. Grandma's house had been renovated into a small Western-style building, with a large yard filled with relatives. All the contestants participated in the same Grandma's birthday banquet. Originally, the few parents had not communicated in the car, but upon entering the yard, they suddenly became enthusiastic and polite to each other. Baiyi's dad went to deliver gifts, while her mom took Baiyi to greet the relatives. Baiyi called out to everyone one by one, always adding a reminder at the end, "My memory hasn't been great lately, if I happen to get confused, please bear with me." The more she did this, the more the audience felt that Baiyi was very likely to stir things up. Everyone held their breath and watched her. The official support team also took things seriously. They analyzed all the rules, drew a mind map, and speculated when Baiyi would likely make her move. Xia Xinmei's performance was also very good, but her actions seemed a bit conventional, leaving people unsure if she was deliberately hiding her talents or if Baiyi's brilliance overshadowed her. So she became the second focus of the officials. Ji Deyuan leaned over and asked Fangren, "What do you think Baiyi's current mental state is?" Fangren shook his head, hard to say. In favorable situations, he is good at pretending. You must have noticed, he is quite adept at acting. If his emotions aren't provoked, he can continue to play the silly and sweet character, which he seems to quite like. He did this in the last round. In a state of extreme memory loss and insecurity, he packages himself with the silly and sweet image. This indicates that in his subconscious, he feels this image can best protect him, which must be related to his past experiences. Ji Deyuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Isn't it because he wrote "good boy" in his notebook? Fangren shook his hand. No, good boy is definitely a hint he left for himself. Good boy comes in many types, not just the naive and sweet. Xia Xinmei is a good boy, and Shi Chao is also a good boy. As long as they make their parents happy, they are good boys. But why is Baiyi's performance still the naive and sweet after he lost his memory? This shows that he subconsciously thinks the naive and sweet type is the easiest to use, the most confusing, and the most easily accepted and forgiven. Chapter 29 Dead, this time it's dead, right? After seeing all the relatives, Mom and Dad both left the child behind. Bai's mom took a deep look at him before leaving and reminded him, "Go play by yourself, be careful." Bai obediently nodded, "I got it, don't worry." Other moms simply left without giving any reminders. But when Bai wandered off to play in the mud away from the crowd, the other contestants followed him there. They were also followed by a group of kids behind them. Bai was surrounded, with nowhere to escape. Before the contestants could speak, they were tugged and pinched by small hands. It was a crowd of big kids and small kids of various ages. Xiangma quickly pulled out the list to look at the rules. Rule 8, if you attend your grandma's birthday party, as a junior, you must be obedient and considerate, actively help the elders, as an elder, you must be mature and considerate, yielding and caring for the juniors, so you can win your parents' favor. After reading the rules, Xiangma reminded, we need to take care of the juniors, they should be the ones. These kids pinched here and there, poking every contestant once. Then they hugged the person they chose. Sister, I want you to be my doll. A few little girls hugged Zhuang Xueqing, saying with eager faces. Zhuang Xueqing was a bit at a loss, instinctively looking to Xia Shimei for help. Xia Shimei was also surrounded by a few little girls. Sister, we want to fly kites, come play with us. Xia Shimei looked into their eyes, which hid some wickedness, smiled gently, sure. Others were also entangled by the cousins' kids and went to play. Bai was surrounded by the most kids, both big and small. There was even a soccer team. Brother, let's go play soccer. The kids raised their innocent smiles. Bai looked at their cute little faces and spoiledly agreed, okay, where shall we play? Once the contestants left with the kids, screams quickly echoed in the mountains. Bai stood on the back hill, listening to the sounds, only hearing the noise without seeing the people, unsure of what had happened. The outside audience was buzzing with excitement at this moment. Two contestants' cameras suddenly went black, catching everyone off guard. Oh my god! What happened this round? How come these kids are more terrifying than the wild kids from the last round? Could it be that the cousins' kids have some sort of buff, so the contestants can't resist and have to accept their fate? That was too fast, I didn't even react in time. With so many kids around Bai, isn't he going to be finished too? At that moment, the kids surrounded Bai, pointing to the cave on the back hill. Brother, let's play soccer here, but we already have enough people, we just need a soccer ball. The children's innocent smiles gradually turned wicked, how about you become the ball? Bai interrupted their words and directly kicked his brother, who was blocking him, into the cave. Brother! The kids were stunned for a moment, then excitement sparkled in their eyes. Only pray that fights back is interesting, they could hardly wait. Bai turned back to look at them, smiling brightly, how about it, am I awesome, brother? The kids turned to look at each other, their smiles becoming even more eerie. Brother is so amazing, but this ball should still be you, brother. As soon as they finished speaking, their bodies suddenly expanded and grew taller, legs instantly stretching to 10 meters long. Towering trees surround Bai tightly. Brother, get ready, we're going to kick it. At this moment, in their eyes, Bai really seemed as small as a soccer ball. Bai looked up, the faces of these children seemed far away, but their sharp laughter reached his ears, making his mind dizzy, his expression began to blur, and his body froze in place, unable to move. The audience shouted in alarm. It's over, it's over. Bai has fallen for it too. This must be a mental attack. Our country hasn't unlocked the ability to buy mental drugs yet, what do we do? Just watch? Ha 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 ha. Your genius player is doomed this time. There's no mental medication we can ask for from our lighthouse country, we have pride. Big Mao can trade too, the flower country can exchange treasures for it. Wait. Look at Bai's eyes. Bai's gaze was vacant, blue light flashing continuously in his eyes, and the mental power that had been soothed erupted again. At the same time, his gifted ability was once again enhanced. B-level talent, ignorance is bliss, as long as I don't know, I am right, encountering special attacks is upgrading. Talent upgraded to A level, ignorance is bliss, as long as I don't know, I am right. This talent can be used indefinitely. Including but not limited to immunity to pollution, immunity to physical control, immunity to mental control, deeply developing one's latent power. This talent has growth potential, as long as you are ignorant enough, the power of the talent will extend infinitely. Bai's latent powers were once again unlocked, and countless fragments flashed in his mind. The memories were too fragmented, too many, and too chaotic, he suddenly closed his eyes, trying to catch something useful. The audience couldn't sit still at this moment. What's happening? What's happening? Brother, don't mess up at this crucial moment. It's over, it's over. He's done for. He wouldn't be standing there asleep, would he? No way, no way. Hasn't the official team treated him? He better not have an episode at this moment. The official support team was also stunned at this point. What is he doing? Should we support him? Support with what? We can't confront mental attacks at all right now. Everyone looked towards Chi De-yuen. Chi De-yuen's eyes were fixed on the big screen, his hands on the control panel. He was also thinking about what item could buy time for Bai. He never thought of giving up on Bai because he always trusted his instincts. He wouldn't misjudge someone. But Bai's situation was truly special. No one could guess what he would do next, making support hard to predict. However, in the next second, Bai's head was kicked away. Blood gushed out, and everyone stood frozen. Chi De-yuen stood up abruptly, seemingly in disbelief. Dead? This time is he dead? Ji Hung pointed at the big screen and turned to ask others. Yet everyone looked unsightly. No one echoed at this moment. Ji Hung pointed at Chi De-yuen again. One team, is this the talent you chose? He just died so easily? Chi De-yuen's face turned somewhat ashen, his eyes still fixed on the big screen. It hadn't gone black yet. Bai was not dead, at least not completely dead. He thought to himself while pressing 2 times on the control panel, making a desperate decision. Official support team presents Bai a healing pill. At this, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone in the support team stared at Chi De-yuen in shock. The big screen's bullet comments rolled wildly. Countless people questioned his action, and foreign viewers ridiculed him closely. Has the official gone crazy? Even if the person is dead, still giving out supplies? Don't give us materials from the flower country. Wasting it like this is pure disregard? Chapter 30 How fun indeed. In the world of strange tales. At this moment, the children were also a bit dumbfounded. They didn't expect Bai would not dodge. But in an instant, they saw the kicked-off head flying back, as if the neck and head were still connected. Bai raised his hand to catch his head and put it back in its original place. The flesh and blood didn't fit perfectly, and blood was still gushing. But because of a healing potion sent by the official support team, a green light surrounded his neck, and the wound quickly healed. This scene instantly shocked the audience. Ah! What did I just see? Screaming, crawling, to the heavens. Oh my god. Oh my god. This can't be real. How is this possible? Hold head and flee. Lying flat, this world has finally turned into the crazy scene I've imagined. Is the healing potion really this amazing? It can even reattach a severed head? Impossible. When other contestants lost their heads, the screen immediately went black. Since there's no blackout here, it means he hasn't died. Not dying from decapitation is even more bizarre. As people were gasping in shock, Bai opened his eyes. His eyes were bright red, as if releasing a dangerous alarm. His whole aura transformed suddenly, and a devilish smile spread across his face, with his hair and clothes waving without wind. Let's play some soccer. It's my favorite game. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot up like a missile, jumping nearly 20 meters high. With a kick from midair, he sent the giant in front of him flying several meters away. That huge head separated from its body and crashed into a cave, getting stuck inside, while the body fell to the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. And Bai's body surprisingly hovered in midair, as if standing on solid ground. He turned with a wicked grin, looking at his brothers. This is so fun. His brothers? ? The audience. What just happened? Can someone tell me? What happened? Pupils shaking. Hiss, this kid is terrifying. Fearful. Quick. Tell me this isn't real. I'm going crazy. How is this possible? What kind of talent has he awakened? Can a human do this? This can't just be a talent ability, right? He can't possibly be an evolver. Suspicious. Evolvers need wings to fly, there's no way he could live after losing his head. He's definitely not an evolver. Is there anyone official who can explain this? The officials were unable to explain. The officials were even more dumbfounded than the audience. What kind of species is this? Could it be a new species? Impossible. Evolvers are already advanced species. Bai has no evolutionary characteristics and has undergone a physical examination with no abnormalities, all checked personally by Team 6, right? Fongren was suddenly called out and calmly nodded. Bai is definitely a normal person. Team 4's Ji Hang immediately retorted, a normal person can live just fine after their head falls off? A normal person can take off from the spot? Are you sure you checked his body properly? Fongren was a bit displeased with Ji Hang's questioning tone. He looked up to retort, what are you doubting? Do you think I was being lazy? Ji Hang glared sharply at Fongren. Don't miss the point. When Bai appeared last round, something was already off. His brain was splattered everywhere, yet he was still fine. Later, he got stabbed in the neck by a brat and was still able to fight in a daze. While these might be explained by serious injuries, this time he lost his head, and that's absolutely impossible for a normal person. He Han Yuan, who usually spoke the most, was silent this time, clearly agreeing with Ji Heng's doubts. Fang Ren glanced at Qi Deyuan, who slightly nodded. He stood up to have Assistant Gu close the door and then ordered everyone to be searched. Once every electronic device was submitted, he began to explain, Bai Yi's talent ability is very special, it is ignorance is no sin. What? Ji Hong stood up directly, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fang Ren shot him a sidelong glance, shut up, you're like a firecracker all day. He Han Yuan uncertainly said, I remember this talent is the lowest level C rank. Fang Ren nodded, indeed it's C rank, but do you know this talent can upgrade? Bai Yi had already upgraded his talent to B rank in the last round. Growth-type talents have great potential, it's just about whether they can be discovered and utilized. S rank, A rank, B rank talents are numerous and powerful. However, every talent has its prerequisites and limitations, many talents also have cooldowns. And the premise of ignorance being innocent is that you must be truly ignorant, you cannot fake ignorance, you cannot be half ignorant, and you cannot doubt whether your knowledge is ignorant. Previous players could not master this talent because they knew of its existence, so they desperately pretended, unable to truly know nothing at all. But Bai Yi is different, he has amnesia, split personality, and delusions. He believes he cannot die, so he will not die, he thinks he is invincible, so he truly is invincible. Only he can perfectly control this talent because he has absolute confidence in himself, and he immersively plays various roles. Does he not look like a demon now? Because he wants to fight back against these kids, to defeat evil children, he can only become more evil than they are, so Bai Yi turns himself into a demon. His talent should have upgraded to A level now, endowing him with even more power, so he can fly, and with one kick, he can send giant creatures flying. Everyone listened, eyes wide in shock. If this talent is really so powerful, if it could be unleashed infinitely, wouldn't that? It's almost unimaginable. In the world of ghost stories, Bai Yi kicked the brothers away one by one, then floated down lightly. The brothers' heads were stacked in front of the cave, taller than the cave itself. Bai Yi stood on a pile of bodies, smiling wickedly. So ugly, what should I do? How about I peel off your skin, mash up your flesh and stuff it back into your skin, grind your bones into needles, and sew it all together with your tendons? Saying this, excitement lit up Bai Yi's eyes, his hands clasped together, that would certainly be very beautiful. You must be really looking forward to it, right? Ah. The huge brothers all shrank down to their child-sized bodies, crying loudly, Mom! Mom! Bai Yi picked up one body and came to its head, tearing off its skin and flesh with his bare hands in front of them, covering their heads, cry all you want, it won't help even if you scream your throat raw. The other children's screams became even shriller with fear. Mom! Mom! The children's parents rushed over in a hurry. Bai Yi's parents also arrived, running at the forefront. Baby, what happened? Are you okay, sweetheart? Bai Yi turned to look in the direction of his parents. The relatives saw the pile of bodies and heads on the ground, all letting out sharp bursts of sound, rushing over with great fury. Bai Yi tilted his head slightly, a red glow flickering in his eyes, and his smile stretched wider, like a hungry demon spotting a delicious prey. Chapter 31 My baby is the most obedient, could never hurt anyone. However, the next moment, his parents stood in front of Bai Yi. The relatives were furious, look at what he has done to our children, do you still want to cover for him? His mother's expression was emotionless, he's still a child, how can you adults be so petty with him? His father also had a serious expression, children play rough and tumble, that's completely normal, you're making too much fuss about it. Relatives? Brothers? Bai Yi looked up at the back of his parents' heads. The smile at the corner of his mouth slowly faded, sigh it's so boring. As he spoke, he closed his eyes. Not knowing how long had passed, amidst the arguments of the relatives and parents, he opened his eyes, his gaze once again clear. This matter is not over. You must give us an explanation. The relatives clamored with voices overlapping each other. Bai Yi stood up, innocently and anxiously tugging at his parents' clothes. What's going on? The relatives immediately turned their verbal attacks toward him, as the older brother, why did you treat your younger brother so harshly? Don't you know you're supposed to take good care of him? As they spoke, their bodies gradually began to swell, as if they were about to transform. Bai Yi raised his blood-soaked hands, waving them, it wasn't me who hit them, I was just playing with them. The brothers' heads immediately popped up behind, crying loudly, you're talking nonsense. You kicked me. Bai Yi turned around and glared at the bouncing heads on the ground, you're the one talking nonsense. Clearly, you wanted to play soccer. I never kicked you, that's just silly. After saying that, Bai Yi turned back to hug his mother's arm, Mom, they are bullying me and framing me. There are so many of them, how could I possibly beat them? Hearing this, the relatives' inflated bodies suddenly shrank, and they couldn't help but doubt, looking at Bai Yi, then at their own child. If it wasn't Bai Yi who did it, how could the child's head be knocked off? But how could Bai Yi alone win against so many kids? Were they really framing him on purpose? Seeing their family doubting them, the younger brothers cried even louder. He kicked my head. Bai Yi lowered his head, leaning against his dad's shoulder, looking quite wronged. You are all in this together. I can't argue with you. I also have mom and dad, they will help me get justice. Hearing this, both parents felt heartbroken and hugged him, then pushed him behind to protect him. Mom said, my baby is the most obedient, he would never hit anyone. Dad said, we usually can't bear to let him suffer even the slightest grievance. You better not go too far. In those words, there was even a hint of a threat. The relatives pointed at Bai Yi's hands, there's blood on his hands, are you blind? Bai Yi immediately pulled back his hand, turned around to wipe it with his brother's clothes, cleaned it up, stood up, and raised both hands. No, there's no blood? The relatives pointed at him again, you're covered in blood and still want to deny it. Bai Yi looked down, isn't this my blood? Mom and dad scanned Bai Yi from head to toe, finally looking at his neck, the blood clearly sprayed out from it, but they couldn't see the wound anymore. Mom glared at the relatives, my baby has always been very obedient. He wouldn't lie. It must be your little brats bullying him. I haven't held you accountable, which is already polite. You better not stir up trouble. The relatives gnashed their teeth in anger but felt a bit wary of this pair of protective parents, so they could only go forward to reassemble their child's head and body, filled with resentment. You say your baby wouldn't lie. My child is still so small, how could he lie? Little kids don't lie. They said your child hit them, so he must have hit them. We won't let this go without an explanation. Bai Yi was guarded behind his dad and mom. The atmosphere gradually became tense, like a bowstring ready to snap. At this moment, Bai Yi suddenly mumbled, I've been forgetful lately, so if I accidentally make a mistake, please be forgiving. The relatives' faces suddenly froze, and the tense atmosphere crumbled instantly. The audience also had an epiphany at this moment. Wow! Wow! When Bai Yi greeted each relative earlier, he said something, what was it, what was it? He said he has bad memory and might get confused, so everyone should be more forgiving. At that moment, the relatives nodded politely. Oh my gosh, it's connected. Every word Bai Yi said seems to have a purpose. Yesterday he told his parents that if anyone bullies him, they must stand by him, so now his parents are standing by him. Today, he took the initiative, claiming the moral high ground, impressive. So he had already predicted this moment, and under the condition of forgetfulness, he could still be this meticulous. I'm getting goosebumps. Now the situation isn't looking good for the other players, with Bai Yi getting such good treatment, can we ask for his help? At least his memory is good enough to not throw his allies under the bus, don't expect him to save anyone. I say don't ask too much from the big brother. At that moment, one of the screens that had been black suddenly lit up again. Zhuang Xueqing was not dead, the audience opened their eyes wide at this scene. The 3 minutes of the false death skill she won in the lottery had expired, but her body had been stuffed into a puppet, her eyes could see outside while her body was completely paralyzed. This was mental control, even if her family wanted to help her, they didn't know what to send at this moment and could only feel anxious. Zhuang Xueqing saw a shadow running toward her direction. It was Qiuye. Qiuye's talent ability was rebounding. As soon as she was immobilized, she immediately used her talent to bounce the mental control back onto those children, seizing the chance to escape. She was not running to find Zhuang Xueqing, she wanted to find Xia Xinmei. Among the whole team, besides Bai Yi, only Xia Xinmei had the strongest combat power. As she ran, Qiuye saw a group of children playing with a puppet. They had placed the puppet on a pile of matches and seemed ready to burn it. Qiuye's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly took a detour. Zhuang Xueqing, trapped in the puppet, watched as that shadow moved farther away. She desperately tried to call for help, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not make a sound or control her body. This feeling was like sleep paralysis but even more terrifying. She could feel pain, the burning agony at the soles of her feet made her head buzz, her inner voice was hoarse, yet her body remained utterly still. Meanwhile, the escaping Qiuye had not found Xia Xinmei when she encountered Bai Yi coming down the mountain. Bai Yi was followed by a large group of people. Qiuye stopped in her tracks and dared not move forward, even stepping aside to avoid him. Chapter 32 One of us. Bai Yi noticed Qiuye but did not pay her any mind. Just a second later, a fire extinguisher appeared in front of him, along with a floating message. Please go save my daughter Zhuang Xueqing, she is trapped in a puppet and is being burned. As long as you save her, we will give you anything you want. Bai Yi shook the fire extinguisher, do you pay? We have money, we can pay any amount. Then it's settled. Bai Yi took out a notebook to record the account, then turned to greet his parents before taking the fire extinguisher and leaving. Seeing this, Xiaoye quickly jumped out. I know where it is. Bai Yi rushed to her side, his speed startled Xiaoye, and she hurriedly turned to point in one direction. It's over there. Bai Yi's speed was much faster than Xiaoye's. By the time Xiaoye arrived, the fire was already out, and Zhuang Xueqing had been burned beyond recognition, her body a bloody mess, and she had fallen into a severe coma. But after a green light surrounded her, her wounds began to heal quickly, and she gradually woke up. Xiaoye hurried over, taking off her jacket to wrap around Zhuang Xueqing's body. Bai Yi was staring at the little sisters who had set the fire, both eyes wide with intensity. At this moment, his eyes turned red, filled with excitement. Is the puppet fun? Brother will play with you. His voice trembled a little, and the little sisters thought he was scared and were about to attack him. Several adults rushed over to cover their mouths and drag them away. Bai Yi turned to look at the relatives running away, clicking his tongue, so stingy, it's not like they would die just from playing. After speaking, he seemed to think of something and turned to Xiaoye. Do you know where the other younger siblings are? Xiaoye was startled by his red eyes and stammered, I know the direction. Bai Yi's mouth curved into a crazy smile, his expression incredibly wicked. Good child, quickly tell me where they have gone. Xiaoye did not dare to meet his gaze and hurriedly pointed out the direction of each contestant. Bai Yi dashed toward the destination like a shooting star, his eyes unable to hide the excitement. Xiaoye quickly helped the dazed Zhuang Xueqing up. Do you have clothes in your backpack? Zhuang Xueqing shook her head, wrapped in the jacket. I have used all 5,000 achievement points for lottery draws and buying items to increase NPC favorability. Xiaoye's eyes widened slightly as she heard this. You have 5,000 achievement points? That's so much. Zhuang Xueqing looked back in surprise. Aren't you the one with 5,000 points? Xiaoye pouted, I only have 1,000. This might be related to contribution in completing the game. You found the key at a crucial moment, so your achievement points should be the highest. Bai Yi arrived at a new battlefield. Xiang Ma, Fang Gaojie, and Shi Chao were together. When Xiang Ma vaguely sensed danger, he used the wind to blow away the children and ran, just in time to encounter Fang Gaojie, who was almost buried alive. With the cooldown of his ability over, he used the wind again to blow away the children and rescue Fang Gaojie. The two ran together and encountered Shi Chao, who had run out of energy and was thrown into a big pot. Xiang Ma wanted to use the same trick again, but there were too many children. The mental control was stronger than before, and he was trapped himself. Thus, the three were thrown into the same big pot, and the water inside began to heat up quickly, rising in steam, while their consciousness gradually blurred. At that moment, they were pulled out by a pair of hands and thrown onto the ground. In their blurred vision, they saw a person grabbing children and throwing them into the pot, and in their ears, they faintly heard terrifying words. Tender little babies, their taste must be pretty good. The children wailed loudly, struggling to climb out of the pot. As soon as they got out, Bai Yi caught one, pulling off the child's hand easily, like breaking a radish, and casually tossed it into the pot. Cry more, the louder you cry, the more delicious the meat will be. This scene stunned the audience. Those with children quickly covered their eyes. Before, Bai Yi kicking the ball could be seen as a counterattack, but now he seemed to be enjoying it, which made it feel particularly creepy. Bai Yi's mental state really needs attention, he's too terrifying. He can't be this skilled without killing many people. Is he really just a college student? Does he have some hidden identity? I think it's fine, he's just using their own methods against them, right? No problem, he hasn't harmed his own people. Just as this comment was posted, Bai Yi turned to stare at the three players on the ground. The three, still a bit dazed, instantly became alert. Xiang Ma, who was least hurt, hurried to get up, his face as pale as paper. The other two also pushed themselves up to sit. Fang Gaojie raised his hand, we're on the same side, we're on the same side. Shi Chao weakly uttered, we are partners, together. Bai Yi smiled with a grin still on his face, what are you afraid of? I won't eat you. Do you think we're blind? Your excited eyes make it look like you're ready to drink our blood. At that moment, another group of relatives hurried over. They glared at Bai Yi fiercely, quickly taking their children out of the pot and reattaching their severed limbs. One relative tossed out, dinner time. Then hurriedly left. Bai Yi watched them leave, the red in his eyes faded, and his smile turned from evil to sunny. He turned to the three partners. Hey, do you need help? No, we're fine. Fang Gaojie quickly scrambled up. Xiang Ma hurriedly helped Shi Chao up. At this moment, on the other side, Xia Xinmei was holding a kite string, running across the grass with a few kites trailing behind her, but these kites just wouldn't fly. She looked back at the row of spicy fish heads on the kites. It's okay, don't be discouraged. I believe you can fly into the sky. Earlier, these children had told Xia Xinmei to act as the kite, promising to help her fly into the sky. Now, Xia Xinmei was using those words on them, they had all turned into fish heads, unable to argue, only shaking their heads in anger. Xia Xinmei gently comforted them, don't worry. I will take you flying now. After saying this, she dragged the kite string and threw them up into the air. At that moment, Xiao Yi and Zhuang Xueqing arrived. Xia Xinmei stopped, her gaze scanning the two. Just when the time limit for the fish head transformation had passed, the spicy fish head turned back into a child, and they hurriedly broke free from the kite to run home and report. At Grandma's house. The banquet began, round tables filled the yard inside and out, relatives crowded around the tables, lively and bustling, but no one touched their chopsticks, as if waiting for something. Until the contestants returned, looking disheveled, their eyes seemed to absent-mindedly land on the contestants. The children at the tables also stared intently at the returning group, with one child unable to resist lifting a hand to wipe his drool. Chapter 33 Yin Yang Rules. Bai Yi ignored their wolf-like gazes and directly walked through the crowd into the house. Shi Chao, Fang Gaojie, and Xiang Ma closely followed him. Soon, Xia Xinmei returned with Xiao Yi and Zhuang Xueqing, also breaking through the crowd directly into the house. Bai Yi entered the bathroom intending to wash off the bloodstains on him. His jacket could be rinsed with water. Baby, if your clothes are dirty, don't wear them. Mom brought you a change of clothes. Mom stood at the bathroom door with a new outfit. Take a shower and wear this. On the other side, Xia Xinmei went straight to find her mom for clothes. Mom turned to get her a set. Luckily, I brought you a change. Xia Xinmei handed the clothes to Zhuang Xueqing. Go change. Zhuang Xueqing was wrapped in Xiao Ye's coat, which could only cover her chest, the hem only reaching her thighs, making it impossible to move freely. She pinched her lips and sniffed, thank you. On the other side, Bai Yi quickly finished his shower and changed into new clothes. When he opened the bathroom door, he saw the three people still sitting there, wet. Why aren't you drying your clothes? Aren't you cold? Xiang Ma sincerely asked, how do you dry clothes? Ha? You don't know? Bai Yi was genuinely surprised, as if he discovered some magical species. Xiang Ma forced a sincere smile, we don't, can you demonstrate? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Bai Yi raise his hand and wave, a wave of heat hit his face, the air became a bit distorted, and the weight of the wet clothes on him suddenly vanished, replaced by a warm feeling. Not just the three contestants were dumbfounded. The audience was also stunned. What? What happened? What did he do? Just a wave and it's done? What kind of skill is this? Is it related to his talent? Could he control the temperature? Can he make the Pacific Ocean maintain a constant temperature? The official support team repeatedly replayed the scene but couldn't figure it out. How did he do it? Could he really have internal power? Could it be related to his talent? He thinks he is a master, believes he has internal power, so he actually has it? Isn't that a bit too mysterious? If that's the case, isn't he against the heavens? He has already flown to the sky, isn't that against the heavens? People were discussing, but the few in front were quiet. Fang Ren was thinking about what secret Bai Yi was hiding. Shi Deyuan was thinking that Bai Yi's carefree behavior would bring problems later. It was certain that Bai Yi had secrets, but now he had to think of how to help him cover them up. If his strength could be consistently displayed, passing through several times, the Flower family's access to mental strength medicine would be opened, and he could then treat his mental problems. Before that, he certainly couldn't let him have any issues. In the world of strange tales, Bai Yi also dried Shi Chao and Fang Gaojie's clothes. He seemed to feel sorry for them, revealing a sympathetic look. His memory was missing, but he had a basic understanding, just like even if he lost his memory, he would still eat and drink, and could read and talk. In his view, those doing tasks should possess various skills, but these three fools didn't know anything. Wasn't that being played by someone? The sympathy in his eyes was too obvious. The three people felt a chill from his gaze and quickly stood up, obsequiously positioning themselves behind him. As a true strongman, Bai Yi had a certain tolerance for the weak. He didn't need to oppress the weak to prove his strength, unless the weak provoked him. So, in the absence of any hostility from these three, he didn't mind them hiding behind him. As long as they didn't affect him, it was fine how they hid. Besides, hiding was useless. One should take the initiative in missions, but he couldn't demand too much from three fools, so he let them be. He walked out with his three small followers. At the same time, he encountered Xia Xinmei, who came out with her two little followers. Family members came in front of them, taking their children to take their seats. Once all the contestants were seated, the venue instantly fell silent, no one chatted, and even the children were quiet. Their gazes all fell on the contestants, making the newly seated contestants feel as if they were sitting on needles. However, the relative's eyes quickly shifted away from others and directly looked at Bai Yi. It seemed that he had already been chosen, though for what purpose was unknown. Bai Yi was protected in the middle by his mom and dad, calmly picking up his chopsticks and turning to ask his mom, "Can I eat now?" His mom raised her hand and patted his head, "Wait a bit longer." The relatives stared at the table. A flood of pollution buried heaven and earth, and the densest pollution was aimed directly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi's parents suddenly stood up, their presence stopping the pollution, halting it just 20 centimeters in front of Bai Yi. At this moment, other contestants were also affected. Xia Xinmei's parents helped block the pollution for her. Zhuang Xueqing had previously gained her parents' favor, so she was also untouched by the pollution at this moment. Xiao Yi timely used her talent to rebound some of it, but pollution was still rushing towards them. Fan Gaojie and Xiang Ma both pulled out props they had purchased in advance to defend against the wave. Shi Chao received an energy supply and immediately put energy shields on all the contestants. Just as the tense standoff atmosphere grew more heated, an old, creaky voice came from inside the house. Why hasn't the main dish been served yet? Instinctively, everyone's gaze turned intensely towards Bai Yi's family. His dad patted Bai Yi's shoulder to comfort him, then stood up and walked into the house to say something to his grandma, whose hoarse voice spoke again, bring it from another family. This was a direct pass. The surrounding pollution instantly dissipated, and it was obvious that the relatives' faces didn't look good. Xia Xinmei's mom patted the back of Xia Xinmei's hand, sit still. After saying that, she stood up and brought out the iron pot she had prepared in advance, carrying it into the house. At that moment, the contestants still didn't quite understand what the so-called main dish was. But the external audience had begun to feel tense, for those who watched the live broadcast last night knew who was in that pot. Last night, Yu Yan ran into Xia Xinmei's house, was lured by her mom into the bathroom for a wash, and ended up skinned in the bathtub. It was obvious who was in that pot after their parents had been busy all night in the kitchen. But at this moment, the audience also sensed something was off. This rule isn't written here. Is this a hidden hell dungeon? Do you think the rules and the actual plot don't quite align? It can't be said to be completely off, but it feels like there's a huge discrepancy. I noticed long ago, the rules are all about family matters, and the plot concerning the grandma hasn't been mentioned much at all. Could it be the yin-yang rules? It's possible. Quickly tell the contestants to look for any rule hints. The authorities also realized something was amiss with this dungeon and quickly sent a bullet screen to remind the contestants. This dungeon may likely have two sets of yin-yang rules, or it could be fragmented rules. Half true and half false, the current plot has already departed from previous rules. Quickly observe if there are other rule hints. This barrage appeared before all the contestants. Bai Yi's eyes flashed with doubt. Xia Xinmei remained calm and composed. Other contestants were looking around, some even bent down to feel under the table. Xiang Ma took out the original rules and carefully rubbed the paper. After rubbing, the words on the paper indeed fell off. He quickly took out a napkin to wipe the words on the paper. Soon, a completely different set of rules jumped onto the paper. Chapter 34 Main Course. A horrific massacre once occurred here, with grievances rising to the sky. Everyone was tainted and mutated into monsters. If you have no choice but to stay here, be sure to remember the following rules. Rule 1, they will impersonate your family, and you must not expose them. You can even turn the fake into real, but this action carries great risk, so be cautious. Rule 2, they will make various demands of you. You need to carefully discern each request. Do not fully obey, but also cannot ignore them. When necessary, you can pretend to trust them completely, perhaps they will let you go. Rule 3, if you have a conflict with them, immediately eat and remain quiet to pause the conflict. If it is not mealtime, you can choose to apologize and admit your mistakes. They are more tolerant of good children. Rule 4, electronic devices carry powerful pollution. If you touch these things for too long, you will unknowingly be assimilated and become one of them. Then they will no longer disguise themselves with you. Rule 5, after the lights go out at night, you must immediately go to sleep. Do not turn on the lights, do not make any noise. No matter what you hear, do not leave the room, and do not let anyone find out you are still awake, because at night they become extremely violent but will not harm obedient children. Rule 6, if they have already taken you as family, be sure to use this identity to save yourself, because parents should love you. No matter what you do, they should stand by your side. If you are bullied, they will protect you. You must tell them that this is the best dad and mom. Rule 7, outside the city, there is a mountain village where the most severely mutated group lives. They occasionally invade surrounding towns, demanding that city people deliver food to them regularly. If you don't want to become their food, do not conflict with them, unless your family is willing to protect you. Rule 8, if you have already been sent to the mountain village, it means you have been targeted by them. They will pretend to be your relatives to lure you and kill you at the right moment. Do not expose their disguise, and try not to get too close to them. If your family is willing to protect you, you may survive the first day, but there are still 5 days ahead. Rule 9, if you ultimately survive, the bus back to the city on your return day can take you home. But if your family does not get off, the bus will not leave you behind. This is a special right of the family, and you cannot resist. After reading these rules, Xiang Ma felt a chill run down his scalp. If this is the real rule, then what they saw before was certainly altered. Previously, there were only true and false rules. Can they even be directly altered now? The audience was also startled. I said before that the previous rules were strange, they seemed off in every way. The problem turned out to be here. So all of those were fake, and this is the real one. No wonder I couldn't understand what Bai Yi was doing earlier, it turns out he was the one who saw the true rules. It seems Xia Xinmei is also acting according to this rule, but she is more cautious and not as flamboyant as Bai Yi. So that's how it is. The previously inexplicable issues can now be clearly understood. Bai Yi knew from the beginning that the rule was fake, so he only left the hint good child in his notebook, because the real rule was a hint for the contestants, while the fake rule was entirely in favor of the family, indicating that the altered rules reflected the true thoughts of the family, they wanted a good child. But how could Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei know that this rule had been changed? Did these two have X-ray vision? This is a good question, perhaps only the parties involved know the answer. At this moment, the real rule was in Xiang Ma's hands, his fingertips turned pale as he looked up at the other contestants. He wasn't sure if this rule was real. What if it was also a trick? But what if it was real? After a mental struggle, he folded the paper and threw it to the next table where Shi Chao was sitting. Shi Chao looked at him in surprise, at his glance's prompting, he quickly opened the paper to read it, and the more he read, the paler his face became. He hurriedly folded the paper and threw it to Qiu Yi. Qiu Yi read it quickly and threw it to Fang Gaojia, who then tossed it to Zhuang Xueqing. Zhuang Xueqing read it and passed it to Xia Xinmei. Xia Xinmei read it without any change in her expression, not even passing the rules back to Bai Yi. Bai Yi glanced at her, then at her again. What's going on? Why did she skip me when passing the news? Is she trying to isolate me? Xia Xinmei noticed Bai Yi's gaze and turned to look at him with a questioning look in her eyes. What's wrong? Bai Yi looked at the paper in her hand. Xia Xinmei shook the folded paper. Do you want to see? Bai Yi nodded. Xia Xinmei tossed the paper to him. Bai Yi raised his hand to catch it and immediately opened it to read. Mom and Dad seemed not to notice his action, showing no reaction to what he just did. The relatives also ignored their behavior of passing notes, with everyone's gaze fixed inside the room. Until Xia Xinmei's mom came out holding a huge iron pot. The main dish is here. As soon as these words came out, people's eyes lit up, and someone at each table stood up, bringing soup bowls to line up. Each person easily scooped out pieces of meat and broth from the pot with their large spoons. Zhuang Xueqing curiously stretched her neck to see, only to catch sight of an uncut finger bone, her pupils constricted as she quickly covered her mouth and looked down. At this moment, the audience also felt a serious psychological discomfort. Are they really going to serve this on the table? They can't force the contestants to eat it, right? Expression of pain. Except for Bai Yi, the others are probably hard to accept. Did Bai Yi offend you? What right do you have to say that about him? Bai Yi was just cooking the child, were you blind? That was his counterattack, besides, did you see him eat? He might just be scaring those children, and rumors start flying your way, right? You two in front, why not sign up for the next round and ask Bai Yi face to face if he eats people? At this moment, the official support team was looking at Bai Yi, who was studying the rules, with some confusion. If he finished reading the rules, can his talent ability still be used? The premise of the ignorant are innocent is ignorance, but once he reads the rules, he becomes informed, and won't this greatly weaken his combat power? Not necessarily. Fang Ren raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down and listen to him. Don't forget, Bai Yi also read the rules yesterday. From his performance, it can be seen that he saw the real rule, knowing the known rules, and realizing he has a poor memory, he will lay out plans in advance. Moreover, his combat power is related to his mental state. Whenever he encounters danger, his mental state will switch immediately. Assuming he switched to another personality that saw the rules, the other personality may not remember. Chapter 35 Mom makes you delicious food at night. At this moment, each table had a bowl of meat soup placed in front of them. It's not quite appropriate to call it meat soup, as there were also plenty of bones and internal organs in the soup. The adults and children at the table couldn't help but feel their mouths water. The contestants tightly pinched their palms and lowered their heads, gritting their teeth. Bai Yi's mother gently asked him, "Baby, do you want some soup?" Bai Yi shook his head, "Neither old nor young, no nutrition, I don't want it." Hearing this, his mother raised her head, glanced at the children at the table, and returned her gaze affectionately to Bai Yi, saying, "It's okay, if you don't like to eat, then don't eat. Mom will make you something delicious tonight." Bai Yi obediently nodded, "Okay." As the sound of crunching filled the room, those outside began to eat, all their chopsticks heading straight for the big bowl of meat soup. They couldn't wait to share, eating with greasy mouths. The contestants felt a chill as they watched the scene, their hearts trembling incessantly. Only Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei picked up their chopsticks to eat the dishes on the table, seemingly oblivious to the crunching sounds around them. That night, while the relatives were busy planning dinner, Bai Yi asked his silly partner to take the kids they played with during the day to the back mountain. The silly partner was too weak, and the kids unsuspectingly followed him there. Upon arrival, they saw a large pot on the back mountain, the water inside boiling, as Bai's mother added firewood underneath. During lunch, Mom had said she would make something delicious for Bai. Seeing this scene, the group of kids immediately felt uneasy and turned to run, only to be either hit into a spicy mess by the pot or turn around to see Bai with blood-red eyes, grabbing them to pull their tongues out and throw them into the pot. Bai and Xia Xinmei were very fast, and the kids hadn't even had a chance to shout for help. These two were already standing by the pot discussing how to divide it. "I'll take 7, you take 3. "Why?" "Because my mom is adding the fire, my dad is on lookout, and I have one more silly teammate than you." "Alright, you take 7, I'll take 3. The contestants listened to their discussion and couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhuang Xueqing asked with a trembling voice, "Really, going to eat? Can we eat it? Will it be polluted?" Bai turned with a wicked smile, "Want to try?" Zhuang Xueqing saw his glowing red eyes and recoiled, shaking her head, "No, no, no, it's fine." The audience was truly shocked by this scene. "I thought Bai was crazy enough, what is Xia Xinmei doing? Earlier they said Bai doesn't eat people, now they're talking this is not eating people? They come out and they're not human? This is clearly bizarre." At that moment, Bai's mother pulled out the firewood and poked a stick into the pot to stir. The once struggling solid chunks instantly turned into liquid flowing in the pot, and with the stirring, these liquids continued to shrink, as if extracting the essence while removing the dross. As it was stirred down to the bottom, it began to vaporize. Bai and Xia Xinmei quickly moved forward to absorb this essence. The red in Bai's eyes faded, the blue light flickered, and the spiritual consciousness in his mind began to take a blurry shape, but the next second, the essence was insufficient, the spiritual sea collapsed again, and the spiritual power began to riot. Xia Xinmei, just feeling a hint of energy returning, noticed the surging spiritual power beside her. Turning to look, Bai had his eyes tightly shut and seemed to be asleep. Xia Xinmei walked over and raised her hand, using the little energy she had just gained to soothe him. After temporarily calming the tumultuous spiritual power, Xia Xinmei looked at her hand, which was now clean. The energy she had just gotten wasn't warm yet before it disappeared. Bai slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment there was no bloodthirst, no clarity. Instead, there was a shrewdness in his gaze, a subtle smile lifting the corners of his mouth at a 45-degree angle, exuding a casual yet noble elegance. Xia Xinmei tilted her head to observe, trying to determine if he was normal now, or if he remembered something. Bai noticed her gaze and elegantly turned to meet her eyes. "This beautiful lady, are you curious about me? Although I can't recall clearly, I feel like someone as excellent as me must have a partner, so don't be too enamored with me, my heart and body will only remain loyal to my partner." "Damn! All the energy has gone to waste, it's of no use at all." Xia Xinmei walked away with a gloomy face. Bai sighed elegantly, withdrew his gaze, and gracefully turned to look at his mother. Because his mother was also staring at him. He smiled lightly, "This beautiful lady, your eyes are filled with love and concern, you must know who I am, would you like to talk to me?" The contestants were stunned, and so were the audience. "I told you not to eat randomly, it must have messed up his brain. As long as it doesn't eat people, what was that thing he just inhaled? It looks very powerful. Its essence, a type of essence refined from strange creatures, perhaps it has miraculous effects, strange creatures eat humans, so humans might eat strange things too, after eating it, it may enhance abilities. Maybe this is Bai's true nature. If I didn't know he had mental issues, just looking at him now, I would really think he is pretending. No way, his aura speaks volumes, every move looks so natural, not stiff or affected, just like something nurtured from childhood, I can agree that this should be his true nature. Have you all gone crazy? He doesn't come from a royal family, who would raise their child like that?" The comments were all over the place. But the mother present felt very satisfied. Because after Bai heard about his identity, he immediately showed closeness to his mother. Though her son had mental issues, he was still a good child, the mother could only feel heartache for him and wouldn't blame him. A voice calling from the mountain echoed, it was the sound searching for children. The mother quickly extinguished the fire and slipped away with Bai. The little sidekick hurriedly followed. The father finished tidying up and cleaned the scene. At this moment, the official support team. Fongren recorded Bai's latest performance. Another personality has split, combat ability unknown, but it's not hard to see that this personality is intelligent, likely skilled in scheming. He Hanyuan leaned down and whispered, "What was that thing Bai and Xia Xinmei just inhaled? I've never seen such a move, what's its special use?" Ji Duan thought for a moment and answered briefly, "The strange creature encountered this time can control the mind, is it possible they themselves possess mental effects?" He Hanyuan immediately nodded, "It's possible, Bai only split after inhaling that smoke, it must have stimulated his mind, but Xia Xinmei seems fine, and didn't Xia Xinmei and Bai know each other beforehand?" Assistant Gu explained based on the information, according to the data, these two have no overlap, but they share many similarities. Both of them committed suicide when selected by the Rules Bureau, both suffered fatal injuries but survived, their strengths are a mystery, and they remain calm in the face of unknown danger, they only counterattack when threatened without fear. Bai Yi can be said to have mental issues, but it's strange that Xia Xinmei is so calm. Moreover, Xia Xinmei's talent as a spicy chef, does her agile skill relate to that talent? And how could a normal person even think about inhaling strange creatures? Chapter 36 The $1 Million Portal. So, is Xia Xinmei actually a mental patient as well? He Hongyuan asked in shock. Assistant Gu shrugged, that's uncertain, although she is very cautious and appears to behave normally, many clues can still be seen, her thinking is different from ordinary people. Right, Team 6. Fang Ren was suddenly called out, nodded, can't be sure, when she comes back, I'll take a look at her. In the world of strange tales. Bai Yi followed his mother back to the village, where the relatives in the village had all gone out searching for children. Dishes were laid out on the table, but the meal had not yet started, as the main dish was missing. Everyone now clearly understood what the main dish was, so faces were marked with a hint of vigilance and fear. Especially when the other contestants' parents saw their own children return, their gazes inspecting them sent chills down the contestants' spines. Xiaodia's mother stood up, come here, let's go inside and see Grandma. Xiaodia's heart sank, quickly hiding behind Bai Yi, help. Bai Yi smiled politely, Grandma? Shouldn't I also greet her? Bai Yi's mother immediately turned to look at him, dear. Bai Yi linked arms with his mother, Mother, as a junior, how can I not pay respects to my elders? That would be very impolite. Sitting in her place, Xia Xinmei suddenly stood up, then I should also go meet Grandma. Xia Xinmei's parents also stood up, their eyes showing concern. Xia Xinmei took her mother's hand, just now, Bai Yi's mother treated me to a meal, I should return the favor. The two mothers exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the children's intentions. The contestants also caught on. They turned to look at each other anxiously. Zhuang Xueqing stepped forward and linked arms with Xia Xinmei, I'll go too, I am very useful. Fan Gaojie also stepped forward, take me alone, I've cooled down enough. Shi Chao walked to Bai Yi's back, then I will go too. Xiang Ma looked left and right, count me in. Xiaoye clenched his shirt and bit his teeth, stepping up to follow behind everyone. The children all wanted to go, so their parents had to stand up too. A large group of people entered the main house, which had a strange structure, with uneven walls and crooked thresholds, filled with a foul heat, like a gaping abyss, with rotten smells wafting from every corner of the house. At the center of the room sat a frail old lady, her head drooping like a withered candle, her skin dry and dull without any shine. Has the main dish arrived? A hoarse voice emerged from her throat. No one responded to her. The next second, she lifted her head, and the crowd felt a darkness before their eyes. The external audience was so scared they slipped off their benches. In an instant, all the contestants' screens went black. Oh my! What's happening? Are they all dead? No way? How could they die? Did anyone record it? I can believe others died, but Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei can't die so easily. Bai Yi has pulled this kind of trick several times, I will definitely not fall for it again this time. But the screen is blacked out. At this moment, foreign spies hurriedly reported to their home country. The Lighthouse Nation received the information first. Stanley heard that the flower planting nation's entire army was wiped out and quickly opened the screen to check their situation. Sure enough, he only saw a black screen. Dead? Is this round harder than the last? The assistant presented the collected information. The rules of this round have been altered, the beginning is easy to mislead, but when they discover the true rules later, they need to find a way to survive from the man-eating monsters. These monsters can all control minds, making it very difficult for the flower planting nation since they lack psychic tools. Stanley pondered, could our previous assumption be wrong? The assistant was confused, what assumption? Stanley turned to glance at the people in the room and explained, the distress signals we sent to the universe received a response a few days ago, it seems a parallel universe has answered our call and has already come to help. So we suspect that the standout contestants from the last round likely came from other civilizations in the universe, who are more advanced and possess special abilities. However, something might have gone wrong during their arrival, causing several to show signs of mental instability. If this assumption is correct, among the visitors, Bai Yi, who has the most severe mental issues yet is the most unpredictable, shouldn't die so easily. If he does die like this, then our assumption will be overturned. Then we need to retranslate the signals we received, we must reassess whether these individuals appearing at the same time are friends or foes. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Clearly, this matter was no longer a secret. So that's why Danny would say it directly. Surely by now other countries have deciphered this intelligence. What conclusion will they draw? At this moment, the official support team from the flower planting family stared in silence at the black screen. Ji Deyuan carefully considered all the gifts that could be sent, although everything was black, the fact that the flower-planting family had not yet been declared defeated meant there was still a chance. After repeated deliberation, he looked at the most expensive row of weapons. The official support team gifts by E1 teleportation portal. As this gift notification popped up, the entire public screen fell silent. The spectators surrounding the country also fell silent. This gift was simply terrifying. If the player was already dead, anyone daring to send this gift would be guilty of treason. But in the next second, Bai's camera lit up, followed closely by the other players' cameras also lighting up. They were teleported outside the house through the portal. Each of them looked a bit disheveled, with Bai dragging 3 and Xia Xinmei dragging 2. Bai went back to drag his parents out as well. Xia Xinmei thought for a moment and also went in to help. Until the portal became ineffective, the group that had just entered the house all came out. Seeing this scene, He Hongyuan wiped his sweat, and his pounding heart gradually calmed down. He looked at Ji Diyuan and, with lingering fear, said, "You dared to send a teleportation portal worth 1 million contribution points? Do you know my whole head was buzzing just now?" Usually loud and rowdy, Ji Heng's face also turned pale, his clenched fists already drenched, clearly also frightened. Ji Diyuan remained expressionless, his hands slowly resting on the edge of the operating desk. No one saw his fingertips trembling. In the world of strange tales, Bai elegantly raised his hand to wipe the blood off his body, his eyes gradually resonating with the color red, his aura instantly changed, and the image of a demon re-emerged. "I smell something delicious." He grinned, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shone with red light. Xia Xinmei touched her face, and the wound on her face was deep enough to see the bone. She tossed away the useless spatula. "If I don't show my power, do you really think I'm cotton candy?" The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with the spirit of battle. Chapter 37 Talent upgraded to S rank. The screen once again fell into darkness. Other players lay on the ground, panting, their bodies were pierced and broken, flesh and bones barely sticking together, as if chewed by some giant beast but just avoiding fatal blows. Meanwhile, the dads and moms were also seriously injured, but still barely able to stand. They looked at the pitch-black house with some fear. But at this moment, Bai's mom and dad, along with Xia Xinmei's mom and dad, suddenly transformed. The four turned into towering monsters, rushing toward the house as if to save their children. The house instantly rose from the ground, turning into an even bigger monster. At that moment, everyone finally realized that the house was merely part of the monster's mouth. Even the entire mountain was just a part of this monster's body. The whole mountain shook and rose, rolling down the broken bodies of the players. "Mom!" Someone shouted, and the others echoed the call. The moms immediately transformed into giant beings to catch them. The dads also turned into giant beings to block the incoming relatives. An entirely unequal battle was about to erupt. Countless spectators stood up, their eyes fixed on this scene. Boom! A loud sound came from the mountain's peak. Two figures shot into the sky, a huge hole appeared at the mountain's top, but the massive creature still did not fall. Love transfer gifts by E1 Machete. Love transfer gifts Xia Xinmei 1 Machete. Suddenly, two weapons appeared, somewhat dazzling. Bai weighed the machete in his hand, feeling quite good. He casually performed a flourish with the blade and dove downward again. Xia Xinmei turned to look at the relatives. Turning around, he swung his knife down. Before he arrived, the force had already struck. Boom! 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 The ground exploded open with several deep crevices. The enormous bodies of his relatives also showed deep gashes, and they began to go mad, their bodies swelling continuously. On the other side, Bai wielded his knife with even more strength, directly blasting half a mountain away. Then, with another downward strike, he split the entire mountain in two. The aftermath of the blow further shattered the divided mountains. If it weren't for mom and dad running fast, they would have almost been injured accidentally. The viewers outside were all wide-eyed in shock. My God! He used a knife to blow up a mountain. Is that scientific? What time is it and you're still talking about science? Bow down. At this moment, all martial arts dramas seem weak. No way, does he really have inner strength? What's going on with Xia Xinmei? How does she also have inner strength? Alright, am I the only useless one in the world? Is there a new type of evolved being? I mean an evolved being without evolutionary traits? Hurry up and tell me, or everyone will be flying in the sky while I'm still running on the ground. Gift giving, accumulating contribution points, buying strengthening items, there are many paths to Rome, it just depends on whether you dare to get on the bus. Just then, the exploded mountaintop suddenly surged forth with overwhelming polluted gas. This polluted gas again condensed into a huge monster, estimated to be tens of thousands of feet tall, able to block out the sky with a raised hand. Wow. This is too much, right? What level of difficulty is this? Is it meant for humans to challenge? Isn't this round of the dungeon 2 against the odds? A regular person would have died 800 times already. Damn! This dungeon has no way out. Why is there such a perverse dungeon? Hang in there, Flower Country. We absolutely cannot let such dungeons come our way. At this moment, under the shadow of the giant creature, everyone felt as small as ants. Bai Yi looked up at this giant, an invisible pressure binding his limbs while awakening a deep-seated fear within him. It was a towering mountain, a giant hand inexorably pressed down upon him. However, at this moment, another giant hand came crashing down on Bai Yi from above, swiftly slapping him down as if swatting a fly. Just as Bai Yi's body was about to smash into the ground, a pair of hands caught him and pulled him backward. Bai Yi turned to see his dad holding him, dodging away. At this moment, the red light in his eyes gradually faded, yet dark currents stirred within, as if new power was awakening. Xia Xinmei glanced at Bai Yi's condition, then turned around, wielding a foreign knife and rushing into the sky to take Bai Yi's place. But at that moment, the weapon's time had expired, and the inner strength she had just infused dispersed into thin air. Another giant palm fell, and she quickly dodged. The official support team gives Xia Xinmei a foreign knife. The weapon reappeared, and Xia Xinmei grasped the foreign knife, condensing her inner strength, slashing down as the giant palm approached again. The monster's arm dissipated, but in an instant, it reformed, as if it were an indestructible entity. Invisible mental control surged towards Xia Xinmei. Bai Yi suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking this wave of mental attack. Xia Xinmei looked at his back, not knowing what she thought of, and stepped aside. At this moment, Bai Yi was filled with a compassionate and peaceful aura. His body was not even as big as a monster's fingernail, but the monster's palm could no longer approach him. Bai Yi's expression was gentle, yet his gaze was as still as a calm pond, as if he were a transcendent existence, but his own mental power was violently surging, especially as the monster continued to release mental control, trying to break through his force line. Talent ability encounters strong pressure, upgrading. Talent upgraded to S rank. The ignorant are innocent. As long as I believe it, then it is right. This talent can be used infinitely, including but not limited to immunity to pollution, immunity to physical attacks, immunity to mental attacks, enhancement of martial strength, enhancement of mental power. Bai Yi saw the words flashing in front of him, lightly raised his hand, and calmly said, "The weak are prey to the strong. At this moment, I am the knife, and you are the fish and meat." As his words fell, that giant seemed to be forcibly compressed by an irresistible force, shrinking down to that dry old man kneeling before Bai Yi. Bai Yi placed his hand on the old man's head, his tone compassionate. "Good child, offer your energy." The old man's face twisted, struggling in expression, yet he uncontrollably turned into a mass of liquid, then transformed into gas, completely entering Bai Yi's palm. Xia Xinmei hurriedly grabbed at other strange things with all her might. Just after a few grabs, Bai Yi arrived. Xia Xinmei took out a spatula. "Get away." Bai Yi turned his head, his gaze clear, a completely different demeanor from before. He looked at Xia Xinmei with a sincere question. "Pretty sister, can you not give me some? You eat so much, how can you still be a fool?" At this moment, Bai Yi's parents had already caught several relatives and brought them to Bai Yi. "Baby, still eating? Baby, eat up, Daddy and Mommy caught this for you." From this, it was clear that apart from the grandmother, Bai Yi's parents had the strongest fighting power, followed by Xia Xinmei's parents, as if mirroring that children reflect their parents. Now Xia Xinmei's parents were also catching prey for her. Xia Xinmei no longer argued with Bai Yi and hurried off to catch the fleeing relatives. First come, first served. Bai Yi did not pursue. After all, he had swallowed the big one, so he had to leave some food for others. Of course, he would eat whatever his parents brought to his mouth. Just after finishing, his eyelids felt heavy. "I have to sleep, one nap." Before he finished speaking, he lay down first. Chapter 38, The Street Slacker. In a half-dream, half-awake state, Bai Yi arrived at a vast but barren place. Many people stood there, similar in stature to him, standing with hands behind their backs, facing away from him. Only 5 turned around to face him directly. One wore a white robe, holding a staff, with a compassionate smile and indifferent eyes. One was dressed elegantly, with a standard smile on his lips, exuding elegance. One wore a dark red robe, with bright red eyes, full of malice. One wore a police uniform, gun at the waist, radiating righteousness. One wore a hospital gown, staring blankly, looking somewhat timid. Bai Yi looked at them, feeling they were familiar yet strange, subconsciously thinking they might be him, yet feeling they were not him. He gazed at them in confusion, as if staring blankly at himself. Eventually, all doubts turned into one question. "Who am I?" Bai Yi looked at his dazed self. "Is it you?" Then he looked at the self radiating righteousness. "Is it you?" He glanced at the malicious self. "Is it you?" Finally, he looked at the noble and elegant self, the compassionate and indifferent self. "Is it you, or is it you?" They were also looking at him, but remained silent. Gradually, everything in front of him turned into nothingness, and his consciousness descended into darkness. On the bed, Bai Yi's body suddenly jolted, and then he opened his eyes. The feeling of weightlessness lingered, heart racing. He turned to see a circle of people surrounding the bedside. He blinked in confusion. "Who are you?" The contestants breathed a sigh of relief, routinely starting to introduce themselves. The audience also relaxed but simultaneously felt a bit speechless. Goodness, he lost his memory again. Losing memory 800 times a day, still in a strange talk world, can't deny, he's pretty hard to kill. I wanted to ask him why he was so awesome, but given this situation, he probably doesn't know himself. I don't think he will cheat because he has something new every day. Exactly, married for 10 years, asks you who you are every day is like the first meeting. To prevent him from harming other sisters, I'm willing to bear this suffering. Please drink less and sit with the dog, smile. Stop dreaming, by E. If this memory loss symptom continues, no one will recognize you. Unless you can achieve immortality or be as beautiful as a fairy, he won't even look at you, because you're just not close enough to him. Friends are disposable. At this moment, it is the third day in the world of strange tales. After Grandma passed away, the relatives were heartbroken and also followed her to the afterlife. Mom and Dad are searching everywhere for relatives who are hiding out of sorrow. This is the truth everyone told by E. By E also returned to his obedient appearance, simple and harmless, with no aggression. At this moment, the contestants had no wounds, their clothes were neat, a stark contrast to their messy look from yesterday. It was clear they had been healed. They all kept close to Bai Yi, wherever he went, they followed, as if afraid he would get lost. This area was surrounded by pollution, and they relied on Shi Chao's energy shield to survive, while Bai Yi had his own immunity, completely ignoring the pollution as he wandered aimlessly. As Shi Chao bit into the fifth energy cookie, Bai Yi turned around to stare at him. What are you eating? Is it tasty? Actually, Bai Yi had wanted to ask for a long time, but out of modesty, he hadn't. As a result, Shi Chao had been eating throughout the journey, making Bai Yi crave it even more. As soon as Bai Yi finished speaking, several little cookies appeared in front of him. 1, 2, 3, many cookies. Love Transfer gives Bai Yi 1 pack of energy compressed cookies. Sudden Self-Gift gives Bai Yi 1 pack of energy compressed cookies. Storyteller gives Bai Yi 1 pack of energy compressed cookies. Xueqing's mom gives Bai Yi 1 pack of energy compressed cookies. Official support team gives Bai Yi 1 pack of energy compressed cookies. Now it was Shi Chao's turn to look at Bai Yi's cookies with envy. His energy shield consumed a lot, and he needed to keep replenishing energy to fight against the pollution, which is why he kept eating. While Bai Yi held so many energy compressed cookies, it seemed they were meant to be snacks for him. The gap between people really is vast. Oh. Bai Yi happily continued to wander around with his little cookies. He didn't care where they came from, he opened the bag and started eating. After taking a couple of bites, he thought the taste was not too good. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he ate a few more bites. Still not tasty. He glanced back at Shi Chao, who was eating with great enjoyment. Taking 2 steps back, he moved next to Shi Chao and carefully observed the difference between the 2 cookies, only to find there was no difference. So he shared 2 of his cookies with Shi Chao. I won't eat alone, here, have some. Next time if there's something delicious, remember to share with me. Shi Chao looked touched. You're actually quite nice. After sharing 2 cookies with Shi Chao, Bai Yi divided the rest among the other teammates. When he reached Xia Xinmei, she had an expression that said she had already seen through his intentions and refused to take them. Bai Yi directly stuffed the cookies into her pocket. Just take it, it's tasty. If you don't accept, it definitely means you have something good that you're reluctant to share. I won't give you that chance. Xia Xinmei. After everyone followed the streetwise Bai Yi around the mountain, it was already afternoon. Lunchtime had passed, and everyone's stomachs were already rumbling, just in time to take out the energy compressed cookies to eat. Filling their stomachs, they continued to follow Bai Yi, the streetwise one. Until evening fell, Mom and Dad came looking for him. Bai Yi followed Mom and Dad back to have dinner. Grandma's original house was gone, and now the place they lived in was some unknown relatives. As soon as they entered the yard, they saw a big pot, with relatives caught by Mom and Dad stewing inside. Bai Yi tilted his head in confusion. Why are they bathing in the yard? Xia Xinmei raised her hand to block his view. The dishes are ready on the table inside, hurry to eat. Finally, it's my turn to eat alone, this pot is all mine. Xia Xinmei was feeling quite pleased, but the next second, Bai Yi's aura changed drastically. He raised a finger to push her hand away, with a wicked smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. I smell something delicious. Xia Xinmei. You bastard. What's wrong with letting me eat alone this once? Xia Xinmei raised her hand and made a 5 gesture, 50-50, my parents worked hard too. Bai Yi didn't respond, and it was unclear if he heard her or not. Until the food in the pot turned to gas, Bai Yi immediately rushed forward to inhale it. Xia Xinmei hurried to snatch food. In the end, Bai Yi ate more. After eating, he returned to his simple self. Xia Xinmei raised her hand and clenched her fist. Bai Yi blinked his innocent eyes. What's wrong? Facing Baiyi's wicked look, Xia Xinmei felt she could give him a couple of punches, but looking at Baiyi's silly and cute expression, she truly couldn't bring herself to do it, feeling an evil sense of bullying a fool. She sighed and turned, walking briskly into the house. Going to grab a few bites to calm her anger. The other parents watched their children, each standing there dumbfounded, unsure of how to grab food, and the parents sighed. Let's go, it's time to eat. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. Isn't it good to stay behind? The harmonious atmosphere during the day suddenly turned extremely eerie and terrifying at night. The reminder of the rules still lingered in the contestants' minds. At this moment, the greatest caution was rule number 5. 5. After the lights go out at night, you must fall asleep immediately. Absolutely do not turn on the lights, do not make any sounds, no matter what you hear, do not leave the room, and do not let anyone find out you are still awake, for at night they can become extremely aggressive, but won't harm obedient children. At night, parents would lose their humanity and were likely to treat their children as prey. Especially the favored good child might be safe, but children who were not very close to their parents would find it hard to sleep. Even if they had been trying hard to impress their parents these past 2 days, they still felt very anxious. After all, their first impression counted, and this directly influenced their parents' views and attitudes. Any later changes felt like a drop in the bucket. In the deep night, every contestant felt something squirming at the bedside. The contestant under the blanket even felt a pair of hands sneaking into the blanket, those cold hands slowly reaching toward their breath. There were also hands behind exploring the place where the heart beat. Pretending to sleep could fake breath but couldn't disguise the heartbeat. At this moment, even the audience lost sleep, all of them wide-eyed, holding their breath. Many audience members hurriedly wrapped themselves tightly in their blankets, pressing down the corners with their bodies. The contestants were also doing their best to stay calm. No matter how the hands in front and behind probed, they remained unmoving. At first, only Baiyi was genuinely asleep among everyone. But by the early hours of the morning, the contestants, overwhelmed by fear and exhaustion from several days without rest, also fell asleep. Fortunately, last night was a peaceful night. Hearing their parents calling them to wake up in the morning, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Stepping out of the room to see their parents looking normal, everyone couldn't help but think of the 2 pairs of hands that had intruded into their blankets last night. They all struggled to force smiles on their faces. Until Baiyi came out from his room, turning to look at them with unfamiliar eyes. Who are you? Why are you in my house? The fear suddenly dissipated, and everyone really wanted to laugh. Shi Chao pointed at himself. I'm Shi Chao, your partner. Others also pointed at themselves to introduce. Baiyi looked at them, without doubting their words, just felt they looked a bit foolish. Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of others, he also looked the same. Baiyi turned to go eat at the dining table. After breakfast, the parents went out to work again. Baiyi also started a day of wandering the streets. He always wandered around the mountains aimlessly, nobody knew what he was exploring. He went around once yesterday, and today he came to explore again. But everyone still followed him closely. To avoid losing him. After all, he is someone who can suddenly lose his memory, which is very scary. This is the 4th day of the strange rule tale, and Baiyi is still wandering in the valley. Until his parents have finished catching all the relatives, Baiyi comes to the spot where his grandmother used to be, rummaging through a pile of gravel. Xia Xinmei seems to understand his intention and follows him to search too. Finally, they find a cracked mobile phone in the corner. Everyone is confused about what these two mean. Xiangma even specially took out the rules to look at. For, electronic devices are highly polluting. If you touch these things for a long time, you will unknowingly be assimilated and become one of them, and they will no longer disguise themselves with you. Both the real and fake rules say that the consequences of touching electronic devices are very serious. Everyone looks at Xia Xinmei with some worry. However, Xia Xinmei focuses on operating the phone. Soon she finds a software. Just as she is about to operate it, the parents suddenly appear. The contestants immediately become nervous. Xia Xinmei's mother gently reaches out to her. Good girl, give the phone to mommy. Xia Xinmei's fingers quickly operate on the screen, showing an expression of apology. I'm sorry, I can't stay here. Baiyi's parents walk up to Baiyi. Sweetie, isn't it good to stay? Mom and dad will always love you. Baiyi shakes his head. Although I don't remember, I know I don't belong here. I love you very much. You have made me feel the warmth of home, and you have shown me how happy a child surrounded by love can be. How I wish you were truly my family, and how I wish you really love me. His mother immediately states seriously, Mom truly loves you. His father quickly nods, Dad loves you too. Baiyi puts away his obedient smile, and his expression becomes serious, but love is not a binding force, love is respect, love is support, love is hoping the other person is well. If you really love me, you cannot break my wings, you should give me freedom and let me fly freely. Mom and Dad look at his eager eyes. In the end, they smile wryly with helplessness. Okay, Mom and Dad respect your decision. Bai steps forward and gives them a hug. Thank you. With Bai's example ahead, the other contestants also start to speak earnestly to their parents. They have realized that the passage condition might be fake. And now is the key moment for their passage. They previously tried very hard to get close, but it might have been an act, but now they are absolutely in the most sincere moment of their lives, speaking from the heart, fearing that the other party cannot feel their sincerity, and some have even started to cry. Shoyi hugs her mother, crying out, I know I am not the good child you want because I have never felt love from childhood to now. I don't know how to love others. My biological mother died when I was 5, my biological father married my stepmother, and the stepmother brought a son older than me. My stepmother abused me every day, pinching me when she was unhappy, poking me with needles, not feeding me, and making me work. My dad turned a blind eye when I told him he would hit me. My stepmother's son bullied me at school, calling me a bastard. Since I can remember, I have never had a good day. I don't know how normal people should interact with their parents, I have never seen it, and I can't. I know I am the worst, so you always dislike me, but I want to live. I want to get revenge on them, I cannot just die like this. Mom, you are the best mom to me besides my biological mother, let me go back to take revenge, please, I beg you, woo woo woo. At this moment, many audience members began to cry. Indeed, having a stepmother means having a stepfather too, so pitiful. No wonder I always feel her personality is strange, both timid and pretending to be strong. Both lonely and wanting to fit in, it looked very awkward. As for the stepmother, let's not mention her, why would her biological father do this? His daughter is his own flesh and blood, doesn't he have a heart? Chapter 40 Chapter 46 Stars. Shoyi cried so hard she couldn't catch her breath, as if all the grievances she had hidden in her heart over the years were suddenly vomited out. Mom raised her hand to wipe away her tears, sighed, since this is what you want, then go ahead, your dad and I support your decision. The contestants boarded the bus to leave, and parents bought them tickets as they got on the bus. In the end, they looked deeply at these children and turned to get off the bus. Rule 9: the banquet in the village will last for 6 days. On the day of returning to the city, the bus can take you home, as long as your family is willing to get off and let you leave. The bus will take you away, if your family does not get off, the bus will still take you back to the city. This is a special right of the family, and you cannot resist it. Xiangma questioned the rules, why do both the true and false Rule 9 say we can only leave on the 7th day, but we can leave early now? Xia Xinmei took the rule paper and explained to everyone. Does the rule really mean we have to stay here for 7 days? If on the 7th day they don't let us go, do we have a way out? Is 7 days our last deadline for survival? Bai Yi may have lost his memory, but you can always trust his instinct for danger, especially when he has amnesia. He has no sense of security about the surrounding environment, and his perception of crisis will be sharper. He has always been looking for a way to leave. Do you really think he is just wandering around aimlessly? The contestants looked confused, it was clear they really thought he was just wandering around. Everyone turned to look at Bai Yi. Bai Yi was staring out the window in a daze, completely unaware of what they were talking about. Xia Xinmei continued to speak. When mom and dad caught all the relatives in the empty mountain without their outlets, Rule 5 says they would become very agitated at night and wouldn't harm obedient children, but it never said they wouldn't ever harm them. In the last few days, it will just be them and us in this mountain. What will they eat? Don't forget that during these few days, those relatives are not the only ones eating, it's not just me and Bai Yi. So after all the relatives were caught, Bai Yi's instinct for crisis grew stronger, and he followed his intuition to the ruins. When he got to the ruins, I guessed what he was looking for. It was a phone. The phone is our only way to leave early. Because Rule 4 in both true and false forms hinted that electronic devices should not be touched. In fact, this rule is very abrupt, we don't have any electronic devices on us, and our parents don't play with them. Where did this thing come from? Why should we touch it? This indicates that electronic devices are very important to us, and we have a need to touch such things, so that is why there is this rule. The only time I saw a phone was outside my grandma's house. A relative said a kid was hurt by Bai Yi, and she went down the mountain to buy something to appease him. She took the phone with her. Why did only she have a phone? The difference between her and others was that she wanted to go down the mountain, in other words, only those who go down the mountain have phones. So, when I got the phone, I immediately checked all the apps, and sure enough, I found a ride-hailing app. This app can directly call the bus. In fact, Rule 4 misleads us while simultaneously hinting that electronic devices are crucial, they can allow us to leave early. If we don't seize the initiative, we will become very passive, just like you all did in the beginning, where you could die at any moment. Everyone felt enlightened after hearing this. If we foolishly wait until the 7th day, our parents may not be so easy to talk to by then, because at that time, they will have no choice left. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they felt, even a layer of goosebumps raised on their arms. They turned to look out the window. The bus had already started. The platform was getting farther away, and those figures were already indistinguishable in the mist. From the very beginning, it was a disguised deception. How could one dare to gamble on true feelings in the end? Leaving early was the best conclusion. At the platform, the parents watched the bus disappear into the distance until the taillights were no longer visible. They no longer huddled together harmoniously, each turned away in pairs and went their separate ways. It was as if they had never gathered together at all. Baiyi's parents lingered at the platform the longest. Everything here felt like a fleeting dream. They had a child who was trouble-prone yet strangely obedient and lovely, who had a poor memory and had to ask himself who he was every day. He could never sleep soundly at night, often kicking off the covers. Although they were restless at night, they could still suppress their unease, sitting by the bed to pick up the covers for him many times. Every day was a new beginning, yet he was never settled. He wanted freedom, wanted to fly free. Then let's wish him well. Then let's wish him well. Two voices rang out one after the other. The platform was now empty, finally lifeless and dull. Congratulations, the flower planting family has completed the family harmony quest. Difficulty. Completion rate. Successful participants: Baiyi, Xiaxinmei, Shi Chao, Xiangma, Zhouyi, Zhuang Snowqing, Fang Gaojie. Rewards have been issued, please check. Due to the increased difficulty of this instance compared to past ones, participants who completed on their first attempt will receive extra rewards. All investors contributing to this instance will also receive double contribution points. Additionally, the flower planting family can reclaim a city due to this victory. This series of announcements left people dizzy. Wow! I said this time's difficulty was outrageous, and that last rule was a total trap. It's simply epic level absurdity. 6 stars, oh my goodness, I've never seen so many stars before. What is going on? If it weren't for Baiyi and Xiaxinmei's strong abilities, especially Baiyi being so unbelievably strong, all the participants would have surely perished here. Honestly, even if the previous SS-level players attempted this round, they would have found no way to survive. It's terrifying. Why is there a 6-star instance? I thought 5 stars were the maximum. What's the deal with 6 stars? The only 5-star instance had no survivors until Baiyi, and now they're starting on 6 stars. What does this signify? Could it be that a new phase has been broken through, and the competition is entering a new stage? People were buzzing with discussions, feeling increasingly anxious inside. Participants' training base. The participants returned to their positions. All the pain and exhaustion vanished without a trace. Everyone hurried to check their rewards. Xiaoyi raised her hand to cover her mouth and gasped softly, I actually have 8,000 achievement points, oh my gosh. She turned to ask Zhuang Snowqing, Shuiqing, how many do you have this time? Zhuang Snowqing glanced at her achievement points, I have 12,000, maybe it's because I had built up some favor with my parents beforehand, or because I assisted Sister Xia during the fight. Huh? When did you assist? I hugged her. My talent is support type, which can temporarily enhance my teammates' combat power and reduce the cooldown of their talents, but this consumes mental energy, so it's hard for me to use. Every time I want to use it, my head hurts, and my consciousness becomes fuzzy. Only with Sister Xia can I make it work. It's like she has a power that soothes me, so I don't get a headache while consuming mental energy. Xiaoyi nodded thoughtfully, no wonder I've never seen you use your talent, it must be tough for you. But the one with the most achievement points this time must be Baiyi. Everyone turned to look at Baiyi. Chapter 41 Let him rest. Baiyi stared at the still strange environment, lost in thought for a while, then looked at Xiaxinmei. Do I have a room? Xiaxinmei pointed behind him. Baiyi lowered his eyes and said thank you. He turned and opened the door to walk in. When Fangren came over, he opened the door to see Baiyi asleep again. Just as he was about to enter, Xiaxinmei raised her hand to stop him. Let him rest. Fangren stepped back and closed the door, then can I talk to you? Is it convenient? Xiaxinmei nodded, sure. The other contestants turned around to wash up a bit, changed into smart clothes, and took a body-enhancing pill, giving their bodies another boost. Their training difficulty also doubled. At this time, competitors from other countries were still battling in their instances. But their support teams were beginning to panic, not because of their contestants' challenges, but because the instance that the flower country just cleared was a 6-star. A 6-star instance not only stirred up huge waves in the flower country but also made the whole world anxious. What does this mean? It's like a college entrance exam where the full score is 750 points, and being below full score means no graduation. This alone is already deadly. A large number of people died, and finally, a top scorer achieved full marks, which made the full score requirement disappear. Everyone thought they wouldn't face such outrageous challenges again. But now even full score won't grant graduation, 1,000 points is needed, while all candidates only have exam papers scored out of 750. Isn't this the same as directly killing people? The appearance of the 6-star signifies a new realm approaching? But can they bear it? Are they prepared? The answer is all no. That's why they were anxious. The flower country encountering a 6-star level means such challenges exist, and since they exist, others will likely face similar trials. No one can be at ease. They even replayed the flower country's matches over and over. Especially during Bai Yi's fierce battle with her grandmother, they almost saw despair, as this level of combat was simply beyond what ordinary people could contend with. It was like ants fighting an elephant. Stanley glanced at his own contestant, the high-performing Brady, who appeared at the same time as Bai Yi. Brady's performance was quite similar to Xia Xinmei's, solid and methodical. When he faced danger, he would fight back. The abilities he displayed during the counterattack resembled a talent skill, but his agile movements revealed the gap between him and others, while he still had a significant gap from Bai Yi. Is he hiding his strengths? Or is it that only Bai Yi possesses such explosive power, while others are merely average? Stanley decided to ask Brady when he returned. The flower country has now entered a week of rest. Across the world, all instances opened at the same time. This week of rest essentially waits for competitors from other countries to clear their challenges. Although everyone faced different instances, the next round of matches would take the time of the first winner as the standard. At this time, Ji Deyuan went to a meeting. He initially thought he would be criticized because he sent out a portal during the competition. Such a significant gift could have a massive impact on the country's fortune with even a tiny mistake, so being criticized was inevitable. But when he sat in the meeting hall, all he heard were accolades and praise. They did not say he was reckless but praised him for being brave. They did not blame him for making a significant decision on his own but complimented him for having sharp insight and making the best decision. Ji Deyuan smiled on the surface while secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Just a second before stepping into the meeting hall, he had already thought of what to do after retirement. Now it seems he can still shine brightly. At the training base. After talking with Xia Xinmei, Feng Ren found that her mental state wasn't too bad, just that her thoughts were somewhat advanced and overly clear-headed. He wrote down objective judgments in his notebook before asking another question. Did you know Bai Yi before? Do you think we should know each other? According to the information, you have no intersection, but from the facts, you know him well, and even you have many similarities with him. Similarities? Just like Bai Yi's skills surpass ordinary people, so do you. Bai Yi can float in midair without any external force, you can too. Bai Yi can absorb the strange energy, you can absorb it as well. These can't be coincidences. In the last round, you could pretend not to know him, even trying hard to act like an ordinary person, but this time you couldn't keep up the act. Upon hearing this, Xia Xinmei nodded in understanding. This is truly unavoidable. Your contestants are too weak, slow to react, with slow movements, and timid. The opponents can easily play them to death. I wanted to pretend a bit, but the key is there's not a single reliable one. Bai Yi's brain isn't good, I can't just let him be isolated and helpless. Feng Ren scribbled on his notebook. Our contestants are too weak? I don't quite understand this statement. Just the literal meaning, your contestants are too weak. Feng Ren thought of something and did not pursue the matter further. So, you and Bai Yi are indeed acquaintances, right? Sort of. Can you share how you two met? Not convenient. Can you talk about how you managed to float in midair? Not convenient either. Why can you and Bai Yi absorb the strange energy, can you say that? I can say that. All creatures in that dungeon were contaminated, and this contamination led to their mutation. They became a kind of energy material, which can devour each other. Xia Xinmei raised her hand, and 2 clusters of energy appeared in her palm. Then the 2 clusters fused into a larger ball of energy. It works like this. Devouring can make one stronger, but we can't directly devour. We need to purify it, otherwise, we will be contaminated too. We absorb this energy to replenish our mental strength. In fact, this stuff isn't really good, it's just we have no choice but to make do. Feng Ren looked at her hand, wanting to ask but holding back, knowing that even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer, so he turned to other questions. So, it's not just you and Bai Yi who can absorb, other contestants can too? Theoretically, yes, but in reality, no. Why? Because they're too weak. Absorbing this mental material is equivalent to suicide. Is it too supplementing? No, it's because this energy has consciousness. To devour, you must overpower the opponent, meaning your mental strength must be stronger than theirs. Otherwise, your consciousness might be replaced. If I had to find a term to describe it, it would be called taking over. That indeed equals suicide. He needed to remind other contestants not to eat random things. At this time, in the logistics department of Team 4, Ji Hong was checking and counting the national fortune and contribution values obtained in this round of competition. The feedback this time was astonishing, even higher than last year's total earnings. He submitted a detailed plan for the use of these contribution values. The doorbell rang. Ji Hong immediately locked all screens. He turned and walked to the door, opening it. What is it? The assistant reported in a low voice, Captain, Team 1 has returned from the meeting. So what if he's back? Did he come to tell me something special? Mainly that he has not received any punishment and seems to have obtained a vote of decision-making power, allowing him to make decisions first and then report. Chapter 42 I am your aunt. After listening, Ji Hong looked at the assistant with an ambiguous expression. Shall see, how long have you been assigned to me? The assistant immediately lowered his head. 8 months. 8 months, your network has expanded pretty fast, huh? You always know the gossip first. If nothing unexpected, Team 1 just finished the meeting, right? How do you know all this? It was notified by Assistant Gu. Got it, you can go back to work. Yes. The assistant turned and left. Ji Hong stared at his back, deep in thought. Until his figure disappeared around the corner, Ji Hong took out his phone and sent a message to Gu Jianming. Team 4's Ji Hong, did you spread the news about Team 1's promotion everywhere? Assistant Gu, no, I just found out too. How do you know? Team 4's Ji Hong, can you guess how I found out? I had Team 2 secretly investigate the situation internally and had Team 3 surround the base. Not a fly should be allowed to escape. Assistant Gu. Chen Yuan from Team 3 arrived at the base entrance and saw the guard stopping someone. It was the deputy from Team 4. Chen Yuan walked to the entrance and asked, "Are you going out?" The deputy nodded, "I'm going out to buy something." As he spoke, he took out a shopping list. Chen Yuan took the list and glanced at it. It was indeed essentials. Is it urgent? I remember the warehouse should have some left. It's not urgent, but we should be prepared. We can't wait until it's all gone to buy more. Can you go later? There's a meeting to be held soon. The deputy carefully observed Chen Yuan's expression. Chen Yuan seemed genuinely sincere in giving him advice. Therefore, the deputy didn't insist, he turned back to the base, and soon someone came to call him for the meeting. The deputy followed, only to find the meeting room empty. The next second, the door slammed shut with a bang, and several currents of electricity surged past him, forming a cage. Panic surfaced on the deputy's face. When he turned to run, he was struck down by the electricity, his body convulsing wildly, then tearing apart. At that moment, a strange creature rolled out of the mangled body. As soon as it touched the air, its peculiar body thrashed even more violently, and the roar was deafening. In the monitoring room, Team 4's Ji Hong, Team 2's He Hong Yuan, Team 3's Chen Yuan, and Assistant Gu were all watching this scene. He Hong Yuan's face was grave. "We can't stay here any longer. We need to transfer the participants and thoroughly investigate the base inside and out." Chen Yuan turned to Ji Hong. "How did you suspect he had problems? He seems no different from an ordinary person." Ji Hong was silent for a moment before replying. "He usually loves to gossip. I initially suspected he might be a spy from a certain country. I observed him secretly for a while and found that besides his gossiping, he had no unusual behavior. But, in retrospect, he often subtly stirs up trouble, especially his particular interest in Team 1. He was the first to tell me about their promotion. He must have wanted to make me angry. When someone is angry and jealous, it's easy to make mistakes. He underestimated me. Although I often questioned Team 1's decisions and felt dissatisfied, it was because I believed that matters affecting the country's fortune shouldn't be dominated by a single team. This relates to national security, and I even suspected Team 1 had special connections, especially since they rely on instinct to invest in players. That's too childish and reckless. However, after the portal incident, I believe Team 1 truly has strength. He was sure Bai Yi was definitely not dead, sure that Bai Yi could pass the trial. He was right. No one else would dare to make that decision, yet he delivered the portal without hesitation. I was so shocked my hands trembled, but he remained calm. I truly have to respect that. So, when the deputy once again brought up Team 1's gossip to me, I felt particularly calm. I even distinctly sensed he was trying to sow discord, and Team 1 had just finished their meeting. Where did he get the news from? It can only mean he has accomplices, and they have a special way of sharing information. Setting aside the possibility of espionage, he is no longer himself. After all, Team 3 mentioned discovering anomalies escaping from the city, plus the city's residents are never completely relocated. I cannot help but suspect that the creature used a human body to escape. The few of them looked at Chen Yuan again. Chen Yuan frowned. "The situation regarding the relocation of residents is already being investigated. We have found some corrupt officials, but I suspect they are scapegoats. The world of strange tales has held a competition for a year. How many cities have we moved through, and how many residents must provide benefits to facilitate this transfer? The total amount is huge, and the key point is that we have managed to deceive those in power. It's impossible without some real authority." Several people looked towards He Hong Yuan again. He Hong Yuan caught their gaze and nodded. "I am investigating the internal personnel. I believe there will be results soon." The base competitors were about to be transferred. The other competitors were fine, they just got dressed and left. Only Bai Yi was still asleep, still hooked up to the nutrient solution while sleeping. To transfer, they had to cut off his nutrient solution. Once the nutrient solution was cut off, he would quickly wake up hungry. When Bai Yi awoke, he found himself sitting in a car. He turned his head to look around. The car was full of strangers, and he had no idea where it was going. I've been kidnapped. That thought just popped into his head. Then a voice came from beside him. My name is Shi Chao, we are partners. Bai Yi turned to see a man in his 30s, gentle-looking, feeling like a single punch could take him down. Partners? So weak? In the next moment, other voices surrounded him. My name is Fang Gaojie. I'm Xiang Ma, we're in this together. Bai Yi looked over and saw a muscular tall guy who didn't look very bright, then saw a man in a shirt with the aura of a corporate worker. My name is Zhuang Shueching, I'm also a partner. I'm Qiu Yi, I'm also in this together. Bai Yi turned to look at the two girls, one with delicate skin who seemed a bit spoiled, and the other pale and thin, appearing somewhat self-deprecating and gloomy. After looking at these people, Bai Yi turned back to the woman sitting beside him. Who are you? Xia Xinmei crossed her arms, looking indifferent. I'm your aunt. Aunt? Yeah. You seem like you're lying, you don't look that old. I had a late birth. Is that so? Bai Yi looked at the others, who were all looking around. Bai Yi looked back at Xia Xinmei, extending his hand. Aunt, do you have money? Drop some gold coins. Xia Xinmei pulled out her phone and transferred 250 yuan to him. Bai Yi quickly checked himself, and suddenly a hand reached out from behind him, handing him a phone. Bai Yi took the phone and turned back to look. Thanks, who are you? Fang Ren smiled calmly. I'm your doctor, you have poor memory, it's a symptom of post-traumatic stress. Oh. Bai Yi nodded in understanding, turned back to unlock the phone with his face, and first collected the money. Aunt, why was our friend request newly added? Because you always asked me for gold coins, I deleted you. So how did you add me back? I can't just let you starve. You're actually quite nice, then drop some more gold coins, I want to buy a game console. What are you going to play with such bad memory? You wouldn't understand, playing games can stimulate the brain, and if I play enough, maybe I'll remember something. Chapter 43 Lottery. Xia Xinmei picked up her phone again and transferred 20,000 yuan to Bai Yi. Bai Yi checked his balance and found that there were no previous records in his account. Huh? Why don't I have the old bills? Your old account was hacked, this is a new one. Hacked? Who hacked it? Was there any money inside? Why didn't you help me recover it? There was no money, it got hacked for fraud purposes, so the account was banned. Damn fraud. Bai Yi held the phone, looking at the balance, feeling a bit more at ease, but he didn't buy anything. Xia Xinmei didn't seem surprised by this. Fang Ren in the back row noted down on his notepad a series of words, likes to hoard money. To further confirm the symptoms, Fang Ren taught Bai Yi how to open his light screen again. Do you see the achievement points? I see them. How many? 500,000. Ah. All the competitors in the car jumped up, instantly leaving their seats and crowding around Bai Yi. 500,000. Is it real? That's amazing. What was your score in the last round? Can we take a look? Everyone babbled excitedly, and Bai Yi looked confused at Xia Xinmei. Is this a lot? Xia Xinmei nodded. Much more in comparison. Bai Yi's lips curled up slightly. And, do you have it? What are you so proud of? Xia Xinmei turned off the screen's anti-peeping feature, and her screen was displayed in front of everyone. Achievement points, 390,000. Backpack, hidden. Bai Yi glanced over, imitating her actions to turn off the anti-peeping feature, and his screen was also revealed. Achievement points, 500,000. Backpack, kitchen set. Everyone stared in shock at Bai Yi's screen. No way, I thought 500,000 achievement points would drop jaws, but what is this kitchen set? Fang Gaojie asked, voicing what everyone wanted to know. Bai Yi's eyes were clear, I don't know either. What a reasonable explanation. Why on earth did you buy a kitchen? Who would use achievement points to buy a kitchen? Qiu Yi flipped through the store and suddenly exclaimed, this kitchen set costs 10,000 achievement points. Bai Yi laughed upon hearing this, that's quite cheap then. Now everyone was silent. There was a sense of helplessness watching someone waste money when it wasn't your own. Fang Ren wrote down on his notebook, doesn't care about virtual currency spending, only obsessed with money. Qiu Yi covered her head, I can't take it anymore, I need to go be sad. She turned and headed back to her seat. Others also sighed and turned back to their places. Bai Yi looked at Xia Xinmei with clear eyes, what's wrong with them? Do they think the kitchen is bad? Xia Xinmei calmly replied, looking ahead, as long as you're happy, you don't need to care what others think. Bai Yi nodded, understanding. He opened the store and started selecting again. Then I'll buy a house. Xia Xinmei's mouth twitched. Actually, you can listen to others' opinions to some extent. What opinions? Buying a house isn't worth it, you already have a place to live. Oh, then I'll buy a garden. There are gardens too. Then I'll buy clothes. You can buy two. I'll buy 2,000 sets of clothes and then buy 2,000 pairs of shoes. Xia Xinmei suddenly turned around, using a spatula to block his hand. Are you a centipede, wearing that many clothes and shoes? The contestants could no longer hold back and all gathered around. Live Dad, if it really doesn't work, let's draw lots, don't just spend achievement points. Let's draw lots, it's really fun. Yeah, with so many achievement points, maybe we can draw really awesome weapons. The high-level prize pool has many skills, maybe we can even draw permanent skills, let's give it a try. Bai Yi saw that everyone wanted to draw lots, and he felt a bit itchy as well. Then I'll give it a try. He opened the lottery pool. The contestants quickly leaned in to watch. Fangren, sitting behind Bai Yi, craned his neck, but a row of butts blocked his view, forcing him to stand up, squeezing in to see. Fortunately, the driver was driving steadily, otherwise, one sudden break would send everyone flying. Bai Yi glanced at the different lottery pools. They were divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and special. The price for a single lottery draw was 100 achievement points, 1,000 achievement points, 10,000 achievement points, 100,000 achievement points. According to a normal person's thinking, most would conservatively choose the advanced pool, as 10,000 achievement points for one draw is quite expensive, but for Bai Yi, it should be just right. However, Bai Yi was always bold, and he directly clicked into the special pool. Before anyone could stop him, they saw him hit the draw button. The special pool emitted a neon glow, brightly colored bubbles floated out, reflecting the rainbow colors. Everyone nervously watched Bai Yi's hand. Xia Xinmei was also watching which one he planned to choose. Bai Yi looked at these bubbles, eliminating the first one that appeared and the last one that appeared, so he chose the middle one. He poked the bubble in the very middle with his finger. The bubble made a light popping sound, and a banner popped up. Congratulations, guest, you have drawn the special skill Love Brain. Put. Zhuang Xueqing hurriedly covered her mouth, almost laughing out loud. Others also pressed their lips tightly together. Bai Yi seemed unaware that there was anything wrong with this skill and directly clicked to open the skill introduction. Skill, Love Brain. Oh my gosh. Fang Gaojie leaned on the back of his chair, wide-eyed as he read the instructions. This skill is so impressive. The duration is actually 8 minutes. The contestants who were just about to laugh immediately fell silent, all shocked as they stared at the screen. Shi Chao mumbled, is the lottery for this special event really that amazing? Zhuang Xueqing asked, is the winning rate 100%? Fang Gaojie expressed his envy, I thought it was about turning myself into a love-struck fool, but it turns out it can be used on opponents. This thing is simply a magical tool. Xiang Mai nodded in agreement, when you can't win, just toss a love-struck fool at the opponent, and they instantly become a sycophant? Fangren squeezed in to add, not just a sycophant, you can make the enemy give up. In the eyes of a love-struck fool, life is not worth mentioning, love is the only oxygen. Bai Yi initially didn't think it was that great, but after hearing them, he suddenly felt elated. So amazing. I want to draw another one. He immediately tapped to draw again. Bubbles floated up, and he popped the one in the center. A banner popped out. Congratulations! You have drawn the special item Big Lightbulb. Everyone looked at the words Big Lightbulb with expressions like old people on the subway staring at their phones. Bai Yi opened the item description, and they all widened their eyes again. Item, Big Light Bulb. Usage instructions, just shout turn on the light, and the big light bulb will shine with its own light, driving away all evil and darkness around you, while also keeping you warm. Note, the light bulb lasts for 10 minutes and can be used 5 times a day. Chapter 44, She Came Back to Avenge. Wow! The explosion rate is truly 100%. Fang Gaojie couldn't help but rub his hands together, this is too exciting. The others agreed wholeheartedly. They had a low explosion rate in the basic prize pool, making it hard to draw good items, rarely winning was the norm. So they had been hesitant to draw, only able to buy items from the mall, which weren't cheap and often unaffordable. Zhuang Xueqing sighed, no wonder it's a special event, there probably aren't any bad items in here. 100,000 for a draw is really worth it. Xianghua also sighed, thanks to Bai Yi, we've gained a lot of insight, otherwise, we would find it hard to see what a special event draw looks like. Bai Yi's smile grew wider. He immediately tapped to continue drawing. Congratulations! You have drawn the special pet Big Black Dog. Ah! There are living creatures too! Zhuang Xueqing exclaimed. Bai Yi was also curious and clicked to open the pet description. Pet description, you can give your pet a name, from now on, just call this name, and the pet will appear. The pet can provide early warning and lead the way. Note, the pet can only appear for 5 minutes each time and once a day, can be upgraded. By E clicked on the upgrade button. Would you like to upgrade the pet? Yes, no. By E clicked yes. The pet has been upgraded. Pet ability, early warning 10 seconds before a crisis, can see through fog to guide the master, its howl can scare off evil, 10 seconds. Note, the pet can only appear for 30 minutes each time and twice a day, can be upgraded. Seeing the upgrade option, By E wanted to click again. His companions hurriedly stopped him. Wait. Don't upgrade it yet, upgrading once costs 100,000. If you upgrade again, you won't have enough achievement points left. By E looked at the words can be upgraded, feeling uneasy but still reached out to click it. The wealthy indeed act on impulse. The pet has been upgraded. Pet ability, early warning 30 seconds before a crisis, can see through fog to lead the master, its howl can scare off evil, 30 seconds, and can cuddle with the master to relieve emotions. Feeding it dog food can enhance its combat power. Note, the pet can only appear for 2 hours each time and 3 times a day, can be upgraded. By E looked at the upgradable thing and poked it. Not enough achievement points. Why does it need to level up so many times? Because it is a living thing and will grow. Xiaoxin Mei opened the shop and bought a bag of dog food for Bai Yi, taking it out to feed him. It needs to be fed. Thank you, Aunt. Bai Yi took the dog food without hesitation and pulled out the big black dog to take a look. It was indeed a half-grown puppy. Woof, the half-grown big black dog wagged its tail and barked, its voice still very childish. Can this scare evil beings? Bai Yi picked up the puppy's paw to have a look. It looks like it will grow very big. Woof. The puppy seemed to understand and barked again, looking up. Asterisk asterisk, so cute, can I pet it? Zhuang Xueqing reached out to touch the puppy's head, but the puppy immediately turned its head and bared its teeth with a low growl. Zhuang Xueqing quickly withdrew her hand in fright. Not touching, not touching. The puppy turned back and continued wagging its tail at Bai Yi. The little thing was so well behaved and adorable. It seemed to recognize its owner. Bai Yi held the puppy's ear. I need to give you a name. What do you want to be called? Woof. Wang? Woof woof. Wang Wang? That sounds okay, let's call you Wang Wang. There's hope and expectation. Zhuang Xueqing tilted her head and cautiously asked, shouldn't it be the one from prosperity? Bai Yi covered the puppy's ears and replied, no, why should we expect the puppy to bring wealth? Earning money is something people should do. The puppy has its own hopes. It actually sounded pretty reasonable. When the convoy passed through the city, Xiu Yi suddenly looked out the window, gripping the back of the seat tightly. Zhuang Xueqing noticed her change and turned to look out the window. Remembering what Xiu Yi had said about her family in the weird tale world, she suddenly stood up. Can we stop in the city? I want to see my family. I don't know if I'll ever see them again, and I want to bring them something. Unexpectedly, the vehicle actually stopped. Xiu Yi nervously looked towards the front. Can we get off? As soon as she finished speaking, a group of trained armed forces appeared outside. Fang Ren explained, we came to the city so you can handle some family matters, because for some special reasons, it will be hard to come out after this transfer. Special reasons? Some people were confused by these 4 words, but others didn't hear them and only noticed they could go home to take care of family matters. Xiu Yi and Zhuang Xueqing got off here. Zhuang Xueqing was escorted to another vehicle. Her home was some distance away. Xiu Yi walked directly towards the street not far away, followed by a group of people. In an old residential building. Complaints were endless. I went, and they said her identity was special now, so she couldn't possibly meet us. That's your biological daughter, she has made something of herself now, and you get nothing. Does that mean we raised her for years for nothing? Exactly, she must have a lot of good things, but we got nothing. What's the logic in that? If they won't let us see her, then go cause a scene at the government gate. Either let her go or give us money. There has to be something. Bang. The door, just fixed, suddenly burst open again. The person they had been murmuring about stood at the door, slowly setting their foot down. All these years, were you the ones raising me, or was I raising you? Xiu Yi looked at them, her eyes dark as the day she left. The 3 people inside the room felt guilty at first, but then immediately became righteous. Oh? You still know to come back, the stepmother said mockingly. Are you back to deliver something? Where is it? The older brother stepped forward, reaching to search her. Xiu Yi suddenly grabbed his wrist and twisted it back. Ah! Xiu Yi! What are you doing? Seeing his stepson injured, the father came forward, raising his hand to strike his biological daughter. Are you rebelling? You dare to hit your dad? Xiao walked into the room and casually closed the door. I told you that day, you better not let me leave, or I will definitely make you pay. Before they could react to what she meant, they suddenly saw a cleaver appear in her hand. At that moment, they realized she was really back for revenge. The two people on the ground quickly got up. Rebellious daughter, what are you going to do? We are your family. Sister, don't be impulsive. I won't take your things again, just hit me, I promise I won't retaliate, just put away the knife. Chapter 45 You can't blame me. Xiao raised her hand and pointed at her stepmother. In these years, my grandparents send me living expenses every 6 months, and my uncle occasionally sends me school expenses every month. Where's the money? The stepmother kept backing away, trembling as she explained, the money was used. You need it for school, for family expenses, and for daily meals. Xiao interrupted her mockingly, did you forget, it's because you didn't give me money and didn't let me go to school that the school specially got me a full scholarship? Do you know that everyone at school looks at me like I'm a pitiful bug? Do you know that because of this, when your son bullies me at school, no one is willing to help me? Because everyone knows I'm a pitiful bug, they can bully me freely without any consequence. You mentioned family expenses, then let me ask you, where is my dad's salary? He gives you his monthly salary, where did that money go? You talk about meals, did you forget that to stop me from eating at home, you put salt and stones in my food, forcing me to beg for food from this home and that home? And still, that wasn't enough, you went crying to my dad, saying that I was targeting you, preferring to beg outside than eat at home. And my dad slapped me 10 times in front of everyone while you stood beside gloating. I thought at that moment, one day, I will rip apart your hypocritical face. The stepmother turned pale. I didn't. Xiao asked her again, what about the gifts, clothes, daily necessities, study supplies my aunt sends me every month? Where are they? The stepmother remembered those things and trembled as she replied, sold them. Xiao dragged the cleaver closer to her, Auntie, you really are too shameless. The cleaver was raised high, and the stepmother, terrified, raised both hands, no. Pooh. The cleaver swung down, blood splattered 3 feet. The two men beside her were wide-eyed in shock, they didn't expect her to be so bold. And Xiao swung the knife again and again, with no intention of letting the other person live. Mom! Her brother instantly felt a rush of blood to his head and lunged at Xiao. Bitch! I'll fight you. But before he could get close, the cleaver had already turned bloody and chopped off both of his hands, the blade turning to cut him in half. For an ordinary person, this wouldn't be possible, but Xiao had already enhanced her body twice, killing an ordinary person was simply effortless. Xiao wiped the blood off her face and turned to look at her father, who was stunned in fear. Dad, do you remember when you told me as a child that you found me a mom so that someone could take care of me, that my brother could be my playmate? But my stepmother pricked me with needles, and you believed her and not me. You hit me, said I was mischievous, that I told lies at such a young age. You said my stepmother was gentle and kind, that she must feel wronged, and you hit my legs with a stick, making me kneel and bow an apology. My brother pushed me into a stinky ditch, and you believed him and not me. You said a girl like me should not get so dirty, you said I was a habitual liar. On a rainy day, you kicked me, making me kneel outside in the rain, saying I could come inside only when I knew I was wrong. Every time they wronged me, You always buy gifts to please them and blame me. You flatter this mother and son, and force me to do the same. Even when your stepmother bullies me right in front of you, you think I deserve it. Even when your stepson freely enters my room and takes my things, you do nothing. Even when he tried to assault me, and you saw it with your own eyes, you didn't hit him. You hit me with a rattan stick, beating me until my body and face were covered in blood. You called me filthy and shameless. You didn't think he was at fault. You wanted to disfigure me, and still told me it was to protect me. Xiao dragged the knife in front of her father, her voice already choking. Dad, what do you think I owe them? What do I owe you? What have you given me all these years? Do you remember what you promised at my mother's grave? You said you'd protect me with your life. Is this how you protect me? Xiaoya's father's legs kept trembling. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but he couldn't move. The fear and overwhelming shock had frozen him in place. His lips trembled, and after a long pause, he could only force out one sentence. I am your father. You can't kill me. Xiao shoved the cleaver into his hand. Dad, I'm giving you a chance. You die, or I live. You choose. Xiaoya's father's hand shook uncontrollably. Looking at Xiao, her hair dripping with blood, he rarely remembered the happy days when the three of them were together. At that time, he was aimless, but his wife stayed by his side. Although they only had one daughter, he was content. To provide a good life for his wife and daughter, he began to work hard. But later, when his wife gave birth to their second child, there was unexpected bleeding. Both mother and child died. He was devastated, but seeing his daughter still so young, he had to pull himself together. He needed to work, so he couldn't care for his daughter. So, he thought of finding her a stepmother, someone to look after her, so he could rest easy. How did they end up here? His daughter, back then so soft and full of dependence, now looked at him only with hatred, wishing he were dead. How did it come to this? He opened his mouth. Did aunt and brother really treat you so badly? I thought you hated them, that's why you said such things. But I had to work, I couldn't take care of you. Aunt and brother endured your mood swings. I'm sorry for them, so I bought gifts to make up for it. I thought you were framing them, and that was wrong. I just wanted you to realize your mistake and correct it. Shoyi looked down at his hand. Stop making excuses. If you cared even a little, you'd see how clumsy their excuses are. You just want to assert your authority on me. You apologize to others, but not a single apology for me. It's only because I'm weak, easy to bully. You think I can't live without you, so you don't need to care about how hard my life is. For your pathetic face, you hit me when you want, punish me when you want, and you even use punishing me to please them. They've always been more important than me. You've already forgotten your first wife, you've forgotten that I was once the daughter your wife pampered. In your eyes, I'm just a worthless life, something to be trampled on. After finishing, Shoyi raised her eyes to look at him. Today, one of us has to die. If I die, it's to repay your life. If you die, it's an apology for all the suffering I've been through these years. Shoya's father gripped the knife tightly, taking a deep breath. Don't force me. With a face full of sorrow, he raised the knife. Shoyi glanced at the window and stepped aside. As soon as her father raised the knife, gritting his teeth and about to strike. Bang! A bullet pierced through his chest. Shoya's father stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to process what had just happened. Shoyi reached out and took the knife from his hand. Looks like you were meant to die today, but it wasn't me who killed you. You can't blame me. She said this, then put the cleaver back into her backpack and turned to leave. Shoya's father's body softened and fell to the ground. His eyes stared fixedly at her back, watching as she opened the door and walked out. A few armed personnel came in to clean up the scene. At this moment, he finally realized that Shoyue was a contestant. How could she be without someone following her? Anyone who wanted to harm a contestant would be shot on the spot. Shoyue never thought of letting him go, she just didn't want to carry the title of parricide. Chapter 46. A university student's pure and shy nature is quite normal. The long-distance bus continued on, and after leaving the city, several helicopters were waiting. Shi Chao got off the bus. He had to first go home to reunite with his family, then go to school to check on the students. The next to get off was Xiang Ma. He wanted to go back home to see his relatives. Then Fang Gaojie got off. He didn't have a good relationship with his family either. They all thought he was not doing anything useful, and every meeting ended in an argument. He thought about it and decided to go back. After all, no one knew if they would see each other again in the future. Finally, only Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei were left on the bus. You guys probably don't need to go home, right? Fang Run asked. Bai Yi turned to look at Xia Xinmei. Auntie, are we going home? Xia Xinmei was resting with her eyes closed and casually replied, No, we're going straight to the new base. Fang Run understood and went to instruct the driver. Bai Yi continued to ask, Auntie, why aren't we going home? Your mom is dead. What about my dad? Your dad wants you dead. Do you want to die? No. So now you know why we're not going home, right? I understand, but why does my dad want me dead? You're too outstanding, he feels inferior. What about my wife? You don't have a wife. I do. Xia Xinmei opened her eyes and turned to look at Bai Yi. Do you? Bai Yi nodded, yes. Xia Xinmei looked at him thoughtfully. Do you remember what she looks like? Bai Yi shook his head. What about her name? Bai Yi shook his head again. Do you have anything that she left behind? Bai Yi continued to shake his head. Xia Xinmei looked at him in disbelief. You don't know anything, how am I supposed to know? Bai Yi looked at her with clear eyes. Aren't you my aunt? Why don't you know? Xia Xinmei smiled politely. Not anymore, we are just strangers now. Let's not overstep, okay? What a thin bond of family. Bai Yi pouted and turned to look out the window. I really am a little poor thing that nobody loves. Xia Xinmei took out her phone and transferred him 50,000 yuan. Bai Yi's phone buzzed, and when he picked it up to look, the corners of his mouth instantly lifted. He took out the little black dog from his backpack. Auntie, give me some more gold coins, I want to buy a house for Wang Wang. The little black dog perked its head up upon hearing this. Woof. Xia Xinmei covered her mouth with her hand. What a sharp tongue, why did she say auntie? In the deep of night, the vehicle finally stopped. Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei were escorted onto a small mountain path. Here, surrounded by mountains, there were many fields, and crops were planted in the lands. After walking a short distance, they saw many houses, all independent 2- or 3-story farmhouses. However, the residents here were not farmers, and there were many armed personnel standing guard. There were no streetlights, but the surrounding houses had big lights that illuminated the road. As Bai Yi walked, he surveyed his surroundings, holding the dog in his arms. Fang Ren walked behind, observing him while jotting something down. Until they entered a large courtyard, Fang Ren called out to Xia Xinmei. I want to ask, is Bai Yi's nature originally like this? No. Xia Xinmei answered without hesitation. Then do you know why he has this kind of personality now? Is it environmental factors or mood factors? I want to understand more, perhaps it will help with his condition. Isn't a university student's pure and shy nature quite normal? Do you mean he's pretending to be a university student? You call him Bai Yi, isn't Bai Yi a university student? Then what should he be called instead of Bai Yi? Xia Xinmei simply walked past him without answering the question. Fang Ren realized he couldn't get an answer anymore. The notebook was closed. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had already followed the team leader, Chen Yuan, upstairs. This building was very large, with the front and back gardens covering an area of more than 10,000 square meters, but there were only 7 floors in total. Each floor had a different decor and structure, showing that the defensive strength should be top-notch. Bai Yi walked into his room and estimated its size. It was very spacious. How big is this place? While studying Bai Yi's illness with Fang Ren, she was often asked how to practice internal power. Just showing a bit of her skill would prompt them to research it repeatedly. They didn't quite understand some things and had to consult her, so she was never idle. Bai Yi slept soundly, hiding away as she receives nutrient fluid. Finally, the last day arrived, and Bai Yi's nutrient fluid was finished. She was expected to wake up soon. When the contestants came out of the mountains, they all looked disheveled, covered in mud and blood, but their steps were light. Fang Gaojie and Shi Chao carried a giant python, while Ma and Xiu Yi held onto its tail at the back. Zhuang Xueqing sprinted with a big painted face. Sister Xia, there's delicious food at noon. Noon. A whole banquet of snake. Bai Yi came downstairs as soon as she smelled the food. Everyone stood up when they saw her. Bai Yi glanced at the dining table and then at the others. Can I eat? Everyone hurriedly moved aside, making room for her. I'm sure Chao, we are partners, I know. You didn't forget this time? I wrote it down in my notebook. Bai Yi took out her notebook and flipped it around to show them. Some notes in front had been crossed out, but the notes remaining were about them, other than the ones related to dogs. The elegant one is named Shi Chao, he is a partner. The muscular one is named Fang Gaojie, he is a partner. The sly clever one is named Xiang Ma, he is a partner. The delicate one is named Zhuang Xueqing, she is a partner. The self-conscious sensitive one is named Xiu Yi, he is a partner. A bit arrogant is the little ant, she drops gold coins. Xia Xinmei twitched her mouth at this. Just for being a bit fast with her mouth, she had even noted it down, not even worthy of names. Other friends felt awkward, scratching their jaws, behind their heads, and touching their hair. They wanted to hide under the table a bit. Bai Yi closed her notebook and shyly sat in her place. Is it time to eat? Yes, let's eat. Shi Chao quickly sat down. Others also sat down one after another. In the afternoon. After a hearty meal, the contestants went to the lounge for a final rest, gathering their energy. Bai Yi took out the dog and walked it in the backyard. Xia Xinmei followed him, occasionally asking him questions to see if he could remember anything. As expected, his understanding of everything relied entirely on feelings. He couldn't recall past memories at all. Currently, he was using the body of college student Bai Yi and subconsciously felt like an inexperienced college student, which made him shy and his eyes so clear. Such a him easily trusted others, which was very unsafe. Xia Xinmei clasped her hands, troubled over how to solve the current situation. Time quickly reached the last minute. A new round of the competition is about to begin. Please be prepared if you have registered for the competition. If each country has fewer than 10 registered participants, a random selection will be applied. Participants who won the last round will continue into the new round of competition. The whole world simultaneously displayed these subtitles. No time zones, everyone saw these subtitles at the same moment. All participants who won the previous round became anxious, quickly checking their backpacks one last time. Some even hurriedly bought self-defense tools again. Participants have been randomly selected, the competition is about to start, and selected contestants should be prepared. The scene for our country this time is the murderer's castle. Bai Yi stopped walking the dog upon seeing these subtitles. Wang Wang, there's a murderer, how scary. Woof woof. Wang Wang will protect the master. The dog nudged Bai Yi's calf to comfort him. At the same time, other countries received similar prompts. The lighthouse country's scene this time is the murderer's castle. The Gall Chicken scene this time is the murderer's castle. John Bull scene this time is the murderer's castle. The same announcement appeared in 10 countries. This kind of situation had never happened before. All countries quickly discovered this problem and realized the seriousness of the issue, so the high-level leaders of these 10 countries immediately connected to hold an online international meeting. The world of strange tales. Bai was walking his dog and watched helplessly as the fruit trees before him turned into black walls. There were no windows, no light, just like a small dark room. Bai's eyes gradually turned blue in the darkness, and at that moment, the scene in front of him slowly became clear. On the wall before him were many claw marks, stained with mottled blood, as if many people had struggled to survive here but ultimately perished. Bai turned his head and looked around, seeing no corpses. This indicated that someone had cleaned up the place. Looking up and sniffing, he turned and walked to a corner, raised his paw, and dug at the wall. Soon he dug out a hole, stuck his head in, and pulled out a strip of cloth, turning around to shake his tail and present it to Bai. Bai did not take the strip of cloth but squatted down to look directly at it. The words on the cloth were the color of dried blood, and the content was somewhat chaotic, as if written by someone who had been in a closed environment for a long time and had lost their sanity. These words were not in Chinese but in English, but Bai could understand the meaning of these English words since he was a college student. After translation, the content was roughly as follows. If you see this note, it means you have been deceived by him to come here, and even worse, you have been locked up. I don't know how long others have survived here, but if you want to live, you must listen to me. I dare say I am the person who has survived here the longest because I have mastered a set of survival rules. 1. He is not human, he is a devil. Do not look at him. Never look at him. The moment you see him, you are doomed. 2. This castle has many rooms, and almost every room has people locked inside. However, the sound insulation here is excellent. If you hear screams, he is probably close by. You must lower your presence and not let him notice you. 3. He prefers to target weak women. If you are a woman, don't show any fear. He loves to see people in despair and helplessness. If you don't show fear, he will slowly torment you, but at least you can survive. Living means there is hope. For, if you are a strong man, do not confront him directly. Otherwise, he will think you are provoking him, and you will be close to death. He will never allow anyone to challenge his authority. 5. There are many restless spirits here, trapped in the castle without being able to move on. If you see them, just pretend you didn't see them. Never try to talk to them, otherwise, the consequences are severe. Don't ask me how I know. 6. There is no food or water here. To survive, you may have to gnaw on your own flesh. Trust me, when you are hungry, anything tastes good. Don't hope for someone to rescue you. I also begged God at first, oh God, please save me. Don't dream, my friend. God won't pay attention to you. 7. Here is only endless darkness. There will never be light. If you really want to see the light, you can try to escape. If you leave and cannot survive without light, you should give it a try. Although the outcome may be tragic, at least you were brave once, you became a warrior. 8. I'm feeling a bit dizzy and suddenly can't remember what else to write. If someone else comes to this room in the future and sees the words I left, I can only express my sympathy. I am planning to escape, wish me luck. 9. Oh, you must be wondering how I plan to escape. I have to tell you my escape method, which is to knock on the door to attract his attention. When he opens the door, I will run out. What do you think? Isn't it a perfect plan? I'm going now, remember my name. I am Dual D. White. Chapter 48. Take out the notebook to take notes. Bai was the first to find the rules. Once he found the rules, soon there were bullet comments appearing, reminding everyone to dig at the base of the walls to find the rules. Fortunately, the contestants all bought lighting tools and weapons. Although they were temporary, because permanent ones were too expensive, at this moment, these temporary tools could come in handy. Contestants from other countries also received the hints and began to dig at the walls. But strangely, not everyone could find pieces of cloth at the wall corners, some dug up a few bones, others pulled out a dead mouse, and even some found false teeth in the hole. They didn't give up and continued to dig at other wall corners, still without finding the cloth, but they saw some blood letters scratched on different parts of the wall. By piecing together these letters, they finally got a complete rule hint. The content of the rule hints received by everyone was quite similar, with little clues, instead filled with confusion. At this moment, the number of spectators from the flower planting family suddenly surged. The spectators from the flower planting family found it strange, so they turned to check out the other countries and discovered that several countries' challenges were the same as theirs. Family members, something big has happened. Our contestant seems to be in the same instance as contestants from other countries. I counted, there are 9 countries in the same instance as ours: Lighthouse, Big Harry, John Bull, Gallic Rooster, Hans Cat, Baba Goat, White Elephant, Foot Basin Chicken, and even the Sticks. These are all countries that have survived under the oppression of the haunted world, and still have some strength. What's going on? Are we about to turn on each other? Not necessarily need to turn on each other, right? I think everyone can coexist and win together, since our common enemy is the same. Be careful, who knows if they will use underhanded tactics to harm our contestants. Exactly, certain countries are most skilled at destroying bridges after crossing them. I'm really worried about our Bai being so naive, don't let them trick him. If it really happens, I will definitely send a bullet comment to remind him. Fuck. What do you mean? Are you speaking ill of us? I'm so angry. Don't you dare slander us. Hey. I didn't even say who, you guys are so eager to put yourselves in the place. Official support team. Everyone copied down the rules and started discussing. The last 3 rules seem to have little clues, like the person who left the hints was talking to himself. In the 7th rule, he says there is only endless darkness here, and if you really want to see the light, you can try to jailbreak. I think this expresses his own thoughts. He says if you leave the light, you cannot survive, you should try, although that will lead to a terrible outcome, but you were brave, you became a warrior. This sounds like he is comforting himself. In the 7th rule, he says that the outcome will be terrible if you jailbreak. In the 8th rule, he says he is preparing to jailbreak, and in the 9th rule, he describes his method of jailbreak. This should be his process of suicide. So we can ignore the last 3 and focus on the first. The first rule states he is not human, he is a devil, and do not look at him. This he should refer to the murderer in the instance title. Why can't we look at him? Could it be that those who look at him would become his next target? Or would it trigger some other death condition? If it's the former, can Xia Xinmei and Bai Yi dodge it with their skills? If it's the latter, then we need to be even more cautious. Bai Yi should be fine. When he encounters danger, he will automatically trigger his talent and switch personalities, like opening a blind box. You never know what he will become in the next second, but he will definitely protect himself. But we can't let our guard down. After his fierce battle with his grandmother last round, he just fell asleep right after. So his big moves must consume a lot of mental energy. He himself was mentally unstable, so it was better to be cautious and remind him more often. Yeah, that's true. Let's talk about the second rule. The second rule says this castle has excellent soundproofing, and it also says if you hear a scream, then he is likely nearby. Is that scream real or just a hallucination? If it is real, then saying the soundproofing is good seems contradictory. If the soundproofing isn't that good, other people should be just a wall away from him. They could knock on the wall to test it, or break through the wall. That should attract the killer's attention, right? It's best not to do that until it's absolutely necessary. In the world of ghost stories, Bai Yi read through the rules and took out his notebook to take notes. This mission, destroy the castle. Seeing his notes, the audience was dumbfounded. Huh? What did you say? What did you write in your notebook? Some viewers quickly sent him a reminder. Bro, the goal should be to survive and escape the castle, or eliminate the killer? If you destroy the castle, won't you all be doomed? Upon reading this message, Bai Yi was puzzled for a moment, then realized. So, the task is being monitored? Bai Yi was silent for a moment, then wrote in his notebook, there are eyes watching. Fortunately, the watcher is foolish. Be cautious, but do not overly worry. The audience. Alright, this was ultimately a miscalculation. Bai Yi, could you please be a bit careful when destroying the castle? Other players are trapped inside too, they might be right next to you. Seeing this message, Bai Yi added to what he had just written, the watcher will act pretentiously, trying to confuse the task doer. The audience. Go ahead and write, Super Dad, who can write better than you? At this moment, other contestants from the flower-growing family also saw the floating messages. These prompt messages, though not expensive, are still not cheap, costing 1,000 contribution points each. It's rare for contestants to see even one, yet now at the start, they saw 2, along with the previous message suggesting they dig through walls, making it 3 messages right from the beginning. It was clearly directed towards Bai Yi. From the content of the messages, it seemed that Bai Yi intended to destroy the castle. This was no small matter. Not to mention whether Bai Yi could accomplish this, the key point was that everyone was currently trapped in the castle. This could mean risking everyone's lives. Xia Xinmei knocked on the wall, it was very solid. She turned back to the corner where she had started digging, pulled out a spatula, and dug a bit more. Soon the spatula hit a hard object, and she couldn't dig any further. The materials embedded in these walls couldn't be breached, it seemed the door was the only exit. Xia Xinmei approached the door and muttered. The rule hints give a false sense of security that one can survive here, but if we don't leave, staying here won't lead to completing the task. It's more like being a docile lamb waiting to be slaughtered. And the rules keep emphasizing that escaping is dangerous. Could that simply be a form of deception? Have these rules really not been discovered by him? If he has discovered them, can we still trust these rules? Chapter 49 here seems like a maze. Xia Xinmei's words sent chills down countless spines. Indeed, who could guarantee that these rules hadn't been discovered by him? Who could ensure that all these rules were true? If he had long discovered this rule, then these rules felt more like a cat playing with a mouse, deliberately toying with them. If he hadn't found out about these rules, then anyone locked up in this dark environment for too long would already be mentally unstable. Could the hints they left still be trusted? But if we were to discard all these rules, then how could we proceed with our next steps? However, at this moment, Bai Yi had already started planning how to destroy the castle. He didn't write it in his little notebook but drew a diagram on the ground. Luckily, the live stream could see in the dark, otherwise, it would be hard to tell what he was doing in the pitch black. But even if they could see the content clearly, I couldn't understand what he was doing. He drew circle after circle of strange symbols, while outsiders desperately studied and racked their brains. Could it be some advanced arithmetic? I think it's chemistry. No, the chemistry majors say they've never seen this, it must be physics. I haven't heard of this in physics, it should be mathematics. Mathematics is impossible, it must be metaphysics. Could this be some kind of spell? What nonsense! He's just a college student, can he really draw spells? Are you trying to make me laugh? Just as this comment was posted, I saw Bai Yi raise his hand and slide it across his fingertip, a drop of blood falling to the ground, which then split into several bloodlines quickly connecting along the lines he just drew, layered upon each other, like ancient and intricate incantations coming to life. In an instant, the small room was filled with howling winds. The audience. What are you doing? Bai Yi stared at the gradually forming symbol on the ground, with his finger in his mouth. When the symbol was fully formed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Wang Wang and said, "Look, it's so magical. The picture drawn by feeling really glows." Wang lifted his head, wagging his tail happily. The audience? Is there a feeling of being rubbed on the ground with an IQ lower than his? Same feeling. Wait, can he really draw spells? Is there a professional to see if this is a real profession? I don't understand, maybe my skills aren't enough. Are today's college students this versatile? I'm not, I'm useless. Wait a minute, what's the use of drawing spells on the ground? Isn't the exit the door? Can this spell move? You're talking nonsense, how could the spell drawn on the ground possibly move? Bai Yi reached down and picked up the spell on the ground, then turned and stuck it on the door. The audience? The spell quickly seeped into the thick door. In the next second, the door panel actually vanished into thin air, disappearing without a sound, leaving only a glowing red spell floating in midair. Bai Yi reached for the spell and turned to find a wall, then turned the other way to find another wall, and ahead was still a wall. Wang, it seems like a maze here. Wang. Don't be afraid, I will find the way. The dog lowered its head and sniffed around. It walked towards the right wall and raised its paw to scratch at it. Soon, a few pieces of wall skin were scratched off, revealing a hidden door. Bai Yi placed the spell on the door. This door also silently vanished. Just as Bai Yi was about to step forward, a strong wind rushed at him. He instinctively dodged. Wang, run fast, there are bad people. Wang. Wang howled a couple times towards the dark room and then turned to run after Bai Yi. Bai Yi turned back into his room and peeked outside. Wang also tilted his head to look outside. At this moment, audiences from different countries were discussing fervently, and some even spent contribution points to send messages, although they were not sent to Bai Yi. Brady, that just now was Bai Yi from the flower planting family, go meet him quickly. Brady, show the flower planting family your power. Don't cheer him on. Brady, Bai Yi is very strong, you should cooperate. Trust me, he is impressive. Don't make enemies. Shit. Do you think Brady can't beat a madman? You're simply a joke. Brady's talent hasn't even shown its limits yet, he must be hiding his strength, contestants from the flower planting family are definitely no match for him. At this moment, the official support team from Lighthouse Country suddenly posted a message. Currently, human homes are frequently being invaded, this is a challenge for all humanity. Our contestants met in the world of strange tales today, we should help each other. The audience should also view the competition rationally. Currently, representatives from each country are in an online meeting and have reached a consensus, we will face this difficulty together. Once this message appeared, the public screen of Lighthouse Country suddenly fell silent. After a while, new discussions began to roll again. Is this our country's official? Is it really our official? Were they threatened? Were they kidnapped? Unity and friendship? Isn't this the phrase that the flower planting family loves to say? Do we have this kind of awareness officially? Is it a piece written by the flower country, copied by various countries? It's so uncomfortable, it feels like our country's official support team has changed members. Danny didn't send Brady weapons to let him go on a rampage. The contestants from the flower country are really powerful this time, and not just one is powerful, but two are powerful. It's wise to be cautious, after all, everyone's goal is to clear the game, there's no need for killing. So boring, if there's no distinction of high or low, then who should we listen to? Surely we can't listen to a madman. Brady is brave and intelligent. If there's a conspiracy, the captain will definitely be Brady. At this moment, the comments from the lighthouse country are all saying their own opinions, arguing endlessly. And their contestant Brady is currently standing in the darkness, quietly listening to the noises, his eyes looking towards the door. He didn't look closely at that figure just now, but the other side gave him a very familiar feeling, making him inexplicably nervous. As this stalemate continued for half a day, suddenly a wall in the room where Brady was located collapsed, and he sprang into action again, yet once more missed his target. A slender figure stepped into his room, holding a spatula. The moves were fierce as they struck at his face. He hurriedly dodged and countered. "Who are you?" "The King of Hell will tell you." This slender body harbored no great strength, one could even feel the weakness of her moves, but Brady himself was not in a good state either. Both seemed to be restricted by something, their powers appeared insignificant in each other's eyes, yet neither could take down the other. A very light sound came from the ceiling, followed by dense poisonous mist filling the air. Woof woof! A dog barked from the side. Xia Xinmei kicked Brady away, turning to run into the next room. Bai Yi, hold your breath. Brady ran over after her, the room where Bai Yi was also releasing poisonous mist. It should be said all rooms were releasing poisonous mist at the same time. Bai Yi's eyes shone with blue light, tilting his head to look at Brady. Brady stared at him without blinking, his hands unconsciously tightening. You are. Chapter 50 My name is Shou Chang. Before he could finish, a spatula was thrown at his face, and at the same time, a dog charged at him. He quickly raised his hand to swat it away. Woof woof! Bai Yi shouted, and Brady's hand that was supposed to strike suddenly turned to hold the dog. Woof woof! The dog growled at him, baring its teeth, its four legs kicking wildly. Bai Yi was having a bit of trouble breathing, feeling dizzy, as if he were poisoned. He lowered his head and murmured, "Wait a second, let me find my state." Brady, holding the dog, walked towards Bai Yi. "Here, you're called Bai Yi now, right?" Bai Yi raised his head, a faint red light appearing deep in his eyes, a wild smile on his lips. This young hero must have mistaken the person. My name is Shou Chang. Shou Chang. A shadow of a demon lord flashed through Brady's mind, but that demon lord was also a graceful young man before becoming a demon, named Shou Chang, whose greatest hobby was to uphold justice and make friends all over the world. Yet in the end, he became known as the demon lord Shou Chang, dying in such a sorrowful way. After his death, people suddenly realized and spread his great deeds throughout the world. Taking advantage of Brady's moment of distraction, the dog broke free from his grip, jumped to the ground, anxiously nudging Bai Yi's hand with its nose, constantly licking the bleeding wound on Bai Yi's fingertip. Bai Yi looked down at the dog and said, "Where did this little dog come from? It's so cute." Brady came back to his senses, surprised to hear his words, "Isn't this your dog?" Bai Yi was slightly stunned. Xia Xinmei pulled out a notebook from his pocket and handed it to him. "Take a look." After speaking, she turned and dragged Brady outside. This poisonous mist could kill a university student, but it couldn't kill the demon lord Shou Chang. At this moment, Brady was filled with questions, but Bai Yi didn't seem to provide answers, so he could only follow Xia Xinmei out. Right now, the other contestants were in dire straits. Originally, there were 100 contestants in this copy. Just at the start, the poisonous fog has already eliminated more than 40 contestants. This elimination rate is terrifying, something they had never encountered before. In the past, there would be dangers only at key plot points, but now, with the poison right from the beginning, who could have expected that? The rules never mentioned anything like this. Contestants with experience or alertness fared better, but the bewildered newcomers faced the most danger. The Flower Nation also lost 2 newcomers in an instant. The surviving newcomers stayed alive thanks to timely delivery of medicine and tools. In this kind of competition, not only do contestants fight for their lives, but they also need support from their parents and relationships. Surviving the first difficulty is truly hard for a newcomer. Those who have participated in 2 rounds of competition were already well prepared. They had already stocked their backpacks with items to counter such emergencies, along with antidote pills. However, they still did not dare to let their guard down. This copy might very well turn into a war of attrition. They had been trapped in this dark room, waiting to be slaughtered. It was incredibly passive. Previously, Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei had taught them the importance of taking the initiative. In short, they had to plan an escape, but how to escape needed careful deliberation. At this moment, a bullet screen hinted to them. Bai Yi is acting up again. This time he seems to be a chivalrous hero, going around opening doors. As long as you don't attack him, he'll save you, so you'd better stay put because the building structure here is very complicated. Even if you blow the doors open, you won't get out. This bullet screen was sent by Mr. Love Transfer, who profited greatly. He noticed the transformation of these contestants after training and wanted to help, invest in them, but the premise was that they had to survive. Otherwise, he would be left with nothing. At this point, Bai had already discreetly broken through several walls with a bright bulb, each wall hiding a room and a person inside. Someone inside would suddenly attack him. These individuals had received private messages, information invisible to others, costing more, knowing that Bai was passing through with people, yet they still foolishly struck out. Basically, before Bai could counterattack, Brady had already killed the enemies first. Xia Xinmei watched the scene with her arms crossed. Bai glanced at the corpses, then at Brady, sighing, "The young hero is too hasty, life is precious. Why must one take another's life? Why not break their tendons and poke their eyes to ask if they have accomplices?" Brady nodded, "Got it, I understand." Then Bai opened another door, a strong wind rushed in, and Brady swiftly killed the opponent. Bai turned to look at Brady. Brady calmly retracted his hand, "Next time, be careful." Bai opened another door, and Brady killed another enemy. Bai shook his head, expressing regret, "The young hero is too full of killing intent, this is not good." Brady sincerely nodded, "I understand, I will definitely be careful next time." However, Brady would never give the enemies any chance to approach Bai, he was swift in his kills. He even killed 2 contestants from Lighthouse Nation. The public screen of Lighthouse Nation was in chaos. Is Brady insane? Is insanity contagious? He must be crazy. Brady must have been controlled, he is no longer himself. How could he kill his own people? Shit. What has influenced Brady? I suggest we execute Brady immediately. Fuck. Eastern sorcery. It must be Eastern sorcery controlling Brady. Flower Nation must give us an explanation. Kids from Flower Nation hiding in the Lighthouse Nation's livestream, seeing them go crazy, dared not speak. They turned and ran back to their homes. Mom, too. They are so scary. Oh, they look like they want to tear us apart, even though they were backstabbed by their own. And clearly, it was their people who attacked first, shouldn't they remind their players not to act? Maybe those players acted only after receiving some news, so it's their own people harming their own. Bai is being wronged, clearly, he did nothing, and they are attacking him out of nowhere, taking my treasure. 3. At this moment, the atmosphere of the international online conference became quite delicate. The representative from the Flower Kingdom calmly stated, Bai is not in good spirits, but he is kind and innocent, so this has nothing to do with him. Don't try to place this blame on the pure-hearted Bai. You all should quickly advise your players not to provoke him. He has no memory and is easily stressed. We don't know what Brady is thinking, but Bai's strength is still a mystery, and we don't know how powerful he really is. Once he makes a move, all of you might have to retreat. Don't forget that he recorded the destruction of a castle in his notebook. This sounded rather arrogant, but after watching all the contestants perform in this match, Bai indeed had the right to be arrogant. He could open doors without making any noise, something others could not achieve. Chapter 51, Approachable. Although representatives from various countries were a bit anxious, all their players were in the same instance, so they could only grit their teeth and endure. As mentioned before, they had agreed to advance and retreat together, now was the best time to show it. Players from the other 9 countries received a barrage announcement. The Flower Kingdom's players and the Lighthouse Nation's players are fighting in this room, do not attack them. Especially do not provoke the players from the Flower Kingdom. Stay put and wait for them to come, remember, do not attack them, absolutely do not attack. Do not attack. As Bai walked along, he noticed the doors behind him had stopped blowing wind, there were indeed people inside, but they all behaved honestly, with some even raising their hands to greet him. Xia Xinmei and Brady paid little attention to others, it wasn't pride, but a kind of indifference, an equal disdain for everyone. In contrast, Bai was incredibly approachable, he enthusiastically invited friends along the way to join him. It's a fate to meet here today, why not walk together? At first, everyone was a bit flattered and followed him eagerly. In the end, they found out he said this to everyone, greeting each person like a true social butterfly, spreading kindness to all equally. Each person who thought they were the exception ended up with a broken heart. Only Brady and Xia Xinmei stood expressionlessly on either side of Bai, finding nothing strange, even feeling an accustomed calmness. Soon, all the companions from the Flower Kingdom gathered. Bai took out his notebook and confirmed each name one by one. Not fewer, no need to search anymore. He was preparing to destroy this prison. Newcomer quickly raised his hand, can I get my name written down? I'm one of you guys, a friend. Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Turn on the light. Bai took out his big light bulb to illuminate the darkness, holding it up to shine on the newcomer's face. Look, do you recognize him? The newcomer quickly leaned forward. See? Genuine, a player from the Flower Kingdom. The contestants nodded one after another. Yes, newcomer. Bai Yi handed the big light bulb to Xia Xinmei, picked up the notebook, and took off the pen cap. What's your name? Lu Lang, Lu from Willow Tree, Lang meaning cheerful. Lu Lang stretched his neck, eagerly watching Bai Yi write in the notebook. It seems that Lu Lang, who doesn't look very bright. New partner. Lu Lang. Do we really have to add that part? Bai Yi finished writing and stuffed the notebook into his pocket. His pocket was larger than the others, seemingly made just for his notebook. A sharp scream almost made many people cry out instinctively. Everyone hurriedly looked around. Xia Xinmei raised the big light bulb high. What came into view were rows of doors opened by Bai Yi, and complete walls. It looked like a twisted, scary tomb. Who just screamed? Someone asked in a trembling voice. The crowd fell silent. No one stepped forward, meaning the sounds were not made by them. A series of miserable cries echoed from all directions. Someone was so scared that they accidentally let out a sound, and was immediately covered by the person next to them. Xia Xinmei returned the light bulb to Bai Yi. Bai Yi put the light bulb back in his backpack. Rule 2, this castle has many rooms, and almost every room has people locked inside. However, the soundproofing here is excellent. If you hear a scream, that person is likely nearby. You must lower your presence so they don't notice you. A reminder suddenly floated on the screen, as if afraid they would forget. In the darkness, the breathing of those around was clear. The earlier screams felt like an illusion. But in the next moment, another message floated up to remind them. Many contestants trapped in the rooms just died. Some were choked by suddenly appearing ropes around their necks, while others were caught by the abdomen and were suffocated to death, letting out screams. This message was telling them the screams were not an illusion. According to the rule hint, he was nearby. The breathing around grew heavy. Brady moved closer to Bai Yi, while Xia Xinmei turned to stare at him with an ambiguous gaze. Brady noticed her gaze and turned back. What are you doing? You don't suspect me, do you? Don't be ridiculous. Xia Xinmei continued to stare at him. Until a rope suddenly fell from above and wrapped around Xia Xinmei's neck. She grabbed the rope and yanked hard, but only pulled down one rope. She looked up, and the wall above was still intact. Indeed, this was a bizarre world, showing no regard for logic. Xia Xinmei looked down and found Bai Yi had vanished. She then raised her hand and gave Brady a big shove. Brady reflexively swung his hand down, but upon seeing it was Xia Xinmei, he halted, only to discover something even scarier. Bai Yi was gone. Where is he? I was about to ask you that. Where is he? A rope fell next to me just now. A scream rang out close by. The sound was different from the earlier ones. It didn't sound like a painful cry, but rather like someone was startled. In the darkness, without props, the contestants couldn't see anything, completely unaware of what was happening. But they knew danger was happening around them. In an instant, everyone was stepping back continuously, without knowing where to retreat. At that moment, everyone heard a muffled crash. Bang! It seemed like several walls had collapsed nearby. Yet there was still no light. Turn on the lights. A voice like music from the heavens seemed to resonate from afar, dispelling the darkness and bringing light. Everyone looked towards the sound and saw Bai Yi binding something with a rope. Upon closer inspection, they found it was a person. I severed his tendons and gouged out his eyes. We can interrogate him to see if he has accomplices. I'm just a guard, I don't know anything. As the criminal finished speaking, Brady dragged him to the side, away from Bai Yi. This isn't the big boss, he should be the big boss's subordinate. After saying that, he used his lightning ability to directly turn this subordinate to ashes. Bai Yi sighed. Brady is still too impulsive. Why always resort to violence? He could have just cut off some of his meat to use as food or at least collect some of his blood to confuse the scent. There's no need to think only about killing, life is precious. Brady listened seriously to the advice and nodded earnestly. I understand. Others? Bai Yi smacked his lips. After working hard all morning, I'm actually a bit hungry. The crowd collectively stepped back. Even the surviving contestants from nearby rooms with collapsed walls didn't rush out, instead huddling into corners. Only the contestants from the flower-growing country stood still, looking as though they had stepped forward. You can now plead to God, a chilling voice came from behind Bai Yi. Chapter 52 Are we going to eat hot pot? As Bai Yi turned around, Brady had already made his move. Brady was still so impatient. But this time, the role he played was different. Brady actually missed his target. It seemed like just an illusion. However, in the next second, the scene before everyone changed. They found themselves sitting at a table, unable to tell what was real and what was illusion. Everyone looked around, observing their surroundings. There was light, but it wasn't bright. The light came from the doors behind them, all tightly shut, yet each door had an oil lamp hanging on it. The oil lamps barely illuminated the doors, giving just enough light for them to see. In front of them, the table was curved, connecting with other tables, and when they looked around, they realized they were in a large circle. The circle surrounded a huge pot of soup, and all the contestants were sitting around it, but the seats weren't full. By estimation, the circle had 100 seats, meaning some people were either gone or still in their rooms. What were they about to face sitting there? All contestants couldn't help but pay full attention, focusing on every movement around them. Bai looked at the soup pot and suddenly asked, "Are we going to eat hot pot?" In this spacious room, he was the only one who spoke, so even if his voice was soft, it reached everyone else's ears. Contestants from other countries had learned the language of the flower-growing country, but they all thought they must have misheard. How could anyone be thinking about hot pot at this time? Impossible, absolutely impossible, they must have heard wrong. It could also be a homophone, the language of the flower-growing country is full of homonyms, very complex, they must have misunderstood. However, the contestant closest to Bai from the flower-growing country curled up the corners of his mouth. The tense feeling instantly dispersed by half. They knew Bai was definitely thinking about hot pot, only he could think of this at such a moment. Brady took a piece of bread from his backpack and handed it to the contestant from the flower-growing country. "Give this to him. This can replenish energy." Autumn Leaf looked left and right, pushed the bread to Fong Gaojie, who also pushed it aside, each one passing it until it reached Bai. Bai smiled broadly. "How can I accept this?" He reached out to take the bread. "Then I won't be polite." Brady nodded. "No need to be polite, if it's not enough, I have more." As he spoke, he took out his own stock. The audience found something strange about this. Why do I feel like Brady is being a bit sycophantic? Oh, this is something one shouldn't say, the lighthouse side is already in chaos, they can't dare to speak. What's there to be afraid of? Freedom of speech. Plus, with Bai being so strong yet pure and kind, it's easy for people to believe in him. Their noise is because they don't understand anything. Fan filter plus 100? At this moment, Xia Xinmei reached out to take the bread that Bai held and checked it. "Eat?" Bai looked at the bread, then at Xia Xinmei. "Aunt, do you have something delicious?" Xia Xinmei glanced at him. "What for?" Bai smiled. "You seem very worried about me eating someone else's food, so why don't you give me some snacks to eat?" Xia Xinmei thought for a moment. This suggestion was quite good. If he randomly eats things, it might mess up his mind again, which would be troublesome. Xia Xinmei took out the energy pigeon from her backpack and handed it to Bai, then confiscated his bread. Bai's eyes lit up. "Aunt, you really have good stuff. If you want to eat something, come to me. Don't eat things given by others." Xia Xinmei casually glanced at Brady. Brady stared at her, grinding his teeth. At that moment, the soup pot began to bubble, and soon it started boiling. Then, a note appeared on everyone's table. "The master of the castle enjoys tormenting people whenever he is unhappy. If you want to survive, please follow these rules. 1. If you see him, please show him your best smile. 2. If you are chosen by him, do not resist. The more you resist, the more excited he gets. You can just lie flat, maybe he will lose interest in you. 3. If you are not chosen, congratulations. You have plenty of time to think about how to escape, but it is not advisable to try at this moment. You can wait for his anger to vent. 4. There are a total of 24 doors here, only one door leads out. If you step into the other doors, you will never come out again. Be very careful in your choice. 5. Anyone who escapes is evil and will be thrown into the soup pot to be cleansed of filth, so the moment you decide to flee, you better pray to God and don't get caught. 6. The duration of this torture is 1 hour. You can watch the clock on the wall and see time pass, it might make you feel a little better. 7. Every day at noon, noble guests will come to dine in the hall. If you can escape to the hall, avoid those noble guests as much as possible. There are only 7 rules, yet they made everyone sweat profusely. The audience also furrowed their brows. Something is wrong, something is wrong. Even I, an outsider, can see that this is not right. These rules look like a trap, a circle within a circle. Remember, the first rule in the room said never to look at him, but these rules say if you see him, please show your best smile? Who is real and who is fake? Originally, I thought the rules in the room were nonsensical, but after seeing the rules on this note, I feel that the rules in the room are actually more credible. The second rule is ridiculous. Just lie flat if chosen? Not resisting to make the other side lose interest? Is this trustworthy? The third, fourth, and fifth rules seem somewhat credible. The sixth rule looks a bit strange. Telling the contestants to watch the clock reminds me of some hypnotic techniques, so I find this rule unreliable. The seventh rule says if you escape to the hall, you should avoid noble guests. I think there are 2 interpretations. One is that the noble guests might be in cahoots with the castle master, so you must keep away. The other is that the noble guests have great backgrounds, and the castle master also fears them. Telling contestants to avoid them could be misleading, as they might be the only chance for self-salvation. The audience has already engaged in a comprehensive discussion based on these few rules. The contestants, however, were already sweating profusely. Not just because of nerves, but because the temperature here kept rising, especially with the boiling soup pot right in front of them. The heat came rushing toward them. This increased their psychological pressure exponentially. Bai Yi ate the pigeon while studying the note on the table. After finishing the pigeon, he crumpled the note into a ball and rubbed it, softening the paper to wipe his hands. He turned to Xia Xinmei. "Aunt, do you still need this paper?" Xia Xinmei gave him the paper. He took it and went through the same steps to soften it and used it to wipe his mouth. Other country's contestant. What is he doing? Is he provocatively acting strange? Chapter 53 Spiritual Illusion. Before everyone could react, Bai Yi had already stood up and flipped the table. What does this mean? What do you mean by this? Whose territory is this? Is this how you treat your guests? No food or drink, yet you post threats, in broad daylight. Do you really want to imprison us? Contestants. Is he crazy? Audience. My goodness, what are you doing? Strange. What does he mean? Is it a provocation? Bai Yi turned around and looked around. Everyone, we are not mice, we cannot be threatened by him. If so, let's join hands and turn this place upside down and see who is the true villain behind the scenes. Ha! Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Brady stood up without hesitation and casually overturned a table. Xia Xinmei stood up with an expression unchanged and kicked over a table. The contestants from the flower planting country saw this and one by one stood up. Zhuang Xueqing carefully flipped a table over. Shi Chao also gently laid the table down. Fang Gaojie kicked at a table, found it a bit heavy, and kicked 3 times before flipping it. Xiang Ma was smarter. He picked up a corner of a table and it fell over. Xiao Yi pushed hard with both hands and overturned it at once. New contestant Lu Lang pushed hard but couldn't move it. He turned around and pushed with his but still couldn't flip it. He crawled under the table and pushed up hard, sweating profusely, but the table only moved a little forward. Nearby, Zhuang Xueqing couldn't bear to watch and helped him flip the table over. Lu Lang held his thighs, panting, "Phew, thank you. A contestant with double enhancement is really different. This table weighs at least 300 pounds. Zhuang Xueqing quietly corrected him, around 500 pounds. Lu Lang. What kind of training have you accepted? Can you measure even this? The audience gasped upon hearing Zhuang Xueqing's words. A 500-pound table? Made of gold? No, the shape of this table doesn't look like it could weigh 500 pounds. Don't explain the weight in the world of strange tales with common sense. Lu Lang is already exhausted. I believe this really is heavy. Is Zhuang Xueqing's strength really this great? She can flip 500 pounds with her hands? Strengthening the body isn't a joke. The first enhancement removes impurities, enhances energy, and strengthens bones and meridians. With the second enhancement, you can fight beasts barehanded. It is said that the previously undefeated SS-level contestant could easily lift a 10-ton elephant, but unfortunately, these consecutive winners were ultimately doomed by the rules. This is just a second consecutive win, and the rules are already so inexplicable. I am very worried. Bai Yi is not even following the rules. I am more worried, fearing he will step into a pitfall of rules. At this moment, the official support team also became tense. He Han Yuan scratched his head. It's one thing for Bai Yi to come in recklessly without knowing the rules, but why is Xia Xinmei following along? Others stared at the screen, not speaking. Qi De Yuan placed his hand on the operation platform, ready to assist at any time. In the world of strange tales. After Bai Yi stood up with the contestants from the flower planting country, the contestants from other countries also stood up. After all, we have come this far. However, they did not flip tables. Some tried, then gave up. It shouldn't be because the table was too heavy, right? No one spoke about this issue. Their eyes wandered, observing the changes here, focusing more on Bai Yi. Compared to the rules, Bai Yi's unpredictable personality was more terrifying. No one knew what he would do next. The clock on the wall was ticking away. Time was speeding up, and the temperature was hotter than before. They felt as if they were in a giant steamer, and their bodies seemed to be melting. Bai Yi raised his hand. Knife, come. Love transfer grants Bai Yi one strange knife. What the heck? You're quick with your actions. Keep your hands there. After a tough decision to send a gift, you snatched it away. Can't you leave us poor folks a little chance? No way, I must send it. Ambition grants Bai Yi a horizontal knife. Bai Yi just acquired a strange knife, and now a horizontal knife appeared before him. He hesitated for a moment and then reached out to grip it. In fact, he didn't know which knife was his, he just instinctively felt he had a weapon, and with a shout, they would come to him. Since they are here, then they all belong to him. The strange knife and the horizontal knife were quite different. For an ordinary person to hold two knives like this would be cumbersome, but in his hands, it didn't feel awkward. He tossed the horizontal knife into the air, using internal force to send it flying, sweeping across the 24 gates. The other competitors widened their eyes, then hurriedly all left their positions to run over, afraid of being accidentally harmed. At the moment the 24 gates were breached, thick, inky polluted gas surged in. The competitors from various countries immediately took action to fend off the pollution, not allowing it to come close. At that moment, several beams of light shone down, illuminating the competitors. A human face floated in the air. You can now plead with God. Everyone looked up and saw several giant hands appearing out of thin air, targeting them and reaching out. At this time, they remembered the second rule on the note: if you are chosen, do not resist. The more you resist, the more excited he becomes. You can lay flat, and maybe he will lose interest in you. Bai raised the strange knife to slash, but his attack actually passed through that hand, which remained undamaged. Brady stepped forward, striking with his lightning talent, yet it passed straight through as well. The giant hand descended, and everyone dodged, but that hand somehow turned, as if equipped with radar, targeting them relentlessly. It's a mental illusion. Those in this illusion can get hurt and die, and he can touch us, but we cannot touch him. Challenging this type of difficulty is very wrong. It might not just be 6 stars. Who has mental items? Quickly take them out. Xia Xinmei spoke rapidly but clearly, delivering her message. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. The external audience also stood up, eyes glued to the screen. In the international online conference room, everyone turned their gaze to Lighthouse Nation and Big Hair, the two countries that were first to gain the qualification to purchase mental items. Initially, it should have been Flower Planting Nation that started first, but just when they were about to advance, a very cynical competitor suddenly caused others to die together as the instance was about to clear. He not only wiped out the team that had helped him multiple times but also caused many others' investments to plummet. After that match, Flower Planting Nation seemed to fall into a vicious cycle, losing many rounds in a row. All the glory of Flower Planting Nation was consumed during that time. Their national fortunes began to decline, borders were frequently invaded, and various regions experienced geological disasters. During that period, they lost nearly all contributors. They tried everything to save those competitors, but the people's spirits and bodies were greatly impacted. After that, no one dared to invest easily again, as no one could afford to lose. Bai's emergence was like a ray of light breaking through the darkness, and people regained confidence and began to rush to invest. But now, a dungeon that might exceed 6-star difficulty had appeared. Is it meant to lead the competitors to their doom? People felt indignant and very unwilling. They wanted to support, but Flower Planting Nation could not purchase mental items. Representatives from Flower Planting Nation and other countries were all watching Lighthouse Nation and Big Hair closely, waiting for their response. Chapter 54, Come Out, Find Him. The competitors from Lighthouse and Big Hair were inside. Do they want to fish for benefits? Especially Brady from Lighthouse, whose strength was clearly extraordinary. If they win this round, the contribution value is absolutely considerable. The contestants from Demao are also present, and Demao's most outstanding contestant, Ivan, is still in the darkroom, seemingly studying how to escape. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the combination of Bai, Xia Xinmei, and Brady is definitely the strongest in the venue. Bai is also very easy to talk to. If Demao steps in to help now, it would be helping his own contestant. Sure enough, Demao was the first to notify the support team to assist the contestants on site. The contestants from Demao at the scene immediately used mental props to prop up a protective wall, blocking a wave of attacks. Those large hands disappeared. That face reappeared. A resisting prey is truly exciting, isn't it? When prey is killed at its happiest moment, it will forever retain its most beautiful side, right? Hearing this eerie voice, the first 2 rules suddenly floated in everyone's minds. 1. If you see him, please show him your best smile. 2. If you are chosen, do not resist. The more you resist, the more excited he becomes. You can lie down, perhaps he will lose interest in you. Rule 3 was also recalled by someone. 3. If you are not chosen, then congratulations, you have plenty of time to think about how to escape, but it is not advisable to try at this moment. You can wait for his rage to subside. Those who were not chosen hurriedly ran towards the door. At this moment, the pollution was very thick, and many could hardly hold on. They wanted to escape while they still could. However, they did not know which door to exit from. Because Rule 4 stated, there are a total of 24 doors here, only one door leads out. Once you step into any other door, there is no coming back, so you must choose carefully. Arriving at the door, they all hesitated, thinking of the following rules. They huddled at the entrance and decided to wait a little longer. Because the outcome of breaking out is tragic, and the duration of this torture is 1 hour. As long as they endure for 1 hour, they can survive. Some people looked at the clock, while others were doing their best to fight against the pollution. Xia Xinmei looked up and observed, unless we break the illusion, there is no way out. The rules in this illusion are deliberately left behind by the illusion creator as hints, like a cat teasing a mouse. They will never truly let the prey escape. As soon as she finished speaking, countless large hands descended from the sky once more. The Beacon Country contributed props this time. Brady suddenly stood in front of Bai Yi, the descending large hand being forced to stop in midair. The shield Brady held up temporarily spared everyone from disaster, but this was not a long-term solution. Bai Yi walked through the shield and looked at the 24 large doors. When a large hand pressed down on his head, he suddenly let out a light laugh. Brady and Xia Xinmei turned to him simultaneously, feeling the mental force he emitted and being startled at once. The two quickly tried to stop him but were blocked outside by his mental force. Bai Yi. Xia Xinmei's face looked rather bad. Others also turned their heads to look because of her shout. Bai Yi raised his head, grinning, his crimson eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. A trivial skill, dare to show off here. As his voice fell, the surrounding space began to shake, then completely collapsed. The face in the sky twisted resentfully, and the large hand above the roof kept waving but could never get close to Bai Yi by even a fraction, and in the end, it dissipated along with this environment like bubbles. In an instant, everyone returned to that pitch-black place. Someone took out a flashlight to shine around, discovering they were still standing in the original position. Surrounding them were breached walls, and the walls of the room were covered in scratches and bloodstains. So they had never left this cage at all. Was everything just now fake? Then how were they supposed to escape from here? The red light in Bai Yi's eyes flickered. He stood in place for a while without moving. Countless fragments dashed around in his mind. He closed his eyes and slightly furrowed his brow. Xia Xinmei and Brady surrounded Bai Yi in front of him. Feeling Bai Yi's mental energy in turmoil, both of them had unpleasant expressions. Especially Brady, who clenched his fists and felt deeply guilty. If it weren't for his mental energy being unable to gather, they would never have waited for Bai Yi to take action. Although the Lighthouse Nation could buy mental energy potions, these basic potions were just a drop in the bucket for his severely depleted injuries. He had to find a way to recover some mental energy quickly. Bai Yi was seriously injured. Every time he struck, it would lead to a loss of control over his mental energy, and this kind of loss of control was very dangerous. Hurting others was fine, but mainly, they were afraid he would hurt himself. Brady furrowed his brows and lowered his head. Xia Xinmei barely managed to gather a little energy and quietly input it into Bai Yi, calming his agitated mental energy just enough. The little bit of energy she had finally gathered was gone again. She grabbed at her empty hands and silently sighed. Bai Yi gradually recovered from the sudden severe pain in his brain, and his scattered consciousness slowly returned. He had just grasped at a certain fragment that flashed through his mind. It was a blurry shadow, and those dim, sorrowful eyes seemed like they were about to extinguish. She lay quietly on the ground, her mouth moving as if she were speaking to him. She said, "Run fast, hurry, run." Suddenly, the dry sea of consciousness appeared in front of Bai Yi again. Countless tall shadows filled the entire consciousness sea, stretching endlessly, but only 5 figures turned around, staring directly at him. He raised his hand, as if choosing, and finally, his fingertip pointed to the strongest among the 5. That figure in a white robe took a step forward, smiling gently with cold eyes. Bai Yi's eyelids slowly opened, the corners of his mouth lifting little by little, and his whole aura suddenly changed. The combat outfit he wore gave him a feeling of being shrouded in sacredness. He slowly raised his hand, wearing a smile. "Good child, feeling wronged and not daring to fight back, right? Come out, find him, and we will kill him together." S-level talent, Ignorance is Innocence facing strong pressure, upgrading. Talent upgraded to SS level, Ignorance is Innocence. As long as I think so, I am right. This talent can be used infinitely, including but not limited to immunity to pollution, immunity to physical attacks, immunity to mental attacks, immunity to physical control, immunity to mental control, strengthening combat power, strengthening mental energy. These subtitles flashed by, but Bai Yi did not pay attention. His energy was exhausted and could not gather strength, but he believed he could gather it, so he did. Tiny dots of light spread from his hand. These lights floated to every corner of the castle. Suddenly, all the stone doors of the castle opened, and countless spirits floated out. Those contestants trapped in dark rooms stepped out in confusion, only to find that outside the door was another room, turning back to see that both sides were filled with doors, one linked to another, as if there were no real exit at all. At this moment, they saw the spirits, emerging from cracks in the walls, drilling up from the ground, falling down from the ceiling. Fortunately, the contestants still alive had decent psychological qualities, not screaming out in fright. They remembered the rule that said they could not talk to the spirits, so they all dodged, watching as these spirits floated off in a certain direction. Chapter 55 twisted into a rope. Some daring contestants also quietly followed the spirits, thinking that the direction the spirits were going might be the exit. Others cautiously searched, trying to find the real way out. At this moment, the gathered crowd was also avoiding the spirits. Suddenly, Bai Yi's figure flashed like a ghost, appearing 100 meters away, disappearing along with those spirits. Brady wanted to chase but was stopped by Xia Xinmei. Don't go make trouble. Brady thought of his exhausted mental strength and paused. The competitors left behind stared blankly in the direction where Bai Yi had departed. The players from the Flower Kingdom seemed better off, perhaps they were used to it. They began to think about what to do next. Zhuang Xueqing gently tugged at Xia Xinmei's sleeve and asked, "What should we do now?" Xiao Yi shrank behind the two, saying, there was a prompt saying Bai Yi noted in his notebook that he wanted to destroy the castle. Lu Lang anxiously asked, "But we are still in the castle. If it is destroyed, we can't escape, right? Should we find a corner to hide?" "No," Shi Chao explained, "the notes Bai Yi made in the notebook are very important and must be closely related to clearing the level. Since he has changed his persona, he probably doesn't remember this. He is likely going to find the castle owner, so it's up to us to destroy the castle." Hearing his words, everyone's expressions were colorful. "Do you even hear what you are saying?" Xia Xinmei nodded, affirming his statement. "We need to destroy the castle while Bai Yi is fighting him. If he is alive, the castle cannot be destroyed. If the castle is not destroyed, he will not die, and we will not be able to escape." A large portion of people did not quite understand, especially the contestants from other countries. They felt like they were hearing a tongue twister. Xia Xinmei looked at Brady. "You explain it to them." Brady explained it to them in English. "The rules mention that there is only endless darkness in this room, and there will never be light. This means that if we do not leave here, we can never clear the level. If you want to see the light, which means if you want to clear the level, you must try to escape." Upon hearing this, someone raised a question. "But the second half of this rule says that escaping will be very miserable." "Of course, it's miserable to have no strength to fight the devil, but isn't it equally miserable to stay here forever without fighting?" No one could refute this. So another person asked, "Then what does this have to do with destroying the castle?" "Because this is the castle of a murderer, and the castle itself is a tool for killing. The murderer can easily kill anyone using this tool. Rule 1 states that he is not a human, he is a devil because anyone who sees him will die, indicating he can perfectly hide in this castle. If we do not destroy the castle, we will all be killed by him at some moment, unable to defend ourselves." Brady continued to explain from another perspective. The rules in the illusion were left by the murderer. He said that those who escape are all evil, while the rules in the room were left by the victims. The last 3 rules repeatedly emphasize one clue: escape, escape, escape. Because there is no way to survive here, only by leaving this castle can we survive. But since we cannot leave, the best way is to destroy it. So this level is too difficult, it's simply not something you should enter. Those outside should quickly check what the situation is and whether the strange power in reality has strengthened. As soon as these words were spoken, a great uproar erupted outside. Countries quickly sent people to investigate the areas invaded by the strange forces. Brady's words seemed to have struck a bell in everyone's mind. Previously, they had been wondering why after the 5-star level appeared, the 6-star level followed. Clearly, in the beginning, the difficulty was generally only 2 or 3 stars, and the rule prompts were very useful. Many times, they could survive relying on these prompts, and clearing keys were not hard to find. When did the levels started becoming increasingly difficult, the rule prompts began to be obscure, and the clearing keys were nearly impossible to find. It seemed to have started when the number of cities invaded by strange forces increased. Some small countries suddenly faced annihilation. Those places were shrouded in mist, completely obscuring the situation inside. Once upon a time, there were rumors that the strange had gone into the sea, and the nearby waters had been polluted, but at that time, no abnormalities were found upon inspection. Or was it that the strange had always been disguised? In the world of weird tales. Someone continued to ask, "Then are rules 3, 4, and 5 useless?" Brady nodded. "Maybe they are useful, but do you want to take the risk? The 3 rules only let you struggle to survive, preventing immediate death, but is struggling to survive really useful? And how can a person locked in a cage know this information? Is it through the undead? Rule 5 says there are many undead here, and you must never attempt to speak to them. The one who left the rules must have spoken to the undead themselves, so they could write down these rules. Knowing the rules of survival after talking to the undead, they ultimately chose to escape. Can you explain why?" Brady had explained very clearly. Escaping prison was the only way to survive. The premise was that you had to survive the escape. It was a gamble, with your life as the stake. So what should we do now? Destroying the castle shouldn't be hard, can we do it? When we destroy the castle, we should take some protective measures. Moreover, if he does not die, the castle cannot be destroyed. Ms. Xia previously said that if the castle does not get destroyed, he will not die. This is quite difficult. Everyone began to raise truly useful questions. Xia Xinmei opened her backpack and took out some gunpowder. Use this. Everyone who has brought it should take it out, and those who haven't should have their support team send some. As for protective measures, activating the portal at the moment of detonation will definitely help us survive. Bai Yi will kill him 1,000 times if he catches him. We just need to time it right to blow up the castle at the moment he dies. As long as we succeed in destroying the castle, we basically win the game. This investment will only profit, not lose. The contestants exchanged glances. Such an expensive resource as the portal would indeed be hard to obtain. It was too precious, worth 1,000,000 contribution points, even the country's savings couldn't match that. It would inevitably cost a large part of the national fortune. They were aware of this. It was certainly impossible for them to risk so much national fortune. As they were in a dilemma, a large batch of high-explosive gunpowder appeared before the contestants from the flower-planting family. After the flower-planting family set the example, the Big Fur followed with investments. Then the Lighthouse country also contributed resources. The Foot Basin Chicken and the Stick followed suit after seeing the Lighthouse country invest. Other countries, after witnessing this, gritted their teeth and followed closely. Before all the currently surviving contestants appeared, barrage prompts popped up. At the same time, a large batch of gunpowder appeared before them. This time, 10 countries came together as one, ready to make this gamble. And those contestants who had just emerged from the dark room saw this scene. Some were confused, but upon seeing the barrage, they thought their country could not harm itself. Others who were more alert quickly understood what to do. So everyone started running with the gunpowder. Chapter 56 Good child, then redeem yourself. On the way to throw the gunpowder, the contestants encountered many obstacles. But this time, the spectators from various countries were frantically investing. Various defensive tools blocked the direct attacks. From this, it was clear that this time it was truly a nationwide gamble on a large scale. They were willing to gamble this time primarily because they believed the contestants entering this time had hope. Just like Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei gave hope to the flower-planting family, Brady was also the hope of the Lighthouse country. Among those who just came out of the room were hopes for other countries. Before their appearance, all the countries were actually in decline, just at different speeds. Another reason was Brady's earlier words, that the strange forces in reality might have grown stronger. If these contestants did not survive this round, could the ordinary contestants drawn next survive? Even those who are not chosen, can they truly be safe in reality? After a year of battling the strange, everyone knows the many uses of contribution points. Betting on this may yield a large amount of contribution points, allowing oneself to buy a potion to enhance their body. But if one doesn't bet, how long can a calm life last? As for losing, they dare not think about it, but each person has left themselves a way out, at least ensuring their limbs are intact, so in case of trouble, they can still run. At this moment, the International Online Conference is discussing another issue, which is the important reason why various countries are determined to protect their contestants this round. A representative from the Lighthouse country tentatively asks the representative from the flower-planting country. We have received a response to the distress signal we sent to the universe. You must have intercepted it too. What is the information you have translated? The representative from the flower-planting country retorts, have you translated it already? What is it? The representative from the Lighthouse country suspiciously stares at the representative from the flower-planting country, haven't you translated it yet? The representative from the flower-planting country shakes their head, not exactly, it's just that the meaning is unclear, so I wanted to confirm with you. You are quite skilled, the accuracy of your translation must be better, this concerns all of humanity, you wouldn't hide it, right? I trust you like I trust an old crook, you crafty old man. The representative from the Lighthouse country is clearly cautious, having been tricked too many times. But thinking about it, this indeed requires joint discussion, so after consulting internal opinions, they revealed this matter. We speculate that what we received is a signal from a parallel universe, as the other party repeatedly refers to some timespace, and we don't know how to translate that symbol, so we guess it is a symbol, representing timespace. We temporarily name this symbol, YUI 531 timespace. And here we are referred to as the wilderness land. The general content of the translation is as follows: greetings to the life forms of the wilderness land. Here is YUI 531 timespace. Your distress signal has been received by YUI 531 timespace. A team will be dispatched to verify whether your distress situation is real. If it is true, the team will stay in the wilderness land to assist you. Due to the wilderness land being too backward, the team is expected to arrive before you receive the signal. For the continuation and harmony of cosmic civilization, YUI 531 timespace will sincerely safeguard every life form in each timespace. As the voice of the representative from the Lighthouse country falls, the online meeting room falls into a dead silence. Then, the representative from the flower-planting country receives instructions and nods. The signal we received, after decrypting, does indeed differ somewhat from your content. Everyone's gaze turns to the representative from the flower planting country. The representative from the flower planting country picks up an electronic tablet, looking at the contents on it. Their voice is calm yet powerful, penetrating the screen. Greetings to humankind from the human homeland. Here is the Star Abyss branch of the Timespace Bureau. Do not be nervous, we are also humans, just not in the same timespace as you. We have received your appeal and are on our way to the human homeland. Please strive to ensure your safety first while waiting for our rescue. Due to the remoteness of the timespace where the human homeland is located, there might be delays in information transmission. We expect to arrive before the message reaches you. Space-time travel may cause spatial distortion, this is all normal. Do not panic, we will not actively harm any human. You can trust us. We believe in the supremacy of life, surviving strongly. There is still hope. The Star Abyss branch will do its utmost to safeguard the human homeland. After the representative from the flower planting country finishes reading the translation, the meeting room once again falls into dead silence. Representatives from other countries glance at one another. Then one by one, they pull out their decrypted content. Most of them are pretty similar to what the lighthouse country decrypted. A few overlaps decoded with the flower-growing family. In other words, both types of content exist. The representative of the flower-growing family raised a question: could it be that there were originally two responses, and two teams came? One team is here to investigate, and the other team is here for direct support? The lighthouse representative immediately agreed, it's very possible, but it seems the support team has encountered issues, and we don't know if the investigation team has arrived, or if they too have run into problems. In the world of strange tales, Bai was brought before the castle master by the undead. The first rule says he is not human, he is a devil, and seeing him brings death. So the moment Bai saw this killer, he was immediately attacked. SS level talent, ignorance is no crime activated. Immune to mental attacks. Immune to physical attacks. Immune to pollution. Immune to mental control. Immune to physical control. Mental power enhancement. Combat power enhancement. The killer's furious attack seemed fierce, but Bai was not harmed at all. He silently approached him and unleashed his full power. Bai raised his hand to hold the killer's head, a benevolent smile on his face. Good child, offer your power. The killer's body struggled violently but couldn't escape being decomposed and refined into energy absorbed by Bai. But in the next second, the killer returned, appearing behind Bai, raising the butcher knife to strike down. Immune to physical attacks. Immune to mental attacks. Immune to mental control. Mental power enhancement. A benevolent radiance radiated from Bai, directly illuminating the killer to tears. I am guilty, boo-hoo. I am a sinner, I truly deserve to die, boo-hoo. While the killer swung the butcher knife at Bai, he repented and cried. However, his knife always missed Bai. Bai raised his hand again, and the benevolent radiance on him became even more dazzling. Good child, then redeem your sins. The killer once again could not escape under Bai's palm, turning into energy absorbed by Bai again. He assembled a new body once more and returned charging. A prey that fights back, you have successfully piqued my interest. I don't believe I can't kill you. The killer spread his arms, countless chains floated in the air, then directly attacked Bai. Chapter 57 Ready to board the ship. Immune to physical attacks. Immune to mental attacks. Immune to mental control. Mental power enhancement. After a series of immunities, all the chains brushed past Bai, who lifted his hand again. The killer's pupils contracted. Here we go again. He turned to run, but while running, he realized he was going backward, retreating further and further, until a strong suction came from above. It was an irresistible force, like the blade of judgment, or the claw of a devil. His body was once again decomposed and refined into energy matter, all absorbed by Bai. He did not give up struggling and tried to take over Bai's body. However, when his consciousness entered Bai's body, he could not find Bai's spiritual realm at all and was completely devoured by Bai's tyrannical mental power before he even realized the situation. Bai looked at the killer reappearing before him, closed and opened his eyes, his benevolence turning into evil on his face. I smell something delicious. Good child, let me have a bite. Saying this, he charged towards the killer, wrapped in a sky full of malice. The killer. The killer ran away in a frenzy, his face twisted, grinding his teeth. Very well, you have successfully ignited my anger, I must kill you today. The battle here was fierce and unyielding. The contestants in the castle were still running at full speed. They were trying to cover the entire castle with gunpowder, but the structure inside was too chaotic. They always got lost, and while running, they returned to the starting point, so everyone marked a directional arrow at the places they passed. Every intersection had many arrows marked, and after ensuring that every intersection and room had arrows, they were horrified to discover that this castle truly had no exit. All the structures here were loops. Cannot go out at all. Until Xia Xinmei broke through the ceiling, she opened up a new path. "Oh, we can run like this? We should have done this earlier," said the stick player. The Babashi player shattered his illusion. "Don't be naive. It's because Bai Yi held back the killer. Otherwise, with such a commotion, we would have died 1,000 times already." The big fur player rushed through them. "Hurry, hurry, keep up, don't waste time." Everyone followed Xia Xinmei to break through the ceiling, some jumping up, some climbing walls, and others throwing ropes for their partners above to pull them up. Upon reaching the top, they found themselves in a huge laboratory, where the bodies of the deceased players lay neatly on the experiment tables. Many of them had their bodies split open, while others had their skulls opened, and their brains removed. "Don't be dazed. If the killer comes back enraged, you won't escape." With Xia Xinmei's reminder, everyone quickly snapped back from their shock and fear. Each person hurried to scatter gunpowder everywhere. Lu Lang saw these bodies and felt a deep sadness, thinking they were flammable, and scattered some gunpowder on each body. After finishing with the gunpowder on this level, they continued to climb up. The next level was the hall. At this moment, it was exactly noon, and the clock on the wall chimed. A bunch of nobles had come to dine in the hall. The players looked at each other. "So, is this rule real after all? The 7th rule in the illusion: every day at noon, nobles will come to eat in the hall, and if you can escape to the hall, you should try to avoid those nobles." Nobles sound like they will help people, right? The rules in the illusion are mostly opposites, so what if this one is also the opposite? Shouldn't we get closer to the nobles instead of avoiding them? Xia Xinmei walked to the castle window and looked out. Outside the castle was an endless ocean, meaning escaping would also end in death. But there were several boats on the sea, which should be the nobles' boats. These nobles should have the keys to clear the game, the keys to the boats. Xia Xinmei strode towards those nobles but saw several others making the same move. Those people also noticed her, and the moment their eyes met, something surged beneath the surface. They were Lighthouse player, Brady. Big Fur player, Ivan. John Bull player, Angus. Hans Cat player, Jean. Gall Chicken player, Lauren. Babashi player, Cattle. Big White Elephant player, Hema. Stick player, Jean Xiozhen. Foot Basin Chicken player, Io Motaro. These 9 people moved in sync with Xia Xinmei, but Brady had already met Xia Xinmei before. The others were meeting her for the first time. They must have crashed in from other directions. The castle structure was complex, and it was normal not to encounter each other before, but it was also normal to meet at this moment due to the situation. However, there seemed to be a special sense of kinship among them. When they locked eyes, they couldn't help but scrutinize each other. The representatives from various countries outside watched this scene, their expressions somewhat subtle. But at this moment, the castle suddenly emitted a strange noise. A large section of the ceiling suddenly collapsed, and along with the ceiling came the killer. The players were instantly alarmed. But the killer didn't even look at them. It crawled up and fled underground, as if trying to avoid a plague. Xia Xinmei and the other 9 players heading towards the nobles immediately rushed towards them. The nobles, sitting at the dining table, had not yet started eating when suddenly they were struck by the collapsing ceiling, becoming dazed, only to be suddenly stripped and searched by a group of people. Noble? The killer fleeing underground must have seen something. The entire castle was instantly enveloped in a cloud of poisonous mist, the pollution 100 times more intense than before, as countless ropes surged towards the players, seemingly trying to drag them back. While dodging, While the strong wind blew away the toxic mist and pollution, these things would soon strike again. Shi Chao opened the energy shield to block the pollution. This time, there were too many people, and it consumed a lot of energy. His face turned pale almost instantly, trembling as he dug in his backpack to frantically shove energy supplies into his mouth. Luckily, many spectators were sending him supplies. Other countries' contestants also had their defensive skills. They protected everyone together, regardless of nationality, as long as they were in the hall. They were also frantically supplying energy, but still felt somewhat powerless. At this moment, they dared not be selfish because they were merely assisting, with weak offensive power. If they abandoned others, they too would be abandoned. Xiuyi immediately used her rebound ability to bounce back the toxic mist and pollution, buying everyone a moment to breathe. Fang Gaojie activated his ability, strengthening his body infinitely. His power surged, allowing him to ignore all obstacles as he quickly weaved through the crowd, tearing apart all the ropes. In the next second, countless hands reached down towards them, perhaps the killer realizing their plan, preparing to kill them directly. Zhuang Xueqing held onto Qiu Yi, repeatedly trying to use her ability. Her head throbbed painfully after many attempts, but she only succeeded once. Xiuya's ability cooldown instantly reset, and she immediately used her ability to bounce back again, granting everyone a sliver of opportunity. Contestants from other countries were also doing their best to activate their respective abilities, but their strength was too far different from the castle's power. No one could hold on for more than 20 seconds before they were on the brink. Ha ha ha! Lu Lang suddenly laughed loudly at the sky. Everyone was startled, but the next second, their spirits jolted. Every person who heard his laugh felt especially excited, their brains invaded by the toxic mist gradually awakened, their bodies reacting quickly like they had been injected with adrenaline, dodging the incoming giant hands. They seized the opportunity and hurriedly scattered the gunpowder everywhere. Portal ready. Xia Xinmei held up the key, reminding the support team outside, on my command, prepare to board the ship. Chapter 58, We Are Going Home, added update. After Xia Xinmei spoke, she turned around and dove underground to find Bai Yi. Bai Yi was the one who had run down with the killer, but his speed was too fast, and no one saw him. When Xia Xinmei found him, he was holding the killer's energy ball tightly, preparing to shove it into his mouth. Xia Xinmei grabbed the energy ball. Bai Yi felt she seemed somewhat familiar, so he didn't attack her, but he was very unhappy about being robbed of his food. So, he asked with dissatisfaction, "Who are you?" "Your aunt." Xia Xinmei pulled him towards the exit, yelling upwards, "Ignite." Her voice was powered by inner strength, ensuring everyone could hear her. At that instant, the portal appeared. She tossed the energy ball away, dragging Bai Yi into the portal and leaving behind the ignition. Everyone in the hall moved with the fastest speed of their lives into the portal, also leaving behind bombs or ignition sources. The 9 contestants standing beside the nobility even took the opportunity to drag away the esteemed guests. If only these nobility could board the ship, it would be troublesome if they died here. Boom! A huge wave of heat erupted above the entire castle, blowing it apart into fragments like fireworks. The contestants stood on the ship, their hands and feet trembling, their backs soaked with sweat. They were so close to death yet so lucky. The first feeling after surviving was not joy but a tingle on their scalps and a wave of fear. Only Bai Yi stared blankly at the blazing castle and asked, "Wow, what a big furnace. Are we going to eat barbecue?" The contestants from the flower-growing country turned to look at Bai Yi, and the tension eased significantly. Xia Xinmei held the key and headed towards the bow of the ship. Soon, the ship began to sail away from the range of the castle, and suddenly, mist arose over the sea. Bai Yi murmured in confusion, "Where are we going?" "Home." Zhuang Xueqing replied. Bai Yi turned to look at her, his small and helpless neck shrinking slightly. "Who are you?" Zhuang Xueqing showed the gentlest and sweetest smile, softly introducing herself, "I am Zhuang Xueqing, your little companion." Shi Chao also moved his butt to sit in front of Bai Yi. "My name is Shi Chao, I'm also a companion." Others also came over, skillfully introducing themselves. Bai Yi's eyes went blank, staring at them, as if he heard but also did not hear anything, but when they got closer, he shrank back, as if afraid of strangers. Fortunately, on this boat, there were only competitors from the flower family, so Bai Yi did not need to know anyone other than his companions. The fog on the sea grew thicker, and the outlines of other boats began to blur. On the other boats, because some competitors brought nobles back onto the ships, they thought it was useful, but the nobles wanted to kick them off the ships, firmly refusing to take them, causing the boats to remain stagnant. "You commoners have no right to sit on the same boat as us nobles." So this was the arrogance of the nobles? Lady sneered, "In that case, let's see who is stronger." He raised his hand and used his talent ability to sever the noble's legs. "Now. Still can't sit together?" The noble looked haughty. "Even if you kill me, I will never sit with you commoners." Other competitors also acted, but each noble held their heads high, unwilling to yield. These nobles were weak yet incredibly arrogant, refusing to leave, even causing the boats to stop moving. On the other hand, the boat of Xia Xinmei, lacking nobles, was sailing normally. It was already foggy, and with the distance, it became even harder to see. Then someone threw a noble onto the boat Xia Xinmei was driving. "Let's see if you can make sense of him." The noble landed on the deck, and the competitors immediately surrounded him. Unexpectedly, this noble covered his ears and ran around frantically. "No matter what you say, you don't have the right to sit with me." This noble yelled and dashed in front of Bai Yi, who jumped up in fright. "Ah. There's a bad guy." He raised his hand and smacked the noble's face twice. "Don't come closer." He lifted his foot and kicked the noble down, stepping repeatedly on the noble's head. "Ah, so scary, so scary." The competitors maintained their running postures, hands frozen in the air. Zhuang Xueqing, this scene seems a bit familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere. Fang Gaojie, I think it looks familiar too. Some audience members with good memories began to speak. I remember, in the 5-star dungeon, the bear family came to settle accounts with Bai Yi, and his symptoms back then were similar to now, timid and dazed while running amok. So is he having another episode now? That's a good point. I don't even know when he is normal. But he seems quite normal on usual days. Maybe this situation is triggered by something? Could the explosion have frightened him? I suspect it's from the massive consumption from fighting against the killer. Could his current state be some sort of protective mechanism? The audience's guesses varied widely, each person had their own opinion. At this moment, Bai Yi had grabbed the noble by both legs and swung him towards the edge of the boat, the noble's head toward the sea, feet in the air, fly now, free to fly. Bai Yi said naively, letting go, and splash, the noble fell into the water. The boat moved forward again. Other boats did not want to fall behind, so they also tossed their nobles overboard. Until everyone's boats drifted on the water for a long time, not only failing to leave the dungeon but seeing no shore, and even the distance between each boat grew further apart. The thick fog soon made it impossible to see anyone else, each boat turned into a solitary vessel on the sea, and they finally understood what the nobles had been so arrogant about. The nobles were the guides. But now it was impossible to go back and pick up the nobles. Because the nobles' attitudes were clear, they could not lead the contestants. Everyone began to take out their tools. Various guiding tools, many of which were one-time use and very expensive, were all painfully taken out for use. Their boat sped ahead, leading the way. But soon their tools ran out, and the speed slowed down. Xia Xinmei's boat once again moved to the front. Xia Xinmei glanced ahead, and soon an exclamation mark appeared before her eyes. Energy insufficient. The 3D map in front of her disappeared. Xia Xinmei sighed and turned to the deck. Bai Yi, let your big black dog take a look. Bai Yi was sitting by the side of the boat, enjoying the breeze, seemingly oblivious, until the nearby Zhuang Xueqing whispered to remind him. Sister Xia is calling you. Bai Yi shook his head. No one is calling me, I'm Jiang Xing, you can call me Little Star. Shi Chao leaned in and said, Little Star, you have a big black dog named Wang Wang, call him once and he will appear. Wang Wang? Woof. The dog suddenly jumped out of nowhere, directly pouncing into Bai Yi's arms, being adorable. The little dog's tail wagged like a propeller, and its little head kept bumping around in Bai Yi's embrace. Bai Yi hugged the excited dog, Doggy. The dog joyfully barked twice, woof. Woof. Wang Wang, come, find the direction. Xia Xinmei's voice came from the mist. Wang Wang remembered this voice, it was from Auntie. Wang Wang turned his head to take a look, then turned back to his master. Woof woof. Master, shall I go? Bai Yi patted the dog's head, go ahead, we need to go home. Wang Wang left Bai Yi's embrace and ran to the front of the boat to find direction for the fleet. The ships behind could also hear Wang Wang's voice, all following closely and not falling behind. Chapter 59 Jiang Xing. After an unknown amount of time, all the ships safely docked at a pier, and the moment they stepped off the boat, everyone stepped into reality. Congratulations, Zhuanhua family has cleared Castle of the Killer. Difficulty. Plot completion. Cleared contestants, Bai Yi, Xia Xinmei, Shi Chao, Xiang Ma, Zhou Yi, Zhuang Xueqing, Fang Gaojie, Lu Lang. Rewards have been issued, please check. Due to the unusually high difficulty of this instance, contestants who successfully clear it on their first entry will receive extra rewards, and all investors who contributed in this instance will receive double contribution points. Additionally, the Zhuanhua family can reclaim a city with this victory. This competition had contestants from 10 countries entering the same arena, and winning the competition will earn ranking rewards. National Support Rankings. First place, Zhuanhua family, national luck doubled, national contribution points doubled. Second place, Damal, national luck increased by 10%. Third place, Lighthouse, national luck increased by 3%. Overall contestant performance rankings. First place, Bai Yi, achievement points doubled. Second place, Xia Xinmei, achievement points increased by 10%. Third place, Brady, achievement points increased by 3%. The 10 countries participating in this round of competition will have a 1-week break. This competition was not only thrilling, but the rewards were also astonishing. Countless people were dumbfounded. This time, indeed, the vast majority participated in the investment. When investing, they felt extremely anxious, even harboring the mindset that they might lose everything. They were unwilling, so they held on tightly. They didn't want to give up such powerful contestants like Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei, as if clinging to the last straw. They knew very well that missing out on such excellent contestants would only lead to a more miserable outcome in the future. So everyone took out all their savings. Weapons, gunpowder, healing, defense, they gave everything they could offer. Now they trembled as they opened their light screens. Seeing that string of contribution points almost scared them to faint. At this moment, the official support team also widened their eyes at that string of contribution points. So many contribution points could not only strengthen the military's combat power, purchase strong nation technologies from the store, distribute supplies to the contestants, but also leave plenty for saving in reserve for future contestant challenges. The support team no longer has to be that tense. At this moment, the contestants all came out of their rooms and walked to the hall to ask each other about their achievement points. Xiaodia ran to Zhuang Xueqing and asked, "How many achievement points do you have this time?" Zhuang Xueqing looked at her own points and replied, "I have 110,000, and you?" Xiaodia gasped in surprise, "I actually have more than you this time. I have 180,000. Zhuang Shuiqing thought for a moment, maybe it's because you used more explosives? Oh, also your rebounds gave everyone more chances. But the cooldown for my rebounds was unlocked by you. So I also have this many achievement points, right? Otherwise, I might not have this many. Support is not the main fighting force after all. Hey! I don't agree with that. Shi Chao raised his hand and unfolded his screen. Look. Everyone turned their heads to look. On his screen, achievement points were displayed, 370,000. Shi Chao raised his eyebrows. How about that? Who says support is not capable? People raised their thumbs in approval. You're amazing. Xiang Ma stood by the window looking at the backyard, suddenly said, Bai Yi must have a lot of achievement points this time, probably enough to scare people. Zhuang Shuiqing also looked toward the backyard. Why don't we make a bet? I guess there's 1 million. Fang Gaojie shook his head. That's conservative. Last round, 6 stars was 500,000. How could it simply double this time? Don't forget there are also ranking rewards. I guess it's 3 million. Xiaodia gasped, so much. Then we can't possibly spend it all. Shi Chao calculated, I guess it's more than 3 million. Zhuang Shuiqing couldn't contain her curiosity anymore. Let's go take a look. Bai Yi stood in the backyard, the dog was spinning around his feet. He stared blankly at the yard. Wang Wang, have we come home? Is this our home? Wang Wang jumped and barked in front of him, woof woof. Bai Yi looked down at it, you're so carefree and happy, so this must be our home. As he spoke, Bai Yi crouched down, stretched out his hand, and the dog immediately wagged its tail and came over, nudging its little head against Bai Yi's hand, then rolled over to expose its belly. Bai Yi scratched its belly, lovely dog, we're home now. Is there food at home? What will you eat? What will I eat? Do we have neighbors? Should we go find the neighbors? But I'm a bit scared, will you come with me? Bai Yi. A group of people ran out from the hallway. Bai Yi looked up at them for a moment and then lowered his head to continue playing with the dog. Zhuang Shuiqing suddenly remembered what Bai Yi had said before on the boat. Could this be Jiang Xing? Little Star? Shi Chao tilted his head to observe. It seems to be, Jiang Xing is a bit timid and easily startled, so speak carefully and don't get too close. At this moment, on the 6th floor window, Fang Ren asked Xia Xinmei, does this personality reflect his true nature? Xia Xinmei remained silent and did not answer. Fang Ren flipped through his notebook and wrote and sketched, then asked, could this be a true reflection of him during a certain period? Childhood? Or when he was sick? Hurt, or suffered some huge shock, like losing a family member? He analyzed to himself. Could his mental state have been like this for a long time, facing something he couldn't confront, sealing away his true self, thus giving rise to other strong personalities to protect himself? No, Xia Xinmei suddenly interrupted him, he is inherently strong, he is not a weak person and never avoids anything. Fang Ren continued to write and sketch in his notebook. He is inherently strong, his mental fortitude is very solid. So, where do those personalities come from? Are they him? A part of him? His other side, or some role he has seen or played? Or do those personalities represent different experiences? Xia Xinmei pondered for a while, as if thinking about something. Fang Ren did not urge her, continuing to analyze various situations according to the notes. In the end, Xia Xinmei simply did not directly answer his question. Except for discussing other things, Fang Ren didn't ask more, but studied the treatment plan. He returned to the team with a notebook. Someone in the team said, actually, Bai Yi is quite good like this, his talent can only be unleashed through ignorance. If he becomes knowledgeable, won't his talent turn useless? Fang Ren shook his head, if a person is sick for too long, there will be issues. You think he's fine now, but over time, it will worsen. Who knows if his symptoms might spread into other problems? Xia Xinmei said that with our current technology, we cannot cure him. His transformation into Jiang Xing shows he is in great pain, mentally confused. At this moment, he is not clear-headed, and anything can happen. So our efforts should focus on preventing his condition from worsening, giving him more time to be clear-headed. Whether he is college student Bai Yi, young hero, or demon lord Shou Chang, he should be able to understand what he is doing. And Jiang Xing is like a frozen phone, with only 1% battery left, in a constant risk of crashing. Chapter 60 Contestants signing up. Nighttime. A car arrived outside the compound, and 3 young people got out. One is a new contestant who survived in the copy, Lu Lang. The other 2 were unfamiliar, a man and a woman, with determined eyes but a hint of sadness. The contestants turned their heads and looked at these 3 with bowls in hand. Once Lu Lang got out of the car, he ran over, family? I'm here. Ah, you're eating. It's really better to come just in time. Lu Lang squeezed to the edge of the table and looked at the dishes, over 20 varieties like a feast. He swallowed, are you enough to eat? You don't mind if I join, right? Sure, Chow dragged a chair aside. They should have calculated for you all. Normally, we don't eat this much. Soon 3 more chairs were added. The 2 newcomers sat down somewhat awkwardly at the table. Zhuang Xueqing asked curiously, "Are you here to sign up for the competition?" All participants who voluntarily signed up would have their names sent to the official team, and then they would be picked up in advance for training. With so many people in the country, there were thoughts of conducting nationwide training at first, but the training required an advance on a body-enhancing elixir, which was not cheap. A basic elixir costs 8,000 contribution points. Nationwide training was impossible due to insufficient contribution points. The national luck simply could not afford it. Without body enhancement, ordinary people could not withstand special training. General training was also of little use, like Zhang Yu from the first round, who practiced Sanda since childhood but still sacrificed. However, there were measures for the public, such as various education channels teaching daily how to strengthen the body, improve reaction time, and more, with practice versions and explanations of different rule weird tales. Some companies specifically created simulated games based on rule weird tales, aiming to train the public. But this relied on personal initiative. Many people hold a mindset of luck, thinking they won't be that unlucky. Among so many, surely 10 wouldn't pick them. Some people would even give up on themselves, leaving it to fate, living one day at a time. Only schools and some large companies regularly organized teamwork training. School military training had turned into jungle combat, and many corporate team building activities became survival training outdoors. So when the first round began, Shi Chao was the first to inquire about everyone's specialties. Shi Chao was a teacher, having received and organized training, so he was the first to realize the importance of teamwork. He was also the only one besides Bai Yi who received supplies then because of his team awareness, being quite a useful support. After the country and the people experienced multiple failures from past investments, they became very cautious with investments, not easily taking actions unless something special stood out. Beneficial for passing the level. Otherwise, no matter how miserable you are or how close to death you are, no one will save you. Back to the point. Ordinary people who can come to the base are likely to be contestants, so Zhuang Xueqing asked this question. The new boy nodded in response. My name is Zhou Zimo. Zhou Zipping is my older brother. Everyone paused in their actions of picking food, suddenly recalling that Zhou Zipping, who had become a werewolf, still wanted to send them away. He left a word behind to take care of his younger brother. In the world of urban legends, the sacrificed contestants who had not made a big mistake, if there were special instructions, the country would fulfill the other party's wishes. Zhuang Xueqing put down her chopsticks. You should be in the family protection zone, right? How come? Zhou Zimo pulled up the corner of his mouth. I want to try the things that my brother didn't finish. I want to walk this path for him. Otherwise, I don't know what it means for me to live alone, so lonely. Everyone felt heavy-hearted and nodded silently. As long as you decide it yourself, the cruelty of this road doesn't need to be told, everyone can see it. Shi Chao turned his head to look at the female contestant, and others turned to look as well. The girl lowered her eyes to explain her background. I also signed up myself. My name is Zhang Qin. I was supposed to get married, just on the way to get the certificate. My fiancé was drawn into the world of urban legends. He died in that dark, lightless room. He was an ordinary person, without special abilities. We often watched educational videos about rule-based urban legends together and played many rule-based urban legend games, but in that dark room, the first wave of poisonous fog poisoned him to death. You probably don't know his name, or rather, no one remembers his name. He died so quickly, who would remember him? Only I remember, so I want to try to make everyone remember my name, then I will shout his name loudly, and everyone will remember him. During this meal, everyone felt a bit unable to eat. Of course, Bai Yi was an exception. He was eating happily, and it was possible that he hadn't even been listening to others talking. Xia Xinmei was also eating, but she would still listen to their conversation, so she was eating slowly. While Bai Yi was feasting, fearing that someone might snatch his food. When everyone calmed down and managed their emotions, preparing to pick up their chopsticks to eat a bit more. Bai Yi had already eaten enough. He wiped his mouth, took out several bags from his pocket, and started to pour the food into the bags. Hey! Everyone exclaimed, and Xia Xinmei quickly stopped Bai Yi's hand. What are you doing? Bai Yi was startled by their reaction, holding the bags and shrinking his neck. You all aren't eating. I'm just packing. Is that not okay? Xia Xinmei shook her chopsticks. Haven't I eaten? You eat slowly. I thought you didn't like to eat. I'm naturally a slow eater. Bai Yi looked up at the others, and everyone hurriedly picked up their chopsticks. We still want to eat. I haven't even started eating. Bai Yi put down the bags. All right, you all eat slowly. I'm going to sleep. My head feels heavy. I guess I will feel better after a nap. He turned and walked into the building. Suddenly 2 people in uniforms appeared to guide him. At this moment in the support team base, Ji Hang allocated the contribution points gained this time and suddenly received a few messages. Assistant, Gu the Lighthouse Country sent 10 mental potions, specifically requested for Bai Yi. It was their contestant Brady who asked for it. Also, Zhuang Xueqing's family sent a bank card to Bai Yi. I heard that more than half of the Zhuang family's assets are in it. Team 1 ordered you to deliver it in person. Team 2 is conducting a thorough investigation of the support team. Team 3 has already found several cities with traces of strange escape. The specifics of how many strange beings escaped are still unknown, and Team 6 needs to recheck all medical equipment in the support team. These devices cannot show problems on the surface. It is necessary to detect whether they have been contaminated using instruments. Team 1 is checking the relocation lists of residents in each city. Many of these lists have been tampered with. The data isn't very accurate, and that's a big problem. Now that you have the most time, just go alone to the player base, don't bring anyone else. By the way, the 5th team has returned from inspection. Be careful and try to avoid them if you encounter them. Team 4's Ji Hong, got it. After Ji Hong replied, he glanced at the things in the room. To be safe, he checked all the equipment again and added an extra lock. Before leaving, he specifically checked the door lock and changed the password. Not long after he left, someone came to logistics, entered the password several times, and it all showed password incorrect. Chapter 61 Pet Upgrade, Additional Update. 5th Team, what are you doing here? Gu Jianming stood at the end of the corridor, looking at the man standing at the door of the logistics department, respectfully asking. The captain of the 5th Team, Han Hongguang, is responsible for inspecting the city that was occupied by the strange creatures and has now been reclaimed. These cities cannot be used directly, and it must be ensured that all strange creatures have completely disappeared without any remnants. If any strange remnants are found, they must be cleaned up promptly. This work is not easy. If remnants of strange creatures are discovered, a small mistake could lead to contamination, so every time the 5th team returns, they must undergo a day of isolation and inspection before they can enter the base. Han Hongguang had just finished isolation and returned to the base. He looked at Gu Jianming and asked, "Why has the password changed?" "I'm here to collect supplies." Gu Jianming replied, "Maybe the 4th team changed the password when they left, I don't know what it is." The 4th team has already distributed supplies to each team. You can go directly to the warehouse to collect. Han Hongguang nodded, "Okay, I'll go take a look." After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Jianming looked at his distant figure with a complex expression. "I hope everything is fine." Player base. 3 new players swallowed a strengthening pill and then followed the other players into the mountains. Due to different training intensities, while other players ventured deeper into the dangerous areas, the 3 new players were just wandering around in the forest, climbing trees, digging holes, crawling through tunnels, and hunting. The forest also had many traps. Without teammates nearby, they had to rescue themselves. With teammates, they had to cooperate. Moreover, the time for them to struggle was not much. Attacks would follow soon. The main point was that random rules would also drop in the forest. These rules were half true and half false, and if not thought through carefully, it was easy to fall into traps. Falling into traps would surely cause injuries, and once injured, one mustn't stop, as blood would attract beasts. Here, not only their courage and skills were being trained, but their thinking and willpower were also being exercised. Meanwhile, Xia Xinmei, who didn't train with the other players, took a body-strengthening pill and was training her physique alone in the public training ground of the building. Her goal was to make her muscles form conditioned reflexes. Also in the building was another person, Bai Yi, who was sleeping. Ji Hong brought supplies to the building, walked straight to Bai Yi's room, knocked several times on the door without response, and then pushed open the door and walked in. During training, Xia Xinmei suddenly came to the bedroom door of Bai Yi. She watched Ji Hong walk into the room, place a bank card on the bedside table, and then open the box she was carrying, which contained 10 vials of mental medicine. "Wait a moment." Xia Xinmei walked in, picked up each vial of medicine, and checked them all. "Did these come from Brady?" Ji Hong nodded, "Yes, Brady requested them from Lighthouse Country." "Air freight? It seems like your transportation here isn't that fast." "It's sent online. The country has a special trading platform, similar to your light screen mall, but your mall is all personal. The country's mall can initiate international trades, allowing countries to help each other. Once a trade is made, supplies can be directly extracted from the mall. So this cannot be fake." Xia Xinmei nodded upon hearing this, understanding. She lifted up the vials. "Paid tasting of nutritional liquid. The price is high. I'll do it." Bai Yi sat up abruptly, grabbing the potion from Xia Xinmei's hand and drinking it all in one go. "It's cool and refreshing, not bad." Xia Xinmei placed the box on the bed, "Drink it all." The effect of the basic potion isn't much. If it were a better potion, the moment you drink it, you'd feel refreshed and clear-headed. But right now, there's only this, and one can't ask for too much. As long as it stabilizes Bai Yi's mental state, that's better than being on edge and in danger. Bai Yi grabbed another potion from the box and gulped it down in a few swigs. He felt like his heavy head had lightened a lot, and there was a strange feeling, like when you're very thirsty and drink a big bottle of water. It felt a bit comfortable. He looked up at Xia Xinmei and extended his hand. "Give me the money." Xia Xinmei handed him the bank card on the table. There's money inside. Bai Yi looked at the card. How much is there? Ji Hong immediately answered, 800 billion. Bai Yi stuffed the card into his pocket, then closed his eyes and fell asleep. Ji Hong reached out to see what was going on, but Xia Xinmei stopped him. He just drank too much potion all at once, let him rest. When he wakes up, he'll be lively again. Ji Hong looked at the stand by the bed. Should we give him some nutrition solution? No need, giving nutrition solution at this time will dilute the effectiveness of the mental potion. Is there such a saying? The potion instructions didn't mention it. This is common sense, it doesn't need to be written. Alright then. Bai Yi slept for 2 days and 1 night. When he got up, he saw a notebook on the bedside table and picked it up to browse through. As he was looking, he caught a whiff of food and his stomach rumbled. He put down the notebook, put on his slippers, and ran outside. Passing the bathroom, he suddenly stopped and turned to dive into the bathroom. While sitting on the toilet, he suddenly remembered something written in the notebook. He raised his hand to swipe in the air, and a light screen popped up. He opened his backpack, and inside there was a dog. Wang Wang. Woof. The dog jumped out of the backpack and pounced on him, and the force was quite strong. Bai Yi nearly lost his balance. He quickly pushed the dog away. I'm using the toilet, if you jump around like that, I might fall. Woof. The dog wagged its tail and obediently sat in front of him. Bai Yi continued looking at the light screen. Achievement points, 5,020,000. He clicked on the pet section. He tapped on the upgradable point. Pet, big black dog. Pet ability, warning 60 seconds before a crisis arrives, can see through fog and guide the owner, bark can intimidate evil creatures, 60 seconds, will be affectionate to relieve the owner's emotions, feeding dog food can enhance combat power. Note, the pet can only appear for 3 hours at a time and can appear 4 times a day, upgradable. Seeing there was an upgrade available, he continued clicking. Alert! The pet has upgraded to intermediate, the cost for further upgrades is 500,000 achievement points each. Do you want to continue upgrading? Yes, no. Yes. Pet, big black dog. Pet ability, warning 5 minutes before a crisis arrives, can see through fog to guide the owner, low growl will intimidate evil creatures, 5 minutes, can soothe the owner's emotions, would absolutely obey the owner's commands, if the owner is attacked, it will quickly enhance combat power, after effect, weakness for 24 hours. Note, the pet can only appear for 4 hours at a time and can appear 5 times a day, upgradable. Seeing there's another upgrade, he reached out and continued clicking. Alert! The pet has upgraded to advanced, further upgrading will enter evolution stage, upgrade cost is 1 million achievement points each time, do you want to upgrade? Yes, no. Chapter 62 Amazing Secret. Bai Yi clicked, yes. And continued upgrading. Pet, black dog, Wang Wang. Pet ability, warning 20 minutes before a crisis arrives, can see through fog and disguise, fierce glare can intimidate evil creatures, can sense the owner's emotions, being affectionate can soothe restlessness, will absolutely obey the owner, if the owner is attacked, will evolve into a giant dog to protect the owner, duration 5 minutes, cooldown 12 hours. Available for 24-hour companionship and standby, upgradable. Bai Yi saw this upgradable option and continued to tap. The current level of the player is too low to upgrade the pet. Please upgrade to the evolution stage first. Bai Yi pursed his lips and poked at the upgradable button again and again, but each time it showed that he could no longer upgrade. So annoying. Wang Wang sensed Bai Yi's bad mood and lowered his head to lick Bai Yi's feet. Bai Yi looked down and found that the dog had grown up. He reached out to rub the dog's head. Wang Wang, you were so amazing, you grew up so fast. Woof. The dog tilted its head back, panting and grinning foolishly. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a sound of knocking at the door. Bai Yi, are you up? Do you want to eat? A few players outside looked messy, some were injured and using medicine, others were dirty, holding wet clothes. I just heard a dog bark, Bai Yi must have gotten up. Fang Gaojia said. Zhuang Xueqing recalled something and reminded, could it be Jiang Xing? Should we call him Little Star to try? Shi Chao shook his head. No, Xia Ximei said he is in good spirits now, and there is no danger nearby, it should just be the pure Bai Yi. Xiang Ma held dripping clothes and said, maybe he is taking a shower, we should go back to our rooms and clean up first. If Bai Yi is hungry, he will definitely come out to eat, just tell him. That's true. Shi Chao leaned against the door and shouted again, Bai Yi, come to the 3rd floor for dinner later, it's pouring rain outside, dinner is on the 3rd floor today. After that, several people went back to their rooms to tidy themselves up. About 10 minutes later, Bai Yi changed into a new outfit, his hair clean and flowing, and walked out looking neat. The dog followed by his side, now the dog was as tall as his thigh. Bai Yi headed straight for the 3rd floor. Wang Wang, hurry up, or there will be no good food left. Woof! The dog closely followed him. When they reached the third floor, the restaurant was empty. There were several dining tables here, with a variety of rich dishes. One could take whatever they wanted. Bai Yi scanned around, saw the serving plates, and grabbed two, one for himself and one for the dog. Wang Wang, what do you want to eat? I wonder if there's dog meat, you should like it, right? Woof. The dog tilted its head, a bit confused, but it felt that its master must have a good reason for saying so. There's no dog meat, how about beef? Woof. Yes, eat. Bai Yi filled a plate with meat for the dog, piling different kinds into a little mountain. Then he made himself a plate of delicious food, carrying both plates to find an empty spot to sit down, placing the dog's plate beside him, and started eating together with the dog. Soon, other players began to arrive at the restaurant. Oh. Bai Yi, you're down. I was just wondering if I should go call you. Shi Chao shouted. Bai Yi looked up and glanced at them, matching them one by one with the records in his notebook, and waved, Hi, I'm already eating, thank you. Everyone hurried to get their food and gathered around. Wang Wang has grown so big all of a sudden? Zhuang Xueqing looked at the now big dog and didn't dare to say anything more about touching it. Bai Yi nodded, yeah, Wang Wang has grown up. Xiao Yi put down her plate and curiously asked, how many achievement points did you spend to upgrade it? Bai Yi was slightly taken aback, I didn't really pay attention to that. How can you not pay attention? At this moment, Xia Shimei walked over with a plate. Bai Yi heard the footsteps and looked up, and, explosion of gold coins. Xia Shimei was about to put the plate down on the table but paused, took the plate and turned to another table. Bai Yi followed her with his plate, Aunt, Wang Wang has grown up, we need to buy a bigger house. Wang Wang bit his own plate and followed along, placing the plate on the table, looking up at Xia Shimei, and cutely woofed. Aunt, Wang Wang wants to buy a house. Xia Shimei glanced at Bai Yi's newly changed clothes, you had a card in your previous clothes pocket, you should have seen it. There are 80 billion in the card. Oh, I see it. I also saw that the notebook said my aunt would explode with gold coins, so I put my card away. Great. Wonderful. I have become an ATM. Xia Xinmei gritted her teeth and took out her phone, transferring some money to Bai Yi. This time, Bai Yi didn't save it, but really picked up her phone to show Dogsy the houses online. Others also held their plates and rushed over. Bai Yi, you must have a lot of achievement points, right? You can directly buy a house for Wang Wang in the mall. Zhuang Xueqing said. As soon as Bai Yi heard this, she immediately opened her light screen and clicked into the mall to browse. Wow, there really are. You can buy a set for just 2 million. Wait. All the contestants made a gesture to stop. Shi Chao hurriedly reminded, there are luxurious houses worth thousands of achievement points, no need to buy such an expensive one. Bai Yi flipped through, there really are, then let's buy a dog tag for Wang Wang, it's only 3 million. The contestants quickly put down their chopsticks and rushed to Bai Yi's side. Think it over. Xiao Yi sat still in her seat, but gulped, I thought 3 million achievement points could never be spent, it turns out poverty limited my imagination. How many achievement points do you have? Bai Yi thought for a moment, I remember I had 5.02 million before upgrading Wang Wang. Everyone's eyes widened. How much? What did you say? 5.02 million. My heavens. So much. Doesn't that mean you can draw until you drop? Xiang Ma quickly sat next to Bai Yi and asked, how much do you have left now? Bai Yi glanced at the light screen, 3.42 million. Hiss, everyone gasped. What kind of spending speed is this? What does it feel like to spend achievement points so casually? They couldn't even dare to imagine. Xiao Yi suggested, then don't use it recklessly yet. Our country is about to open up the qualifications to buy spirit potions. When the time comes, use it to buy medicine, I heard it's very expensive. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, you can buy more of that, so don't buy anything wildly now. Bai Yi didn't know what they were talking about, but it sounded good, so she obediently turned off the light screen. After the meal, Chen Yuan returned to the base to tell them something. We have detected that the pollution density in those cities occupied by the strange beings has increased. Although those strange beings are trying hard to disguise themselves, we have already discovered a number of strange escape incidents. They cannot directly touch the air, but they can parasitize on living people. Thus, they use the bodies of the living to dig tunnels and escape. Currently, they have likely infiltrated various fields, even within the official internal structure. I found 3 parasites in my team. They are responsible for the transfer of civilians and have insider support, as well as higher-ups covering for them. Once discovered, they immediately shift the blame to some corrupt leader. We followed the clues to investigate the corruption, but no matter how we looked into it, something felt off, because this level of corruption could never achieve complete deceit. The strangest thing is that the civilians that were transferred never reported any issues. We privately inspected all the transferred civilians and found a shocking secret. After various instrument tests, it can be confirmed that those civilians have all been contaminated to varying degrees, not physical pollution, but mental pollution. They even cover for those strange beings. The contestants were stunned. Their faces turned pale. Bai held a watermelon, very obediently and seriously listening, and asked sincerely, "Then what? Did you kill them? Were the corrupt people also contaminated? So did they all get killed together? If this keeps going, humanity might die out soon." Chen Yuan picked up his cup and took a sip of water to calm himself. Those with less serious mental pollution might still be saved. Right now, they have all been isolated, and maybe in the future, there will be medicine to cure them. As for those corrupt people, they will definitely be executed. After all, this matter is very serious. Profiting from national disasters is essentially seeking death. Oh, and then what? Bai picked up a watermelon, took a bite, and then tossed the rest to Guzi. Wang Wang looked up to catch the watermelon, holding it with his paws and crunching into it. Chen Yuan glanced at the other contestants, all with blank expressions, then looked at Bai, whose eyes were bright with curiosity. The contrast between people is quite striking. He sighed, and with a solemn expression, began to get to the point. So we can't just sit back and wait. We need to take the initiative. However, humans cannot resist pollution. Even the immune devices the country is researching cannot provide true immunity, they can only delay the harm of pollution on the body, not grant absolute immunity. Currently, only the gifted abilities possessed by the contestants can achieve true immunity. Also, there are items in the store, but the items bought from the store have very short durations, and no one has drawn a permanent item yet. Finally, there are gifts, but gifts can only be given to contestants, ordinary people cannot receive gifts. The country over there used modified humans for experiments and confirmed that entering invaded cities will directly lead to the copies where contestants previously failed. So we speculate that since the weirdness descended because of the failure, if we go back in and clear the copies, could we also drive out the weirdness from that city? Of course, this carries great risks, it is very likely a trap set by the weirdness to lure us in and kill us. Therefore, we are also conducting experiments. If the results align with our speculations. Chen Yuan's gaze swept over the contestants. If our speculations hold true, we recommend changing your training grounds to real combat training, which means going into those cities to challenge them. We will prepare enough supplies for you. If you have any needs, feel free to mention them. We will also send evolvers to accompany you, maximizing your safety. Moreover, we will stand guard outside the city. As soon as you feel incapable of moving forward, we will activate the immune devices, enter the city, and bring you out. Hearing this, Xiu Yi immediately asked, "Didn't you say that the immune devices can't provide absolute immunity?" Chen Yuan nodded, "Yes, but they can delay pollution. Polluted individuals won't die immediately, at least we will have time to rescue you. This implies a life-for-a-life exchange." Goosebumps involuntarily rose on everyone's arms. They never dared to underestimate the faith of public officials. These individuals are willing to do anything for the country, even knowing they might die. As contestants, they were merely chosen, and everything they did was to survive. Only in the very beginning of the rules and the strange tales did those who volunteered to compete truly do so for the country, for the people, perhaps some even hoped to save the world. But as those people died one by one, the nation weakened, disasters struck, borders were invaded, and to preserve their trump cards, officials were prohibited from competing. Since then, very few have actively chosen to compete, everyone was either selected or forced into it, with fear and resentment, yet having to compete seriously to survive. So hearing such fearless words and seeing such a spirit of selfless dedication made them feel a chill, sending tremors through their hearts. It was as if cold blood suddenly had a bit of warmth. But it was still just a bit of warmth, they cared more about their own lives. They acknowledged these people were great, but they were not them. Their consciousness and awakening had not reached that level yet. Silence. A silence filled with audible breaths spread in the air. Until Xia Xinmei spoke, breaking this silence. "What do we get in return?" Chen Yuan answered, "Contribution points. The country will grant you contribution points." The achievement point mall is different from the contribution value mall, especially since the materials in the lottery pool are different, and there are also limits on purchases. With contribution values, you can buy in both places. Moreover, your contribution values can be given as gifts, family and friends can be gifted, and only you have this gifting privilege. Regular people's contribution values cannot be gifted. Right now, the strange pollution density in the city is too high, and it might burst out at any moment. At that time, nowhere will be safe. Asking you to go in might seem like a moral kidnapping, but you are currently the most suitable ones to enter. Your light screens can start live broadcasts, and we will call on and organize everyone to send gifts. Let's all strive together. Xiu Yi immediately asked again, "But what if they don't send gifts?" After all, only they can operate their own light screens. Even if they send gifts, will they only send them to the people they want to send them to? Chen Yuan shook his head. No, if you come out safely, we will also send them gifts according to their contributions. The big gifts include strengthening pills, and you should know that official channels and public channels are different. Official strengthening pills will definitely be of better quality than what they buy themselves. Zhuang Xueqing raised her hand. I have a question. With so many contribution values, can the country provide that? Strengthening pills aren't cheap. Chen Yuan looked at her and answered, don't worry, the national treasury is still fairly full. After the last round of competition, our country gained 15 million contribution values, and the nation's fortune has improved, so we don't need to use contribution values to make up for national fortune. After the army was strengthened and bought advanced technology, they gave you high-level strengthening pills. There's still 10 million left, which can temporarily be afforded. A basic pill only costs 8,000 contribution values. And gifts will also need to meet certain requirements to receive strengthening pills. Not everyone will get them. Others can receive different prizes, and they can propose their needs as long as they don't exceed a certain limit. A lot of people have signed up for this activity. The competitors looked at each other. In the end, they looked at Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei. Xia Xinmei's face was calm. I can do it, no problem. Bai Yi was still eating watermelons, cantaloupes, papayas, sweet melons, and fragrant melons. He had finished all the melons on the table, and he only took one bite of each piece before tossing it to the dog. The dog was also undemanding, strong and sturdy. The dog's belly was full. Everyone's gaze fell on Bai Yi, who noticed their looks and looked around left and right. What's wrong? Chen Yuan asked for them. Are you going? City training. Bai Yi picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth, stood up and slammed the table. I'm going. Damned invaders, kill them all. Chapter 64, Who Killed That Girl? Extra update. It was the 4th day of the break. The competitors arrived at the first city, Chang'an. The live broadcast started. The public, who had received the official notice and signed up for this nationwide support activity, all entered the live room to cheer for the brave competitors. There is a big difference between actively facing the strange and passively participating in the bizarre competition. The nature is completely different, and everyone sincerely admires them. At this moment, you are truly warriors. I will do my utmost to protect you. Luckily, I invested a lot in the last round and gained a lot. I am willing to give everything. If we succeed this time, it means the descended strangeness is not unbeatable. Humanity will welcome new hope, and I am willing to give my all for that. Count me in. I am ready to advance and retreat together. I'm in too. Ready for support at any time. The audience's emotions were very high. Some people genuinely wanted to lend a hand. Some were there for the greater good. Others were there for themselves. Because the official notice clearly stated that strangeness had already infiltrated the crowd, and the pollution density in the invaded city was too high, the strange power was increasing. This meant that humanity's hope of survival was shrinking. The human home may be swallowed at any moment. People truly feel the crisis of extinction. It's urgent. When something may harm one's own interests, no one can stand by and ignore it. It's not only the Flower family organizing this event, other countries are also organizing similar activities. The whole world is brainstorming to drive out the strange, united against the enemy. Outside Chang'an City. The big door of the wall opened a crack, and the contestants walked in. 3 evolvers followed behind them. At the moment of entering, Shi Chao opened the energy protective shield, covering everyone inside to isolate pollution. His talent broke through and upgraded to S rank after the extreme use in the last round of the competition, able to withstand greater pollution intensity and accommodate more people. So this time he protected all his teammates without much effort, even feeling quite relaxed, but he could also feel the energy consuming. He took out an energy cookie and bit into it from time to time. After entering the city, they were indeed drawn into the instance. In front was a magnificent villa. The villa awakened many people's memories. The title of this instance was, Who Killed That Girl? It was an early instance that was difficult at the time, but after experiencing 5, 6, or 7-star instances, this one seemed alright. It might just be 2 or 3 stars in difficulty, and there were only a few rules. However, a team of contestants had been completely eliminated in this instance. Now that the strange power had strengthened, what would this instance look like? Shi Chao, biting his energy cookie, led everyone over. He stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Coming. A beautiful girl ran out. Welcome guests to visit. The girl warmly greeted everyone. You came just in time, the party has already started. Everyone followed the girl into the villa and saw other guests inside. The number and positioning were consistent with the original plot, looking unchanged, which relieved everyone. The audience was also carefully observing the guests in the room. I think the murderer is the man in the blue clothes. Look, his gaze has been fixed on the girl. This man in the blue clothes is secretly in love with the girl. Have you forgotten the plot? Go rewatch the replay. Later he confessed he was in love with the girl and just wanted to protect her. He absolutely cannot kill her. But I think the man in the gray work clothes is suspicious. His eyes keep darting around, clearly guilty. Yes, and he is the son of the villa's butler. He might steal things. I also think his suspicion is high. Don't rush. Let's see if there are any changes to the rules this time. At this moment, the contestants were quietly observing the people in the room. 3 people sat across the table, a boy in a blue hoodie, a boy in gray work pants, and a middle-aged man, the owner of the villa. At the door stood a man in black clothes, who was a security guard. At this time, the butler in a tuxedo came over with a tray, placing drinks at each seat. Quick, sit down, you can taste the wine that my dad brewed. The girl enthusiastically welcomed everyone to take a seat. The contestants followed her instructions and sat down, nodding to show they understood. Bai raised his glass, but Xia Xinmei raised her hand to push his glass down. You're allergic to alcohol. Oh. Bai handed the glass to Guzi, but as Guzi's nose got close, he suddenly sneezed. Bai put down his glass and picked up a napkin to wipe Guzi's nose. It seemed this wine was of poor quality, even the dog wouldn't drink it. Others had already picked up the cards on the table and were looking at them. Each seat had a card placed on it. Turning it over revealed the rules. Welcome, esteemed guests from afar, to the villa. Please remember the following rules. This gathering invited a total of 15 guests. If you find there is one person more or less, please sit tight in your seat and do not leave your position. Every guest has their own exclusive seat. If you leave your seat and return, make sure to check if your stool is still yours. Find your own stool before sitting down. Do not sit in the wrong spot. If you find the girl is missing, you can tell the person in blue clothes. He will thank you, and he will step up if you need help. If you find the person in gray work clothes is missing, you can tell the butler, and the butler will grant you a request. If you find the villa owner is missing, do not make a sound, quietly do your own thing, pretend you didn't notice, do not let him know you saw. After reading the 5 rules, everyone suddenly felt uneasy. Because the 5th rule was not there before, it is a new addition. The audience took screenshots of the rules to analyze them. It seems the strange power has really strengthened a lot. These scenarios will also change, increasing the difficulty. This additional rule will definitely correspond to an extra segment of plot, and this plot will directly affect the contestant's judgment. The villa owner did not previously participate in the plot. He was the judge, because he is the girl's father. He wants to punish the murderer, but now the villa owner also participates in the plot. Will the upcoming plot change? Will the girl's manner of death also change? Then the previous reasoning might all be useless. We have to reason again. Wait. Look quickly, the girl is missing. Hurry. Notify the person in blue to rescue her. The contestants also noticed the girl was missing. But they also found another thing, that is the villa owner was also missing. And Rule 5 says if the villa owner is missing, do not announce it. Chapter 65, everyone worked together to find the murderer. In a moment, everyone fell into a dilemma. Rule 3 requires if the girl is missing, tell the person in blue clothes. Rule 5 says if the villa owner is missing, do not make a sound, quietly do your own thing. But these 2 people disappeared at the same time. What to do? This difficulty suddenly rose, truly catching people off guard. At this time, Bai picked up the card on the table and took a look, then glanced at the people present, and took out a pen to write a few words on the back of the card, holding it up for the person in blue across from him to see. The girl is missing. Hurry to find her. The person in blue, upon seeing the words on the card, immediately stood up and left. Bai put down the card, looked left and right, and raised his chin. That expression was a little bit proud. The contestants silently gave him a thumbs up. No wonder he is a university student, his mind is indeed agile. At this moment, the person in gray clothes also stood up to leave, his eyes wandering, clearly feeling guilty. He should be going to steal something. Everyone looked around, but surprisingly did not see the butler. Rule 4 says if the person in gray work clothes is missing, you can inform the butler. Good heavens, now the butler is also not following the original plot, he has completely vanished. Where should they go to tell him? Everyone turned to look at the security guard at the door, only to discover that the security guard was also missing. Goodness gracious, truly goodness gracious, now the villa's hall is left with only them. Weirdness has completely vanished. The audience was also at a loss. What's going on? The original plot wasn't like this, the plot change is too big. Let's theorize, could it be a murder? The people in the villa are all murderers. They conspired to kill the girl and then pinned the blame on the contestants. I repeatedly reviewed the previous replay. Contestants were killed by the furious villa owner because they could not prove their innocence. The fortunate survivors left their seats to investigate the girl's death, but when they returned to their seats, they sat in the murderer's chair and were identified as the murderer before they even spoke. At that time, the surviving contestants were suddenly shot in the head because the killer found out was not the real killer. leaving only 2 contestants to prepare for another investigation. Then, the villa suddenly lost power, and the 2 contestants inexplicably died in the dark. So this was originally a frame-up feast. The contestants realized this was a frame-up feast, and some hesitated whether to leave their seats. Rule 2 states that each guest has their exclusive seat. If you leave your seat and return, you must check if the stool is still yours. Find your stool and take a seat, and do not sit in the wrong position. But in the replay, the contestant checked the stool at that time and even placed something on it. Clearly, they didn't sit in the wrong spot, yet they still sat in the wrong place. So, was it really a problem with the stool, or was it a frame-up? Just because they left their chair, does that mean they would sit in the wrong spot, whether they did or not? Lu Lang leaned over and whispered, "How about we carry our chairs away?" "That's a good idea." As everyone was preparing to implement it, Xia Xini suddenly spoke, "If you want to die, go ahead." The contestants immediately sat obediently. And Evolved asked quietly, "Aren't we going to check the situation? Maybe the girl isn't dead yet." Xia Xini looked at the card and explained the rules, "The position you all left. If the killer stays in your position, that will be determined as the killer's position here. Even strange killings must follow rules or have a certain basis, you cannot frame someone without reason. Now all the strange beings are leaving, just to lure you to take a look. If you leave, it will be too easy for the killer to frame you." Hiss. After the strange powers strengthened, this level indeed was not that simple, there were traps everywhere. Shirchao chewed on a cookie while looking around, suddenly feeling a hot gaze. He turned to see Bai Yi staring at the cookie in his hand. Wang Wang glanced left and right, got up, walked over to Shirchao, and directly took the bag from his hand, wagging his tail to go to Bai Yi. Bai Yi patted Wang Wang's head. "Wang Wang, stealing things is impolite, you should ask for permission first." Wang Wang turned to Shirchao and bared his teeth. "Do you agree?" Shirchao. Shirchao took out another bag from his backpack. "It's okay, I have more." "Then that would be too embarrassing." Bai Yi shyly smiled while holding the bag. Shirchao also smiled. "You probably don't like this cookie." "It's fine, I'm not picky." Bai Yi tore open the bag and broke off a piece to taste. "Not good, dry and bland." He turned to Xia Xini, "Aunt, do you want a cookie? Do you have anything tasty in your bag? I'd like to trade with you." Xia Xini. "Do you think I'm stupid?" Xia Xini took a chicken leg out of her backpack and gave it to him. Bai Yi handed the cookie to Xia Xini, only to be refused. "I won't eat it." Give it to me, I eat anything." Lu Lang leaned on the table, reaching out eagerly. Bai Yi turned around and returned the cookie to Shirchao. "Thank you. You're actually quite nice, unlike some people who always want to mooch off others." Shirchao. That sounded kind of strange. Lu Lang. Were they talking about me? Lu Lang straightened up, keeping his eyes straight. Surely they weren't talking about me. What should we do next? Zhuang Xueqing posed the question. Everyone was also thinking about what to do next. Xia Xini kept silent, quietly observing the movements around her. Bai Yi was eating the chicken leg, and Wang Wang was watching him eat it. The other contestants were looking around, occasionally glancing under the table to ensure nothing suddenly appeared. Shirchao suddenly looked at Wang Wang and took out a chicken leg, shaking it. "Wang Wang, here, eat a chicken leg. Go do something." Wang Wang glanced at the chicken leg, then looked eagerly at his owner. Bai Yi waved his hand. "Go ahead." Only then did Wang Wang turn to Shirchao to get the chicken leg. "Ah!" A loud scream echoed through the villa. If nothing unexpected happened, it was the person in grey work clothes who discovered the girl's body while trying to steal something. In the next moment, the rules in front of them changed. A murder happened in the villa. The beautiful girl was killed. Who killed her? Please all guests return to the living room, sit in your places, and together find the murderer. The murderer is extremely cunning. For your safety, please strictly follow the rules below. 1. The murderer could be anyone, be very careful of everyone you see. 2. The murderer is very clever and great at acting. If you catch him, you must kill him immediately. 3. The murderer might use insidious means to frame you. If you cannot prove your innocence, adhering to the principle of better to wrongly kill than to let go, you will also die. 4. Until the murderer is found, no one can leave the villa. Anyone who leaves the villa will be executed as a murderer. It's best for everyone not to leave their seats, to avoid being framed by the murderer. 5. The murderer has tampered with the villa's electrical system. Power outages could occur at any moment. During a power outage, you must protect yourself against the murderer who might kill to silence you. Chapter 66. Who is it? Who killed her? Soon, hurried footsteps echoed through the villa. The owner of the villa's furious roar sounded from upstairs. Who killed my daughter? It began. A crisis descended. A big pot was being hurled towards them. If it hit, death was certain. Who is it? Who is it? Who killed her? The villa owner charged down the stairs, while the missing butler appeared along with people in blue clothes and those in gray overalls. Finally, the security guard appeared at the door, blocking everyone's escape. As the villa owner rushed towards the seated contestants, Bai slapped the table with both hands. Who is it? Who killed her? The contestants suddenly realized, right, why prove our innocence, we haven't even left our seats. Lu Lang pointed at people coming down from upstairs, you guys coming down, hurry and explain. Xiang Ma also pointed at them, what did you do, why did she die? Zhuang Xueqing raised her hand, pointing at them one by one, shouting in despair, is it you, did you kill her? The weirdness was stunned by their sudden counterattack. The audience cheered loudly. Great, everyone is breaking the rules. If you don't follow the script, why should we sit and wait to die by following the original plot? Wonderful, self-proof is always hard to clarify because those who wrongfully accuse you know better than anyone that you are wronged, so jumping out of the self-proof trap and biting back is the best strategy. Who says Bai Yi is silly, she just doesn't need to think usually. When she does think, everyone here is a brother. To be honest, his reaction is really fast, is this the legendary college student? Truly able to do anything, and his mind is sharp. The upstairs really sent in a refreshing comment, we could run our legs off and still could not refute. From now on, I am no longer a college student, I can't reach the sky, my brain feels like it's rented, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Goodness, watching a live stream cost me my student status. The contestants reacted quickly too, with training they are different, unlike before when they just passively followed the plot. At that moment, Wang Wang came down from upstairs with a few items. Shi Chao immediately pointed at those items, look. These are your things, discovered in the girls' room, why are your things in the girls' room, confess honestly, did you conspire together? Zhou Zimmel pointed at them one by one, murderer. He turned to point at the security guard, and you, all murderers. Jiang Qin picked up a piece of paper, I have spiritual powers, here is the drawing of the murderer I made, the dead told me, the murderer is you are the first to find the body because you killed her. She pointed at the person in gray overalls, her tone extremely certain. Everyone turned to look at her. Is it true or not? The person wearing the gray work clothes instantly widened his eyes. Not me. I just wanted to steal something, I couldn't possibly kill. Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to press him. What evidence do you have to prove what you're saying is true? The person in gray work clothes immediately pulled out something from his pocket. I was going to steal something, these are the things I stole. Who can prove you didn't kill someone while you were stealing? She was stabbed to death, there's blood everywhere, the person who killed her will definitely be covered in blood, but I have no blood on me. Just then, the ceiling suddenly leaked water, oh no, it was oozing blood, bright red blood dripped down onto the contestant, luckily the official support arrived in time, a few large umbrellas directly blocked the dripping blood. The contestants and the audience both changed their expressions. What a cunning trick! This created conditions even without conditions, just to pin the blame on the contestant. If it weren't for the officials' quick action, it would have been hard to clear the name, and they couldn't leave their seats. If they left, it would trigger the crisis mentioned in the rules. In the official support team, everyone looked at Qi Diyuan, feeling truly admiring, this reaction was so fast. Ji Hong whispered, first team, is this also your intuition? He was especially curious about Qi Diyuan's intuitive ability now. Qi Diyuan replied without changing his expression, no, it's because this person mentioned blood everywhere, and the killer's goal is to solidify the contestant's murder suspicion. Since this person mentioned the person who killed the girl must be covered in blood, such a good framing opportunity, the killer wouldn't miss it. So the blood would definitely be aimed at the contestant. And since the girl died upstairs, and the blood is upstairs, or on someone, there are only two ways to frame it, either by secretly splashing it on the contestant or through the ceiling leaking. So I prepared the gift I wanted to send in advance, it's only natural to send it out at the right moment. This reaction is quick too, ready in just the time of one sentence, waiting for the right opportunity. He Hangyuan raised an eyebrow and looked at Ji Hong, the first team didn't get to this position just by intuition, firecracker, you still have a lot to learn. Ji Hong shot him a sidelong glance, did I talk to you? Why are you inserting your words? He Hangyuan raised his eyebrows and shook his head, because I didn't like the way you look, so I just want to retort you. Neurotic. Ji Hong no longer looked at him, focusing back to the big screen. After the contestants narrowly escaped a disaster, they became even more vigilant. These tricks are too cunning. Not only playing with brains, but also with means. At that moment, the person in gray work clothes immediately pointed at the contestant. Above your head. Bai Yi suddenly threw the umbrella at him, interrupting his spell. Hey! What's that on you, is it blood? Oh no, you have blood on you, so much blood, you must have killed someone to have this much blood on you. Xia Xinmei timely caught the blood dripping from above Bai Yi with a spatula. Love transfer gifted by E1 umbrella. Bai got an umbrella again. Xiaoxinmei sprinkled the blood from the spatula to the opposite side. Now, the contestants regained the initiative. Xiao Yi, you just said the person who killed her must be covered in blood. You have blood on you, so? Zhuan Xueqing immediately took over. The killer is you. It's definitely you. Stop arguing, you've already admitted it. The evidence is conclusive. Hurry up and confess. Zhou Zimo tucked his hand under the umbrella pointing at him. It's you, the killer, the killer. Jiang Qin picked up the portrait. That's right, the spirit told me, it was you who killed her. There's no denying it now. The owner of the villa glared at the man in work clothes, and the next second, the man in work clothes stepped back in terror. Not me, not me. Bang! His head exploded on the spot. The contestants quickly used their umbrellas to shield themselves. Fear flickered in their eyes, but quickly it was hidden away, and they restored their calm facade. The audience instinctively leaned back a bit further. Furrowed brows. It seems the rules of the early copies are very strict on the strange occurrences. A long time has passed since someone died because of the rules. It's clear now that the increasing difficulty of the challenges is due to the growth of strange forces. If we don't control it, how will we get through the next levels? Chapter 67, what a thrilling frame-up, extra update. In the beginning, the rules were neutral. The rules could kill the strange creatures and protect the contestants, or kill the contestants and protect the strange creatures. But over time, the rules started to become more blurry. The main reason is that many rules were tampered with by the strange creatures. It's hard to tell what's real and what's fake. The contestants' survival difficulty has skyrocketed. We used to think the difficulty increased naturally over time, but now we know that it's because the strange forces have grown stronger. These creatures have been quietly scheming. Why didn't we notice earlier? Before, they were more cautious when they parasitized, but as their infiltration became stronger, their courage grew. That's why they made a mistake. Another reason is that the country has made significant progress in researching the strange forces. Otherwise, it would have been hard to detect the parasitism. The audience had a lot to say about this matter. Now that the contestants know that the rules can kill the strange creatures, their minds immediately start working. They can't let the opponent take control. So, after the person in the gray work uniform died, the villa owner darkly announced, "He's not the real murderer, you all." The contestants immediately raised their hands and pointed at the butler. This move was perfectly coordinated, almost without hesitation. He is the murderer. Everyone said in unison. Lu Lang shouted loudly, he is the butler. He wasn't here just now, entertaining guests. He must have gone to kill someone. The person who just died must have been framed for him. Zhou Zimo alternated pointing at the butler with both index fingers. Murderer, murderer, it's you, you're the murderer. Jiang Qin took out another portrait. This is the portrait drawn by the spirit holding my hand. The spirit said this is the murderer. The butler immediately retorted, you said the same thing just now. You're slandering me. Jiang Qin smiled mysteriously. Just now, it was a little joke from the spirit. She's a lively girl. She's dead and very sad, so she played a joke to cheer herself up. Now, what she says must be true. Everyone stared at the butler. The butler quickly explained, I was in the kitchen just now. I couldn't have gone upstairs to kill anyone. Xiao Yi immediately pressed on, who can prove you were in the kitchen? The backyard definitely has windows. You could have climbed the wall, crawled through the window, gone into the room to kill someone, and then faked your alibi. Shi Chao pointed to the dog that brought a glove down from upstairs and said, that's the evidence. It proves you went upstairs. If you didn't use the stairs, how did you get up there? Why sneak around? You must have gone to kill someone. The butler repeatedly denied it, impossible. My gloves are in the kitchen, not upstairs. I've been in the kitchen and never went upstairs. Fang Gaojia said, even if you were in the kitchen, you were still hiding the murder weapon. The weapon hasn't been found yet, but there are many knives in the kitchen. You very likely took a knife from the kitchen, killed the person, then went back to clean the knife and put it back. The butler said, I was packing food for my son in the kitchen. I couldn't have gone upstairs to kill anyone. You can still see the packed food in the kitchen. That's the evidence. Zhuang Xueqing asked, where is your son? The butler replied, he's dead. The one who died just now was my son. Xiao Yi asked, why were you packing food if your son was here? The butler answered, because he said he was leaving first. I didn't know he was going to steal something. I thought he had other things to do, and I was afraid he wasn't full. Lu Lang said, excuses. The gathering just started. Why would your son leave so early without you asking where he was going? Xiang Ma said, even if there's a lunchbox in the kitchen, it's just your deliberate attempt to create an alibi. Who can prove your lunchbox was packed just now? Isn't it all packed in advance? Zhou Zimo, the killer, you are the killer. Jiang Qin, the spirit said, you are making excuses, you are lying, you are the one who killed her. Shi Chao, stop pretending, we have seen through your tricks. Zhou Yi, if you are not the killer, why didn't you plead for your son just now? You don't love him that much, you would rather let him take the blame. Zhou Zimo, why aren't you sad that your son is dead? You are the killer, you are the killer. Everyone chimed in, not giving the butler any chance to speak. Bai Yi got snacks from Xia Xinmei, eating while watching with great interest. This was truly a thrilling frame-up. The audience shouted in excitement. I truly witnessed how language can kill. So when a group of people wants to convict you, no matter if you are innocent, you cannot be innocent. Fortunately, I have the initiative, otherwise, it would be my people who die. At that moment, the butler suddenly widened his eyes and fell straight to the ground. However, the terrifying thing was that there was a big hole in the back of his head, which had been hollowed out. This scene shocked the participants. Who did it? There was clearly no one behind the butler. If the person who died earlier was killed by the rules, then who killed the butler? Why was his head empty? Where did the contents go? In the villa, only the person in blue clothing, the owner of the villa, and the security guard at the door remained. Among the three people, who could be the killer? Wait. Shi Chao picked up the card and recalled something. There were a total of 15 guests invited to this party. Including the evolvers, we have 13 people left. The remaining 2 are the people in grey work clothes and the person in blue clothing, right? Smash! The light suddenly went out. The villa plunged into darkness. Wow! You scared me to death. I thought all the contestants were finished. It should be a power outage. The rule said the villa would have a power outage. The killer is going to kill to silence them. Could Shi Chao's reasoning be right? The identities of the other 2 guests seem off. The person in grey clothes is the butler's son. He is likely not a guest, but someone the butler brought along to eat and drink. So where is the other guest? Here it comes. Here it comes. The live room had night vision, so everyone saw the dense pollution rush toward the contestants, carrying something within it. Love Transfer gifted Shi Chao 1 piece of armor. Love Transfer gifted Shi Chao 1 helmet. Love Transfer gifted Shi Chao 1 AK rifle. Love Transfer gifted by E 1 AK rifle. Love Transfer gifted Xia Xinmei 1 AK rifle. Wow! Brother, this is a true brother. Following. Hurry up! Zhuang Mama gifted Zhuang Xueqing 1 piece of armor. Zhuang Papa gifted Zhuang Xueqing 1 helmet. Zhuang Sister gifted Zhuang Xueqing 1 AK rifle. Sudden self-gift to Qiu Yi 1 AK rifle. Sudden self-gift to Qiu Yi. Ambition gifted Fang Gaojie. Lu Family Army gifted Lu Lang. Chapter 68 You are a love brain. In the blink of an eye, all contestants were tightly protected, each with an AK in hand. I must say that the audience who can give is really giving, all thanks to the generous investment from the last round, allowing everyone to have some contribution points to do something now. Shi Chao had an energy compression biscuit in his mouth, continuously outputting an energy shield to prevent everyone from getting contaminated. Tat 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 tat. It was unclear who opened fire first, but the entire room echoed with a dense gunfire, sounding like an ambush of a battalion. Thankfully, everyone's helmets also covered their faces, and the armor wrapped around their entire bodies, keeping their necks protected. Otherwise, in this hail of bullets, the first to die would be their own people. Xia Xinmei said to Bai Yi, take out the big bulb from your backpack. Bai Yi opened the light screen and looked at her backpack. Turn on the light. The big bulb appeared with its own light. The villa was suddenly illuminated. The table, walls, and ceiling, the dining table are all riddled with bullet holes. It feels like bandits invaded here. Crack! The ceiling suddenly split apart. Bang! A corpse unexpectedly fell before everyone, right on the dining table. It was the girl. The murderer was nowhere to be found, while the person in blue, the villa owner, and the security guard huddled together behind the door, which was also full of bullet holes. These 3 didn't look much like the murderer, but it was better to mistakenly kill than to let go. The contestants immediately raised their guns and fired at them. You made us think too much, take that. The 3 at the door, because they had not been identified. Xia Xinmei suddenly raised her hand to cover her mouth and said, the girl was killed on the 2nd floor, everyone who went upstairs is a murderer, because the killer's method is not gentle, you could not possibly be completely unaware. Furthermore, those who claim to have seen the girl through the window in the backyard are even more suspicious. If you loved her so much, you would surely observe her often. How could you not notice something unusual? Why didn't you go upstairs to save her? Why was it the thief who found the body first? So, you are all problematic. Even if you are not the murderer, you are accomplices, because there is blood beneath your feet, your clothes are messy, and you have injuries on your bodies. These are all evidence. The strange one looked down at the wounds on his body. Isn't this what you all did to me? But now the contestants had no guns in hand. At this moment of accusation, the strange one lacked evidence. Just as the strange one could use means to frame the contestants could also frame the strange one. Self-defense was difficult, so the villa owner attempted to turn the situation around. The words just spoken were a trap. As soon as Zhuang Xueqing began to self-validate, he would regain the high ground and exercise his rights as the judge. He could even kill directly. After all, he was a father who loved his daughter. If he had any reason to suspect you are the murderer, then it was perfectly reasonable for him to lose control and kill in rage. Zhou Zimo pointed at them. Murderer, 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 they are all murderers. Jiang Qin pulled out 3 sketches again. That's right, the spirits told me that you are accomplices. You helped the murderer kill her. You are also murderers. The security guard angrily pointed at Jiang Qin and cursed. You fortune teller, that's enough. I've tolerated you for long enough. The corpse has gone upstairs. The dead person isn't even here. Did the ghost talk to you? Jiang Qin said seriously. That's right, the ghost told me. Only her physical body went upstairs. Her soul is still here, right before you. She has been watching you all. The villa owner immediately seized the opportunity to counterattack. How do you prove that it was the spirit who spoke to you? As he spoke, he pointed at Xia Xinmei. And how can you be sure who caused the injuries on my body? Did you see it? Suddenly, the tense atmosphere in the room was pushed to a climax. Self-validation would be at a disadvantage, and the previous Rule 5 had mentioned that if you find the villa owner missing, don't raise an alarm and pretend you didn't see anything. You can't let him know you saw it. At this moment, a dual crisis was overlapping. Chapter 69 You are heroes. The audience immediately sat up straight. I knew this extra 5th rule wasn't that simple. There was no 5th rule before, so where did this 5th rule come from? Did the strange one add it? The power of the strange has already enhanced to influence the rules. I have reason to suspect it was added by the villa owner himself. At this time, can we also strike back, forcing him to prove there are no ghosts, to prove his injuries were not caused by murder? No, that would fall into his trap again. Self-verification is originally at a disadvantage, but just now everyone was vigorously framing each other. If you make him concretely prove one thing now, it would inherently mean that once he proves his wounds were not caused by murder, it would also prove that the contestants are framing him, and he would immediately regain the judgment high ground. This villa owner is not easy to kill. He was once a judge himself, and he will not let himself be at a disadvantage. The contestants also realized that this villa owner could completely use Rule 5 to free himself of suspicion. Because whoever points at him is seen as having witnessed his actions, he could use Rule 5 to kill the accuser. But if he insists that not having seen it with his own eyes is slander, then he could deny any evidence, for this was his villa, and he possessed absolute freedom. He could do anything, go anywhere. No one can become evidence. The two sides confronted each other, the atmosphere gradually tense. Creak, creak. Everyone turned their eyes toward the sound. Bai Yi held a plate in his hand, half filled with sunflower seeds, and half with their shells, looking quite civilized. He cracked the seeds, glancing this way and that. Why is everyone looking at me? Have we determined the winner? I'm still a kid, I can't argue, you know. Oh, right, I can help too. Bai Yi pointed at the villa owner. You are love-brained. The villa owner's dark expression suddenly changed, his eyes began to look dazed and infatuated. The contestants immediately breathed a sigh of relief. They almost forgot that this skill could be used twice a day. The audience also relaxed. This skill is amazing. After being scared for half a day, fortunately, Bai Yi has a magical skill. Adoring Bai Yi baby, even eating seeds is the most stylish. Flying up to send flowers. Lu Lang immediately turned and blew a kiss at Bai Yi. Hero, we love you. 3, red heart. Zhou Zimo raised his hand in a trumpet shape. Love you. Zhuang Xueqing raised her hand to block these two showy ones. Can we let the villa owner kill himself now or what? Bai Yi directed the villa owner. You can kill those two, then kill yourself. You can do that, right? Love brain. The man in the blue shirt and the security guard's faces changed drastically upon hearing this. We haven't been convicted yet. Why should we be killed? The villa owner turned to look at them, his eyes filled with murderous intent. You must be the murderers, go die. He suddenly lunged at the two. The two hurriedly split and ran to both sides, but were still grabbed back by him. He grabbed one in each hand, violently smashing their heads against his own head. 3 heads burst open simultaneously. Ah! Contestants, amazing. Audience, amazing. Bai Yi hurriedly blocked the dog. Look away, kids should not see, don't look. The dog shook its ears as if it understood, raising its paw to cover its eyes. Xia Xinmei stood up and turned to walk upstairs. Sister Xia. Can we leave our seats now? Zhuang Xueqing asked earnestly. Xia Xinmei replied, now there is only the real murderer left. Let's go upstairs to see who the captured murderer is. Hearing this, everyone got up and followed upstairs. Bai Yi also went along, carrying the sunflower seeds with him. Once on the second floor, they hardly needed to look, only that one room's door had a winding river of blood flowing from it. The blood nearly reached the staircase. Everyone tiptoed carefully to avoid it, sticking close to the wall as they reached the door of that room. Peeking inside, everyone saw a broken girl lying in the room. Fan Gaojia asked, "What happened? Didn't she catch the murderer?" "No, she caught him, and she also killed the true murderer." A voice echoed from the ceiling. Everyone looked up, only to see a head stuck to the ceiling looking down at them. Just as everyone was about to draw their weapons, Shi Chao suddenly shouted, "Wait!" At that moment, a headless body crawled up from the stairs. "Sorry, my body has been separated from my head for too long. I am a bit slow to react and came a little late." The head on the ceiling explained, while the body on the ground waved its hand, as if greeting them. Soon, the body and head reconnected, and he tossed his hair back. "Hello, which episode of Contestants are you? Is there a way outside to deal with the oddities? So you came to reclaim the occupied city, right?" At this moment, another head popped up from the ceiling. "Hey? Can we go out now? I want to eat the dompa pork my mom makes. Brothers, all these monsters in the villa are dead. Someone is coming to pick us up." One by one, heads and dismembered limbs crawled over from upstairs and downstairs. The contestants stood still, somewhat at a loss for what to do. The audience looked at this scene, their eyes turning red. This group of people was the early batch who voluntarily signed up for the competition. Back then, everyone was extremely unfamiliar and afraid of the rules of the strange tales. Their understanding and experiences of the bizarre world were all. It was all discovered by those who came before. So even when they failed, no one said anything to blame them. Those who voluntarily signed up for the competition were all great, even if this group was the youngest. Some had just entered college, gifted and talented, or were particularly excellent in a certain field. Others were top performers from military schools, excelling in their endeavors, and received special permission to register, along with young judo champions. Everyone had once been hope, only to be hastily buried, and no one was without regret, but at that time, they had no time to mourn before facing the panic of the new competition approaching. Their challenge videos were watched countless times, becoming reference materials. In the end, these people became numbers in the casualty count, reduced to a statistic. Even now, seeing them again, vividly appearing before everyone, people's minds suddenly recalled their past glory, their eyes unintentionally getting warm, and the emotional ones were already in tears. The contestants stood in place, momentarily unable to say a word. After all the severed limbs were connected, piecing together 10 complete bodies. Xia Xinmei broke the silence. "So the one who killed the girl is herself, right?" Once these words were spoken, the contestants immediately looked up towards the room. Indeed, now only the girl's corpse lay in the room. While Bai Yi had given the girl the instruction to find the killer and kill them, wasn't the result quite obvious? The first floating head that appeared entered the room, and its body followed in slow motion. Soon, it took out a diary belonging to the girl. "You can take a look at this, it should explain her complete cause of death." When I found it back then, I hadn't had enough time to look at it before I was silenced. Shi Chao took the notebook and looked at it, while everyone gathered around to read it together. And the floating head continued to speak. "After I died, my consciousness sank into darkness. I don't know how long it lasted, but I woke up again and found this was Chang'an, the place where I grew up. I realized something strange had descended upon this city after our failure. There were anomalies moving everywhere. I didn't know where the people who originally lived here had gone. Did they shift away in advance? Were they safe? I felt guilty. Perhaps I could have saved this city. And those of us who were polluted were trapped here. Our consciousness gradually became assimilated by the pollution. If this continued, we would completely disappear, but we still wanted to wait a little longer. We wanted to see the city regain its light. So we separated our heads and bodies and hid them away, but we remained in a daze, as if being tugged along by a thread. Until I felt the power that was suppressing us suddenly disappear, and my consciousness fully awakened. I secretly ran over to take a look and saw the monsters in the villa were all dead. I guess that new comrades must have come to defeat the monsters. You are heroes. No, you are the heroes. Lu Lang excitedly grasped the other person's hand. We will definitely take you out, give you the best tomb, build the best soil, and burn the most expensive paper. Zhou Zimo kicked him. You better shut up, you really speak unappealing words. Zhang Qin picked up an A4 paper. I will draw your portrait. Lu Lang quickly withdrew his hand. I'm sorry, I have a clumsy mouth, please don't be angry. The head shook side to side. It's okay, we have long been dead, we know. Lu Lang suddenly froze and quickly patted his mouth. Damn it. At this moment, Xia Xinmei had finished reading the contents of the diary, and she closed the notebook. The few people around her were a bit confused. Zhuang Xueqing blinked hard. That's it? I feel like I didn't read anything at all. Xia Xinmei handed the notebook to her. When the girl was 3 years old, her father cheated on her mother with the nanny. And the nanny was the wife of the housekeeper. The nanny's son was the girl's father's son, which means he was the girl's brother. The girl's mother discovered this, and to get back at her father, she cheated on the neighbor, whose son was the boy in the blue shirt. The security guard was the mother's first love. What a family drama. Upon receiving the script, Zhuang Xueqing immediately decided not to read it anymore, and listened to Xia Xinmei summarize. After Xia Xinmei explained everyone's relationships, she began to state the main point. The girl's father found out about her mother's affair, and in a fit of rage, killed the man involved, while the mother, in extreme anger, killed the nanny. The mother cried that everything was to take revenge on her father, all because of him. After saying this, she committed suicide in front of her father. The father was heartbroken, and to make up for his deceased wife, he chased the nanny's son away, but the housekeeper pretended to be clueless, so the boy stayed. The father could not forgive his wife's betrayal and felt guilty towards her, so he had a love-hate relationship with his daughter, as she resembled his wife very much. Thus, the girl lived every day in her father's unpredictable mood. One moment he loved her, the next moment he might suddenly slap her and say he felt sick just looking at her face. As she grew older, her father often thought about killing her. The housekeeper wanted to take revenge on the father and secretly plotted to humiliate the girl, even threatening to kill her if she dared to tell. The security guard discovered the housekeeper's evil deeds and saved her, thinking he was her savior. However, he only saw her as a replacement for her mother. Every time he saw the girl with her father, he felt betrayed by her, just like her mother betrayed him, so he developed murderous thoughts towards her. The neighbor's son often sneaked over the wall into the backyard to play with the girl, showing her much care, but in reality, he was planning how to use her to gain access to the villa and carry out his revenge plan, because the girl's father killed his father, and the girl's mother cheated with his father. So every time he looked at the girl's face, he wanted to kill her and her father. The housekeeper's son was not actually the housekeeper's son. The housekeeper had secretly told him that the villa's owner was his real father. To make his son hate his biological father even more, the housekeeper would not give him money and often abused him. While abusing him, he would also tell him that the villa's owner was his biological father. If the owner and the girl died, then he would inherit the villa, and since the housekeeper worked at the villa, the son naturally believed that inheriting the villa would allow him to take revenge on the housekeeper. The girl knew all this very well. So on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, before any assassination attempts began, the girl chose to die in the most dramatic way possible in front of them, hoping they would spare her. The girl was very careful. She only wanted to create wounds that looked terrifying but would not kill her. She wanted to know if anyone truly cared about her. After finishing what was in the diary, Xia Xinmei began to share her speculation. The girl intended to see what their reactions would be if she died as they wished, if they would regret it like her father did after her mother died, if they would love her more and make up for her. But there were a few stab wounds on her body, neither too few nor too many, exactly 5, corresponding to 5 people: her father, the housekeeper, the neighbor boy, her biological brother, and the security guard. But at that moment, she still had a breath left. She wanted to see them regret. She believed that searching for the murderer to avenge her was their way of repenting. Until Bai Yi asked her to find the murderer and kill him, she chose to return to her original position and kill herself, as if she had truly killed herself from the very beginning. The contestants listened, furrowing their brows in thought. The audience felt a bit heavy-headed after hearing it. This relationship is too complicated. I need to sort it out. So, it means we have cleared the level, right? The contestants went down to the first floor and looked outside the door, seeing the fog of the city dissipating, with black clumps being expelled together with the mist. Xiang Ma turned his head to glance at the corpses in the room. Who did the butler kill? The others also turned to look. It should be the rules that killed them, Fang Gaojie said. Xiu Yi asked, why does the rule kill by hollowing out the brain? Zhuang Xueqing pointed at the corpse on the ground and exclaimed, look, the other strange brains have also been hollowed out. Bai Yi and Xia Xinmei turned at the sound. Bai Yi muttered in confusion, could it be that they were worried we would eat them? No one would eat them, thank you. Shi Chao suddenly had a flash of insight. It should be the strange power that hollowed them out, worried that we would study their brains. His thinking deeper sends chills down the spine. Those who had once died in the bizarre world. Everyone looked outside to the seniors who had run out, tilting their heads, eagerly gazing at the sky. As the mist grew thinner, sunlight poured into this city that had been eroded by darkness for far too long. Surprisingly, everyone could see seams in the hair of the seniors. The audience's scalps suddenly went numb. Damn the strangeness. No wonder they could escape the city and hide so well. They not only parasitized human bodies but also stole the wisdom of the seniors. Their initial understanding of humanity must have come from those seniors. So, the missions keep getting harder, and the strange powers keep growing stronger. Damn the monsters. I suddenly realized that many of the later missions present things humans fear to face. Compared to ghosts and monsters, humans are much scarier. Just look at the 5-star, 6-star, and 7-star missions, aren't they targeting human weaknesses? Why do they understand us so well? Because they just understand us, gritting teeth, grimacing, swinging knives wildly. Chapter 71 Writing on the Aura of the Lucky One. Contestants who die in the bizarre world will remain in the hands of the strangeness. And the strange corpses that die in human cities will also stay here. So, all these strange brains have been hollowed out, and even the bizarre brains that were blown apart have mysteriously vanished. There must be something stored in their brains. And they must have a way to read a lot from human brains. This earth-shattering discovery left the whole world in shock. At this time, other countries were having both smooth and tough progress. The relatively smoother Lighthouse Nation had also finished their battle. They decided to bring all the strange corpses to a special laboratory for research. Researching this involves quite a risk. One must be extremely careful to avoid contamination, requiring contestants with immunity talents to stay close throughout. So, the flower-sowing country also had Xiao stay close. His energy shield could isolate contamination, and while the evolvers transported the corpses, he circled around. As the seniors revealed their sincere smiles after the strange powers were completely expelled from the city, they all fell down together. The contestants hurriedly caught them, just like catching their hopes, and also like taking on a responsibility. The live broadcast ended here. After the strange powers in the city completely retreated, Captain Han Hongguang of the 5th Support Team led the way in to clean up the city. He also brought in some coffins made of special, tightly fitted, and sturdy material. Xiao put energy shields on these coffins, while also putting energy shields on the seniors. There were seams on their bodies, and no one knew if there would be any changes or if anything was hidden inside. They had to be brought back for inspection together. Lu Lang sniffed, "You must call me when it's time to bury them." "I am going to burn paper." No one paid attention to him. The crowd sent the seniors outside the city, then watched the convoy leave. An evolver followed one up to protect Xiao, who walked with the team because he needed to follow and isolate the pollution to avoid any mishap on the road. The other 2 evolvers stayed behind to protect the other participants. The power of the evolvers is very strong, one of the country's strongest cards, and it is continuously strengthening. This group of participants has now reached a value that requires protection from evolvers. So these 2 evolvers would follow the participants until they entered the world of weird tales. This city contest started at sunrise, and now it is dusk, finally concluding with a victory. Humanity staged a beautiful comeback. This is a new beginning, but it will not be the end. After a year, humanity continuously explored ways to defend the homeland, taking a step at a time to verify risks, leaving behind much experience. Now a new chapter has opened, also providing people with new routes and a clearer direction. All the participants present today have become part of this history. "You all go back and rest," Chen Yuan said to the participants. "Staying tense is exhausting, while rescuing the city is urgent. This matter cannot afford any mistakes. You must prepare your spirits and face everything in the best condition." Bai Yi yawned, "I've eaten enough, it's time to go back and take a nap." Everyone silently looked at him. "How much snack did you eat?" The official special plane landed, stirring up dust everywhere. The participants turned to avoid it, and their eyes fell on the empty city, the colorful sunset like a furnace, flames spreading across the rooftops, as if trying to burn away the impurities of this city. One day, when the world is at peace, this city will surely restore its former brilliance. At this moment, the internet in the flower-growing country was very lively. Everyone was discussing this city contest and the return of the heroic remains. Back in the days, he was the most famous academic star in our school. Before exams, we would bow to his photo, but then the weird tales descended, and he suddenly participated in the contest. We thought for sure he could come back alive, he was so capable, but now thinking back, it feels so regrettable. I remember when he entered the judo competition, no one was optimistic. Adults thought he was wasting time, but he won a gold medal. Our entire village gathered around the TV to watch, and everyone was praising him for his success. We were so excited, thinking he had a bright future, yet he died young. Sigh. Many people were reminiscing about the deceased, but too many had died, and everyone could casually mention several. The number of outstanding individuals was not small either. The atmosphere on the entire internet was very gloomy. Someone began to cheer. "At least there's one good piece of news, that is, we can reclaim the invaded city through challenges, and we can also drive away the strange invasions. But only the participants can do it for now. The main pollution is a big challenge, and humanity cannot resist it. Hopefully, the country can make breakthroughs in research on this, otherwise, those participants are also very tired. After going to the world of weird tales to compete, they still have to compete again when they come back. Indeed, and the risks are high. Cultivating a participant is not easy, and the odds of them getting an immunity talent are not high. If anything happens to them, it would be a huge loss. I feel this time's difficulty is at least 4 stars. The strange forces have strengthened, adding a rule. If it weren't for Bai Yi having that bizarre divine skill, the participants would really be in danger. Bai Yi seems to be slacking off and eating snacks, but at critical moments, he directly makes great contributions. Hugs and kisses Mua. *3. Shut up. He's still a kid, you beast. The two new participants are quite brave too, they are participants who actively sign up. That boy looks so young. In middle school, he looked very familiar, always feeling like he had seen him somewhere before. I have this feeling too, as if I have seen him. Received the official gift of enhancement pills. From now on, I am no longer one of you, goodbye. I also received a gift, although it is not enhancement pills, but it is what I wanted, thank you. I also received a gift, but why send me money? I signed up saying I wanted a big brother by E, the elegant and noble one. I really like that type, send me a new one. We can choose? In that case, I want Little Star. I think Little Star is so unique, I love it. I want Sister Xia, she feels very reliable and safe. You all are so unique, you actually want to choose. By the way, can Bai Yi's dog come to me? Contestant base. The contestants returned to the base, and the official contribution points were also credited. Originally, everyone was going to rest, but now they were excited and couldn't sleep, following Bai Yi into the house. Bai Yi was puzzled, what are you doing? Zhuang Xueqing, hee, I decided to draw a lottery, to benefit from the good luck. Fang Gaojie, you have a leisure area here, we don't have one, just sitting for a bit, hee. Fortunately, Bai Yi was also warm and hospitable, then you sit, I'll go get some food. Saying this, he ran to the snack area and brought back a cart full of food. Chapter 72 Good luck showing its power. This entertainment and snack area is unique to Bai Yi, other people's rooms only have training areas or study areas, or physical therapy areas, nothing to play with. The key point is that Bai Yi's room is over 300 square meters, while the other contestants' rooms on the same floor are only half the size of his, as his room can directly see the front and backyard, while others' rooms face either front or back, never both. Chen Yuan said that Bai Yi's room is a combination of two rooms that were connected. Not only is there an entertainment, leisure, and snack area, but Bai Yi's training area is also much larger than the others. It is clear that he needs it more, his space for performance is very large, crammed and would limit him, and he has dogs that need to frolic in the house too. Chen Yuan and the others are still renovating upstairs, planning to give Xia Xinmei a big room too because her training movements are large, and she needs space to perform. As for others, they don't need that much space for now, so they will stay temporarily, and later it will depend on the situation. Everyone has no objection, just a bit envious. I'm going to draw a lottery now, friends, wish me luck. Zhuang Xueqing rubbed her hands nervously. The crowd hurriedly crowded around to watch. Bai Yi also stretched his neck in curiosity. Zhuang Xueqing turned off the screen's anti-peek mode, and everyone could see it. Achievement points, 110,000. The contribution points were just credited, 9,000. The bag is filled with temporary items, all disposable. Which one should I draw? Zhuang Xueqing rubbed her hands and hesitated, should we go for something big? The high-level pool costs 10,000 each and should have low odds, right? Not high. Fang Gaojie rolled his eyes, don't ask me how I know. Lu Lang stretched his neck to ask, how do you know? Did you draw? How about it? Can you get a permanent skill in 10 draws? Fang Gaojie shot him a glance, you are really lucky, your mouth is still intact. But, sigh. The odds for this thing are too low. I grit my teeth for a 10 consecutive draw, thinking at least I could get 2 skills, but I only got 1 item, although it's permanent, but the restrictions are huge. I can use it only once a day for just 1 minute. What do you say, isn't that frustrating? Xiang Ma calculated, that's pretty good, being able to draw a permanent item is already lucky. You definitely can't compare with Bai Yi, his is 100,000 each, it's a different value. Hey, isn't mine 100,000 each? Yours is 100,000 for 10 draws? High-level and specialty prize pools aren't the same. By the way, what item did you draw? Fang Gaojie opened his bag to show everyone, look, a sandbag, can absorb all the damage aimed at me. Bear the pain for me for 1 minute. The scene fell silent. Lu Lang suddenly jumped up and punched Fang Gaojie. Damn! Your prop is amazing. So incredible. With such powerful permanent props, you must be really lucky. What emperor's luck? Zhou Zimo also jumped up and punched Fang Gaojie twice. So you were in Versailles. You deceived my feelings. Fang Gaojie almost reflexively punched back, but seeing these two immature younger brothers, one too young and the other not very smart, he held back. After all, his skin was tough and it didn't hurt. He sighed, I didn't say this thing is useless, it's just that once a day, lasting only 1 minute, really is too short. Zhuang Xueqing thought seriously, indeed, once a day is really too limiting. Since it's all about 100,000 anyway, why not go for the biggest one? I saw Bai Yi's previous special lottery always had wins, the special rate must be 100%, right? No. Xia Xinmei reminded, the drop rate is very high, but it doesn't mean you can win every time. I only won 3 times in 10 draws, just a bit higher than other lotteries. It also depends on luck, and the prizes are definitely much better than in the high-level scene, at least the duration won't be as short as 1 minute. Zhuan Xueqing suddenly got puzzled again, biting her nails as she frowned. Then which one should I choose? She looked at Bai Yi, then at Bai Yi's dog, and rushed over. Wang Wang, come shake hands with me, give me some luck. Wang Wang turned his head and rested his chin on the sofa, ignoring her. Zhuan Xueqing reached out her hand to Bai Yi, Emperor of Luck, please shake my hand. Bai Yi rubbed her fingertips, okay, I've given you so much luck, now try it. I want to see what you'll draw. Zhuan Xueqing put her hands together, thank you, I'll give it a try. Everyone craned their necks to watch. Zhuan Xueqing extended her finger that had rubbed against Bai Yi's luck, took a deep breath, and still entered the high-level scene. She only had 110,000 contribution points, and could only draw once in the special scene, while in the high-level scene, she could draw 10 times, so the risk was lower. She took a deep breath and clicked to draw. The lottery pool started to bubble, a ribbon fell from the sky, scattering 10 gift boxes, and as the boxes opened, the prizes appeared one by one. Congratulations! You have drawn high-level scene prizes: Energy Walnut, 1, Disinfectant Wipes, 5, Recliner, 1 use, Running Shoes, Permanent, Fan, 1 use, Strengthening Pill, 1, Makeup Removal Wipe, 1, Pillow, Permanent, thank you for your patronage. Wow! 2 permanent props. Zhou Zimo exclaimed, looking like he had never seen such a thing before. Lu Lang, the running shoes are understandable, but what's the deal with the pillow? Can it hit people? Or does it help sleep better? This prop seems quite suitable for Bai Yi. Bai Yi tilted his head, let me see, if it's good for sleep, I want to draw one too. Please don't make drawing prizes sound as easy as eating and drinking. Zhuan Xueqing quickly clicked on the prop description to check, starting with the permanent ones. Prop, running shoes. Instructions, shout running shoes, and the shoes will automatically attach to your feet, moving speed will surpass all surrounding forces, and no one can race against you. Note, the running shoes can only be used once a day, duration is 2 minutes. Lu Lang immediately gave a thumbs up, 666, this prop is amazing, and the duration is 2 minutes. Zhou Zimo clapped his hands, awesome, awesome. Fan Gaojia was also enviously astonished, 2 minutes, that's what I've been dreaming of. Xiang Ma, hurry and see how to use the other one? Zhuan Xueqing also wanted to see, so she clicked to open it directly. Prop, pillow. Instructions, shout pillow and lie down on the spot, if you rest on the pillow, you will enter a state of sleep, and no power can approach you. Note, the pillow can only be used once a day, duration is 5 minutes. Hiss. 5 minutes. Fan Gaojia angrily clenched his fist, why did you draw 2 props, and this one even has 5 minutes? Is there really Emperor's luck? Everyone turned their heads in unison to look at Bai Yi. Bai Yi immediately curled up his claws and quickly shoved his hands into his pockets, you can't steal it. I need to keep it for myself. No matter if there is luck or not, good things should be hidden away first. Hello everyone, a wave of disappointment washes over. Chapter 73, Servicing Young Master to Get Up. Zhuan Xueqing looks at the pillow, feeling a bit conflicted. But using a pillow means I will fall asleep, and what if something strange is watching me? Plus, I have to lie down right here, what if it's in the water? The restrictions are too great. Xiang Ma sincerely suggests, indeed, it's best not to use this prop unless it's a critical moment. Zhuan Xueqing nods, then looks at other things. The energy walnut has less energy than the compressed biscuit, not very valuable, can be treated as a snack. The disinfectant wipes are very useful, they can wipe away pollution, if contaminated by something strange, wiping the wound with disinfectant can prevent the spread of pollution. The lounge chair is for use with the strange, if selected, the strange will lie on the chair and cannot get up. This is a one-time prop, and its effect lasts only 30 seconds. The fan can blow away pollution, and the strengthening pill is basic, if it can't be used by oneself, it can be given to family. The makeup remover wipes can remove all disguises, pretty useful. Looking at it this way, this haul is pretty good, with 2 permanent skills, and the miscellaneous items are not bad. Fan Gaojia sighs weakly, not just good, it's fantastic. It's the same lottery, the same 10 draws, but it's worlds apart. Zhuan Xueqing turns off the light screen, feeling satisfied with the lottery result, after all, permanent props are rare. Save 10,000 achievement points to buy some supplies. She turns to Qiu Yi. Qiu Yi, the drop rate for the high-level field is much better than the intermediate and beginner levels. You should try it. You have a lot of achievement points this time, even after 10 draws, you'll still have some left. Qiu Yi opens her light screen, feeling a bit conflicted. Because she had always drawn in the beginner field, the drop rate was really low. She always thought that spending 100 achievement points for one draw was cost-effective. But what she got was truly not good. In comparison, the beginner field might not be worth it at all. Saving had already become a deeply ingrained habit, the high-level field felt too expensive for her, and she didn't dare to go for it. Zhuan Xueqing nudges closer to her and urges, hurry up and try. The drop rate is so high, the prizes in the beginner and intermediate pools are just terrible. I'm so sick of hearing "thank you for your patronage" all the time. Hearing this, Shoyi thinks for a moment too. The junk from the high-level field is better than that from the beginner field. What if she gets something good? Shoyi grabs Zhuang Xueqing's hand and rubs it. The luck of the European emperor should still be there, let's borrow a bit. Zhuang Xueqing nudges her finger against Shoya's finger. Rub it, and then hurry up to try. Shoyi takes a deep breath, her fingers trembling slightly as she opens the high-level lottery pool. Can't believe she can be so extravagant. It feels like an ordinary person suddenly walking into a high-end shopping mall, feeling very nervous and awkward. Draw once, draw 10 times. Shoyi grits her teeth and clicks on the 10 draws. The prize pool bubbles up with mist, a ribbon falls from above, showering down 10 gift boxes. The boxes open, revealing only 3 "thank you for your patronage" and the rest are prizes. Shoyi quickly scans all the prizes and sees a permanent skill hidden in the corner, her heart suddenly tightens. She hurriedly clicks to check the permanent skill. Skill, Charming Eyes. Usage instructions: as long as you wink at someone and say, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" your gaze will release an invisible attraction, locking their eyes tightly on you. You do not move, they do not move, whatever you do, they will follow you. Note, Charming Eyes can control a maximum of 10 targets at once. Duration, 10 seconds, can only be used 3 times a day. Shoyi breathes a sigh of relief, looks pretty good, just a short duration. Lu Lang immediately jumps up, this is called pretty good, a group control. Control 10 targets at once, and you can use it 3 times. 10 seconds is amazing too. Zhou Zimo raises his hand to applaud, so impressive. Shoyi pats her chest to ease her tension. Thank you, I can use this skill to assist everyone if the opportunity arises. Who hasn't drawn yet? Quick, take this chance to draw a bit, borrow some lucky energy from the European emperor. Xiang Ma, will you draw? Zhuang Xueqing asks. Xiang Ma shakes his head. I've already drawn, got something from the intermediate level. But nothing is eternal, not too big or too small. Zhuang Xueqing turned to Lu Lang. What about you? How many achievement points did you get last round, any lottery? Lu Lang sighed, I'm not lucky with gambling, I've spent over 100,000 on Dodiju tokens, so I didn't dare to enter the lottery. I just bought temporary items and some supplies. I plan to use the contribution points I just earned to buy weapons. Spending money on Dodiju? Over 100,000? Is this the legendary foolish son of a landlord? Aren't you going to enter? I'm going to sleep then. Bai Yi got up and went to the bedroom with Guzi. Remember to turn off the lights and close the door when you go out. After saying that, he closed the bedroom door. Xia Xinmei got up. I'll go rest too, you all do as you please. Then I'll go to sleep too, I'm tired. Zhuang Xueqing also got up, and Xiao Yi got up to leave as well. The rest of the group followed out, and Zhang Xin, who was last, tidied up, turned off the lights, and closed the door. 5th day of the rest period. In the morning, the smell of food wafted through the building. Wang scratched at the window with his paws, pried it open a crack, and sniffed out, confirming that food was being served. He immediately turned and ran to the bed to paw at the pillow. Woof woof. Master's food. Bai Yi opened his sleepy eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I seem to hear a dog barking? Woof. Wang stretched his neck, nudged the blanket, turned, and bit onto the bank card on the table, stuffing it into the blanket, then putting it into Bai Yi's hand. This is the extra reward the officials sent last night for you, Bai Yi. Bai Yi picked up the bank card, watching his expression change gradually. He ran his fingers through his hair, pushing it back. Tisk, what's going on? Why is no one here to serve me when this young master wakes up? Dog, go call someone to help this young master wash up. Woof. Wang opened the door with his paw and ran out. Soon, he brought back a person. It was an evolved being, the very one who had taken Bai Yi out of the cave back then. You're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere? The evolved being asked. Bai Yi raised his hand. Serve this young master to get up. What kind of servants are you? I wake up and there's not a single person around, just the dog barking. The evolved being observed and confirmed he wasn't joking. Please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned and dashed out. In a little while, a crowd rushed in. Xia Xinmei walked straight to the bedside, raised her hand just about to check Bai Yi's spirit energy fluctuations, when Bai Yi suddenly placed a hand on her arm, sitting up proudly. Take this young master to wash up. You all are truly unqualified, it's been so long since I woke up and you just arrived. Today, I'm deducting all your wages. Bai Yi turned, placing his feet at the edge of the bed. What are you still dawdling for? Put shoes on this young master. Something was off, very off. Xiang Ma bent down to help him put on slippers. First, go along with him. Xia Xinmei reached out with her other hand to check Bai Yi's forehead. Bai Yi tilted his head away. What's wrong with this maid? Am I someone you can touch at will? Chapter 74 Bodyguard Eagle. Xia Xinmei picked up a notebook from the bedside and opened it for him to see. I'm your aunt. Bai Yi glanced at the contents of the notebook. Even if he didn't remember, he had basic recognition. He saw the words and knew it was written by himself. So, nonchalantly, he withdrew his hand. Auntie, I'm a bit confused, don't mind me. Did you come to give me gold coins? Xia Xinmei raised her hand. Come here, you're sick. Let me check if you're better. Bai Yi suddenly realized, oh, no wonder I can't remember anything. So that's it. Auntie, please check for me. Is my illness serious? Does it affect my looks? Does it affect my intelligence? Xia Xinmei raised her hand to sense his spirit energy fluctuations, finding there was none, completely calm, as if there was no spirit energy at all. It shouldn't be because of overdraft. After all, she had just supplemented with mental medication, though not much, it was barely enough to relieve her. Now with this symptom. Xia Xinmei glanced at her hand, unable to gather any energy, and couldn't explore further. Sigh. She withdrew her hand. For now, there was no danger, and that was good. It's not too serious, just take your time to recover. You won't be disfigured, and it won't affect your intelligence. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, lifted his hand to tousle his bangs, and once again became proud. That's good, this young master is so handsome and so smart, nothing can go wrong. Do you know what your name is? How could I not know? I am Wan Jin. Wan Jin. Xia Xinmei's mind flashed with some images, and she instinctively took 2 steps back. Bai Yi looked around the room, matching the people with the descriptions in his notebook. Ha! Where's my servant? There's no servant, you're bankrupt. Xia Xinmei said without hesitation. What? I'm bankrupt? Bai Yi jumped up in a frenzy. This young master is bankrupt. But you are currently starting a business and already have a little money, you're not poor. Everyone is your partner in building the kingdom. Bai Yi patted his little heart. Oh, that's good, as long as I'm not poor. He quickly stuffed the bank card into his pocket. Hey, auntie, you must be very rich, right? Quickly send over some gold coins, I'm bankrupt, it's too miserable, and I am sick. Healing also costs money. Xia Xinmei picked up her phone and, without hesitation, transferred 500,000 yuan to him. Alright, hurry up and clean up to eat. After speaking, Xia Xinmei turned around and left, with the other contestants following her out, all puzzled. Bai Yi looked at the evolver. You're not in the notebook, who are you? The evolver thought for a moment and answered, bodyguard. Oh, then I need to write you in the notebook. Bai Yi picked up the notebook. What's your name? Eagle. Why are you called Eagle? Can you fly? Yes, I can fly. Bai Yi suddenly looked up at him. You better not be lying to me, if you're lying, I'll cut your pay. Eagle spread his wings, good thing the room was spacious enough for him to fully extend them. Bai Yi, wearing slippers, ran over with a thud and circled around Eagle admiringly. Cool, the texture of these feathers is really good, how did you get these wings? Are they installed? Is this technology expensive? Is it common? Is the profit high? Eagle explained to him. During the time when our flower-growing nation was winning competitions continuously, the country drew a strong nation's technology. I was randomly selected as an evolver. My body evolution included a special ability and a pair of wings. Oh. National technology, sounds pretty good, just can't be widely used, what a pity. So what did you do before? I used to be a special forces soldier. Not bad, a clean background, professional training, your alertness must be good. Bai Yi wrote in the notebook, the one with black feathered wings is called Eagle, he is a bodyguard. After writing, he tucked the notebook away and went to freshen up. As soon as he entered the bathroom, he sighed repeatedly. Eagle stood at the door and asked, what's wrong? Bai Yi put his hands on his hips and sighed, this young master actually has to freshen up by himself, this really isn't living. No wonder I got sick. Eagle. Later, I'll ask Team 6 if they can send 2 attentive psychologists to specially attend to the young master, or else the young master might really turn out poorly. Wang Wang circled at Bai Yi's feet. Master, should we go together to poop? Bai Yi looked down at the dog, reached out to pat its head, poor doggy, suffering with me, once this young master makes a comeback, I'll get you a custom-made pure gold toilet. Woof woof. Wang Wang's ears perked back, its eyes shining as it wagged its tail. Good doggy, go do your business, though it's a bit simple, it's still decent enough. Wang Wang went into the cubicle. This was the dog's toilet, specially made for the dog, knowing that Bai Yi valued the dog, so its toilet was quite luxurious and not shabby at all. Bai Yi tilted his head to take a look. Look at how small this place is. Wang Wang, you're really suffering. Half an hour later, the young master leisurely arrived at the dining room. Ah, this cafeteria looks so shabby, you all must be suffering with me, but when I rise again, I'll build you a palace where you can enjoy 100 delicious dishes for every meal. When the contestants saw him coming, they picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Not knowing what situation Bai Yi was in, they didn't dare to speak. Bai Yi found a spot to sit down. Bring out the food. Xiaoning went to get him a tray. What do you want to eat? Ah, just a bit of whatever, being down and out like this, I can't be picky. Xiaoning piled a little of everything onto the plate, creating a small mountain of food, and brought it to Bai Yi. Dogzi looked up, eagerly watching. Woof! Where's Wang Wan's food? Xiaoning looked at Dogzi, then turned to ask in the kitchen, is the big black dog's food ready? Just finished plating. The chef brought out a basin containing a whole boiled chicken, big pieces of beef, slices of raw fish, abalone, large shrimp, various fruits and vegetables, and soup, ensuring nutritional balance. Xiaoning took the basin to feed Dogzi. Bai Yi glanced over and sighed again. Poor Wang Wang. Dogzi wagged his tail, happily enjoying his meal, not feeling sorry for himself at all. I should say, aside from Bai Yi, no one would think Wang Wang was pitiful. After finishing breakfast, Chen Yuan came to pick them up. Hearing about Bai Yi's situation, he whispered, is Bai Yi okay now? He looks off, let's hope nothing goes wrong. Xia Xinmei said, take him along, if you don't, he will make a scene. Just as she said this, Bai Yi rushed out, are you all going to make money? Why didn't anyone notify me? Are you not planning to take me with you? Are you hiding private work from me? Bai Yi, holding Dogzi, stared at them with a mix of pride and a hint of grievance. That look seemed to say, how could you abandon me? Chapter 75 Strange Gold Shop, Update. Bai Yi held his head high, turning his back to everyone. I understand, I'm down and out now, you look down on me. Go ahead, I can't stop you from chasing a better future. Saying this, he took out his notebook and muttered, I won't keep anyone, worst case, I will just cross you off my list. Hey, hey, hey! Don't do that! Lu Lang rushed over. The contestants quickly gathered around. We didn't say we wouldn't take you, we will take you along. It's just that we didn't get the chance to inform you, come on, let's go together. Playing is playing, but don't joke with the list. This time they arrived at the mountain city. Looking down from the sky, there was only thick fog, completely obscuring the view inside. What are we here for? To develop a new project? Bai Yi pressed his face against the window to look down, feeling curious. Xia Xinmei gave him a brief and precise explanation. The country paid us to reclaim this city, there are some monsters inside that we need to compete against and win to drive them away. Oh. A national-level project, it must be worth a lot, this is worth doing. The plane slowly descended, and as the door opened, Bai Yi was the first to jump down. He was eagerly rubbing his fists, unable to wait. Charge, brothers, let's take this city together. The adults thought he was really quite immature. But the immature ones felt very passionate, like Lu Lang and Zhou Zimo. The two ran over excitedly. Charge! Take it down! Others! Now, it seemed the attention-seeking factor just increased again. Shi Chao came down from another plane. Everyone has arrived, let's go. He first put energy protective shields on everyone. The city gate opened. The live stream began. The contestants stepped into the fog. The dusty side quest had started. Audiences gathered. Here we go. Reporting in. Go, go, go. This background seems to be Strange Gold Shop. Yes, this side quest probably appeared around the middle of last year. Let me check the replay of this section. I remember too, this section seemed to be haunted, with many supernatural events, very scary. I also remember the section, it really felt strange, like genuine haunting, but now I wonder if it is a mental attack? There must be more, I definitely think it's haunted, some contestants die inexplicably. The contestants saw the job posting on the door and walked into the store. There was a note on the counter. Welcome new employees, please follow these rules while working at this store. 1. Always keep a smile when facing customers, do not show any expression other than a smile, and fulfill all customer requests, except for giving discounts, and absolutely do not confront customers. 2. During work hours, no employee can leave their position, no matter what happens, you cannot leave. 3. The working hours are from 10 to 12 o'clock, 13 to 1800 hours. The morning shift must be punctual, neither early nor late. When the time is up, you must leave the store within 1 minute, you must leave and never linger. 4. The employee dormitory is on the second floor of the building across the street. The key is on the door, just open it to enter. If you find anything left behind by other employees in the dormitory, you must quickly throw it away and close the doors and windows at night when you go to sleep. 5. If you want to go home, you can settle your wages at the front desk. After working for a month, you can receive a gold bar. A taxi will come by every 3 days at the entrance, and you need 1 gold bar to get on. Do not steal any gold that does not belong to you. 6. Strange things often happen in the store, and occasionally someone dies suddenly. Don't pay too much attention to it, just do your job. Bai read the rules and clicked his tongue. Even a capitalist would cry. What a broken place. You absolutely can't confront customers, and you have to satisfy all their demands. If a customer asks you to kill yourself, would you really die on the spot? Only 1 gold bar a month? The pay isn't much. My status is too noble to lower myself to work at this broken place, and they dare to ask so much from me. Saying this, Bai turned to Xia Xinmei, "Aunt, can we buy this place?" Xia Xinmei smiled politely, "Young master, you are bankrupt." "So sad, why do you have to poke at my wound? Am I so poor that I can't even afford a gold store?" Bai felt a bit lost. Wang hurriedly jumped onto him to act cute and comfort him. Bai rubbed the dog's head. "Still, Wang is good, you never say hurtful things." Dong, the clock on the wall rang, it was now work time. Everyone picked up the work badges on the counter and stood according to the positions written on the badges. "Welcome." Suddenly, the announcement sounded at the entrance. A customer came in. Bai picked up the last work badge and stepped into the counter. The customer went straight to the display case. "I want to buy a necklace." Zhang Qin smiled and asked, "What style do you want?" "I don't know, you pick for me." Zhang Qin glanced at the customer's round body and selected a big gold chain for him. After the customer put on the chain, he turned to ask the others, "Is it nice?" Everyone smiled and nodded, "Nice." The customer took the gold chain to the counter to pay. "I'll take this chain." Bai picked up the device and scanned the tag on the chain. 88,000 yuan. "Give me a discount, 8,000 yuan will do." The customer directly threw 8,000 yuan down, picked up the chain, and tried to leave. Bai grabbed the big gold chain and pulled him back. "This store does not give discounts, it's still 88,000. The customer turned angrily, "I am a regular customer here, do I need you to teach me how to do things?" 8,000, take it or leave it, let go. Bai yanked the gold chain off and threw the money back at the customer's face. 88,000, take it or leave it. If you don't have money, stop pretending to be rich. I'm talking nicely to you out of respect, don't be ungrateful. This move stunned everyone. The audience immediately erupted in sharp gasps. "My dear. What are you doing again? Oh my gosh, the first rule is not to confront customers." Contestants who argued about prices before died on the spot just for raising their voices slightly. Bai brother, just follow the rules after reading them. Acting recklessly like this will get you killed. The competitors on site tensed their bodies, staring straight at Bai. Bai locked eyes with the customer, a fierce battle of wills. A series of subtitles flashed quickly before him, but he didn't look. He couldn't lose momentum now, for he was a young master, and how could he endure such humiliation? Yet the subtitles continued to flicker in front of him. SS level talent, ignorance is no sin activated. Immunity to mental attacks. Immunity to pollution. Immunity to mental control. The customer's eyes almost bulged out, but Bai seemed completely unaffected. In the next moment, an invisible force radiated from the customer. Woof, woof, woof. Wang jumped beside the customer and barked wildly. Frightened, the customer dashed out of the shop, sprinting away. Everyone was stunned for a moment, suddenly recalling Wang's ability to intimidate evil beings. Zhuang Xueqing said fearfully, "Could that be an evil being? Is it a ghost? Should we buy something to ward off evil? It seems nothing is sold in the mall." Chapter 76. This young master cannot lose. Bai raised his hand and summoned the dog, patting its head. "Good dog, we need to scare away unreasonable customers like this one." The audience looked on in confusion. Isn't it this simple? Nothing happened? I can hardly believe my eyes. When the previous contestant suddenly collapsed, I thought something terrible had happened. I even gave a healing pill, thinking it was some strange damage. Back then, I thought it was energy depletion and even provided energy replenishing materials. During that winning streak, I still had some resources left. My investments were quite generous. Alas, don't mention it. I was generous then too, but after that winning streak boosted my confidence, I became even bolder in my investments. When the losses came, I tried desperately to save them, sending gifts worth tens of thousands, which left me broke now, scraping by. Me too, before the winning streak, I was generous but still kept an eye on my resources. During the winning streak, I hardly invested, thinking the contestants wouldn't need it. When the losses hit, I tried desperately to save those contestants, almost exhausting everything I had, but couldn't save any of them. I nearly fell into depression during that time. Actually, there was a gambler's mentality during that time because of the winning streak. I was unwilling to lose and couldn't believe it would always be this bad. Who knew it continued to be terrible, and eventually, people couldn't contribute anymore? It was truly despairing. It's not that everyone couldn't contribute, some were merely spectators, coldly observing. I had such people around me, but I couldn't blame them. Whenever I brought it up, they called it moral kidnapping. I also had such people around me, they always said to just give up because the end of the world was near. Anything done was just a dying struggle, better to enjoy the last moments. I once had a friend like that who even said that getting polluted early would mean less pain. I distanced myself from her, such people are truly frightening. They don't help and belittle everyone who does, as if everyone else is a fool while they are the only sane one. What's this? I've encountered many groups robbing banks. Have you seen a group with over 1,000 members? The authorities even deployed tanks to suppress them. What's this? I've seen groups of over 10,000, claiming to depend on the mysterious, showing their loyalty by never investing in any contestants. I've seen them, they even tried to recruit me. I was desperately trying to save those contestants, wanting them to win, but in the end, I exhausted all that I could give and still couldn't help. My mindset crumbled at that moment, I nearly joined them. That day they wanted to go to a city occupied by the mysterious to get close, but I was so scared I didn't go. It turned out those cities had troops stationed outside, they were all captured while I escaped that calamity. Fortunately, now the suffering has led to sweetness. E is different from the old contestants, his power remains a mystery, and today's contestants are rapidly growing. The occupied cities have been reclaimed, and hope is blooming once again. Yes, even now in a favorable situation, I must invest desperately. I can no longer take the windfall for granted like before. While everyone was discussing enthusiastically, the jewelry store had more customers again. This time, a group came in, led by the chubby guy from before, as if they were here to cause trouble. Bang! The door was broken open. A group of people stormed in mightily. I heard you newcomers don't know the rules? We're here to teach you a lesson today. Rule number 2 states you cannot leave your post during work hours. No matter what happens, you cannot leave, meaning you cannot hide. The competitors immediately opened their backpacks, ready to take out their tools. The chubby guy pointed at E. This kid is the most ungrateful. Wang wang wang. Wang Wang jumped onto the counter and barked, glaring at them. The newcomers immediately shrank back, clearly a bit afraid of the dog. E looked at them disdainfully. What? Are you here to make trouble on my turf? You should find out about my reputation. Don't think of yourselves as tough. Even if 100 of you came, I wouldn't lose. The troublemakers were dumbfounded. The competitors widened their eyes. The audience was filled with question marks. Wait. What did he say? Did he just screw up his words? Definitely. No, how could he say such cowardly words with a proud face? Don't underestimate yourself, you are incredibly strong, do you know that? But E stepped out from behind the counter. I have a bodyguard. E walked in front of the eagle, violating the rules. An invisible force instantly tried to crush him. SS level talent, ignorance is no crime activated. Mental attack immunity. Pollution immunity. Mental control immunity. E raised his hand and introduced, see, my bodyguard, Eagle, he has wings, do you? Eagle, don't be afraid, you're a special soldier, you can definitely beat them, go. Eagle looked a bit helpless. But the rules say you can't leave your post. Oh, rules are dead, people are alive. You, being a worker, are right to follow the rules. How about this, I'll go bring them over, you remember to hit hard. E said as he ran over and grabbed the chubby guy's arm, come, I'll take you to a good place. Pollution immunity. Pollution immunity. Pollution immunity. Mental attack immunity. Mental attack immunity. A string of prompts flashed by, and E didn't look, dragging the chubby guy to Eagle, saying, hurry, give him a punch. Seeing this, Eagle clenched his fist, ready to strike, when a killing intent rushed towards him. He calmly retracted his hand, the rules say you can't conflict with customers. Is this even a customer? They are troublemakers here. E puzzled, then turned to the chubby guy and gave him a big thumbs up. You tell me, are you here to cause trouble? Chubby guy? Uncle can endure, and can't. The chubby guy got angry, his chest continuously rising and falling, his body swelling, and emitting bursts of blue smoke. Wang 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 wang. The dog instantly evolved into a giant dog, leaping to Baiyi's side, swatting the chubby guy away with a paw, and his body deflated like a balloon, hitting the ground without making much sound. Baiyi patted his little heart. Oh, scared me to death, what is this thing? It can even transform, I wonder if it's valuable, would someone buy it? It would be good as a toy, if there's a market, I could stock some. Wang Wang, you first bite off his tendons, take his eyes and ears down too, pull out his tongue, bite his neck to let a little blood out, just don't kill him, oh, leave a breath for me to study if I can sell it. The competitors all turned to look at Bai Yi in unison. Zhuang Xueqing lowered her voice, you actually aren't that short of money. Cough. Xia Xinmei suddenly coughed, interrupting her, don't speak carelessly. Zhuang Xueqing immediately shut her mouth. Although she didn't know why she couldn't tell Bai Yi he was actually wealthy, Sister Xia definitely had her reasons for doing this. At that moment, Wang Wang had already bitten the chubby guy into what Bai Yi described. Then dragged the chubby guy to stand in front of Bai Yi. The other troublemakers had already run away when Wang Wang was getting bigger. Fat Brother had scolded this group of cowards in his heart millions of times. Bai Yi didn't let Wang Wang chase, Wang Wang wouldn't chase because protecting the master was the most important. So without commands, it wouldn't leave the master. Bai Yi raised his hand, give me a knife. The eagle took out his personal small knife and handed it to him. Bai Yi stabbed the knife into Fat Brother's body, splitting open flesh. His gaze was like that of someone evaluating pork for sale. Watching and making comments. The meat quality is average, no traps found, seems to be a rare species, just the blood doesn't look fresh, smoking, it should be spoiled, a subpar product, probably not worth much. Fat Brother's body twitched, his head strained upwards, as if trying to kill him. Bai Yi watched him move, nodded, yet it has some advantages, such a poor product is surprisingly lively, not bad. Chapter 77 It seems there is no need to wait until night. The contestants looked at the pollution oozing from Fat Brother, feeling a wave of tension. Shi Chao bit down on a cookie, chewing it little by little. This pollution was quite severe, consuming energy quickly. Though Bai Yi could always suddenly do something to escape his circle, most of the time, he could still be trapped in it. But every time he was trapped, energy consumption surged. Bai Yi's energy consumption from the circle was more than everyone else's combined, indicating he was being attacked by pollution, yet he felt nothing. Bai Yi was still self-absorbed, disassembling Fat Brother. Fortunately, he finished before the dog's transformation time of 5 minutes was up. Otherwise, it would have been a bit troublesome, since the dog's skill cooldown required 12 hours. Fat Brother was taken apart into chunks by Bai Yi like pork, with the organs placed separately, categorized by value. Then he went to the warehouse and found some boxes to pack the meat, displaying it on a showcase for sale. He had clearly considered himself the boss of this shop. The crowd. Sell it, who can outsell you? Bai Yi returned to the counter, opened the computer to check the store's transactions, and found they fluctuated between good and poor business. The main issue was that no marketing had been done here. Carefully flipping through all the store's records, Bai Yi discovered a pattern. This store changes employees every so often, and every time the switch happens, business improves for several days, sometimes lasting a whole week. The crowd perked up their ears. Bai Yi raised his chin with a confident smirk, I've seen through the tricks of this place. Brothers, get ready for a quick and decisive battle. A small shop thinks it can make me work for a month, how naive. Young master, what exactly have you seen through? You haven't followed any of the rules. I've participated in several rounds of the competition, but this is the first time I feel so disconnected, as if I'm an outsider, Zhuang Xueqing said. The eagle also curiously stretched his neck to look at the computer. Young master, what have you seen through? Bai Yi waved his hand, you, a little bodyguard, shouldn't ask so much, just wait, tonight, I will take this shop. Contestants. Feeling ominous. Audience. Young master, how about taking a nap and waking up a bit more steadily? A college student would do, quite capable. It's not that we don't trust the young master, we are just worried about your safety because your combat ability is a bit weak. Don't underestimate the young master, he has broken so many rules and still faces no consequences. The young master has skills. Could it be that his innate ability is an immunity series, so the young master is safe not because he has skills but because his innate ability is protecting his life fiercely? After finishing the data on the computer, Bai Yi flipped through the account book. The records were recent, with no significant transactions lately. It was a low season, a period of slump.